Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Demise. Oh heavens, what is to be done? Indeed, this lad from the Gu family lies in bed. Should anything happen, will not both father and son starve? How pitiful. The Gu family has exhausted all their savings to marry off a daughter-in-law. And just as the old matriarch passes away, this girl cannot endure and leaps into the river. The clamor was unbearable. Sangsang's mind was a tumultuous haze. With great effort, she pried her eyes open, the taste of water choking her throat as she clutched her chest and coughed. Ah, she has awakened. Hurry, come quickly, the girl is awake. As the surrounding voices buzzed in a cacophony, Sangsang felt a throbbing pain in her head. Yet amidst the din, a series of memories that did not belong to her forcefully intruded upon her mind. Sangsang's pupils dilated in shock. She had actually traversed time. She found herself within the pages of a previously mundane novel, embodying the original wife of the cold and calculating prime minister who met an untimely demise. The male protagonist had an official counterpart, a talented maiden he encountered after achieving success in examinations, renowned in the capital. However, the male lead had indeed endured considerable hardship prior. She had empathized with his plight while reading. He hailed from a respectable lineage, though she could not quite recall the specifics of his family from the text, but he was cast aside by his own father, who, in his ambition to ascend the social ladder, expelled the mother and son. Ultimately, the male protagonist forged a path from humble beginnings, rising to become a powerful prime minister, second only to the emperor. Sangsang gazed skyward in exasperation. How could she find herself in the shoes of this ill-fated original wife? And as for this original wife, let's simply refer to her as such for now. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to first address the gathering onlookers. Struggling to rise from the ground, she addressed the villagers. Esteemed uncles and aunts, I did not attempt to take my own life. I merely sought to forage for wild vegetables in the mountains, as our home had run out of provisions, and I accidentally slipped down this slope. I knew this girl could not possibly have intended to end her life. It was merely an unfortunate accident. In truth, the original character had indeed intended to end her own life, though she could not fathom why she had been thrust into this predicament. Reflecting on the original character's plight, she was, without a doubt, a tragic figure. The matriarch of the Gu family had invested all her savings to secure a bride for the male protagonist, hoping that after her departure, the two men would have someone to care for them. Meanwhile, the original character's parents were not only avaricious, but also harbored a preference for sons. They sold her to the Gu family for a mere 6 taels of silver. As the original character died young, the text provided little insight into her family circumstances, but from her memories, it was clear that her family was not merely greedy. As for the original character, it was indeed a sale. The matriarch of the Gu family, in her kindness, had publicly declared it a marriage. This distinction is critical. Those who were sold possessed no freedom, their contracts binding them to their masters, whereas a marriage, at least, conferred a semblance of dignity. With each step from the riverside towards the Gu family, Sangsang glanced heavenward. While I empathize with him and admire his ascent from nothing to such heights, must I truly be brought here to serve as his wife? Reflecting upon her unprecedented demise, Sang could only feel a sense of disbelief that, oh heavens, what sins did I commit in my past life to deserve such a fate? Was I, perchance, responsible for detonating the infamous Mount Bujo with explosives? Merely a fishbone, and yet, who among the virtuous has met their end through such triviality? Does the Almighty truly deem this just? With a thunderous rumble, the clear sky seemed to echo her thoughts, causing Sangsang to retract her neck in trepidation. Guided by memory, she made her way to the Gu family courtyard, a modest yet pleasant abode, divided into front and backyards in this village. It was considered quite commendable, featuring 2 rooms and a main hall, with a kitchen facing them. It seemed that Aunt Gu had a penchant for cleanliness, as the lavatory and bathing area were situated in the rear yard. Suddenly, a loud thud startled Sangsang. As she pushed the door open, a little boy, around 4 or 5 years of age, was struggling to carry a wooden basin into a nearby room, oblivious to her entrance due to his intense focus. This must be the male protagonist's 4-year-old son, she mused. Without further ado, Sangsang stepped forward and relieved the boy of the basin. Where are you taking it? The chubby child pointed towards the room, and Sangsang understood. Upon entering, she beheld the figure lying upon the bed. Was this not the male lead, Jingci? True to the author's depiction, even after languishing in bed for over a year, his appearance was not entirely unpleasing. One could easily surmise that, were he to awaken and rise, he would possess an astonishing presence. The chubby child approached, placing a cloth into the water, his small hands laboriously wringing it out. "Let me do it. You, a little one, ought to be playing at your age, not attending to such tasks." The child glanced at Sangsang, seemingly perplexed. As she tended to the unconscious man's face, her thoughts wandered. The original owner of this body was not malevolent despite having married into this family for half a year and Aunt Gu passing away 3 months prior. She had not mistreated the father and son. However, there was a palpable distance between them that it was understandable, considering anyone sold by their own parents would struggle to accept a comatose individual along with a child, enduring a significant psychological toll. Aunt Gu had treated the original owner kindly, yet fate seldom favors the virtuous. That it was likely that the original owner had contemplated ending her life by jumping into the river, having lost all hope. Once she had tidied up, Sangsang turned her gaze to the child, who was observing her intently, and sighed, "Well, since I am here, I shall strive to live well." According to the narrative, the original wife had indeed perished by the river's edge. Nevertheless, the villagers were kind-hearted. Although they did not summon a doctor for Jingci, they still offered food to sustain the father and son. The 4-year-old boy, clinging to the memory of his only kin, cared for the male protagonist for 3 years. Afterward, it seemed that a mishap on the mountain led to the child's disappearance for 2 days, during which Jingci inexplicably regained consciousness. However, when the villagers eventually retrieved the boy, he had suffered a broken leg. While the latter part of the tale does mention the child, Sangsang had yet to finish reading. Gazing at the boy, Sangsang crouched down to meet his gaze. "Your name is Gu, correct? What a lovely name. From now on, you shall stay with me, and I will take good care of you." In Sangsang's memories, she had never witnessed Gu speak, yet she presumed he was not mute, likely just a bit withdrawn. Sang glanced at the person lying on the bed, and gently stroked the child's hair. "From now on, you shall play contentedly and refrain from engaging in activities unsuitable for your age. Moreover, you are not to venture up the mountain alone, since the book stated thus: if you were to be forbidden from ascending the mountain, it should effectively avert any complications. Furthermore, as the male protagonist would awaken only 3 years hence, Sang pondered that perhaps it would suffice to remain here quietly. Given her current status as a servant, venturing anywhere posed a problem. She had contemplated taking advantage of the male protagonist's coma to locate the documents necessary for her escape, but under the laws of the Great Yu dynasty, a slave could only redeem themselves if their master personally visited the government office to cancel their slave registration. Thus, in light of the circumstances, it seemed prudent to stay in the village and keep watch over the father and son. Should Jingci awaken, she could leverage the kindness she bestowed during these 3 years to obtain her freedom papers. Having resolved these thoughts, Sang felt no further turmoil. She embraced her situation with acceptance. A protest emerged from the child's belly, a gurgling sound. Sang rose, one hand clutching a wooden basin while the other held the child's hand. "Come now, let us prepare a meal." Initially reluctant, Gu found himself unable to resist Sang's gentle yet firm grip. As Sang made her way through the kitchen, she could not help but exclaim, "Heavens, this household is indeed impoverished." Glancing at the child, she offered an awkward smile. "Be good, little one. Stay here and wait patiently while I go in search of provisions." That Jiunian remained silent, observing as Sang casually took a basket and headed towards the mountain, raising his hand to touch the top of his head. It seemed he sensed a difference in her demeanor, yet the young Gu could hardly fathom that the Sang before him was no longer the same person he once knew. Chapter 2. Coexisting harmoniously, Sangsang ventured up the mountain, embarking on a quest for sustenance. For someone from an agricultural research institute, this task posed no challenge. Although she spent her days immersed in the laboratory, her fieldwork necessitated regular excursions into the countryside. Moreover, as a food blogger, She often sought out unique and lesser-known ingredients to create her culinary masterpieces, garnering a considerable following online. As she walked, she meticulously observed the surrounding flora. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting an abundance of mushrooms, including some rare varieties that were exceptionally precious and scarce in the modern world. To her astonishment, she discovered a veritable treasure trove of them. Having collected a generous haul of edible mushrooms, she realized that mushrooms alone would not suffice. Her little milk dumpling at home needed a hearty meal to fill his belly. Hesitant to venture too deep into the forest, she circled around but found nothing substantial to satiate hunger. Just as she was about to descend, she noticed a rustling in a nearby thicket. Could it be a wild beast? The mere thought of a snake sent shivers down her spine. Sangsang studied the bushes for a moment, and upon seeing no immediate threat, she bravely approached. Parting the foliage, her eyes widened in surprise. It was a rabbit. She attempted to reach for the hapless creature, ensnared in the underbrush. Grasping the rabbit by its ears, she merrily made her way down the mountain. Just moments ago, she had been pondering what to cook now. She had both vegetables and meat. Gunyan and sat in the courtyard, glancing towards the entrance repeatedly until he finally spotted a familiar figure appear. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, though his expression remained composed. Upon entering, Sangsang found her little milk dumpling seated in the yard. Waving at Gunyan and Shaoan, "Are you hungry? Just a little longer, and we can eat." Sangsang searched the kitchen, but found not a morsel to prepare. Swiftly, she cleaned the rabbit and divided it in half, taking one portion next door to Aunt Wang's house. After knocking on the door, it was answered almost immediately. "Gu family's daughter-in-law, what brings you here?" "Aunt Wang, there's little to eat at home. Would you be willing to trade this half-rabbit for a small bowl of rice?" Aunt Wang regarded Sangsang with mild surprise. She had been quiet and reserved since her marriage, yet here she was demonstrating resourcefulness. Coincidentally, her grandson had been clamoring for meat, so she accepted the rabbit with a nod. "Wait here, I'll fetch it for you." Before long, Aunt Wang returned with a small bowl of rice, which she handed to Sangsang. Gratefully, she thanked her and returned home. She rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, then prepared the rabbit meat and mushrooms to stew together. Although lacking in spices, to someone who had been hungry for some time, it was a delightful aroma. Soon, the enticing scent wafted through the air. Gunyan, and drawn in by the fragrance, kept glancing towards the kitchen. Sangsang turned to see his adorable face and smiled, beckoning him, "Shaoan, come here." Initially hesitant, the little milk dumpling could not resist the alluring smell and slowly made his way into the kitchen. Mozong prepared a piece of rabbit meat for him in a bowl and said, "Go ahead, eat up." Gunyin delicately accepted it and took a bite, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Seeing this, Mozang's smile deepened. Once the meal was ready, the two of them sat at the table, indulging in their feast. After they had eaten their fill, Mozong took a bowl of mushroom soup mixed with porridge and brought it to the man in the room. Gunyin, witnessing Mozang's initiative to serve food to her father, widened her eyes and hurriedly followed. Fortunately, with her prior experience in caring for the sick, she half-supported Jingci and slowly fed him some porridge with a spoon. It went smoothly. She had thought that someone who had been in a coma for a year might struggle to eat or require considerable effort. "Shaoan, could you help me take the bowl back to the kitchen? I might need to assist your father in changing his clothes and the bedding." In the morning, Mozong had noticed that while the original owner had not mistreated the father and son, the stubbornness of ancient beliefs likely meant that since Madame Gu's passing, Gu Jingci had not had his clothes or bedding changed for 3 months. "I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you'll take care of me in the future. If you awaken someday, could you please return my body contract to me? Considering I have been looking after you and your son, rest assured, I will take good care of both you and Shaoan during this time. As long as I have something to eat, I will ensure that you two are not left hungry. Let us consider it as me living together with you both." Mozong found clean clothes and bedding from the cupboard, chatting incessantly as she changed them. After replacing the bedding, she thought it best to wipe him down before changing his clothes, treating it as a caregiver tending to a patient. With a few swift motions, she removed Gu Jingci's garments and covered him with a blanket. "Wait a moment, I'll go fetch some water to clean you up," she added, "just so you know, I'm not taking advantage of you. It's just that you have developed quite a strong odor, and there are some pressure sores forming on your back. Gun Yinan set the bowl down and saw Mozong emerge carrying a heap of dirty clothes and linens, followed by a basin of water. The small figure trailed behind Mozong. Amused, Mozong asked, "What is wrong? Are you afraid I might bully your father?" Gun Yinan remained silent, but her expression betrayed her concern. Mozong gently patted Gun Yinan's head and entered the room. She carefully wiped Gu Jingci's body with a damp cloth, her movements gentle and meticulous, fearful of causing him pain. At that moment, Gu Jingci's fingers twitched slightly, but Mozong remained oblivious. After cleaning him, Mozong dressed Gu Jingci in fresh clothing and tidied up the room. Satisfied with her efforts, she let out a sigh of relief. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness and preferred tidy spaces. Once these tasks were completed, Mozong finally had time to check the 2 adjacent rooms. The main hall was quite simple, yet the original owner had kept it clean. Pushing open another room, which had once belonged to Madame Gu before the original owner moved in, she found it relatively tidy. However, Mozong still changed all the linens and gave the room a thorough clean to her satisfaction. Gun Yinan stood in the courtyard, observing Sangsang as she busied herself. Her eyes flickered with curiosity and confusion until Sangsang approached her. "All right, now it's your turn," she declared. Gun Yinan was perplexed. Sangsang had already boiled a pot of water, and with the sun shining brightly that afternoon, there was no fear of the little one catching a chill during bath time. By the time Gun Yinan realized what was happening, she found herself stripped and placed into the basin. In an instant, she felt a rush of embarrassment, her small face flushing crimson. Montag Sangsang gently tapped Gun Yinan on his forehead. "You're only 4 years old. Why be shy? A good wash will feel delightful." As she watched the now clean little one, Sangsang felt an even greater fondness. Planting a kiss on Gun Yinan's cheek. "How adorable you are. How can there be such a charming child?" Awash with confusion from the unexpected kiss, Gun Yinan was at a loss for words, her feelings indescribable, and she allowed Sangsang to tend to her as she pleased. Once Sangsang had thoroughly cleaned her, she wrapped Gun Yinan in a fresh blanket and, after drying her hair, placed her onto Gu Jingci's bed. "There you go. Rest with your father for a while." It wasn't her intention to leave Gun Yinan on the bed, but after searching for some time, she discovered that all of Gun Yinan's clothes had become too small. Thus, she had no choice but to let her stay there while she took the time to make her a new outfit. As Gun Yinan lay beside her father, she reached out to grasp Gu Jingci's large hand, inhaling his clean scent, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 3. The ruined fields within the house. The father and daughter duo slept soundly, while Sangsang spent the afternoon tidying up both the front and backyards. Although she had just arrived in an unfamiliar place, she understood the necessity of organizing every corner of her new home. This was not only to familiarize herself with what was available, but also to arrange items according to her personal preferences, particularly in the kitchen. As dusk fell, having finished hanging the last piece of laundry, Sangsang entered the room with the newly tailored clothes. Gun Yinan lay quietly by Gu Jingci's side, neither crying nor fussing. Upon seeing Sangsang, her eyes seemed to shine even brighter. Sangsang looked at Gun Yinan and felt her heart swell with affection for the child's understanding nature. "Shaoan, come here and try on your clothes." Fortunately, her fondness for crafting had equipped her to create an outfit for the little one today. Extracting Gun Yinan from the warmth of the bedding, she found her both fragrant and soft. After dressing Gun Yinan, Sangsang admired her handiwork, nodding in approval. "What fine job I did. If only you would gain a bit more weight, you'd be even cuter." She pinched the little one's cheek and lifted her off the bed. "Let us go. Tonight, I will eat the leftovers from lunch, and tomorrow, I will find something to nourish you until you become plump and healthy." Gun Yinan glanced at Gu Jingci on the bed. Sangsang chuckled, "Don't worry. I won't let your father go hungry." After settling Gun Yinan, Sangsang returned with a basin of warm water. Earlier in the afternoon, she had spotted dandelions in the backyard, which would be perfect for treating Gu Jingci's bed sores, helping to reduce inflammation and promote healing. "Bear with me. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first, but it's far better than letting those sores fester," she murmured as she tended to Gu Jingci's wounds. her voice a gentle stream of encouragement. The following morning arrived. Sang opened the door and inhaled a breath of air, untainted by the pollution of the modern world. Last night, while lying in bed, she had meticulously integrated all the memories of the original owner of this body, along with those gleaned from her previous readings, and had thus unraveled the reality of her current situation. This era is known as the Yu Dynasty, which, according to her literary sources, possesses a commendable national strength. Presently, she finds herself in the southern region of Shu, although not a remote frontier. It certainly does not boast of advantageous circumstances. This town is called Luochuan, and the village she resides in is known as Chuanjiang. At this moment, her foremost priority is to earn a livelihood. Her gaze swept across the household, and everywhere she looked, the stark reality of poverty was evident. In better days, the Gu family enjoyed a modestly comfortable existence. Yet ever since Gu Jingci fell into a coma over a year ago, Aunt Gu had squandered all their family assets. Ultimately, her health deteriorated, leading her to expend the last of her resources, 6 taels of silver, to procure the original owner back from despair. Although the southern region of Shu is not desolate, agricultural produce is indeed scant in this era. As a doctoral researcher in agronomy, perhaps she could explore the possibilities of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Sangsang ceased her musings and made her way to the kitchen, where she took a handful of rice left from the previous day and chopped some mushrooms to cook together. Once the pot began to bubble with a gentle simmer, she rose and headed toward the room occupied by the father and son. Just as she reached the doorway, the door creaked open. Gu Nianan, upon seeing Sangsang standing at the threshold, appeared momentarily flustered. "What is the matter? Are you still half asleep?" Sangsang affectionately ruffled the child's hair and naturally led him to wash up. She ladled a steaming bowl of mushroom porridge before him, speaking softly. "Be a good boy and eat your meal. I will help your father with his washing and dressing." After all, she was residing in Gu Jingxi's home, and she was counting on his awakening to secure her own future. It was imperative to tend to him with utmost care. The dandelion poultice applied the previous night had dried upon his skin, presenting a rather unappealing sight, yet the bedsores had indeed diminished significantly. After laboriously tending to him, applying fresh medicine, and feeding him some rice soup, she finally finished her duties. Only then did Sangsang sit before Gu Nianan with a bowl of porridge. "Little one, I plan to go out shortly. Would you like to accompany me?" According to her readings, this child exhibited signs of withdrawal. When Gu Jingci had brought him home, he had never mentioned the identity of the boy's mother, and thus the child had been raised in solitude until the age of 4. Following Gu Jingxi's coma, Aunt Gu's attention had been solely focused on him, neglecting Gu Nianan. Naturally, the child, already distressed by his father's illness, had suffered further due to the lack of proper guidance, resulting in his current demeanor. Upon hearing Sangsang's invitation to go outside, Gu Nianan's face lit up with a fleeting joy. However, that spark of happiness quickly faded. Sangsang crouched before him, gently caressing his hair, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Little one, if you wish to go, you may join me. There is no need to be afraid." Ultimately, however, Gu Nianan chose not to accompany her. "No worries. Everything requires patience. Sangsang is a person of great perseverance. Otherwise, she would not have chosen the path of agricultural research. To quote the adage from the Research Institute, those who delve into agricultural studies possess unparalleled patience. For researching a crop involves a journey from spring to autumn, with success not guaranteed. As Sangsang wandered through the village, she noted that, by this late spring, all crops that ought to have been planted should have been in the ground. Yet, upon her inspection, many fields lay fallow. The Gu family, being newcomers, owned no land, save for a small plot of cultivated vegetable garden beside their backyard. Despite the abundance of land in the village, it puzzled her why so many fields remained unplanted. The previous owner had seldom ventured beyond her doorstep, for the Gu family lacked land, and this book was a tale of intrigue that scarcely mentioned such matters. At the village's threshing ground, a gathering of villagers was in earnest discussion. As Sangsang approached, she overheard a lament. "Village chief, we've sown these seeds twice, yet they continue to perish. Spring is nearly gone. What will we do? The village chief, an elderly man, tapped his pipe. Am I unaware of this? Yet, there is little anyone can do. Harvests have dwindled over the years, and this year, the seeds are dying in the ground. In my many years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Have we somehow offended the deities? Are we being punished? Do not speak such nonsense. The current emperor detests rumors and unsettling tales. If your word spread, the entire village could face dire consequences. The village chief rebuked sternly. The man who spoke was hastily silenced by his family, offering apologies in the process. Sangsang did not wish to rashly claim she could resolve the issue, as she was still uncertain of the underlying problem. Thus, she returned home, gathered her tools, and went to inspect a vacant plot of land, meticulously examining the soil condition. She discovered that the soil felt clumpy and exhibited uneven moisture levels. It appeared that a single crop had been cultivated for many years, and the people of this era lacked an understanding of fertilization. The region of Shunan, often regarded as remote, was noted in literature for its scarcity of resources. Sangsang mused that these were minor issues that could be rectified by incorporating common plants to enhance soil quality. Without delay, she hastened back to the threshing ground. Her intention clear. If she could resolve this dilemma, at least everyone in the village would owe her a favor, making future endeavors easier. Village chief, I would like to attempt to address the issue of the seed perishing, she declared. Upon her utterance, dissenting voices arose. We have farmed for a lifetime and remain clueless about this problem. What can a mere girl contribute? Sangsang disregarded the naysayers. Her gaze fixed earnestly on the village chief. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. You're the girl from the Gu family, are you not? You claim to have a solution. Is that truly the case? Village chief, I assure you I'm serious. Please grant me a plot of land that has encountered issues, along with some seeds. Ultimately, if I am unsuccessful, the village incurs no losses, and I will return the seeds if necessary. The village chief observed Sangsang's demeanor before speaking. Very well, you shall cultivate the first plot by the riverbank. I will have someone deliver the seeds to your home shortly. Thank you, chief. Sangsang had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but to her surprise, the chief was decisive. It wasn't until she departed that someone finally spoke up. Uncle, do you truly believe this girl can resolve the issue? The chief replied, if not, what alternative do we have? His actions were swift. As soon as Sangsang returned home, a bag of wheat was delivered to her doorstep. After surveying the plot, she realized that a single bag of seeds was more than sufficient. Well, at least today's meals are secured, she thought. Chapter 4. The Burning Fields of Home. She possessed a small stone mill, and Sangsang preferred to meticulously organize her tasks before executing them. Likely a habit born from her years of work at the Research Institute, she set aside a portion of the wheat to mill into flour, ensuring that her meals for the next few days were taken care of. After handling the flour, she donned a backpack and ventured into the mountains to gather leaves, weeds, and other materials for compost to enrich the soil. After several trips, the plot entrusted to her by the chief was adorned with a substantial amount of dry grass and leaves. Fortunately, the area was not extensive, and she anticipated that a few more trips would suffice to cover it entirely. However, as noon approached, she remembered the two hungry mouths waiting at home. Sangsang decided to make one last ascent into the mountains to gather the wild vegetables she had spotted earlier. The mountains were abundant with edible flora, yet many were unfamiliar to the locals, who hesitated to forage for fear of misidentifying them. After all, a misstep could lead to costly medical expenses. This dilemma greatly favored Sangsang. She gathered an array of mushrooms, wood ears, ferns, and a considerable amount of wild onions and other vegetables to bring back home. Gunyan and hid in a corner, secretly observing Sangsang's industrious figure, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Sangsang, however, remained oblivious to his presence, focusing intently on preparing the vegetables. At noon, with the flour in hand, she mixed it with the wild vegetables to create a few vegetable pancakes. Although devoid of oil, they were filling enough, and the little one enjoyed them heartily. After their meal, Sangsang promptly set out once more with her backpack, while Gunyan and sat beside Gu Jingci, seemingly wanting to speak, yet ultimately remaining silent. Sangsang made numerous trips before finally filling half of the plot with dry branches and leaves. She then employed a hoe to divide the entire area into sections, creating furrows. The soil was unevenly moist, and some areas were slightly compacted. Ideally, the composting process would take time to yield optimal results. But with the spring plowing season rapidly approaching, time was of the essence. Thus, she devised the quickest method available: fire. The reason she brought the dry branches and leaves directly to the field was to ensure safety. After all, igniting a blaze in the mountains could easily brand her as an arsonist. In the afternoon, the villagers, having little else to occupy their time, gathered to observe how Sangsang intended to revive the lifeless seeds in the fields. In truth, the other fields in the village were thriving. It was only this riverside plot that suffered, despite being historically the most productive area, which explained the villagers' urgency. Sangsang produced a fire starter, prompting the villagers to exclaim, "Gu family's daughter-in-law, you must not." What if a fire spreads and consumes the mountain? Remaining composed, Sangsang reassured them, "Dear villagers, rest assured, the fields have been sectioned off and the flames will not wander beyond their designated area." With that, she ignited the dry twigs and leaves within the field. The flames erupted instantaneously, eliciting gasps from the villagers. However, the fire did not spread. It burned solely within the confines of the marked area. Sangsang stood vigil at the field's edge, attentively monitoring the blaze. As the flames extinguished, the earth became charred and soft. Sangsang picked up a nearby farming tool and began to turn the soil, mixing the burnt plant ash into the ground. The villagers stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such a method of cultivation before. The village chief approached the field, kneading the soil with his hands, and inquired, "Is this sufficient, girl?" "Uncle, it is certainly not enough. The soil must be further turned. The previous fields have been sown with the same crop for too long, leading to diminishing yields and soil degradation. If we wish to continue cultivating, we must timely fertilize and turn the soil. Your previous tilling has been too shallow, and thus this issue has arisen, necessitating deeper turning. Moreover, this particular field, being adjacent to the river, is excessively damp and unsuitable for mass sowing. The moisture is so abundant that it may cause the seeds to rot before germination." The chief pointed to the well-defined sections of land and asked, "Should we divide it this way?" Sangsang found the village chief quite likable. He was open to new ideas. If this was the case, she would not mind leading the villagers in planting other crops in the future. With a smile, she replied, "Dividing the land in such a manner serves two purposes. It facilitates ignition and expedites the drainage of water from the fields. If we were to plant here, this land is better suited for raised beds with deep furrows." The chief began to comprehend, observing Sangsang laboriously tilling the soil. He directed several others to assist her, swiftly organizing the creation of furrows according to her instructions. With the strength of many, within half an hour, the furrows were completed. "Uncle, as it stands, this soil has just been burned and must dry overnight before sowing." The difference between the burnt section and the unburned half was striking. The chief had more questions, but seeing that Sangsang appeared fatigued, he refrained from asking further. After a long day of toil, Sangsang felt quite weary. That evening, she prepared a simple noodle soup, consuming a few bites before tending to Jinci's wounds and changing his dressings. "I am somewhat tired today. You'll have to make do with this thin gruel. Tomorrow, after finishing my tasks, I will find a way to prepare something more digestible for you. And your body, lying in bed all day, also requires some massage. Otherwise, your muscles may atrophy. Merely consuming these broths is insufficient. You need to supplement your nutrition. If only we could find some ginseng." In just 2 days, Sangsang had grown accustomed to chattering while caring for Jingci, thinking to herself that it was better than the silence of the household, especially since Gunyan, and the only other person capable of conversation, was now reluctant to speak. If she had to endure such boredom daily, she might as well engage in a monologue with Jingci. Before retiring for the night, Sangsang poured wheat seeds into a basin and soaked them in water. The time for sowing wheat has passed for over a month. If one wishes to catch up with the harvest, it is essential to assist in germination, and the quickest method is to soak the seeds and then scatter them. Early the next morning, Sangsang first poured out the wheat to drain the moisture, then took care of both the large and small before carrying a basket and preparing to head out. However, just as she was about to step outside, the hem of her skirt was tugged, and upon looking down, she saw Gunyin and grasping her skirt with his little hand. Sangsang bent down and softly inquired, "What is it?" Gunyin anxiously glanced outside. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Sangsang asked. Gunyin gently nodded, with a smile. Sangsang held the basket in one hand and took Gunyin small hand with the other as they stepped outside. Upon reaching the field that had been prepared yesterday, Sangsang began to scatter the wheat seeds. Gunyin watched curiously from the side, occasionally mimicking Sangsang by picking up a few fallen seeds and tossing them into the soil. By the time the village head arrived, Sangsang was gently raking the furrows with a harrow. "Young lady Sang, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "Uncle, I have already germinated these seeds. If I scatter them directly in the furrow, they might easily be pecked by birds. By raking and covering them with soil, they will sprout within 3 days at most." 3 days? The village head exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, at most 3 days. The temperature in late spring is higher than in early spring, and since the seeds have been germinated, I am confident they will sprout in 3 days. The village head picked up a seed from the ground and curiously asked, "This appears to have been soaked?" "Yes. Soaking them adequately not only promotes germination, but also enhances the germination rate." The village head continued, "Yesterday, I noticed half of your field was burned while the other half was untouched. What is the reasoning behind that?" "This is to observe the final germination rate. If the burned section performs better, we can adopt this method in the future. Conversely, if the untouched section grows similarly to the burned one, we can forego this step. After all, burning is merely a stopgap. The best way to improve soil quality is through composting and fertilization." After bidding farewell to the village head, Sangsang took Gunyin hand and ventured into the mountains. It was his first outing, and she wouldn't allow him to return so soon. Chapter 5. Wild ginseng in the forest, where shadows danced among the trees, Gunyin felt somewhat constrained on his first outing. His small hand held firmly by Sangsang. "Little one, there are many fascinating things in the mountains. Shall I teach you to recognize them?" she suggested. "When we reach a more open area, you can try to discover them yourself, but do not stray too far from me, and refrain from eating anything indiscriminately." After a moment's contemplation, Gunyin obediently nodded. Hand in hand, they continued deeper into the woods until they arrived at a brook. Sangsang gazed at the stream, surprised to find such a little brook in the mountains, wondering if there might be fish within. Establishing a safe area for Gunyin to explore freely, she removed her shoes and socks and leaped into the water. Watching the fish swim past her hands, but unable to catch any, she chuckled, "I seem to have overestimated my abilities." Glancing at Gunyin, who was dutifully staying within the designated area, she began to stir the stones in the stream, discovering crabs and small shrimp hiding beneath them. Seizing a crab, she called out to Gunyin, "Xiaoan, come quickly and see what this is." Perhaps due to the overwhelming sound of the stream, or for some other reason, Sangsang shouted once, but the little one seemed oblivious. Tossing the crab into the basket, she walked barefoot over. "Xiaoan?" Gunyin turned, and it was only then that Sangsang realized the child was using a stick to dig at grass with red leaves. Presumably, it was merely the allure of its appearance. After all, children find everything novel during their outings. "Xiaoan, would you like to join me in catching crabs in the stream? It's quite fun." Gunyin glanced at the stream, then at Sangsang, and after a moment's contemplation, rose to her feet. "In the water, Xiaoan, if you move the stones aside, crabs will be hiding underneath. But be cautious while catching them. Remember to grab them by their back shell, all right?" Following Sangsang's instructions, Gunyin carefully lifted a stone, and indeed, a small crab was nestled below. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she extended her tiny hand to catch it, but hesitated, fearing the pinch, leaving her hand suspended in the air. Observing this, Sangsang gently grasped her little hand. guiding her closer to the crab and swiftly pinching its back to lift it. Gunyan's eyes widened in wonder. They managed to catch numerous crabs and river shrimp, even managing to snag a few fish that had previously eluded them. Let's head back. Your father must be hungry. If you want to play more, we can return another time, but you must not go to the water's edge alone. It turned out that children truly thrive when they engage and play outdoors. Remaining cooped up at home would surely lead to a sense of isolation. Just like on their way there, Sangsang held the basket in one hand and held Gunyan's hand with the other. As they were about to turn back, Sangsang surveyed the area, thinking this place was delightful, and perhaps she could regularly bring Gunyan here for excursions. Suddenly, her attention was captured by some leaves not far away, leading Gunyan to be pulled along in confusion. The closer they approached, the faster Sangsang's heart raced. If she was not mistaken, those should be the leaves of wild ginseng, just sprouting at this time, yet the stalk suggested it was a relatively mature plant. Xiaoan, stay right here and do not wander off, understood? Sangsang picked up a twig and a stone, tossing them towards the area, wary of snakes or other creatures lurking nearby. After a moment's wait, she cautiously approached and confirmed that it was indeed a ginseng plant. The environment here seemed quite suitable for such growth, with the humidity, soil quality, and vegetation all meeting the survival conditions for wild ginseng. Sangsang crouched down, meticulously digging with her stick, ensuring each root was carefully unearthed. Halfway through, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "Incredible, it's a mother ginseng." That is to say, there were two ginseng plants in one place. Judging by their age, one was at least 30 years old, while the other was over 10. It took her a full half-hour to completely excavate the two ginseng plants, and she gently covered them with a piece of moss to protect them. Placing in the basket made it too conspicuous, so, disregarding its cleanliness, she tucked it into her pocket. "Xiaoan, let's head home. I shall prepare crabs for you." Sangsang held two wild ginseng roots, pondering where to place them, before finally deciding to inquire at the town's apothecary the following day. Subsequently, she divided some crabs and shrimp and knocked on the door of Aunt Wong next door. "Auntie, these are the shrimp and crabs I caught with Xiaoan. I was hoping to exchange them for some oil. Would that be agreeable?" Aunt Wong accepted the basket and turned to enter her home. Mo Sangsang Juka, finding Aunt Wong's demeanor to be cold, yet warm-hearted. Just a moment later, Aunt Wong emerged with Sangsang's basket, containing several potatoes. "Dear daughter-in-law Gu, these river crabs are not easy to catch, and my little grandson has a craving for them. I want to take advantage of you, so here are some potatoes as well." "Thank you, Auntie," Sangsang replied with a smile. After closing the door, Aunt Wong chatted with her own daughter-in-law, saying, "This Gu family's young wife is quite amiable. You should interact with her more often." "I understand, Mother." The aroma of fried shrimp and crabs soon wafted through the courtyard. Several fish were transformed into a rich, creamy fish soup, which Sangsang divided into two bowls, one brimming with distinct noodles for Gunyan and the other she carried into the room. Before leaving, she reminded Gunyan to eat well. "Gu Jingci, today there's fish soup for you. I must tell you, this fish was caught by your son. And today I also found some wild ginseng. Tomorrow, I will inquire about its price in town. I plan to sell one to buy some supplies and keep one to nourish your health. It won't do for you to remain bedridden without proper nourishment." Sangsang resumed her daily chatter until she had fed Gu Jingci the entire bowl of soup. After gently adjusting his back and chest, she exited with the bowl. In a secluded corner, the person on the bed slightly curled their fingers. What Sangsang did not anticipate was that Gunyan divided the fish soup, offering half to her. Gazing at the slightly cooled soup on the table, she exclaimed, "Is this for me?" Gunyan nodded obediently, warming her heart. She stroked his head and remarked, "Xiaoan is truly understanding. Indeed, children require companionship." In just a few days, the little dumpling had gradually lowered his defenses. The next day, after settling the household for both the big and small, Sangsang made her way to the town, which took about half an hour, a short distance. Upon arriving, she did not rush to sell, but instead wandered around to inquire about a reputable apothecary, eventually stepping inside. "Miss, are you here for a consultation or to procure medicine?" To be candid, Sangsang felt a twinge of social anxiety. Although she was a blogger, she only revealed her hands and not her face. In the village, it was manageable since she frequently encountered familiar faces. However, stepping out into the town unsettled her. "Excuse me, do you accept medicinal herbs here?" The young attendant assessed Sangsang, noting her simple attire but the lively spark in her eyes, and replied with a smile, "Miss, we certainly accept medicinal herbs, but it depends on the type and quality. Moreover, I dare not speak of other matters, but in the entirety of Luochuan town, there exists no establishment that offers prices more equitable than our apothecary. What medicinal herbs does the young lady wish to sell?" Sangsang thought to herself how eloquent this young waiter was. She beckoned him to draw closer and whispered, "Wild ginseng." The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly responded, "Miss, please hold on a moment. I shall summon the shopkeeper." Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman emerged from the back room. He scrutinized Sangsang intently before inquiring, "I have heard that you possess wild ginseng for sale?" Sangsang gently nodded and carefully retrieved the wild ginseng wrapped in moss from her basket. The seasoned practitioner immediately recognized its quality and remarked, "My dear, this ginseng appears to be over 30 years old, with intact roots. I am in need of such ginseng for medicinal purposes. May I ask how much you wish to sell it for?" Sangsang internally rated the establishment as quite commendable, as they did not deceive their patrons. "Yuyist, sir, I acquired this ginseng by chance, and you are far more knowledgeable about its value. I trust you would not deceive a young girl like me," she replied with a hint of modesty. The old gentleman chuckled. "You are quite the interesting young lady. Very well. I shall offer you 60 taels of silver for this ginseng. It could fetch a higher price in the county." Sangsang was pleased with the offer and waved her hand, saying, "As a young girl, I cannot travel that far. I am content with your suggestion." The old man was favorably impressed by her demeanor and handed her the 60 taels of silver. "My surname is Zhang. Should you come across other valuable items, do not hesitate to bring them to me." Sangsang accepted the silver, placing it in her bosom, and with a gentle smile, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I shall remember." Considering Jingci's condition, she inquired about purchasing some nourishing herbs suitable for the comatose. Although she had retained a piece of ginseng, it was insufficient for daily consumption. With money in hand, she began to plan her purchases, starting with essentials such as grains, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Next, she intended to buy several bolts of fabric to make new clothing for Gunyenin, as well as to procure additional bed linens. Given that Jingci required frequent changes to ensure cleanliness during his unconscious state, she had already purchased 2 pairs of shoes. Thus, in the ebb and flow of her shopping, she surprisingly spent nearly 10 taels of silver. The cost of food was reasonable, yet the herbs were rather expensive. It was no wonder that many in ancient times looked down upon seeking medical care. Money truly does not last long, Sangsang sighed. She glanced at her pile of purchases. Carrying it all back was evidently unrealistic. However, to suddenly acquire so many items was undeniably conspicuous. As a compromise, Sangsang hired a bullock cart to transport her goods to a location nearer to the village, ultimately using her basket to carry the remaining items home. Fortunately, aside from a bag of rice and a bag of flour, the other items were relatively easy to carry, fitting comfortably within the basket. After exerting considerable effort to bring everything back, Sangsang collapsed, breathing heavily. Gunyenin, hearing the commotion, rushed out to see her in such a state. "Little one, do not worry. I am fine, merely resting for a moment as the items were rather heavy. The little one has become increasingly cheerful these past few days." And Sang is delighted. She reaches in her pocket and pulls out a string of candied hawthorn wrapped in oil paper, offering it to Gunyenin. "Here, this is candied hawthorn. It's quite sweet." Gunyenin accepts the treat, obediently sitting by her side. After a brief respite, Sang begins to organize the items she has purchased. As she carries the fabric into the house, she contemplates the style of clothing she wishes to create for Gunyenin. The rice and flour brought home today should suffice for the family's meals for nearly a month, alleviating any immediate concerns about their livelihood. A couple of days later, considering that the wheat in the fields should have sprouted by now, Mo Sang decides to inspect the crops. Xiaohun, after spending several days together, Gun Yinan now rushes to Mo Sang's side at the sound of her voice. Though she remains reluctant to speak. I'm going to the fields. Would you like to come? Gun Yinan nods and willingly takes Mo Sang's hand. Upon reaching the edge of the fields, Mo Sang jumps down from the ridge and crouches to closely examine the sprouting wheat. After a moment, a smile graces her lips. The wheat sown in the field has begun to show white shoots, with some even displaying a hint of green. Gun Yinan mimics her actions, her little face filled with curiosity. How is it, Sang girl? The village chief arrives unexpectedly, accompanied by a few others who stand on the ridge. Mo Sang brushes the dirt off her hands and replies, Uncle, it's all sprouted, and the roots are extending downward. I believe in a few days, leaves will start to emerge. Wonderful. You've alleviated a great burden for our village, girl. Uncle, you flatter me. We are all from the same village. It was thanks to your care that our family has not fallen apart. Mo Sang responds sincerely. She then points to another section of land that was not scorched by fire. Uncle, the soil in this field has become quite compact. If we intend to plant wheat here, it would be best to till the soil a foot deeper than usual. Once the wheat has grown its leaves, we must apply fertilizer judiciously to ensure the fertility of this land. All right, following your advice, can we start working now? The village chief is anxious. With so much land left untended, the harvest could be lost. Mo Sang smiles and says, Uncle, if you prepare the ridges according to this field, you can sow after letting it rest for a day. However, since we are a bit late, the seeds should be pre-soaked. You can soak them overnight in water, and then drain them in the morning before planting. I have cultivated land my entire life, yet this is the first time I've heard that soaking seeds can promote sprouting. The village chief remarks, surprised. Sang girl, where did you learn this? Well, when I was young, there was a teacher in our village who was kind and often taught us to read. I came across this knowledge in the miscellaneous books he had, Mo Sang explains. Soaking seeds helps them sprout quickly, provided they are not oversoaked. Different seeds require different soaking methods. Some need cold water, while others require warm water. Some can be soaked overnight, while others need 2 to 3 days with frequent water changes. Moreover, you can discern good seeds from bad ones after soaking. Those that float to the surface are spoiled and should be discarded. Uncle, just look at the excellent seeds we have sown. The yield will surely increase. This is precisely why education holds value, remarked a figure standing on the ridge of the field. After bidding farewell to the village head and others, Mo Sang leisurely strolled around the village with Gun Yinan, only returning home as noon approached. However, upon witnessing the scene at her doorstep, Mo Sang was left both amused and bewildered. Chapter 7. The abduction. The door next door swung open, revealing Aunt Wang. Gu family daughter-in-law. You have resolved a significant issue for the village this time. These are gifts from the villagers. Oh dear, I feel quite embarrassed. It was merely a minor matter. Mo Sang Zipli. A minor matter? If it weren't for you, these dozens of acres would have gone to waste. Just accept it, Aunt Wang insisted, handing over a piece of cured meat before departing, leaving Gun Yin and Mo Sang at the entrance, one tall and one small, exchanging glances. With no option but to accept the gifts, Mo Sang, unsure of their origins, decided to keep them for now, thinking she could lend a hand when the village needed assistance in the future. The two of them made several trips to transport the items into the kitchen. With a cursory glance, Mo Sang noted the rice, flour, cooking oil, and even several pieces of cured meat among the vegetables and eggs. Little one, how about I prepare a meal of cured meat rice for you at noon? You can play in the yard for a while I tidy up your father, she suggested. Mo Sang had been meticulously caring for Gu Jingci during these days. The items on the bed were regularly changed, and his bed sores had long since scabbed over. His body and face visibly plumped up, and with daily massages, he appeared to be merely sleeping rather than in a coma. Gu Jingci, have you been gaining weight lately? I can hardly move you now. As early summer settled in and the chill had dissipated from the air, she continued. From tomorrow onward, you shall lie outside in the sun afternoon. It will do you good. Since you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. After cleansing and dicing the cured meat, she discovered some peas among the myriad of gifts and ate them in a pan, releasing a delightful aroma. The previously filtered rice was poured over the ed meat, along with 2 ladles of rice water. The fire beneath the stove was lowered, and after a short while of steaming, she lifted the lid to reveal a fragrant bowl of cured meat rice, its enticing scent wafting throughout the yard. Watching the little one joyfully savoring her meal, Sangsang mused that such a life could be quite pleasant. Yet, she was acutely aware that this narrative had an inevitable conclusion. The male protagonist had his own heroine, and as the early deceased original wife, she would gracefully withdraw once Jingci awakened. Half a month passed, and the once barren fields in the village now flourished with vibrant greenery, earning Sangsang considerable goodwill among the villagers. As she led Gunyin and into the mountains, they encountered numerous villagers along the way. "Sangirl, are you taking little one out?" "Yes." "Annie, are you washing clothes?" Indeed, with summer upon us, the river water is no longer cold for washing. Despite the cheerful encounters, Gunyin remained reticent, much to Sangsang's annoyance. Not far away, a few children were frolicking, yet Gunyin obediently held Sang's hand, only glancing up when the sounds of laughter reached his ears. Sang crouched down and asked, "Shaolin, would you like to join in play?" Gunyin shook his head. He simply wished to remain by Sang's side. Sang let out a gentle sigh and affectionately patted Gunyin's head. The two continued their journey into the mountains, having subsisted on provisions sent from the village in recent days. She yearned for a change in flavors, and it was time for the little one to explore the world outside. If her memory served her right, Taoanzi would soon turn 5, an age at which he ought to commence his schooling, yet she felt apprehensive about sending him to the academy given his current disposition. Gunyin busied himself with the grasses he favored, while Sang sat nearby. When the little one returned with his harvest, she began to introduce each plant by name and its medicinal properties. "This is dandelion, the same herb we used on your father. It possesses properties that clear heat and reduce inflammation, and it can also be used in stews." Gunyin handed her another. "This is rhubarb. Do not be deceived by its appearance, for it is a general among medicinal herbs, effective in cooling blood and detoxifying. It can remedy mild toxins." Gunyin appeared quite intrigued, and upon exhausting his inquiries about the grasses in his hands, he dashed off to gather more. Sang mused that perhaps she could begin to enlighten Taoanzi. With greater understanding, he might loosen the knots in his heart. Lost in her thoughts, Sang suddenly felt a chill at her neck. "Hold still. Are you a doctor?" The voice behind her was soft, and she glanced at Gunyin not far off, raising her hand to lower her voice. "I am not a doctor. I merely have knowledge of various plants." The man seemed skeptical and inquired, "What can be used to stop bleeding?" Sang quickly composed herself, not wanting to alarm Gunyin. "Sanchi can stop bleeding and dispel bruises, if the wound is substantial. You may also use cattail pollen in conjunction." The man fell silent for a moment, gradually lowering the knife he had poised at Sang's neck. At that moment, Gunyin turned, cradling the grasses in his hands, and spotted a figure standing behind Sang. The little one dropped what he held and rushed over, resembling a little wolf cub. Sang quickly grasped him, soothingly whispering, "Shao, and it's all right." She turned to see a man whose abdomen was clearly bleeding, a gash on his face extending to his neck, rendering him quite fearsome in appearance. It seemed that he was driven to desperation, resorting to threaten her for knowledge of hemostatic herbs. Although it was indeed a threat, had he truly been malicious, she would have been powerless to retaliate, indicating he was not entirely wicked, at least not a mindless killer. Sang sighed softly, resigning herself to the notion of performing a good deed in her daily life. Steadying her nerves, she asked, "Do you recognize the 2 herbs I just mentioned?" The man appeared taken aback. He indeed did not know them, yet in this remote area, the village woman displayed an unexpected boldness, for most would have fled in terror at the sight of him. "Considering you bear no ill intentions, I shall accompany you to find them." Having spoken, Sang led Gunyin towards a shaded area of the forest, knowing that the Sanchi herb thrived in places abundant with sunlight and moisture. Understanding its habits made it easier to locate. Gunyan and frequently glanced back at the person trailing behind them, perhaps out of concern for Mo Sang's safety, occasionally turning to look even while walking. The man found this amusing, and in his mind, he mused that the child seemed somewhat familiar, only to dismiss the thought as improbable. After all, no descendants of that person could exist, and children often bore similar features. Before long, Mo Sang spotted the desired herb and pointed it out, saying, "This is Sanchi. You can gather it yourself and crush it to apply to your wounds." The man bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you." Mo Sang, however, paid him no further heed and continued guiding Gunyan home. The wounds on the man did not appear to be inflicted by a wild beast, and he bore an air of distinction that suggested a military background. Once Mo Sang departed, the man swiftly gathered herbs and retreated deeper into the woods to a cave where another figure lay, pale and surrounded by a pool of blood. "General, please bear with me. I will tend to your wounds," he urged. Unbeknownst to Mo Sang, this was transpiring. She regarded it merely as an incidental encounter. Believing she would not cross paths with the man again, and resolved to refrain from venturing into the mountains for the time being. Reflecting on the need to educate her little one, she decided to venture into town the following day to procure some foundational books and writing materials. Additionally, she intended to explore opportunities for earning money, as their household funds had dwindled to the 50 taels earned from selling ginseng. Though this sum was considerable for an ordinary farming family, she needed a plan for Gunyan An's education and her own future departure, which would also require funds. That night, as was customary, Mo Sang gave Jingci a massage. "Today, I encountered a peculiar man in the mountains with Xiao, and," she recounted, "he was quite fierce. You would not believe he had a knife held menacingly to my throat. Yet, he seemed not entirely ill-natured, for I noticed him conceal the knife when he turned to see Xiao. By the way, what do you think about sending Xiao to school? I'm a bit apprehensive he might be bullied there, so I've decided to teach him myself for now until he is older and more understanding. What do you think?" She continued, "And remember, when you awaken, you must grant me a household registration. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage without an identity. I'm aware that escaped slaves here face severe consequences, and I certainly do not wish to meet such a fate." Mo Sang rambled on until Gunyan entered the room and settled the man comfortably before leaving. The figure on the bed seemed to slightly open his eyes, and upon seeing this, Gunyan rubbed his eyes, but there was no further reaction, prompting him to obediently lie down beside him and fall asleep. Chapter 8. Pinching faces. As the summer solstice approached, the climate in southern Shu was rather humid, with an increase in mosquitoes, and Mo Sang felt the insects beginning to emerge at night. The following day, she rose early to prepare breakfast, and after tidying up for Gu Jingci, she took Gunyan into the town, where they encountered the village head driving a bullock cart towards the market. Upon spotting Mo Sang and Gunyan from a distance, he halted his cart. "Young lady Sang, are you two heading to town?" Mo Sang replied with a smile, "Indeed, uncle. I'm taking Xiao out for a stroll. It's not good for him to stay cooped up at home." The village chief glanced at Gunyan and tapped his smoking pipe. "Perfect. Let us ride in my ox cart together. Although it's not far, it may feel distant with a child in tow." After graciously thanking him, Mo Sang embraced Gunyan and climbed aboard. The cart also carried a few village aunties who engaged in friendly chatter, praising, "This lad from the Gu family is growing increasingly handsome, thanks to the excellent care from Sang girl." Mo Sang merely smiled without responding, while Gunyan listened intently, his eyes sparkling, prompting several aunties to pull out treats from their pockets for him. Upon reaching the town, Mo Sang expressed her gratitude to the village chief and then took Gunyan by the hand as they descended from the ox cart. The town bustled with activity, teeming with people. Gunyan curiously glanced around, while Mo Sang held his small hand firmly to prevent him from getting lost. They entered a bookstore, and the shopkeeper inquired, "What would the young lady like?" Although Mo Sang was holding a child, she was still addressed as a young lady rather than a matron or madam by anyone outside the village. She had never given this much thought. "I would like a primer and a set of ink, paper, and brush," she requested. The shopkeeper glanced at Gunyan and smiled. "Ah, this is for the young masteress education, I presume?" "Indeed. Upon examining the primer and the ink, paper, and brush, she realized that such a small collection cost 5 taels of silver. Sangsang murmured, "No wonder education is so expensive. This little bit costs 5 taels. It's nearly equivalent to what a family in the village spends on food for half a year." The shopkeeper, being astute, suggested if you find it a bit pricey, you might consider purchasing some ordinary paper for practicing writing. That would suffice. He then offered, "We happen to have a batch of slightly moldy paper. Would you care to take a look?" "Thank you, shopkeeper. Please show me." At that moment, Sangsang thought, why not? I could use it. I usually use rough paper for restroom needs, and many in the village do not even have access to such luxury. But as a modern individual, to use bamboo slips? I would rather not. The shopkeeper quickly presented a large bundle of paper, claiming it was moldy, although it merely had some mold on the edges. Perhaps it was the scholarly integrity of the literati that had kept it unsold until now. "How much for this paper?" Sang inquired. The shopkeeper was pleasantly surprised at how easily he could sell it and replied, "This paper is slightly moldy. You may take it for just 1 tael of silver." A whole bundle for merely 1 tael was an incredible bargain. Sang promptly paid the silver, stuffing the items into her backpack as if fearing someone might change their mind. Once they had walked a fair distance, she joyfully turned to Gunyin and said, "Xiao, starting tomorrow, you can begin your studies. Are you excited?" She did not expect much of a reaction from the little fellow and simply held his hand as they proceeded to the apothecary. The young assistant, the same one as before, greeted her with a smile. "Are you here to sell medicine today, young lady?" "No, I wish to purchase some medicine to ward off mosquitoes." Just then, Dr. Zhang emerged from the inner room and overheard her, replying, "While mosquitoes are indeed present, do we truly need to resort to medicine for them?" "Hello, Dr. Zhang." After exchanging pleasantries, Sang explained, "Those who are capable of action are certainly not affected, but my husband lies in a deep coma, which is indeed a grave matter." She had checked on Jingci that morning, noting several large welts on his handsome face from mosquito bites. "You're married now?" Dr. Zhang inquired with evident surprise. Sang nodded gently, affirming, "Yes, I am married." Dr. Zhang scrutinized her, observing, "It is not an easy situation. You mentioned he is in a coma. Is there a reason for it?" The innkeeper interjected, "Miss, our Dr. Zhang does not make house calls lightly. If he is asking, you should explain the situation." Sang felt a sense of helplessness. She too wished to understand the circumstances, yet the book had provided no answers, and Madame Gu had never spoken of it while she was alive. Thus, she replied to Dr. Zhang, "Honestly, I am unsure of the cause. He simply lies in a coma. We have previously sought the help of other doctors, but to no avail." "Doctor." Zhang ceased his inquiries and turned to retrieve several packages of mosquito-repelling herbs, presenting them to her. These herbs, when mixed and ignited, are highly effective against mosquitoes and harmless to patients. "I shall charge you 51. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Sang expressed her gratitude as he retreated to the inner room. A figure standing inside glanced outside and asked, "Do you know that mother and son?" "The young lady sold some mountain ginseng once. I only learned today that she is married," the elder replied. "Do you know her?" "She was instrumental in procuring medicine for the general that day," the man stated, before turning to enter the room, where lay the very individual who had bled profusely in the mountains, and the man was indeed the one who had held Sangsang hostage in search of medicine. Dr. Zhang smacked his forehead, muttering expletives. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? What kind of behavior is hiding inside? Had I known that girl was the one who saved you, I would have sought to see her husband in his comatose state. Now, who knows when that girl will return to town, and even if she does, she may not visit the apothecary," Dr. Zhang grumbled. Meanwhile, Sang procured some essentials and purchased a large slab of ribs before heading home. It was indeed a bargain, acquiring such a substantial piece for merely 21. She felt fortunate, though the villagers thought differently, pitying the mother and son who could only afford such lean meat, hoping to lend a hand as they were from the same village. That night, Sang prepared a pot of braised rice with ribs, which Gunyin relished, his mouth full of grease. Even for Gu Jingci, she had slow-cooked 2 pieces of ribs in a clay pot, adding slices of mountain ginseng. When the meat was tender, She served it to him. To prevent more mosquito bites at night, she ignited the mosquito-repelling herbs in the room before bed. The following morning, Sangsang rose to check on Jingci, relieved to find no new bites. However, the scent of the mosquito-repelling herbs was quite strong, and the smoke filled the room. She found it somewhat unbearable. Pinching Jingci's face, she remarked, "I suppose I shall move you outside. The odor in here is rather overpowering." Yin stared wide-eyed at Sangsang, who treated them both equally, pinching his face as well. "What is this? Are you so protective of your father? I haven't even used any strength to pinch him. The house has been tidied up, leaving it devoid of unpleasant odors. However, the mosquitoes remain a persistent nuisance." Chapter 9. Mosquito Repellent Ointment. Sangsang is a person of considerable practical skills. Since the mosquito-repelling herbs did not yield the desired effect, she resolved to take matters into her own hands and concoct her own solution, perhaps even to sell it. With this thought in mind, she no longer hesitated, lighting a package of mosquito-repelling herbs in the yard, ensuring that the garden would be free of mosquitoes and, consequently, the house would likely encounter fewer of these bothersome insects in the evening. After breakfast, Sangsang set up a small table in the yard, intending to teach Yin and to read. The 1,000-character classic is an ancient primer, yet as a modern individual, she was aware of more effective and scientifically sound methods, which she would not forsake. Spreading out a large sheet of paper, she inscribed some simple characters, each accompanied by delightful doodles. Pointing to the first character, "Son," she said, "Little in this character is pronounced as re. Look beside it. I've drawn a sun, which represents its meaning." Yin eyes sparkled with curiosity, captivated by this novel method of learning. However, he remained reluctant to speak. Sangsang was patient, encouraging him to practice writing on the paper, marking the strokes in order for him. To ease him into this new learning, she decided to teach only 2 characters each day, considering his tender age. After all, too much at once could be overwhelming. While Yin practiced, she took a basket and ventured to the riverbank, recalling the presence of mugwort and mint in that area. She planned to gather some to create her mosquito-repellent ointment, and it would be ideal for transplanting at home. However, she was still missing one crucial ingredient, beeswax, essential for forming the ointment. For now, she decided to crush the herbs and soak them in a cloth, leaving it by her bedside. Upon reaching the riverbank, Sangsang followed her memory to seek out the mugwort and mint. Before long, her basket was filled. Just as she was about to return, she spotted a patch of flowers on the opposite bank, where a few bees were flitting about. An idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps she could harvest beeswax herself. Yet, the thought of encountering wild bees and the pain of their stings made her reconsider. It was best to inquire where she could purchase some instead. Returning home, she washed and dried the mugwort and mint she had collected. Glancing at Yin's handwriting, she praised, "Very good. You write beautifully." His little face flushed with embarrassment at the compliment. Sangsang affectionately ruffled his hair, reflecting that according to ancient teachings, he should be learning the 1,000-character classic and the 3-character classic, but since he was not yet speaking, it would be more beneficial for him to learn to recognize and write characters first. Later, Sangsang knocked on the door of the neighboring house. "Auntie, I'm sorry to disturb you again." "Not at all. Do you need to exchange something?" Aunt Wong inquired. Sangsang quickly waved her hand, saying, No. I would never take advantage of you like that. I just wanted to ask if you know where I might find someone who keeps bees." "What do you need that for?" "It won't fill you up. Auntie, please just tell me. I'm hoping to get some honey." Sangsang, possessing a lovely appearance that had only blossomed further during this time, suddenly adopting a charming demeanor, left Aunt Wong feeling quite bashful. Scratching her head, Aunt Wong replied, "It seems that Old Lee at the east end of the village has a few hives. However, Old Lee possesses a rather peculiar temperament, particularly when it comes to cherishing his bees. It remains uncertain whether he would be willing to part with them. No matter, I shall endeavor to inquire. And if that fails, I shall seek alternative solutions." After expressing her gratitude to Aunt Wong, Sangsang joyfully returned home, for now she had all the materials, and she could commence her endeavor the following day. Aunt Wong gazed at Sangsang's departing figure, musing, Goodness, this daughter-in-law from the Gu family is truly enchanting. It is such a pity she is wed to one who seems quite unresponsive. I wonder if that Gu lad will ever awaken. Ma Sangsang, oblivious to Aunt Wang's contemplations, set out the next day, accompanied by Gu Nian, and towards the eastern edge of the village. Before they even reached the doorstep, the familiar buzzing of bees filled the air. Perhaps due to the beekeeping, the small courtyard was surrounded by a riot of flowers, creating a stunningly vibrant scene. Knocking on the door with a series of knocks, Mo Sangsang patiently awaited a response. Moments later, a voice called out, "Who is it?" Accompanied by the inquiry. The door creaked open. The old man, clad in a gray long gown, presented an appearance reminiscent of a scholar. Yet his words belied this, as he barked, "Who is there?" His tone was quite harsh, contrasting starkly with his scholarly image. Gu Nian jumped in surprise, prompting Mo Sangsang to gently pat his back. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Mo Sangsang offered a warm smile and said, "I apologize for the intrusion, Uncle Li. I am from the Gu family and wish to purchase some beeswax, if you would permit." Go away, I'm not selling," exclaimed the irritable old man. Mo Sangsang silently thought to herself how poor his temper was, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor. At that moment, a strong scent of burning wafted through the air, causing Old Li to abandon the door and rush inside. This was soon followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds and visible plumes of smoke billowing from the kitchen. Was he burning the food? A question flitted through Mo Sangsang's mind. Cautiously leading Gu Nian and into the courtyard, she made her way towards the kitchen, where thick smoke engulfed the room. Quickly placing Gu Nian aside, she dashed into the kitchen to assist. The contents of the pot were charred and on the verge of igniting. With swift reflexes, Mo Sangsang seized the lid and covered the pot, then splashed a ladle of water over it. Old Li stood by, dazed and frustrated. Realizing that she had entered uninvited, which was rather impolite, Mo Sangsang promptly apologized. "Uncle Li, I sincerely apologize for intruding. I shall take my leave." "Wait," Old Li called after her. "You just saved my house. I will give you some beeswax." Mo Sangsang was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. As Old Li retrieved the beeswax, he scrutinized Mo Sangsang and Gu Nian and inquiring, "What do you intend to do with the beeswax?" Mo Sangsang replied honestly, "It is to make mosquito repellent ointment." Old Li nodded slightly, acknowledging the originality of her approach. "Once it is prepared, I would appreciate a box delivered to me as a token of gratitude for the beeswax." Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Upon returning home, Mo Sangsang busied herself with her tasks, crushing mugwort and mint, then heating them gently in oil before allowing them to steep for half an hour, ensuring the full essence of the mint and mugwort would be released. Gu Nian quietly observed from the side, occasionally handing her tools as needed. After the soaking time had elapsed, she retrieved a piece of cotton cloth that she had prepared earlier and filtered the infused mugwort and mint oil. Subsequently, she gently melted the beeswax over low heat and combined the filtered oil with the beeswax in proportion, relying solely on her tactile sense throughout the process. Mo Sangsang was indeed apprehensive about the outcome. Fortunately, after a series of efforts, she was quite satisfied with the final product in her hands. That night, she applied the mosquito repellent balm to Gu Jingci's hands and behind his ears, placing an additional jar on the bedside, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. The following morning, upon checking Gu Jingci's face, she found it to be entirely free of mosquito bites. She reached out, pinched his cheek, and remarked, "Such a handsome face should not be marred by mosquitoes." Chapter 10. Chili Powder recalling her promise to deliver mosquito repellent balm to Old Li Mo Sangsang. After having her meal, taught Gu Nian 2 characters to practice at home. She then took a jar of the balm to Old Li's residence. While waiting for the door to open, she pondered whether the effectiveness of the balm might allow her to sell it. The door creaked open, and Mo Sangsang quickly donned a smile. "Uncle Li, this is the mosquito repellent balm I made using the beeswax you provided yesterday. I promise to bring you a jar." Old Li accepted the balm with a hint of skepticism. "Does this really repel mosquitoes?" "Indeed, I tested it last night, and it worked quite well. It should be inconvenient for you to plant mosquito-repelling herbs at home, so please give this a try." Old Lee's demeanor softened considerably as he remarked, "You are quite thoughtful. If you ever need more beeswax, just come for it. I have no use for it." He paused, leaving her with a few words before turning back inside. Shortly after, he emerged holding a jar, which he handed to Sangsang. "Here, I won't take advantage of others. This jar of honey is for you." Sangsang chuckled at the old man's awkwardness, realizing he had a kind heart beneath his stern exterior. After leaving Old Lee's home, she visited the village chief, recalling that his family were carpenters. She wished to have several small lidded jars made for her mosquito repellent balm. Upon her arrival, the village chief's face lit up with wrinkles of joy. "Why has Sangsang come today?" "Uncle, I would like to ask for your help in making a few boxes, something like this," she described vaguely. The village chief raised an eyebrow. "What do you need these small jars for?" "You know that Jingci is currently unable to move, and with the summer bringing an influx of mosquitoes, I thought to prepare some mosquito repellent balm for him to prevent any bites." The village chief nodded. "These can be made quickly. I will have someone deliver them to you later." "How much silver should I pay you for this?" she inquired, with a serious expression. The village chief replied, "Child, I must express my discontent with such words. You have helped the village immensely. For just a few small items, I cannot accept your silver." Sangsang, not being particularly adept in social interactions, could only express her gratitude, thinking that if the mosquito repellent balm could be sold, she would have the village chief's family make them all. Thus, she decided not to dwell further on it and returned home. Gun Yinan was indeed a well-behaved child. When left to practice his calligraphy, he diligently immersed himself in the task. Upon seeing Sangsang return home, the little one proudly held up the page he had written most beautifully, his eyes sparkling with delight. Sangsang praised him, exclaiming, "What a splendid job. Little one, you are remarkable. How about a reward of a trip to the market tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Gun Yinan's eyes shone even brighter. As evening descended, the village chief sent over a collection of small jars he had prepared. After dinner, Sangsang tidied up Gun Yinan and Gu Jingci, ensuring they were settled before she retreated to the kitchen. There, she gently heated a large jar of mosquito repellent balm and carefully divided it into the small containers gifted by the village chief. One could not help but commend the craftsmanship of the chief's woodworking. The lids fit snugly and perfectly. By the time she finished her tasks, it was already late at night. Sangsang hurriedly washed up and retired for the evening, for she needed to venture into town the following morning. On the next day, Sangsang took Gun Yinan to the town once more, her intentions clear. She wished to explore the possibility of selling the mosquito balm. If successful, it could provide a source of income for at least the next 6 months. Setting up her own stall was not feasible, as she was not adept at social interactions. Thus, she decided to revisit Dr. Zhang's apothecary, considering it might be a suitable venue to test the waters. Upon entering the shop, the cheerful voice of the assistant greeted her. "Miss, you have arrived. Please wait a moment. I shall call Dr. Zhang from the back." Without awaiting any response from Sangsang, he dashed off. Shortly, Dr. Zhang emerged, his face lighting up at the sight of her, which puzzled Sangsang somewhat. "Child, you have come," he exclaimed. "Greetings, Dr. Zhang. Come, follow me to the back," he beckoned. Sangsang, somewhat bewildered, followed him with Gun Yinan in tow. "Child, I am old enough to be your grandfather. You may address me as Grandfather Zhang from now on." Though Sangsang found this a bit perplexing, she refrained from contesting it and amiably responded, "Grandfather Zhang." At that moment, the two individuals in the room thought, "How shameless. Child, are you here to sell medicine or to purchase some?" Dr. Zhang inquired. "Grandfather Zhang, I have brought my homemade mosquito balm, and I would like to see if it can be sold here. Rest assured, I will pay you a commission on any sales," Sangsang replied. Dr. Zhang opened a box of the balm and sniffed it at his nose, remarking, "Is this made from mugwort and mint?" "Indeed. You may first test its effectiveness and then decide whether it can be sold. This balm not only repels mosquitoes, but also invigorates the mind. If one has already been bitten, it can alleviate itching as well." Dr. Zhang remarked, "What a clever idea. Did you come up with this yourself?" Sangsang did not shy away from the truth. "My husband is unable to move, and the mosquito-repellent herbs you provided have proven effective. though they produce quite a bit of smoke. I thought this would provide him with some comfort, and if it could be sold, it would also contribute to our household income. Dr. Zhang nodded. I recall you mentioning this before. Have you sought a doctor's advice? My medical skills are quite commendable. Would you like me to assist in examining him? This unexpected offer brought Mo Sangsang great joy, and she expressed her gratitude. A total of 10 boxes of mosquito balm were left at the apothecary, and after leaving her address with Dr. Zhang, Mo Sangsang took Gunyinan to the market. Dr. Zhang indicated he would be coming to see patients the following day, ensuring no one would leave hungry. Within the medical hall, after Mo Sangsang departed, a door swung open, revealing Dr. Zhang engrossed in examining the mosquito repellent balm provided by Mo Sangsang. He casually handed over a box, suggesting, "You shall assist this old man in testing its efficacy tonight." "Zhang Shu, your audacity grows ever bolder," remarked a man reclining within. "Who do you think I am repaying kindness for?" The old man replied, stroking his beard. "However, I must admit, I have taken quite a liking to that girl." He then cast a disapproving glare at the two individuals in the room, adding, "At least she is more agreeable than the two of you, who refuse to listen." Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang ventured to the butcher's shop. Gunyinen's eyes sparkled at the sight of ribs. "What is this? Little one wishes for ribs?" Gunyinen, her cheeks flushed, nodded shyly. She requested a portion of ribs from the proprietor and purchased pig trotters, intending to prepare braised pig trotters. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the fatty intestines resting in a basin. "Boss, how much for these intestines?" Mo Sangsang inquired. "Oh dear, young lady, if you desire them, I shall give them to you, for I intend to bury them at home anyway. No one consumes such things." After expressing her gratitude, Mo Sangsang took the intestines, while Gunyinen stepped back, covering her nose with her hand. "Little one, you may find them repugnant now, but once I prepare them, you must not indulge." "Mo Sangsang, these it." Gunyinen pondered for a moment, then released her nose, grasping the hem of Mo Sangsang's garment with a serious demeanor. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby as a group of intimidating individuals roamed the market, their voices booming. The butcher quickly advised Mo Sangsang, "Miss, you ought to leave swiftly. Those men are not of good character." Barely had the butcher finished speaking when one of the men approached their direction. Not wishing to invite trouble, Mo Sangsang hastily led Gunyinen away. The pursuers, however, did not follow closely behind, allowing Mo Sangsang to breathe a sigh of relief. After acquiring a few more small items, she intended to return home. Just as she neared the town's exit, she sensed someone trailing behind. Clutching Gunyinen's hand, she urged him to walk faster. Seizing a moment, she glanced back, recognizing the very individuals from the market. The distance to the town's entrance was still considerable. "Little one, do you remember the pharmacy we just visited?" she asked, crouching down. Gunyinen nodded. "Now, you must run over there and wait for me patiently, all right?" Though puzzled, Gunyinen had grown accustomed to obeying Mo Sangsang during their time together, and he turned to dash toward the pharmacy under her watchful gaze. Once Gunyinen was out of sight, Mo Sangsang entered a spice shop. "Sir, could you please give me the spiciest chili powder you have, and it must be fine?" The proprietor handed her a packet of chili powder, and after settling the payment, she exited the shop. As she passed through an alley, Mo Sangsang turned in, and the three men naturally followed suit. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" she demanded, turning to face them. One man, revealing a set of large yellow teeth, grinned maliciously. "My dear, our boss has taken a fancy to you. Come with us." Seizing the opportunity, Mo Sangsang swiftly hurled the chili powder at the group, causing them to scream in agony as they shielded their eyes. Taking advantage of the chaos, she grabbed a nearby stick and launched herself at the three men. Though she has spent years in the laboratory, it does not imply her weakness. Raised by her grandmother from a young age, she learned early on how to protect herself. After dealing with three ruffians, Mo Sangsang hurried to the spice shop to gather supplies before rushing to the apothecary. Gunyinen stood at the entrance of the apothecary, waiting patiently, and upon seeing Mo Sangsang, dashed towards her. Once the mother and child departed, a man stood in the back hall of the medical clinic, speechless. Chapter 11. The corner of the garment is grassed, having delayed for a while. There were naturally no ox carts left at the town's entrance. To avoid trouble, Mo Sangsang opted for a horse-drawn carriage, steering clear of the bullies. Inside the clinic, Song Mo spoke after a considerable pause. This young lady possesses remarkable courage. Reflecting on the beaten men, even Song Mo, a martial man, felt a twinge of pain. He then recounted the scene he had just witnessed. Another man, holding a teacup, praised both brave and clever. Song Mo expressed astonishment. It is rare to hear you commend someone. General, Dr. Zhang interjected, yet this girl suffers. Her husband lies in a coma, and her child cannot speak. Upon returning home, Mo Sangsang began organizing the items she had purchased. Just as she was about to clean the bundle of intestines, Gun Yinan rushed over, tugging at her to enter the room. Xiaowen, what is it? Upon entering, Mo Sangsang was taken aback. How did Gu Jingci end up on the floor? It took considerable effort for her to lift him back onto the bed. She then fetched clean water from the stove, while also cleaning herself. Xiaowen, take your father's clothes outside. How did he end up on the ground? Did he roll over by himself? By the way, a doctor will come tomorrow for a checkup. If you wake up early, remember to return my contract to me. Also, Xiaowen has already recognized dozens of characters. If the mosquito repellent sells well, I plan to send him to school. What do you think? Mo Sangsang had grown accustomed to chattering away to Gu Jingci. After finishing his wash, as she stood to leave, Mo Sangsang felt the corner of her garment being grasped. Gu Jingci, she softly called. However, the figure on the bed remained unresponsive, his eyelids unmoving, save for his grip on her garment. Mo Sangsang mumut. It must be a muscle reflex. She then pried his hand away and busied herself outside. This bundle of intestines was enough for at least 2 pigs. Mo Sangsang first turned the intestines inside out, rinsing them with clean water. Then, she scooped half a bowl of flour, pausing as she contemplated. This was not the modern cooking she was accustomed to. Reflecting on her current circumstances, she quickly retracted the flour and rummaged through the stove for some ash to mix with the intestines. While it could be cleaned, the ash clinging to the intestines would take some time to remove. Mo Sangsang sighed, resigning herself to her current poverty. Throughout the process, Gun Yinan sat from a distance, watching with amusement. During dinner, Mo Sangsang specially prepared a stir-fried dish of intestines, but Gun Yinan looked at it with a face of refusal, cradling his bowl. Xiao, won't you at least give it a try? It is truly delicious. You see, I have worked hard all afternoon. Gun Yinan frowned, bravely picked up a piece with her chopsticks, and placed it in her mouth. Suddenly, a look of surprise illuminated her face, her eyes sparkling, and she picked up another piece with her chopsticks. Mo Sangsang chuckled and offered her another piece, inquiring, How is it? Tasty, isn't it? She had already noticed that this little one shared her fondness for spicy food. The stir-fried intestines were irresistible to anyone who enjoyed heat. The following day, shortly after the hour of Chun, Dr. Zhang arrived in a horse-drawn carriage. To Mo Sangsang's astonishment, the driver was none other than the person she had encountered in the mountains. What? You don't recognize me anymore? I have heard that this little rascal held you at knife point that day. He exclaimed. Madam Mo, I sincerely apologize for the offense that day, Song Mo said, bowing in apology. It's quite all right. It's all in the past, and besides, you did not harm us. Grandfather Zhang, please come in and take a seat. Every morning, Gun Yinan practiced writing diligently, and at that moment, she sat quietly, engrossed in her task. Oh, the little one can recognize characters as well? Let me see how well you write. Dr. Zhang picked up Gun Yinan's writing and examined it closely. After a thorough look, he remarked, at such a young age, your handwriting is remarkably neat and elegant. You are destined for greatness. However, he lamented her inability to speak. Come here, let me have a closer look. Gun Yinan retreated in refusal, and Mo Sangsang hurriedly explained, Grandfather Zhang, little one has a heart condition. She then patted Gun Yinan's back. Little one, Grandfather Zhang is here to help your father. You must greet him. Gun Yinan, somewhat understanding, bowed to Dr. Zhang. Enough of that. It is my fault. Let's go check on your husband first. Leading Dr. Zhang into Gu Jingci's chamber, the doctor surveyed the room before nodding. You treat your husband rather well. He then began to examine Gu Jingci, his brow furrowing as he assessed the situation. How is he? Gunyanin asked anxiously. Dr. Zhang stroked his beard. His pulse is quite stable. However, I cannot ascertain the cause of his coma at this moment. After another thorough examination, he murmured, "Strange, there are no external injuries. So why is he in such a deep slumber? Could it be poisoning?" Song Mo suggested from his side. Dr. Zhang shook his head. It does not resemble poisoning. If it were, the pulse would show abnormalities. The group fell into deep contemplation. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation, my dear. I initially came hoping to offer assistance, but it seems my skills are insufficient. Grandfather Zhang, we are already grateful for your visit. If you speak like this, it truly makes me feel embarrassed. In truth, Mo Sangsang had not expected Dr. Zhang to uncover anything. The books had stated that it would take 3 years for him to awaken, primarily due to Gunyanin's disappearance. In reality, the current situation was quite favorable. 3 years would afford her ample time to accomplish many tasks, even to arrange her own future. In this era, a woman faced greater challenges than a man, especially one like her, lacking in resources. When Jingci recovered after 3 years, whether he pursued his role as the chancellor or shared a tender life with the heroine, it might no longer hold any significance for her. As Mozong began to busy herself with lunch, Dr. Zhang and Song Mo initially felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, as the enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, their eyes remained fixated on that space. The menu featured sweet and sour ribs, braised pig trotters, and spicy fatty intestines, complemented by a stir-fried cauliflower harvested from the backyard that very morning. Considering Gu Jingci, she also prepared a nourishing rib soup. As soon as the dishes were served, Dr. Zhang indulged heartily, shedding any semblance of restraint. "My dear girl, your culinary skills are remarkable. I have savored many fine dishes, yet I have never encountered anything quite like what you have prepared today." Even Song Mo, who typically did not indulge his palate, nodded in approval, his chopsticks never ceasing their movement. Gu Nianan, with her small mouth, was thoroughly enjoying the feast, and not a single piece of cauliflower remained on the table by the time they finished. Dr. Zhang rubbed his belly and let out a satisfied burp, remarking, "With skills like yours, if you were to open a restaurant, patrons would surely queue for a taste. Would you even need to worry about finances then?" Speaking of which, Dr. Zhang suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the mosquito repellent ointment you delivered yesterday works splendidly. I've already placed the remaining boxes in the apothecary for sale." Song Mo interjected, "Mozong, I would like to purchase some of your mosquito repellent. How much can you produce? Do you require a large quantity? I can provide as much as needed. However, the materials are limited, and if you need a substantial amount, it may take some time. Moreover, I cannot manage this alone. What do you propose?" Song Mo inquired, looking towards Mozong. The formula is quite simple and not difficult to make, but no one has considered this approach until now. Dr. Zhang, as a physician with your own clinic, I can share the formula with you, and I would only require a 20% share of all sales. What do you think? My dear girl, while this may not be a complicated task, currently, no one else is capable of producing it. Are you sure you want me to take a share? Mozong shifted the topic slightly, adding, "However, if possible, I would appreciate it if our village could have priority for the materials. Additionally, I hope to use jars from our village for the ointment." Dr. Zhang remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Song Mo. "Why doesn't Mozong make it herself?" Song Mo asked. Mozong shrugged her shoulders. "As you can see, I simply do not have the time to engage in such endeavors. Besides, I do not believe I could safeguard something so coveted. And, did you not say my cooking was commendable? I prefer cooking to making medicine. Then it seems I have stumbled upon a great fortune." Chapter 12. The grumpy old man. After finalizing the agreement with Dr. Zhang and drafting the contract, this matter came to a close. Due to the urgency of Song Mo's request for the mosquito repellent, Mozong promptly visited the village chief. During the period from spring plowing to autumn harvest, there is little to occupy the villagers. Typically, they would only tend to a few vegetables in their own fields. The village's income primarily stemmed from the grains they cultivated or the various skills possessed by the households. However, the villagers were not particularly adept at business, often relying on referrals from acquaintances for work, which could only be considered a modest supplement to their household income. As Mozong Sang strolled by, Several elders in the village were gathered at the entrance, engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing her approach, they beckoned her over to join the discourse. Sangsang made her way to the village head's side and said, "Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Understanding her intent, the village head rose and stepped aside. "What is it, my dear?" he inquired. "Uncle, regarding the small boxes you crafted for me last time, would you be able to continue making them?" she asked. "I recently produced some mosquito repellent ointment that caught the attention of the town's medical clinic. I've arranged for them to order those little boxes from you in the future, and I quoted a price of 5 coins each. Do you think that is reasonable? Are you serious?" The village head asked, visibly excited. "Indeed, I am. I just want to know if the price is acceptable. If not, I can negotiate further," she replied. "Acceptable. Quite acceptable." The village head, though not wealthy as he had 2 children to educate, felt a sense of relief as this opportunity could alleviate his immediate financial burdens. "This kindness I shall remember, my dear. There is another matter," Sangsang quickly added. "To produce the mosquito repellent, we need mugwort and mint. I propose that the villagers collect these herbs, and I will pay 3 coins per pound for any that meet the required standards." "You child." The village head was at a loss for words. Although this was a commendable initiative, it seemed as though she was imploring him for a favor. Returning to the group, the village head cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, Sangsang has secured a contract with the town's clinic and needs mugwort and mint. We will reimburse 3 coins per pound for what you gather. Are you willing to participate?" Of course, during this farming off-season, we would be foolish not to take advantage of an opportunity to earn some money. Someone chimed in. The village head, maintaining a serious demeanor, cautioned, however, "Let me state this clearly. If anyone attempts to deceive by mixing in inferior herbs or weeds, do not be surprised if we hold a meeting in the ancestral hall." "Come now, village head, how could we engage in such unethical behavior?" Another responded, "Indeed, just tell us what you require, and we shall ensure there are no mistakes." They assured. Sangsang stepped aside, plucking a sprig of mugwort and some mint to hand to a speaking ant. "Dear uncles and aunts, these herbs are easily found, but they're only available during the summer months, so we can gather them throughout the season. Each day at dawn, Dr. Zhang from the town will send someone to collect them here at the threshing ground. You can bring your harvest then." As soon as Sangsang finished speaking, the previously gathered crowd dispersed, each hurrying home to fetch their tools. Turning to the village head, she said, "Uncle, you may resume your duties. I must take my leave." "Ah, very well." The village head waved as he hurried back home. Instead of returning home herself, Sangsang turned towards the eastern part of the village. "Uncle Lee, are you busy? Do you have a problem with your eyesight?" "I'm sitting here basking in the sun. What business do I have?" The old man replied. Sangsang chuckled awkwardly. "Uncle Lee, you are so straightforward. Speak, what brings you here today? Do you need beeswax?" "Not that." "Well, yes, but not just that." The old man looked at Sangsang with an expression of disdain, clearly showing his discontent towards her. "It is as follows. I have sold mosquito repellent ointment to the pharmacy, and they require a substantial quantity of beeswax. I wish to inquire if you are willing to sell some." Although not advanced in years, the old man cast a sidelong glance at Sangsang. He had overheard snippets of conversation from passers-by and recognized that this girl was indeed grateful and capable. Sangsang patiently awaited the old man's response. And after a cup of tea, he finally stood up and declared that he would send someone to move the items tomorrow, as it was of no use for him to hold on to them. Goodly Bo, do not trouble yourself with dinner. I shall bring it to you shortly." Sangsang was particularly kind to the old man for a reason. In her modern life, her grandmother also had a temper, much like this old man, both being rather cantankerous yet possessing kind hearts. Although their genders differed, their stubborn natures were strikingly similar. Sangsang pondered what the old man might enjoy eating. She prepared both spicy and mild dishes, as well as a braised pig's trotter, placing them in a food container to deliver to the old man alongside Gunyenin. "I shall not take your food for free. In the future, you may seek me out if needed," she declared. The enticing aroma of the delectable meal eventually swayed the old man's last vestige of pride. Sangsang responded with a smile, feeling quite pleased. For having another capable ally was always advantageous. The arrangements for the mosquito repellent ointment proceeded smoothly, and thereafter, Mo Sangsang no longer needed to worry. She relished the anticipation of collecting payment. Since the last time she delivered food to Li Bo, she often prepared dishes to send over. Initially, the old man was somewhat awkward, but the allure of delicious food proved irresistible. As the days passed, the weather began to grow increasingly warm. Traditionally, villagers would be idle at this time of year. Yet this year, due to the mosquito repellent ointment, every household was bustling with activity. With provisions running low and the young ones still growing, it was essential not to deprive them of meat. However, recalling the ruffians encountered in town, Mo Sangsang lacked the courage to venture there herself. She merely entrusted the pharmacy's clerk to bring back some supplies while picking up medicine. "It is so hot." Mo Sangsang, who always dreaded the heat, found the early onset of warmth quite unbearable. Gunyan glanced at the weather, seemingly not as hot as she perceived. Suddenly, Mo Sangsang had a thought and looked at Gunyan and Xiao. "I remember your birthday is this month, though I do not know the exact day. Shall we celebrate it casually for now? Once your father awakens and we ascertain the precise date, we can plan accordingly." Gunyan, with a puzzled expression on his small face, walked to his writing desk and penned down the words, May 6th. Now, Gunyan could write many characters, and Mo Sangsang was pleasantly surprised. "So you remember your birthday? May 6th? That is just the day after tomorrow. After your birthday, our little Nien and shall be 5 years old. You will be of age to attend school. Xiaoan, do you wish to go to school?" Mo Sangsang inquit tentative. Chapter 13. Gunyan speaks. 3 days swiftly passed. As it was her first time preparing for someone's birthday, Mo Sangsang dedicated herself earnestly to the task, keeping the little one at home to practice writing while she busied herself outside. On the morning of her birthday, Mo Sangsang first went to the granary to retrieve some items brought over by a helper, then busily attended to tasks at home without pause. In an effort to keep Gunyan unaware of her activities, she instructed him to stay in a room with his father, Jingci. Gunyan climbed onto the bed, poking his father's face with his tiny fingers, his own little visage scrunched in concentration, occasionally glancing out the window in hopes of catching a glimpse of what Mo Sangsang was up to. Jingci playfully remarked, "Kid, that poking is quite painful." However, children will be children. Boredom soon overtook him, and he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mo Sangsang felt as though her hands were on the verge of exhaustion, but finally managed to whip the egg whites to perfection, basking in a sense of accomplishment. After all, what birthday celebration would be complete without a cake? If other children had one, her child must certainly have one as well. The osmanthus tree in the yard was adorned with colorful ribbons, and the usual dining table had been replaced with a larger one, laden with dishes that Gunyan adored, along with an array of fruits. Once everything was ready, she entered the house and noticed the little one peacefully sleeping next to his father. Gently, she scooped up the chubby bundle. "Little one, happy birthday. It's time to go out now." Gunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he jumped down from Mo Sangsang's arms and dashed outside, his eyes widening at the festive decorations in the yard, bouncing with joy. As the little one reveled in the enchanting atmosphere, Mo Sangsang returned to the kitchen to bring out the freshly baked cake, her melodious voice filling the air as she sang the birthday song. "Little one, come over to make a wish and blow out the candles." Mo sang guided Gunyan and through the ritual of making a wish. He glanced at her, closed his eyes, and earnestly made his first birthday wish. After the meal, Mo Sangsang mysteriously led Gunyan out again, holding a food box in her hand. When they arrived, Old Manly was sitting in the yard enjoying the cool breeze. Pretending to be displeased, he remarked, "What brings you two here again?" Mo Sangsang chuckled inwardly, but maintained a warm demeanor as she replied, "Today is Little and S' birthday, and we brought you a portion of the feast and celebration. Consider it a way for you to join in wishing him a happy birthday." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, for the sake of this little one." After climbing the mountain, the mother and son headed straight to a clearing at the back, where Mo Sangsang had spent 3 days preparing a surprise for Gunyan and Little One. "You must turn around and only face me when I call you." Obediently, Gunyan turned his back to Mo Sangsang. She swiftly retrieved the hidden items, taking about the time of a tea ceremony to set everything up. "Little one, you can turn around now," she called out. As he turned, he was greeted by the sight of dazzling fireworks forming the character Farun, his eyes sparkling with delight. It wasn't that Sangsang wished to avoid setting off fireworks at home. Rather, she vividly recalled the terrified expression on the face of a young attendant at the pharmacy when she had inquired about fireworks a few days prior. It was then she learned that fireworks were exceedingly expensive and strictly regulated by the authorities, typically reserved for the privileged elite. With no other option, she set about crafting her own fireworks. Though they could not ascend into the sky or rival the splendor of professional pyrotechnics, they still held a certain charm. Ultimately, she chose a secluded spot in the back mountain to release them, wishing to avoid drawing attention and concealing her newfound skill. At that moment, Gun Yinan danced around the fireworks, her smile radiating a joy that had eluded her for years. Many years hence, she would fondly recall this unforgettable birthday. Sangsang mused that indeed, cakes, delectable treats, and fireworks were delights cherished by children. When Gun Yinan's excitement subsided, Sangsang retrieved a jade pendant from her pocket. Having earned a modest sum recently, this pendant, while not the finest, was the most extravagant gift she could afford at present. "Xiao, this peace pendant is my gift for your birthday. May you find safety and joy wherever you go," she said. The little one beamed with happiness, while Sangsang pondered that she might not be able to accompany him for long. Yet she was determined to ensure her child's happiness for as long as she could. By the time they began their journey home, the sky had turned completely dark. Gun Yinan had reveled in the day's festivities, her emotions so vivid that words were unnecessary. The mother and son walked back under the moonlight. The distance was short, yet the night imbued the atmosphere with a serene stillness. Fortunately, they were not far from the village. However, just halfway through their trek, the birds in the nearby woods suddenly took flight, startled by some unseen force. Sangsang's instinct sharpened, and she swiftly pulled Gun Yinan behind her. Suddenly, a wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, its eyes gleaming red and breathing heavily. Alarm surged within Sangsang. Such creatures had never been seen near the village before, only rabbits and wild chickens at most. Glancing towards the distant glow of the village, she realized that calling for help might be too late. Though fear gripped her heart, she quickly made a decision, scanning her surroundings until her eyes landed on a large tree. Without hesitation, she lifted Gun Yinan and placed him on the lowest branch, whispering urgently, "Xiao, and climb higher and hold onto the branch tightly. I will come for you shortly, all right?" Before Gun Yinan could respond, Sangsang seized a sturdy stick and struck it against the ground, deliberately making noise to divert the boar's attention. The boar, drawn to the sound, charged fiercely toward Sangsang. As she ran, she initially restrained her fear to reassure Gun Yinan, but as the distance widened, her terrified screams echoed through the mountains. She ran for what felt like an eternity, the relentless boar showing no signs of relenting. Seizing an opportunity, Sangsang scrambled up a tree. In that moment, she recalled her childhood escapades of climbing trees to steal fruits from her grandmother, feeling a surge of wisdom. Clinging to the trunk, she dared not relax, as the boar below continued to ram into the tree with fervor. "Oh dear, do you not feel pain? Perhaps we can negotiate? Let me go, and I shall prepare a feast for you," she pleaded, but the only response was the relentless thumping of the boar against the tree. Heavens above, am I to meet my end at the hands of this beast? At that moment, Sangsang gripped the stick she had initially picked up, glancing between it and the frenzied boar below. With a determined effort, she snapped one end of the wooden stick, creating a slightly sharpened point. Gritting her teeth, Sangsang thought to herself, if death is inevitable, it is far more dignified to take the initiative than to be gored by a wild boar. By taking charge, there might still be a chance for survival. Seizing the moment when the boar charged at a tree in a frenzy, she struck the stick again to produce a sound. And as the boar lifted its head, she thrust the sharpened end forcefully into its eye, leveraging the momentum of her descent. A surge of warmth erupted forth, and Sangsang, unwilling to relinquish her grip, exerted all her strength to drive the stick deeper into the creature's body. Yet, the boar, despite its injury, rammed her against a nearby trunk. causing a sharp pain in her back. Still, she did not waver until the frenzied beast trembled a few times and fell silent. Only when the boar lay still did Sangsang gradually release her hold on the stick and slowly open her eyes. To her horror, she found that the stick had penetrated the boar's neck. She collapsed beside the still, bleeding creature, taking a while to regain her composure. Remembering that Gunyenin was still perched in the tree, she hurried towards that direction. Meanwhile, Gunyenin, having not seen Sangsang return for quite some time, had already climbed down and was making his way toward her. The mother and son locked eyes almost simultaneously, though Sangsang remained motionless. At that moment, Gunyenin rushed toward her, crying out, "Mother, mother! I thought you were gone. It's all right, don't cry, I'm fine, really. Look." To reassure him, Sangsang stood up, enduring the pain in her back as she spun around. "See? Nothing is wrong." Once the little one calmed down, she asked, "What did you just call me?" "Mother." The cherubic child leapt into her embrace, and in that instant, Sangsang felt no pain at all. Her heart swelled with maternal warmth. "My dear little one, let us drag this wild boar together." Chapter 14. The unexpected Sangsang had not anticipated that this terrifying encounter would cure Gunyenin of his reluctance to speak. The greatest challenge for someone with autism is the unwillingness to vocalize. Once he began to do so, everything else would fall into place. The wild boar weighed over 200 pounds, and Sangsang used vines to bind it securely. She placed a few wooden sticks underneath and linked the ends with more vines, thus creating a rudimentary sled. As the descent was downhill, dragging it down the mountain would not require excessive effort. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Sangsang hesitated to leave Gunyenin alone there. What if another beast appeared? Sensing her unease, Gunyenin tugged at her sleeve and softly suggested, "Mother, I will call Grandpa Li. You wait here." Sangsang was momentarily taken aback by the realization that her child could now speak. But she quickly recognized this as a sensible compromise. She reached out and ruffled Gunyenin's small head, saying, "Go ahead, be careful. Mother will wait for you here." Gunyenin swiftly ran towards the eastern end of the village, shortly thereafter leading the proud old man along. Sangsang greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Li, humph. Your mischievous little rascal dragged me here without uttering a single word." At this moment, Gunyenin had already grasped Sangsang's hand, half hiding behind her. Sangsang gently patted his back and continued, "Uncle Li, little one was frightened on the mountain earlier. I hope you can forgive us. We would like to ask for your assistance in lifting this wild boar, but we will need to summon the village head and his family as well. It would be too heavy for just you." Old Li then noticed the wild boar lying in the darkness, with several bloodstains on Sangsang's clothing. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "I can carry this by myself." With that, Sangsang and her son watched as he approached the 200-pound boar, took a deep breath, and effortlessly hoisted the animal onto his shoulder, vines still clinging to it. The mother and son stood in astonishment as Old Li turned back. "What are you standing there for? Let us go." Could one imagine a seemingly refined old gentleman in a long robe carrying a pig so effortlessly? Sangsang regained her composure and quickly took Gunyenin's hand to follow. "So, how do we slaughter this pig? You can slaughter pigs?" Sangsang was even more astonished. What exactly did this old man do? Why all the fuss? "It's just a pig. What can I do? Go heat some water." As Old Li prepared to take his knife, Sangsang hurriedly intervened. "Wait, Uncle Li. This large pig is far too much for me to consume. I was thinking of inviting the village head to see if anyone else might need it, so we could sell it cheaply. What do you think? It's your own business. Why ask me?" "All right, I'll go now. Uncle Li, please wait here. Yenin, get some water for your Grandpa Li." Sangsang hurriedly ran off. Old Li glanced at a corner of the yard where a wooden board stood propped up, adorned with paper inscribed with several characters. "Did your mother write that? Is she teaching you calligraphy?" In response to Old Li's inquiry, Gunyenin tilted his little head and replied, "Yes, it's written by my mother." He then filled a cup with water from the kettle and offered it to Old Li. Old Li inquired further, "What can you write?" "Show me." Gunyenin picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and earnestly began to write on the paper. He inscribed the characters for heaven, earth, and man. The strokes, though juvenile, conveyed a sense of earnestness. Old Li observed the 4 characters, nodding slightly. Not bad." At that moment, Mo Sangsang returned with the village head and several families from the village. Upon seeing Mo Sangsang, Gun Yinan ran forward and called out, "Mother!" The village head remarked, "Sang girl, has your little one learned to speak?" Mo Sangsang nodded. Yes, he was holding back some thoughts before, but now that he has let go, he is speaking naturally. She refrained from mentioning that he had been frightened in the mountains, yet Oldly cast her a knowing glance, choosing not to expose her. Mozong pointed at the wild boar and said, "Village chief, such a large wild boar is beyond my capacity to consume. Let us distribute it according to everyone's needs, at a price lower than the market rate." The villagers expressed their delight and began to deliberate on the distribution. Ultimately, Oldly did not have to slaughter the pig, as there was a designated butcher in the village. Mozong retained the pig's head and a hind leg, and, thinking of Gu Jingci, also kept the liver for soup. Gu Nianan pointed at the intestines. Amused, Mozong playfully poked his nose and remarked, "What? Are you no longer averse to the smell?" Gu Nianan, feeling bashful, retreated to his small table to write. After the pork was allocated, the villagers departed, and it was already past the hour of the dog. This was Old Li's first interaction with the villagers, and it was indeed a rare occasion of merriment. Mozong decided to invite the village chief and Old Li for dinner. While she busied herself in the kitchen, the village chief took the opportunity to tell Old Li, "Old brother, you should have ventured out more. Look, in the years since you moved here, few people know you." Old Li chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, old brother. I have grown accustomed to solitude. However, today is indeed lively." At the dinner table, Mozong presented dish after dish, proclaiming the distinct taste of the wild boar compared to the meat from their own farm. There were cold pig ears, rib soup, braised pork, crispy tenderloin, and a stir-fried dish. The village chief exclaimed, "My, Mozong, your culinary skills are remarkable. I have never seen such exquisite dishes." Mozong chuckled. "These are merely my experiments during idle times. If you enjoy them, I shall prepare them for you often." The village chief, pleased with the meal, eagerly agreed. Oldly glanced at Mozong, but continued to eat nonchalantly. Gun Nianan, seated nearby, was also relishing the meal, his mouth smeared with grease. Mozong brought a bowl of liver soup, specially prepared for Gu Jingci, into the room to feed him dinner. Outside, the village chief was still conversing with Old Li, saying, "Old brother, this girl Mozong is indeed pitiable. Raising a child alone is not easy. That Gu lad has been bedridden, and there's no one to assist her. Yet, she perseveres and endures through these tough times. Now little Nianan can speak. Surely, life will improve for them." Old Li inquired, "Her husband is in a coma?" The village chief replied, "You didn't know?" Old Li responded, "I did not." The village chief then began to recount the circumstances surrounding Gu Jingci, and by the end, even Mozong was unaware of the details. However, she learned from the village chief that Gu Jingci was actually a scholar, and, had he not fallen into a coma, he would have participated in the imperial examination this year. Mozong pondered the plot of the novel, realizing it had not mentioned this detail. Could it be that she had forgotten? Just as she was lost in thought, the village chief called her back to reality, for they had finished dinner and were preparing to express their gratitude before heading home. The two elderly men, having found camaraderie, left the house together, and at the door, the village chief called out, "Qingfeng, I'll come find you for a drink tomorrow." Old Li waved his hand, and they each returned to their respective homes. Chapter 15, Prelude to Turmoil. Since the last conversation between the village chief and Old Li, their relationship has grown notably warmer. The chief has taken to escorting Old Li around the village daily, leading the once aloof elder to become more familiar with the villagers. Gun Yinan, emboldened to speak up, has also become much more vivacious. Nowadays, anyone who encounters her in the village cannot help but praise what a remarkable child she is. As the autumn harvest season approaches, Dr. Zhang's clinic has ceased collecting mugwort and mint, and the villagers have begun their preparations for the harvest. In contrast, Mo Sangsang finds herself rather idle each day. It has been quite some time since her last visit to town, primarily due to her unpleasant encounter with a group of ruffians during that trip. She often frets, wondering why others who traverse into stories possess some sort of golden finger, while she does not have any such advantage. Lost in her thoughts while seated in the courtyard, she was suddenly roused by a knock at the door. Gun Yinan set down her pen and scampered to open it. "Good day, Grandpa Li." Mo Sangsang was taken aback by Gu Nianen's greeting and rose to see Li Qingfeng standing there, her surprise evident. Uncle Ali, what brings you here? The old man, as proud as ever, replied, What? Can't I come? Of course you can. Please, come in and have a seat. Old Li, with a look of mild disdain, thought to himself, why does this girl seem so daft? However, he quickly dismissed this minor annoyance, remembering that the girl is a good cook, and thus he forgave her. Are you going to the market in town? Mo Sangsang's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly yes. I was just lamenting how many things are missing at home. Yet I fear encountering those ruffians again. Uncle Li, what made you decide to go to town? The village chief, guiding the ox cart, chuckled. I had to drag him along. Otherwise, with his temperament, he wouldn't have gone at all. By the way, Sangirl, the Autumn Harvest Festival is in a few days. You should come. Autumn Harvest Festival? Mo Sangsang asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, every year before the harvest, there is a ritual to express gratitude for the favorable weather and to bring the villagers together. Mo Sangsang was inclined to participate, as she found the ancient agricultural ritual culture quite fascinating. Upon arriving in town, Mo Sangsang looked around nervously, wary of running into those unsavory characters again. Uncle Li, what are you planning to buy? May I accompany you? The barbecued ribs from last time were quite good. Huh? What? To the market. Oh, all right. For a moment, Mo Sangsang was taken aback, sensing something peculiar about the proud old man today. Gu Nianen, grasping her hand, chimed in, Mother, I also want to eat sweet and sour ribs. The village chief replied, Very well. You two go explore, and we shall return to the village together at noon. With that, he led the ox cart to another part of the street. Mo Sangsang, along with Gu Nianen, followed Old Li to the market. At the same pork stall as before, the owner, seeing Mo Sangsang approach, was pleasantly surprised. Young lady, it's been a while. What would you like to buy today? A rack of ribs and 2 pieces of pork belly. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. However, this person truly embodies the adage that one fears what they encounter. They claim to wish to avoid those ruffians, yet here they are. The butcher hastened his movements, quickly packaging the goods for Mo Sangsang. Miss, you should depart promptly. These individuals inquired about you last time, and now that you have crossed paths again, they surely will not let this chance slip. Mo Sangsang accepted the items with gratitude. Li Qingfeng, who had been lingering nearby, interjected, purchased 2 more pig trotters. He then pointed towards the approaching individuals, casting a downward glance towards Gu Nianen. Are these the fools in question? Gu Nianen nodded, indeed. They were the ones who chased after my mother last time. Old Li snorted, hands clasped behind his back. Is it merely for these few trifles that you have avoided town for months? Mo Sangsang gazed at Li Qingfeng in exasperation. Uncle Li, I am but a delicate maiden, unable to triumph in a confrontation. Furthermore, how had her companion become so familiar with this old man? Just wait. With that, she strolled leisurely towards the group of men. Li Qingfeng, donned in a long robe, appeared every bit the scholarly figure, and the ruffians hardly regarded him with any seriousness. Yet, upon his arrival before them, the trio of ruffians first paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Old man, are you here to pay us protection money? Old Li remained silent, but suddenly struck with astonishing speed, dispatching the ruffians to the ground, howling in pain. Now then, and you dare to bully others in the street with such feeble skills? You old fool, do you know who we are? Just you wait. Gu Nianen clapped her hands in admiration. Grandpa Li, you are truly formidable. Mo Sangsang also raised her thumb in praise. Indeed impressive. Only the butcher expressed concern. Miss, you should leave quickly. This gang consists of more than just 3, and they are backed by the mayor. We do not fear ruffians, but rather the conflict between civilians and officials. Mu Sangsang fool heblao. Li Qingfeng, however, snorted dismissively. What kind of official is a mere town mayor? Let us go. Buy whatever you need. I will wait here. Mo Sangsang was naturally worried. In this era, power could easily dictate a person's life, and she did not wish for this old man to come to harm because of the incident. Let us go, let us go. I assure you, there is no danger. I will naturally meet you at the town entrance at noon. Unable to withstand Li Qingfeng's insistence, Mo Sangsang hurriedly led Gu Nian and towards the apothecary. hoping against hope that the person she sought was still there. However, upon arriving at the apothecary, her hopes were dashed. Not only was the individual absent, but even Dr. Zhang was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, she learned unsettling news. After hastily purchasing the necessary items, they made their way to the town's entrance, remaining vigilant against potential retaliation from the ruffians. Finally arriving at the town entrance, they found the village chief and oldly leisurely sipping tea and chatting, with no signs of distress in the vicinity. Sangsang approached Old Li with curiosity, ready to inquire, but he merely waved his hand with a smile. Since Old Li chose not to speak, Sangsang felt it inappropriate to press further. Upon reflecting on the words spoken earlier by the innkeeper, a sense of unease settled within her, persisting until she returned to the village. There, she observed the villagers bustling about in preparation for the autumn harvest festival. Ultimately, she resolved to inform the village chief, as this matter was of grave significance concerning lives at stake. The ox cart halted at the doorstep of Sangsang's home, where the village chief was assisting in unloading the goods, preparing to depart. Sangsang spoke up. "Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Would you and Uncle Lee be able to come inside for a moment?" Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Uncle, I visited the apothecary earlier and learned some troubling news." The village chief rose to his feet, cautioning her, "Girl, from whom did you hear this? Such rumors should not be spread lightly. It could lead to dire consequences." "Uncle, I assure you what I speak is true." Li Qingfeng interjected. "What leads you to believe this information is credible?" "Uncle Li," she explained, "the last batch of mosquito repellent was purchased by someone from the military camp. This information was relayed to me by a clerk at the apothecary, and it appears that Dr. Zhang shares a rather close connection with them. What do you intend to do?" Li Qingfeng asked, not challenging her, but seeking her thoughts. Sangsang replied resolutely, "Regardless of the veracity of this news, we must treat it with utmost seriousness. Although our village is not the closest to the border, we are still within proximity. Should marauders approach, it would be prudent for us to prepare in advance rather than be caught off guard." Li Qingfeng fell silent, shifting his gaze towards the village chief. The chief inhaled deeply and stated, "This matter should not be made public. With the harvest festival approaching, our primary focus must be on securing the harvest. In times of conflict, the foremost priority is sustenance. Without food, even life itself would be in jeopardy." As a student of agricultural studies, Sangsang understood the vital importance of grain to the common folk. "What if we were to gather the grain first?" she proposed. "That is not feasible. The autumn harvest festival must include sacrificial rites. Otherwise, it could breed suspicion," the chief countered. "What if we conducted the rites tomorrow?" Li Qingfeng suggested. "Tomorrow? Is that even plausible?" The village chief exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't it worth attempting to see if it's feasible?" Li Qingfeng responded. "At this juncture, it is imperative for you, as the village chief, to consult with several respected elders in the village. Once they are in agreement, the village will certainly follow suit." With gritted teeth, the village chief relented. "Very well. I shall seek out a few elders to deliberate on this matter." As the village chief busied himself with the arrangements for the autumn harvest festival, Sangsang pondered her course of action should marauders indeed arrive. If it were only she and Gun Yin and a home, they could perhaps retreat into the mountains for a time. But there was also a bedridden individual in their care. She began to reminisce about the narratives within her books, noting that the protagonist's past was scarcely mentioned, mostly focusing on events following Jingci's arrival in the capital. What would be the reason for this? Sangsang ruffled her hair and carried a basin of water into the room. At present, Jingci appeared merely to be in slumber, betraying no signs of having been in a coma for nearly 2 years. "Jingci," she murmured, "I've heard of the turmoil at the border. Do you think anything might happen?" "Never mind. Why am I even asking you?" "Who cannot respond?" She sighed, deciding to check on the village chief's arrangements instead. After Sangsang departed, Gun Yin re-entered, poking Jingci's face, useless. However, by mid-afternoon, news arrived from the village chief that a harvest festival would be held the following day, and the agricultural harvest could commence the day after. Previously, while ascending the mountain, A cave had caught my eye, a perfect refuge if prepared adequately, concealed by the trees of the back mountain, and with the cave entrance camouflaged. It could serve as an emergency shelter. Sangsang, accompanied by Gun Yin Un, made their way up the mountain, intending to arrange the cave for their needs. With the recent encounter with wild boars still fresh in mind, Sangsang remained vigilant, observing her surroundings closely. Such caves are often home to ferocious beasts. And she took out a prepared fire starter, igniting a small fire at the cave's entrance and covering it with damp grass, which quickly filled the air with thick smoke. Shao and let us keep our distance. As the smoke drifted into the cave, they waited for about 10 minutes. And upon seeing no unusual creatures emerge, Sangsang took Gunyan into the cave. After extinguishing the fire, they entered the cave. Mother, what do we need this cave for? Gunyan inquired. We may need to stay here for a while. Better safe than sorry. On the second day of the harvest festival, as dawn broke, the villagers began their bustling preparations. Though the Gu family did not own any fields, they felt compelled to assist since they were participating this year. Sangsang led Gunyan into the threshing ground, where the village's significant events took place. By the time they arrived, the villagers were already diligently fulfilling their roles. Sang girl, come here, the village chief called out to Sangsang. Shao and go play. Sangsang instructed before approaching the village chief. Uncle, is there anything I can help with? Girl, your culinary skills are commendable. Go assist your aunts in the kitchen. He replied. All right. Over the days, Sangsang had grown familiar with the villagers, who greeted her warmly upon her arrival. Sang girl has arrived. I've heard from your uncle that your cooking is exceptional. Today, you must showcase your skills for everyone to enjoy. This was said by the village chief's wife, Mrs. Liu, affectionately known as Aunt Liu. Aunt Liu, Uncle was just flattering me. Our family does not easily praise others. Ever since we had a meal at your home last time, he has raved about it for quite some time. Sang girl, do not be modest today. Let us see your culinary prowess. Sangsang glanced at the ingredients and pointed to a slab of pork belly. Aunt, today I will prepare braised pork with preserved mustard greens. I happen to have marinated plenty of mustard greens last time. Mrs. Liu waved her hand enthusiastically. Excellent. We shall eagerly await your braised pork. In the southern region of Shu, braised pork exists, albeit with some variations in preparation. Women were not permitted to participate in the sacrificial rites, which were reserved for the men of each household. The ancients believed in the male as yang and the female as yin. Thus, women were not allowed to be present during the sacrificial process. Once the rites were concluded, the women would lay out the food on the table, while the offerings would be distributed among the households by the village's respected elders after the festivities ended. Mozong was quite fond of this ritual. Compared to certain outdated customs, this practice seemed more reasonable. It not only fulfilled the people's gratitude towards the heavens, but also served as an annual gathering for the villagers, allowing each household to present offerings and share the bounty amongst themselves. Served. With the enthusiastic call of an aunt, the crowd began to gather around the table, men, women, and children forming their own groups. The bustling kitchen staff started bringing forth the meticulously prepared dishes. Mozang's braised pork with preserved vegetables received unanimous praise from all present. Just as the festivities were in full swing, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly interrupted the merriment. The elders at the main table, along with the village head, displayed visible concern. Could it be bandits? The village head pondered aloud. Li Qingfeng leisurely set down his chopsticks, remarking, it should not be. Bandits would not brazenly enter the village like this. At that moment, the source of the noise became apparent. A group of riders clad in official attire galloped towards them. Halting at the edge of the grain-drying yard, the leader dismounted and inquired, is this Chuanjiang village? Is the village head present? The village head stepped forward and replied, I am but a humble villager. What brings you here, sir? The official spoke in a commanding voice. Due to the current unrest along the border and the absence of the imperial army, orders have been issued for immediate conscription. Each household must provide one able-bodied male to serve. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. The village erupted in murmurs. But the village head steadied himself and quickly extended an invitation. Honorable officials, you must be weary from your journey. Today we are holding a sacrificial feast. I kindly invite you to join us for a meal before proceeding with your duties. The officials glanced at their soldiers and then at the banquet table, dismounting their horses. A simple meal will suffice. We must continue on our way. Very well, the village head responded. Mozong, seizing the opportunity during the village head's conversation, had already pulled Aunt Lu into the kitchen, swiftly bringing out the dishes and filling a large basin with steamed buns to serve. After the meal, the inevitable loomed. But thankfully the village head had learned during the feast that this conscription was merely due to a shortage of personnel at the front and did not genuinely intend to send the villagers into battle, which brought him some relief. Honestly, if there were another way, our general would never resort to conscription. He cares for the common people more than anyone else. One soldier remarked. Shut your mouth, damn you, came the reprimand from a comrade, causing the soldier to realize his blunder and promptly fall silent. Under the soldier's scrutiny, each household with male members was recorded. Although the village head had 2 sons, both were studying at the academy in town, and with exams approaching, it was clear that one would need to be sent. The dilemma lay in deciding who. Ultimately, the village head resolved to inscribe his own name. Aunt Lu wiped away a tear, saying nothing. When it came time to register Mozang's household, the village head quickly interjected, Sir, the Gu family. The husband has been in a coma for nearly 2 years. The only one capable in the household is this girl, who also cares for a 5-year-old child. Indeed, a virtuous wife, the registering soldier remarked, leaving Mozong surprised by the unexpected compliment. Chapter 17. An arm was gripped, brother. You are the only one in your family. You need not go. Li Qingfeng nonchalantly remarked, an old man with no attachments can depart. After saying this, he turned to Mo Sangsang and added, Child, I'll leave these boxes of bees in your care. Unsure of how to respond, Mo Sangsang merely nodded. Fortunately, there were still a few days before their departure. The following day, families resumed their busy autumn harvest, and no one mentioned the previous day's events. Mo Sangsang took the village chief's ox cart to the market, returning with a substantial amount of grain, as prices were significantly lower before the harvest. Once the autumn yield was collected, this would be considered stale rice. Their home boasted a modest cellar where Mo Sangsang stored all the provisions and then took some items up the mountain. After preparing, she sought out the village chief once more, urging him to advise the villagers to relocate any valuable possessions, lest chaos arise and they lose their lives over material goods. With the conscription looming, the village chief's words resonated, and each family understood the gravity of the situation. Those with cellars stored their goods within, while others borrowed space from neighbors who had cellars, with the remainder accompanying Mo Sangsang into the cave. For several consecutive days, the village buzzed with activity. On the eve of the conscription's departure, 2 individuals returned from the town, the village chief's sons, Hong Yu and Hong Xian. Why have you returned? The village chief inquired. Father, there are bandits in town. The academy urged us to return home immediately. Without waiting for further explanation, the village chief grabbed a gong and stepped outside. Moments later, the village was illuminated with lights. Aunt Lu instructed her sons, quickly, help pack. We must head to the mountain. Mo Sangsang heard the sound of the gong. She had no belongings to gather, having already moved everything necessary to the mountain. Even her money was well hidden. However, she observed the towering Jingci, at least 6'3", pondering how to transport him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Li Qingfeng entered, tossing a bundle to Mo Sangsang before hoisting Jingci onto his back and striding toward the mountain. Thanks to prior arrangements, within half an hour, everyone had made their way to the cave, gathering within its confines. Village chief, is it true that there are bandits in town? The villagers questioned. The village chief gestured to his eldest son, Hong Xian. You explain. Several wealthy merchants have already been robbed, and the academy only dared to send us home under the cover of night. Hong Xian replied. Next to Mo Sangsang lay Jingci, while she cradled Gu Nian in her arms. Uncle, merely retreating to the mountain may not suffice. If the bandits truly arrive and find no one in the village, they will undoubtedly turn their attention to the mountain. Sangsang, speak your mind. In times like these, preserving life is paramount. Mo Sangsang took a deep breath. Set fire to the village. Her words fell into a profound silence within the cave. But what if the bandits do not enter the village? Someone ventured, clinging to hope. There are no what-ifs. We must prepare for the worst. Houses can be rebuilt, but a life lost is irretrievable. Mo Sangsang was never one to waver at this moment. Her focus was solely on preserving their lives, with everything else being secondary. An elder spoke up. We should heed this girl's counsel. With the elder's endorsement, opposition dissipated. Village chief, we are currently unaware of the situation down the mountain. Who dares to set the fire? What if we encounter bandits? A moment of silence enveloped the group, until Li Qingfeng rose to speak. It is merely a matter of igniting a fire. I shall undertake this task. A few young men stood up, saying, Uncle, allow us to go. You should rest. Only Mo Sangsang realized that Li Qingfeng was indeed the most suitable choice for this endeavor. However, given the circumstances, it was imperative for the villagers to participate, as this would facilitate the subsequent management of the situation. Uncle Li, let the young ones handle it. You should take a break. After checking their torches, the young men made their way down the mountain. During this time, the cave remained eerily silent, devoid of conversation. After half an hour had elapsed, the young men returned. The village chief promptly inquired, Huzi, what news? Uncle, fortunately, we acted swiftly. After we finished burning, we entered the mountains and saw a group of people at the village entrance. They appeared to be bandits, cursing and muttering that someone had arrived before them. A wave of fear swept through the crowd upon hearing this. Li Qingfeng asked, Did you set fire on the mountain? Huzi shook his head. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, we extinguished the torches and hid at the foot of the mountain, watching as they circled the village before finally leaving, still cursing. The village chief sighed in relief. Thank goodness for Sangsang as quick thinking. Otherwise, we would all be in grave danger today. The villagers cast grateful glances towards Mo Sangsang. She waved her hand, urging them not to rush to thank her. Though the bandits have temporarily retreated, we cannot guarantee they will not return. We must remain vigilant. What Sangsang says is true. Unbeknownst to the villagers, Mo Sangsang had gradually gained a certain influence in Chuanjiang village. A fact unnoticed by all except for one person. Li Qingfeng, casually holding a stick, spoke. Tomorrow marks the day the conscription team is to depart. Do you think the officials will arrive? Mo Sangsang replied confidently. They will not. If they have the leisure to recruit new soldiers, the bandits would not have intruded. Does that mean we need not go to the battlefield? Someone asked. Mo Sangsang clarified. There are advantages to the officials not coming. If they do, it indicates we may safely descend the mountain. However, if they do not arrive, it means the bandits still linger in town, rendering the area unsafe. Old Li regarded Mo Sangsang with admiration. Although she had spent years in the laboratory, there was no fool among those who had achieved her level of expertise. In the days that followed, the villagers took refuge in the cave. The men either took turns gathering intelligence or formed hunting parties, while the women tended to the children and organized supplies within the cave. The mountains held ample resources. As long as they did not descend, safety was assured. Due to Jingci's unique circumstances, Mo Sangsang used a curtain to shield him, facilitating his cleaning and dressing. One day, a person who had ventured out returned with news that the bandits seemed to have relocated, yet the surrounding situation remained tumultuous. The village chief convened a meeting, where some expressed a desire to rebuild the village, while others feared the bandits might return. After much contemplation, Mo Sangsang remarked, given the current uncertain situation outside, it is too perilous to recklessly descend and reconstruct the village. It will be wiser to wait a bit longer until it is completely safe. In the meantime, we can prepare the cave surroundings and stockpile more food. As the villagers recognized the wisdom in Mo Sangsang's words, they unitedly resolved to follow her plan, putting forth their collective effort to endure this challenging period. During this time, Gunyan had grown less clingy to Mo Sangsang, often remaining by Li Qingfeng's side, the two of them engaging in mysterious activities that puzzled Mo Sangsang. Despite the harsh conditions, Mo Sangsang diligently administered massages and care to Jingci 3 times daily, never faltering in her commitment, earning praise from the villagers. In the stillness of night, as the villagers slept soundly in the cave, a sudden wolf howl shattered the tranquility. It was the first time they had heard wolves since ascending the mountain, startling the men outside the cave awake. Quickly, grab your weapons. That howl sounds alarmingly close, and there must be more than one, the village chief urged. There are indeed multiple, Li Qingfeng affirmed. Mo Sang awoke, glancing at the positions of Gu Jingci and Gu Nianan, gripping the wooden stick she had for protection. The howling grew increasingly nearer, and the group tensed, their eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Hu Zi stood guard at the entrance with a few young men. Suddenly, the pack of wolves appeared, prompting the men to wield their sticks and engage in combat. Mo Sang, reluctant to loosen her grip on her weapon, prepared to step outside, but her arm was seized. Shaoan, be good and stay with your father. Mother is going to help. Mo Sang called, not turning back, her gaze fixed on the cave entrance. In her moment of distraction, she failed to realize that the hand restraining her was not Gunyan An's, and she pulled aside the curtain to exit. Inside the cave, the able-bodied men from the neighboring village were fighting, while the women were in a state of panic. Mo Sang, furrowing her brow, shouted, "Stop crying. Quickly. Make a fire. Beasts fear flames." In an instant, it seemed as though they had found their anchor, and one by one, they began to heed Mo Sang's instructions. Igniting a fire, Mo Sang felt a surge of fear herself. Although she was a modern youth, she had never faced such a multitude of wolves. At that moment, behind the curtain, Gu Jingci and Gu Nian exchanged wide-eyed glances, with Gu Nian wearing an expression of helplessness. Hu Zi, gather your group and attack that wolf. Li Qingfeng's voice echoed into the cave. Mo Sang's eyes brightened as she addressed those inside. Whoever can still move. Grab a torch and follow me. Though Hu Zi and the others were initially perplexed, they recognized the strength in Li Qingfeng's command and began to strike at the wolf that had been lurking menacingly at the edge. This wolf was notably larger than the others, and as it was surrounded, it snarled and began to retaliate against Hu Zi and his companions. Seizing the moment, Li Qingfeng produced a bow, aiming at the leaping wolf and releasing the arrow. The wolf, preoccupied with attacking Hu Zi and his group, failed to notice Li Qingfeng's presence, allowing the arrow to pierce its abdomen. Mo Sang emerged from the cave with several women, urging, quickly, while the lead wolf is down, drive them away with the torches. With their leader slain, the wolf pack, now bereft of direction, scattered in disarray. Oh dear, I thought I was destined to perish at the jaws of that wolf today. Who could deny it? Having evaded the bandits, I believed my end was still near. To my astonishment, a group of old and young men sat limply on the ground, seemingly drawing large breaths to confirm their survival. Tiger leapt before Li Qingfeng, inquiring, "Uncle Li, how did you discern that wolf was indeed a wolf? And how did your archery become so precise?" Li Qingfeng, annoyed by the question, gestured towards Mo Sang, saying, "Ask her, does she not also know that wolf was a wolf?" The eyes of Tiger and his companions brightened as they dashed to Mo Sang, who was tending to the villagers' wounds, and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, how did you know that the dead one was a wolf?" Nian, a small figure, emerged from the cave, rushing to embrace Mo Sang. "Mother, my father has awakened. What did you say?" Mo Sang thought she had misheard. Nian turned, pointing at the cave's interior, where the curtain had been drawn aside. The man who had previously lain on the bed was now seated upon a stone. Having sensed his height while lying down, it was now evident how imposing he appeared when seated. Girl Sang, why are you dawdling? Hurry inside, urged Aunt Wang, giving Mo Sang a gentle push, prompting her to react. Meanwhile, her mind lingered on the notion that he was supposed to awaken after 3 years, yet here he was, stirring after just 1. Gu Jingci regarded Mo Sang standing at the cave's entrance, propping himself up against the stone bed. How could she describe this man? She had known from novels that he was portrayed as handsome, and having cared for him for some time, she acknowledged his appeal. Yet, it paled in comparison to the breathtaking sight of him standing now. Tall and graceful, he exuded an air of refinement and nobility, his demeanor almost ethereal, and his beauty unparalleled. Such descriptions seemed insufficient. Although clad in simple cloth, which Mo Sang had tailored larger for convenience, it could not obscure his striking appearance. It was no wonder that the female protagonist would fall for him at first sight later on. Sangsang steadied her thoughts, refusing to be beguiled by his exterior, and approached him. "You shouldn't stand just after awakening," she said, gently assisting him to sit down. Her demeanor conveyed neither excessive familiarity nor cold distance. Jingci remained silent after awakening, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sangsang. As she supported him, he could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from the one who had cared for him during his slumber, her eyes seemingly imbued with unspoken feelings. No one knew of his past life. Upon his return, he had been unconscious, unaware of his surroundings. He searched for Nian, recalling that months into his coma, his mother had succumbed to illness, and it was only through the villagers' generosity that he had regained consciousness. Yet, when he finally beheld Nian again, she was no longer the emaciated child of his memories, but rather a well-cared-for little girl, not yet 5, dressed neatly and cleanly, though still somewhat frail, entirely unlike one who had been neglected. It was only when the door swung open that a woman entered, one whose visage he could not recall from his memories. Later, he learned the name of that woman, a name that had only existed in his memory from a past life. Why, at this moment, did it manifest so vividly as a living being? Subsequently, he found himself perpetually by her side, aware that she had returned. Yet lying in bed much like in his previous life, with the sole difference being that his consciousness was now awakened. Sangsang waved her hand before Jingci's eyes, perplexed and mused. Could it be that lying down for too long has rendered him foolish? Nian observed her father, who was fixated on his mother. Jingci also snapped back to reality, asserting, "I am fine." Sang silently exclaimed. Good heavens, what a melodious voice. The author never mentioned that the male lead had such a captivating tone, while she claimed not to be enamored by appearances. She could not deny the allure of his voice. She had always relished listening to radio dramas, and his voice was nothing short of regal in that realm. Jingci noted the myriad expressions that flitted across Sangsang's face and recalled her previous remarks about leaving once she awakened. It seemed she had reiterated this sentiment more than once. The man's demeanor suddenly turned somewhat frigid. Sangsang thought to herself, "This truly is the future prime minister." His ability to change expressions rivals that of a Sichuan opera performer. However, she maintained her composure and said, "You should sit for now. As you can see, we are residing in this cave. There are bandits below, and our conditions are far from what we are accustomed to at home. Please bear with it." With that, she turned and exited the cave. Nian stood beside Jingci, inquiring, "Do you wish to send mother away? How had it come to this?" "Come here." Nian hesitated before approaching, adopting a defiant stance, as if to say, "I am not afraid of you." Jingci pinched his cheek, teasing, "You little rascal. I remember you have pinched my face more than once." Nian widened his eyes in disbelief. "No. How could father possibly know I pinched his face?" Jingci retorted, "What? Are you scared?" Nian declared, "I am not afraid of you. If you wish to send mother away, I will leave with her." Chapter 19. Not as concerned, Jingci clenched his jaw. All right. I should have known your temperament was peculiar. I once thought it was due to your leg injury, but it seems it is simply your nature. Do you want your mother to stay?" Jingci inquired. "If you wish for her to remain, you must obediently stand by my side. I am aware of your face-pinching antics. Do you know what your mother has said to me?" Jingci never believed that his son would display such obedient behavior in front of Sangsang. A freshly emerged fox could hardly contend with a cunning, seasoned one. Nian found himself gradually cornered into his own territory by his father, whose sole objective was to retain the one they both wished to keep. "Miss Sang, is the young master of the Gu family all right?" Aunt Lu inquired. "He is fine. He merely needs to rest a bit after waking up," Sangsang replied. "Oh my, this journey up the mountain to evade trouble has had its silver lining. The young master of the Gu family has awakened. Indeed, may the Bodhisattva bless us." Sang gazed at the simple villagers before her. Who could find joy in such a matter? And it was no wonder that in the original text, the villagers could support Jingci and his father with just a bowl of rice each. The village chief was directing the villagers to carry away the deceased wolf when Sangsang hurriedly intervened. "Uncle, please take it over to the creek to clean it up. The wolf meat is edible, though it may be a bit charred, given our current predicament. It's certainly better than having no meat at all. We shall heed Sangirl's advice." Sangsang had been busy outside with the villagers and had no intention of entering, particularly as she was uncertain about how to face Jingci. Meanwhile, Jingci had been waiting for Sangsang to come to him, but even at lunchtime, she had yet to approach him. It was Gunyan who brought him his meal. Sangsang found herself in a predicament. The male lead had suddenly awakened, and she was utterly unprepared. Especially in the current situation, where everyone was crowded together, she felt as though she was sharing a bed with the male lead. She even began to wonder if the female lead would murder her upon discovering this. Jingci was filled with vexation. In the evening, while Sangsang was cooking with the village women, Jingci emerged, leaning against the wall for support. "Oh dear, young Master Gu, you've just awakened. It's unwise for you to venture out alone. If you were to fall and injure yourself, it would only cause trouble for Sangirl." The ants exchanged words, each one subtly defending Sangsang. Jingci thought to himself, had he known she would be so well-liked, he would not have been surprised by her popularity. Sangsang approached him. "Why are you out here?" The distance between them was a good 10 feet, and she looked up at him. She sensed a hint of grievance in his expression, but quickly shook her head to dismiss such unrealistic thoughts. How could the male lead possibly feel wronged? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her as she looked at Jingci. "Do you need to use the restroom?" "Oh no, I mean the outhouse." Indeed, he hadn't used it since last night. Upon hearing this, Jingci's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Stop talking." Sangsang thought he was merely embarrassed and seized the opportunity to assert her presence. "Actually, there's no need to feel shy. It was I who helped you change and wash while you were unconscious." Jingci closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He should have known. Shouldn't he? This woman, who had only existed in vague memories in his past life, had captivated his attention for nearly a year in this life. He ought to understand her nature by now. "I can't walk. You need to support me." Sangsang stepped forward, steadying him. Previously, she hadn't noticed, but now, as they stood so close, she felt his presence was overwhelmingly strong. Even in silence, he was impossible to ignore. As she assisted him back, she tentatively began to speak. "Well," Jingci waited for her to continue, finding this woman before him different from what he had known. She was vibrant and alive, whether cooking, working in the fields, or confronting the thugs in town. She was far from a passive woman. Sangsang gathered her thoughts, feeling a bit anxious as she spoke. "Actually, I am not your wife. Your mother bought me for 6 taels of silver." Sangsang. "So, now that you have awakened, could you, out of consideration for how well I have cared for you and your son, return my contract to me? Rest assured, I shall provide you with silver." Jingci looked at Sangsang before him. Although he had heard these words numerous times, hearing her utter them face-to-face today felt far more disheartening. Noticing Jingci's silence, Sangsang continued, "Rest assured, once I obtain the contract, I shall depart far away and will not cause you any further inconvenience." Jingci felt an unyielding tension within him. His expression was so frigid it could freeze water. Were it not for the years spent navigating the treacherous waters of politics in his past life, where he learned to mask his emotions, he would have wished to silence this incessant woman before him. Sangsang, however, was oblivious to his inner turmoil. Her sole desire was to leave a favorable impression on the male protagonist, hoping to secure her own survival. "What about Shaoan? He calls you mother." Jingci was acutely aware of his lack of standing in her eyes and had to use Gunyan as an excuse. Sangsang was at a loss. She had previously intended to leave as soon as the male protagonist regained consciousness, but in recent days, Gunyan had clung to her, and she had come to genuinely regard him as her own child. "What if Shaoan stays with me?" Sangsang's voice softened, acknowledging her guilt. Jingci couldn't help but smile in exasperation, having lived 2 lifetimes. This was the first time he had been so angered. His own son wished to leave with his stepmother, and she was intent on taking him away. leaving him entirely out of the picture. Taking a deep breath, he uttered 2 words. 1 year. What 1 year? Sangsang quickly pondered the plot in her mind. But it seemed that this year held no particular significance. Jingci gazed at Sangsang, articulating each word with precision. 1 year. In a year, I must travel to the capital to participate in the imperial examination, so I will be quite occupied. I need you to help me care for Xiao, and during this time. Sangsang had a habit of fidgeting with her fingers whenever she contemplated something. But at that moment, as she supported Jingci, she was unaware that her fingers were rhythmically tapping against the man's arm. Jingci had previously noticed this quirk. He had observed her bargaining while shopping, selling ginseng, and even squatting in the fields. Each time, she unconsciously displayed this behavior. Sangsang did not deliberate for long. Since she would remain in the village for a year, it posed no issue. She could also seize this opportunity to earn some money, and once the male protagonist departed for the capital, they could part ways amicably. All right, I agree to your terms, but you must return my contract to me after 1 year. I trust you will not go back on your word. I shall not. Jingci replied with unwavering certainty, for the contract would indeed be returned, and the manner of doing so would be his decision. Chapter 20. Unrealistic aspirations that night. The villagers gathered together, engaging in idle chatter. Several clan elders and a few respected figures sat in deliberation about their future. We cannot remain on the mountain indefinitely. We must descend and ascertain the current circumstances. What say you, Brother Qingfeng? The village chief now held a blind faith in Li Qingfeng, the origins of which remained unclear, whether it stemmed from his prowess in hunting wolves or the result of their time spent together recently. Li Qingfeng remained adorned in his long robe, setting him apart from the villagers, even amidst the mountains. It was time to investigate. Alas, tomorrow, let Huzi take 2 capable individuals down to gather intelligence. Jingci sat beside Sangsang, refraining from joining the conversation, as the gathering comprised the elders of the village. However, as he observed Li Qingfeng, a moment of astonishment washed over him. Li Qingfeng, if his intuition served him right, this was the only scholar in the history of the Yu dynasty who excelled in both literature and martial prowess. He had not anticipated that after waking 2 years earlier, he would encounter this esteemed individual. He recalled that many had sought this man, only to later hear news of his sudden demise. Sudden death? He found it hard to believe. It was likely that someone, denied what they desired, resorted to murder. He had mourned this loss for a time. At that moment, Sangsang found herself in a predicament. A few days prior, this man had been in a coma, and sharing a bed with him had posed no issue. However, now the prospect of sleeping in the same bed as the male lead, even with Gunyanin in between, made her uneasy. After all, her life was at stake. If her memories served her correctly, the female lead was notoriously jealous and had dealt with more than one woman who harbored affection for Jingci. But to suggest that someone as astute as Jingci was unaware, that would be a blatant deception. Mother, I'm tired, Littlin murmured, rubbing her eyes. Sangsang replied, if you are sleepy, why not go to bed with your father first? Mother will wait a little longer. Jingci noticed Sangsang's utter reluctance to share a bed with him and cast a glance at Gunyanin. Mother, I want to sleep with you. Littlin protested. Sangsang's heart screamed. Who could resist such an adorable little dumpling? Resolutely, she thought, so be it. If she were to perish, she would pack her belongings and leave once a year had passed. Fortunately, this was a cave housing dozens of people, which eased her anxiety. Jingci glanced at the child sleeping beside him and Sangsang, his usually stoic face softening considerably. However, while the mother and child slumbered peacefully, Jingci found himself unable to sleep. He quietly rolled out of bed and tiptoed out of the cave. Should Sangsang awaken, she would see that he moved with remarkable ease, requiring no assistance. Upon exiting the cave, he discovered another person sitting outside. After a brief moment of surprise, he approached Li Qingfeng and bowed respectfully. In his previous life, few had earned his admiration, but Li Qingfeng was among them. I quite like that girl, Li Qingfeng remarked, seemingly disregarding Jingci, his gaze fixed on the distance as if speaking to himself. Indeed, she is remarkable, Jingci replied. I hear you are a scholar? Indeed. Will you participate in the imperial examination next year? Certainly. What are your thoughts on the current emperor? Those capable should hold positions of power. The two exchanged questions and answers, and after this exchange, Li Qingfeng turned to regard Jingci with a solemn gaze. Thereafter, silence fell between them. The following day, Huzi descended the mountain with a few companions to gather news. When Sangsang awoke, Jingci was no longer by her side. She inwardly clicked her tongue, realizing that the male protagonist truly was the author's favorite child. How could someone who had been in a coma for so long suddenly be so agile? As before, Sangsang made every effort to avoid Jingci, fearing that she might succumb to the allure of his beauty. What would she do then? At noon, Huzi returned with several companions. The village chief anxiously inquired about the situation. Huzi, what is the status? Uncle, although the border remains chaotic, it is fundamentally under control. Does that mean we can descend the mountain? Someone asked. The village chief did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to consult with several elders of the clan. Very well, let's prepare the meal. Some families had already begun to pack their belongings. Sangsang remained unhurried. Continuing her task of crafting grasshoppers for Gunyan and Jingci was also summoned by the village chief, as there were few educated individuals in the village. And Jingci, being a scholar, was deemed capable of providing insight. Though he had been unconscious before, now that he had awakened, it was expected that a scholar's intellect would surpass that of those who toiled in the fields. As Jingci approached, Sangsang was lost in thought with the grasshopper in hand, momentarily unaware of his presence. He crouched down, observing her, and inquired, What are you pondering? Startled by the sudden voice, Sangsang shot him a reproachful glance. Jingci realized he had frightened her and awkwardly rubbed his nose. He was aware that the girl avoided him daily. He simply did not wish to pressure her, fearing it might drive her away prematurely. At 17, he saw himself as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, while she, having been brought by her mother at 14, was now merely 15, a suitable age for marriage in the Great Yu dynasty. Yet, to him, she still appeared as a mere child. Sangsang glanced at Jingci and said, Could you please not stand so close to me? Realizing her words might have been hurtful, she added, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that you are quite handsome, and standing so close feels a bit inappropriate. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, but Jingci still heard her. With a smile curving his lips, he stood, Let us pack our things. We shall descend the mountain. All right. Gunyan suddenly appeared, beads of sweat on his forehead. Mother, are we going down the mountain? Yes. I will gather our belongings. You could go play with your father. Sangsang handed the grasshopper to him. Thank you, mother. Gunyan took the grasshopper and ran to Jingci, expressing his reluctance. Father, mother wants me to keep you company. With a longing to return home, the villagers hastened their packing. However, upon seeing the charred remains of houses reduced to mere walls, some could not suppress their tears. Eventually, an elder scolded, Why are you crying? If our houses had not burned, it would be us who perished. In an instant, the sound of weeping ceased. The village chief declared, All right, each family should check what remains of their possessions, and then discuss the matter of rebuilding. After Sangsang and her companions returned, they surveyed their surroundings and turned to Jingci, expressing satisfaction that at least several walls still stood. It was perplexing how optimistic this girl could be. Aunt Wang next door had a far better situation, and he could even hear the sounds of her sobbing. Sangsang approached the cellar entrance, peered inside, and then patted her chest in relief, thankful that the cellar remained untouched. If we tidy this place up, it can be habitable, but we must expedite the construction. Autumn is fast approaching, she remarked while starting to organize the area. Then she recalled something else, suggesting that a simple fix would suffice, given that he would be heading to the capital after a year. Was this unappealing girl implying that since he would be attending the provincial exam, the house could be carelessly managed? How could he possibly entertain such impractical thoughts? Chapter 21. A brief interlude in house construction in the village. Many houses still stood, and erecting new ones before the autumn chill set in was not an insurmountable task. Furthermore, The recent events had fostered a stronger sense of unity among the villagers. However, as is often the case, a troublemaker emerged. The village chief was gathering the able-bodied residents to assist in repairing the houses. To ensure fairness, he prioritized a few elder families while the rest of the order was determined by lottery, and everyone seemed agreeable to this arrangement. Yet, just as preparations were underway, an unfamiliar individual appeared. Jingci leaned in and whispered to her, "This man is Wang Lai, notorious in the village for his unruly behavior. A few years ago, he left under dubious circumstances, and now, inexplicably, he has returned." It seemed Wang Lai had heard a rumor that the villagers had set fire to his house, and he was now stubbornly refusing to leave the village chief's home, demanding that the villagers repair his house at no cost. The village chief, infuriated, retorted, "Wang Lai, your house was practically reduced to a single wall. Do you really expect the village to fund its repair? Have you no shame?" In a fit of rage, he added, "If you refuse to fix it, I will simply move in with my mother." The village chief trembled with anger, powerless against such a rogue. Sangsang, initially there to borrow an ox cart from the chief, could no longer stand idly by and stepped forward. "If you claim the village set fire to your house, do you have any evidence?" Wang Lai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, "Isn't that what everyone says? It must be true. Do you have any proof?" "I recall that making false accusations could lead to punishment," she challenged. Wang Lai, enraged and embarrassed, snapped, "What do you know, little girl? Stay out of this. It's a matter for our village, not yours. She's my wife." Jingci unexpectedly interjected, having approached without her noticing. Upon seeing him, Wang Lai's gaze darted nervously, as if intimidated by Jingci. Sangsang was momentarily stunned by his declaration, oblivious to his presence beside her. Despite Wang Lai's underlying fear of Jingci, he was determined to seize the opportunity for gain. Thinking to himself, wasn't he had said that Jingci was on the verge of death? Why does this person appear as though he could vanquish a tiger? Jingci turned to the village chief and said, "Chief, please notify the authorities. Given the current turmoil at the border and the shortage of personnel, I believe the government would be quite willing to send someone." Sangsang observed Jingci and thought to herself, "Truly, he is destined to become a future high official. His actions are decisive and ruthless." The village chief agreed and sent someone to report to the authorities. Wang Lai hurriedly rose, no longer daring to linger at the village chief's doorstep. He muttered a threat before making his escape. Wang Lai's incident was merely a minor interlude. The villagers paid him little mind, as everyone was preoccupied with building their homes, unwilling to waste thoughts on a scoundrel. Fortunately, most houses required only renovations. Sangsang decided to construct her house at the back, opting to demolish the existing structure and rebuild entirely on the original foundation. Jingci took great pleasure in watching Sangsang diligently oversee the construction, while she contemplated the year ahead, wishing for a sturdy dwelling to avoid any future issues. Desiring comfort in her living space, a month swiftly passed, and each family in the village moved into their new homes. Before relocating to her new abode, Sangsang had taken the blankets hidden in the cellar and aired them out thoroughly. "Mother, can't I sleep with you? I don't want to sleep with father." Since their time in the cave, Gunyan had always slept beside Sangsang. Although a separate room had been prepared for him during the construction of a new house, Sangsang preferred him to continue sleeping with Jingci, considering he was only 5 years old. "No," Jingci's stern voice interrupted before Sangsang could voice her thoughts. Gunyan glared at his father and protested, "Why not? I want to sleep with mother. Either you sleep with me, or you sleep alone. Choose one. Father, you are so annoying." With that, Gunyan stormed into the little room Sangsang had prepared for him. Sangsang turned to Jingci and remarked, "He is still young. There is no need to be so strict." Jingci opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Forget it. As his father, you surely have your reasons. Since today marks our housewarming, let us prepare some delightful dishes to celebrate." In an effort to make amends with the little bun, Sangsang selected dishes that Gunyan favored, while Jingci assisted her. Sangsang casually inquired, Do you have any particular flavors you enjoy? The book had mentioned that the heroine often prepared pastries for him, suggesting he had a penchant for sweetness. Sangsang sighed inwardly, realizing they were not of the same ilk. Jingci replied, I prefer something with a stronger flavor. Oh, what did you say? Strong flavor? I thought you liked sweet things? Sang unwittingly voiced her thoughts aloud. Jingci looked at her, questioning, How did you know I liked sweet food? Oh no, how'd that slip out? I guessed. Anyway, the food should be ready. Go call Xiao and to dinner. He is probably still upset with you. Jingci refrained from pressing further, though confusion lingered in his mind. He had never enjoyed sweetness, and in his past life, everyone assumed he did. After glancing at Sangsang, he went to call Gunyanin, but when he knocked on the door, there was no response. At such a tender age, one's temper is quite formidable. Jingci pushed open the door to find Gunyanin seated at his small desk, practicing calligraphy. What? Do you not intend to keep your mother here? What does that have to do with my desire to sleep beside my mother? She is my wife, wouldn't you agree? Do not pretend to be sweet and charming before me. You are my son, and I know precisely what you think. Oomph, you are truly useless. You cannot even keep my mother here. If she wishes to leave, I shall certainly follow her. Jingci ground his back teeth. You little rascal, I assure you. That day shall never come. At the dining table, Sangsang sensed an unusual tension between the father and son, yet she could not articulate what was amiss. Xiao, how would you feel about your mother sending you to school? Gunyanin set down his chopsticks, his cherubic face contorting into an expression of distress. Does mother find me bothersome? Not at all. It's simply that children your age should begin their education unless the family is unable to afford it. How could your mother possibly think you a nuisance? Then, mother, do you wish for me to study? Sangsang found the boy's thoughts rather peculiar and felt compelled to correct him. Xiao, going to school is about acquiring skills for yourself, and only through education can one discern right from wrong. Moreover, learning enables you to grow and venture further in life. Your mother does not want you to be overwhelmed by the imperial examination. It's not that the examination is undesirable, but rather that each person has their own path to tread. In time, you'll understand this. Yet, regardless of what you pursue, learning is essential. Do you comprehend? Understood. Mother, it was the first time Jingci had encountered such notions. Do you consider the imperial examination a good thing? How could I have forgotten this matter? As the saying goes, the more one explains, the more confused it becomes. So Sangsang opted for silence. Let me inquire with the village head about the nearby school. Just as she attempted to rush out, a lean yet strong hand grasped her. Chapter 22. What utter nonsense! Jingci hatet mo Sangsang. Pointing at Gunyanin. He wishes to learn. There is no need for him to attend school, as he has already found a tutor for himself. Has he not? Sangsang was utterly perplexed, while Gunyanin glanced at his father. Did you say it yourself, or shall I speak for you? Sangsang remained baffled. What did it mean to have found a tutor for oneself? Jingci chuckled. Gunyanin replied, Mother, I have been studying with Grandpa Li these past few days, and he said I could participate in the children's examination. Sangsang blinked, breaking free from Jingci's grasp, and approached Gunyanin. So when you often say you're going out to play, you're actually studying with Grandpa Li? Mother, you won't be upset with me, will you? Sangsang, both exasperated and amused, replied, Why would I be upset with you? It is wonderful that you love to learn, but why did you not tell me? I was under the impression that you disliked studying. She then planted a kiss on Gunyanin's cherubic cheek. Xiao, and how impressive. You can even participate in the children's examination. By the way, since you are officially studying under Grandpa Li, you must adhere to the proper etiquette. I will prepare some items for you. Gunyanin blushed from the kiss, while Jingci merely pinched the pad of his thumb. Mother, Grandpa Li mentioned that he does not favor such formalities, which is why he kept it from you. Sangsang has been put in a difficult position. If those who are esteemed do not appreciate these customs, then her eagerness could be seen as a nuisance. Wouldn't it? However, after a brief moment, she pondered anew. Since he dislikes such ornate rituals, surely bringing him delicious food daily would be acceptable? Indeed, that is the plan. With that thought, she hurried into the kitchen. The father and son stood in the courtyard, exchanging glances of perplexity. Jingci remarked, Since you are learning, Dedicate yourself to your studies and refrain from bothering your mother with trivialities. Gu Yanran replied, Are you envious that mother treats me with more affection than she does you? Gu Jingci sighed. Ah, another day of contemplating the demise of my son's innocence. Observing the diligent figure of Mo Sangsang, Gu Jingci could not help but admit his jealousy, a sentiment he was reluctant to relinquish. Yet, the recollection of her deliberate avoidance stung. He, once a formidable chancellor capable of swaying the court, found himself utterly powerless against her. Indeed, Mo Sangsang was intentionally evading Gu Jingci, striving to limit their interactions. After all, with plans to depart in a year, it was prudent to limit entanglements. That day, after delivering a food box to Li Qingfeng, she resolved to visit the mountains, having neglected them for quite some time. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, she was curious about the current state of affairs in the town. Yesterday, she had visited the village head's home, where she learned that the 2 children attending school in town had yet to return, suggesting that the situation remained unstable. Uncertainty loomed over her future. She yearned to earn money, not out of desperation, but for the peace of mind that silver would bring should she decide to leave. It was disingenuous to claim she was untroubled. Gu Jingci's presence was overwhelmingly palpable. Although she sought to avoid him, under the same roof, encounters were inevitable. Meanwhile, Gu Jingci was absorbed in his reading at home, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the door. Ordinarily, Mo Sangsang would have returned by now after delivering the meals, but today she was notably late. After enduring an hour of anxious waiting, he could no longer remain seated and set off for Li Qingfeng's residence. Just as Gu Yanran was coming home from school, he noted that his daily routine mirrored that of a student, attending in the morning and returning in the afternoon, with Mo Sangsang delivering lunch. Where's your mother? Gu Jingci inquired. Mother delivered lunch and then returned home, Gu Yanran responded. A wave of concern washed over Gu Jingci as he turned to Gu Yanran. You return home and wait for her. I shall visit the village head's house. If your mother returns, stay with her. Do you understand? This marked the first instance of Gu Jingci exercising such patience in conversation with his son. Although a father, he had always been stern and had never regarded Gu Yanran as an ordinary child. Gu Jingci contemplated numerous scenarios regarding Mo Sangsang's whereabouts, even entertaining the notion that she might leave without a trace. After all, she had never fully integrated into the family, and, at times, traces of fear could be discerned in her expressions. As he made his way, his face darkened. Upon nearing the village head's home, he noticed several individuals engaged in idle chatter at the drying yard. They beckoned him over upon seeing his approach. I have matters to attend to at home. I shall visit another day, he replied curtly before turning away. Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang had diligently caught an abundance of fish and shrimp from the stream in the mountains. As dusk approached, she began her journey back, basket in hand. As she approached the foot of the mountain, Mo Sangsang spotted Gu Jingci coming down. The moment Gu Jingci laid eyes on Mo Sangsang, he exhaled in relief. Feeling a bit awkward, Mo Sangsang lifted the basket she was holding and suggested, Shall we try something different for dinner tonight? Gu Jingci stepped forward to take the basket from her hands, reminding her to inform the family if she would be late next time. Mo Sangsang nodded in agreement. For some reason, she sensed that the expression on his face was rather grim, and she thought it best to remain silent. At the entrance of the house, Gu Yanran was sitting on the threshold, and upon seeing Mo Sangsang, burst into tears. Mother, where have you been? She sobbed. It was only the second time Mo Sangsang had witnessed Gu Yanran cry so heart-wrenchingly, and for a moment, she felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to comfort her. Looking back at Gu Jingci for assistance, she found him merely carrying the basket inside without offering help. Dearin, your mother caught many fish, along with some shrimp and crabs. How about I fry some spicy fish for you tonight? After considerable effort, Mo Sangsang finally managed to soothe Gu Yanran, and she then hurried into the kitchen to begin her preparations. As usual, Gu Jingci helped with the fire, but today his demeanor was not as calm as before. After dinner, once Mo Sangsang had settled Gu Yanran, she prepared to retreat to her room. Typically, at this hour, Gu Jingci would be in his own quarters. But today he stood before her door. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mo Sangsang felt a twinge of apprehension. Let us talk, he insisted. Could we not do this tomorrow? It's already quite late. Are you afraid of me? Gu Jingci's tone was assertive. How could I be, even if I were afraid? I wouldn't voice it, Mo Sangsang thought to herself. If you're not afraid, why do you avoid me? There is no need to worry about what happened a year ago. Mo Sangsang lowered her head, acknowledging we shouldn't have entangled ourselves too deeply. Gu Jingci took a step closer, asking why not. The proximity startled Mo Sangsang, causing her to step back instinctively, losing her balance and nearly falling. Yet, instead of tumbling down, she was caught by a pair of strong hands, bringing them even closer, as if she were almost enveloped in his embrace. Mo Sangsang froze, wanted to pull away, but found herself utterly powerless. Oh dear! Could it be that the male lead has been waiting for too long and wishes to indulge himself? That thought quickly vanished from her mind. When I was unconscious, were you the one taking care of me? Gu Jingci asked. Yes, she replied. Then did you see everything? Mo Sangsang widened her eyes at Gu Jingci, internally screaming, what kind of lewd words are you uttering? Chapter 23. A family shop with a firm push. Mo Sangsang stepped back from Gu Jingci. At that time, you were a patient. It was different. Besides, I couldn't just ignore you, could I? And what about now? Gu Jingci seemed determined not to let Mo Sangsang escape easily. What do you mean by now? Gu Jingci advanced step by step. Will you now ignore me? Mo Sangsang continued to retreat until her back was pressed against the resilient osmanthus tree that had survived the flames. I beg you, don't come any closer, she implored. Beg? Gu Jingci paused, looking at Mo Sangsang, taken aback by her use of the word. Had he truly instilled such fear in her? Gu Jingci did not advance further, pursing his lips and stating, if you are concerned about matters a year hence, there is no need for such avoidance. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey, returning within 3 months. With that, he turned and retreated into his room. Once inside, Gu Jingci sat at his writing desk, reflecting on all the intersections of his past and present with Mo Sangsang. What exactly was she afraid of? Mo Sangsang was not foolish. Though she had never been in love, had she not perused romantic novels? To speak of his future excellence aside, even in the present, he was an outstanding individual. Yet, she was acutely aware of the narrative. She could not simply plunge into it. Regardless, her life was paramount. She truly wished to avoid being pursued by the female lead in the future. Moreover, from the novels, it was evident that Gu Jingci had only ever married one wife, indicating his deep affection for the female protagonist. Both harbored their own thoughts, yet neither chose to shatter the fragile veil of silence. The following morning, Mo Sangsang, as was her custom, ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It was only upon touching the stove that she realized it was warm, with congee simmering and buns already steamed. Had Gu Jingci prepared this? Glancing towards the room that, at this hour, would typically have its windows flung open, she murmured. Has he already departed? Indeed, Gu Jingci had left, setting out before dawn to complete certain tasks, but not before visiting Li Qingfeng. The two sat across from one another. Gu Jingci regarded Li Qingfeng and solemnly declared, during my travels, I hope you will watch over Sangsang and her child. Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, querying, why should I assist you? Gu Jingci rose, bowing respectfully. Sir, I am aware of your noble aspirations for the world. Yet it is precisely because the court is ineffectual that you have chosen this retreat. Do you know who I am? Li Qingfeng asked. Can you truly believe in the past and present? What do you mean? Are you suggesting you hail from a previous life? Gu Jingci bowed again. If I return safely, I shall reveal to you the full story. In the coming months, I kindly ask you to look after Sangsang and her child. After a prolonged silence, Li Qingfeng finally nodded. Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang's days passed in relative tranquility. She busied herself with household matters. Recently, news had reached the village that the situation at the borders had stabilized, and she was curious to see for herself. Thus, when the village head took the Zhou brothers to the academy, she accompanied them to town. She was also contemplating ways to earn money, as her true desire was to purchase land given her familiarity with agriculture. However, the thought of leaving in a year caused her to abandon that notion. After wandering through the town and purchasing various items, Sangsang observed that many shops were shuttered. The rice store remained operational, but numerous restaurants were among the closed establishments. At the rice shop, after selecting some seasonings, she casually inquired, "Shopkeeper, why are so many shops in town closed?" "Ah, it's all due to the chaos of war. If it weren't for my rice shop being well-stocked, I dare say I would have left as well. Thankfully, we have weathered the storm." Observing the closed shops outside, Sangsang asked, "Are any of these shops available for rent or sale?" The shopkeeper replied, "My dear, are you interested in purchasing a shop? There is such a notion, but with the owners having departed, who would one approach to buy it? This is quite simple. In the Great U, there are regulations stating that abandoned shops left due to war shall be verified and taken over by the authorities. If the young lady wishes to make a purchase, she may inquire at the county office." "Thank you. The county office?" She indeed yearned to take action. And instead of buying land, wouldn't it be wiser to acquire a shop? Should she depart later, it could be left for Gun Yenin as well. However, according to the shopkeeper, such abandoned shops must be purchased through the county office. A spark of inspiration ignited within Sangsang, prompting her decision to visit the county office another day. "You mentioned wanting to go to the county?" Li Qingfeng asked, pointing at Gun Yenin's book while tilting his head in curiosity. "Yes. Uncle Li, what do you think about me acquiring a shop and starting my own business?" Li Qingfeng did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked, "While the Great U does not discriminate against commerce and is relatively tolerant towards women, it has been historically perceived that merchants are of a lower status, and women should refrain from exposing themselves too openly. Do you realize that once you embark on this path, your future will inevitably become fodder for gossip? Yet, isn't life more precious than the opinions of others when faced with starvation?" Upon hearing Sangsang's words, Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You are quite perceptive, my dear. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not say more. However, let me accompany you to the county office." Sangsang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. The journey from Luo Chuan Town to Yun County took about an hour by ox cart. Initially, Sangsang planned to rent a cart in town, but just before departing, Li Qingfeng appeared with the village chief's ox cart. Upon reaching the county office, the proceedings went surprisingly smoothly, and Sangsang secured a shop in a favorable location for an incredibly low price. Clutching the thin piece of paper, she grinned foolishly for a long while. To acquire such a fine shop for merely 50 taels was beyond her expectations. If not for the need for funds later, she might have contemplated purchasing another one. Although she had earned a bit from the mosquito repellent last time, it was only a little over 200 taels. Renovating the shop and purchasing various items would require additional funds, so it was prudent to conserve her spending. She tucked the property deed away and cheerfully said to Li Qingfeng, "Uncle Li, let us go. I'm treating you to a meal today." Li Qingfeng could hardly conceal his disbelief. "Isn't it just a shop in town? You're this excited over a mere shop?" "Of course. It's mine. Uncle Li, do you know the feeling of having something to call your own and the sense of belonging that comes with it? Are you at odds with that lad from the Gu family?" Li Qingfeng deduced from Sangsang's words that she felt no sense of belonging to the Gu family, which translated to a lack of security. Sangsang shook her head. "Not exactly. It's just that one must always consider oneself, right?" She wouldn't dare mention that she and Gu Jingci would part ways after a year. Meanwhile, in the border camp, Gu Jingci sneezed unexpectedly. Someone nearby chuckled. "Oh, could it be that someone is missing this heartless fellow?" Gu Jingci cast a cold glance in their direction. "Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm going home." Having been away for nearly 2 months, he was uncertain how that heartless girl at home was faring. "Shout the look. This will be ours from now on. This establishment is rather delightful. It is a quaint 2-story building, and even more appealing is the presence of a small backyard, which was presumably intended for culinary purposes, complete with all necessary kitchen appliances. The backyard also houses 2 additional rooms, making it a viable residence for the future." Gun Yenin joyfully darted around the shop, exclaiming, "Mother, will this truly be ours from now on?" "Indeed, once you pass the child examination, if you attend school in town, We can reside here, came the response. What? Do you think my teaching is inadequate? Sangsang quickly waved her hands. Of course not. I believe he should still interact with peers his age. In the future, while he attends classes at the school, you can assist him at home. And when there's nothing pressing, he can help me manage the shop. I will take care of you in your old age. Care for me in my old age? Are you seeking a free manager? Libo, let's not speak so plainly. Chapter 24. Quite polite in recent days, Sangsang has been exceptionally busy, devoting most of her time to the renovation of the shop in town and seeking suppliers for raw materials. To avoid unnecessary trips, she opted to clean the 2 rooms at the back of the shop first. The 2 rooms on the second floor were transformed into a study and a room for Li Qingfeng, though she had yet to inform the proud old man, intending to surprise him. The opening is scheduled for 2 weeks hence, but during this time, she has mostly been cooking in the shop, and the enticing aromas have attracted the attention of those nearby. Even the proprietor of the rice store across the street came to inquire. What kind of eatery is this young lady opening? The meals being prepared smell absolutely delightful. With a radiant smile, Sangsang replied, Uncle, my establishment is named Sure by Wei, specializing in an array of novel and delectable dishes, many of which I assure you, you have never encountered before. The rice store owner's eyes brightened. Does the young lady have any special ingredient requirements? My store may be small, but we carry a comprehensive selection of grains. Sangsang felt a spark of inspiration. Was this not a serendipitous supplier? Uncle, I have been struggling to find a suitable grain merchant. If your products are of high quality and reasonably priced, I shall procure my grains from you in the future. The proprietor was overjoyed. When your establishment opens, I shall certainly come to sample your offerings. As she reflected on the fruits of her labor over the past fortnight, Sangsang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. On the day of the opening, a series of firecrackers erupted at the entrance of Sure by Wei. The sound drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Sangsang stood at the door, beaming, Welcome, dear villagers. Today marks the grand opening of our little shop, with all dishes at a 20% discount, and a complimentary special snack for every customer. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly surged into the shop. What does 20% off mean? Someone called out loudly. Sangsang felt a wave of embarrassment. She had forgotten that such terminology was not yet familiar. She quickly clarified. A 20% discount means that if you spend 10 coins, you only need to pay 8 coins. Regardless of your total, you need only pay 80%. After her explanation, the onlookers understood and flocked into the shop. Inside, the decor was warm and elegant, with tables and chairs arranged neatly. One patron, puzzled by the setup, inquired, Are we to cook in the dining area? Mozong pointed to a low counter near the entrance and addressed the patrons. Welcome. Our establishment operates on a semi-self-service dining model. You may place your orders at the counter upon entering, make your payment, and receive a numbered token. Once your meal is prepared, your number will be called, allowing you to retrieve your food. How delightful and innovative, someone remarked. Mozong continued. If you're uncertain about what to order, do take a glance at the wall over here. It displays our entire menu. The guests looked up and indeed saw a wall adorned with an array of peculiar dish names. Intriguingly, each name was accompanied by an illustration. It was this very wall that had inspired Mozong to create a hand-drawn menu, meticulously sketching each dish after preparing it in the kitchen. Her artistic skills were honed both from her passion for drawing and her habit of hand-drawing cultivation processes in her notebook before embarking on new culinary experiments. Even Li Qingfeng, upon first seeing the wall, expressed his admiration. Before long, patrons began to place their orders. Li Qingfeng managed the transactions, while Mozong prepared the meals, focusing on quick dishes, predominantly ready-to-eat items, with the most complex being a simple noodle dish, as the toppings had been prepped in advance, making the task manageable. The first customer ordered a platter of marinated delicacies along with a bowl of sour soup noodles. With the addition of complimentary side dishes, the meal appeared quite appealing. The customer, experiencing marinated delicacies for the first time, eagerly dug in, and once the first bite was taken, the chopsticks hardly paused. After finishing, the patron wiped his mouth and exclaimed, Madam, your marinated delicacies and noodles are exquisite. This is my first time trying them. Mozong, confident in her culinary skills, smiled and replied, We will be delighted to welcome you back. Upon hearing this, others in the vicinity began to place their orders. By the end of the morning, the prepped ingredients had nearly sold out, prompting Mo Zong to hang a sold-out sign at the entrance. Oh dear, Miss Mo, I just got a moment to breathe, and I noticed your bustling business. How did you sell out so quickly? I was just saying I wouldn't be cooking at noon. Master Lu, not to worry. There is still some left for you. If you don't mind, please join my family for a meal. Not at all. I would love to. I've been salivating all morning just from the aroma in the grain shop. Lu stepped inside. Miss Mo, the decor of your shop is truly impressive. It's all my own handiwork. I cannot compare to your long-standing business in this town. Please, have a seat while I fetch your meal. Uncle Lu, would you care for some water? Gu Nian offered, presenting a cup. Li Qingfeng, managing the accounts, found it amusing that he was sitting in a shop, collecting payments. This must be Miss Mo's father? Brother, you are fortunate. Your daughter is quite capable. Li Qingfeng glanced at Mo Zong with pride. This girl only knows how to fuss over food. Master Lu replied, Brother, you are indeed blessed. Your daughter is talented, and your grandson is so well-behaved and sensible. As they conversed, Mo Zong emerged from the kitchen with a tray of dishes, cheerfully announcing, Master Lu, please do try. Lu Zhonggue picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, his eyes widening in delight. What a marvel! Miss Mo's culinary skills are truly exceptional. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Oh, how can one open a shop in this town without a greeting? Do you not regard us brothers? Recognizing the familiar voices, Sangsang furrowed her brow. Were those not the local ruffians? Lu Zhonggue explained, Miss Mo, you may be unaware, but these individuals are the town's troublemakers, backed by the mayor. That is why they act so brazenly. Vendors in the town, especially those without connections, are extorted under the guise of protection. It had been quite some time since Sangsang had seen these men, and she turned to glance back. Oh my, still a rather handsome young lady. Brother, this young lady is far more beautiful than your sweetheart from Ingshun Garden. Having not seen her in a while, the men did not immediately recognize Sangsang. Li Qingfeng set down his chopsticks and turned to look. One of the ruffians, trembling, pointed at Li Qingfeng and stammered. BB brother, it's that person from last time. Speak clearly. Which person? Sangsang noticed that the ruffian's elder brother either had poor eyesight or was severely nearsighted, unable to discern faces even at such a close range. With a swift motion, a chopstick embedded itself into the hair of the speaking ruffian, rendering him frozen in fear. The elder brother, now able to see the chopstick, shouted, You dare to act against me? Do you know who I am? A subordinate quickly intervened, Brother. This is the person from the market last time. Sangsang observed the subordinate whispering something into the ear of the elder brother, who suddenly fell silent, a smile appearing on his face. Oh, it is you. My apologies, I did not recognize you due to my poor eyesight. Since this is your establishment, I shall not intrude. Montag Sangsang Vasul Paising Ni Polita. Chapter 25. First update of 1,003 days after opening the shop. Sangsang lay on the table, her 10 fingers weary and reluctant to move. Mother, let me give you a back rub. Gu Nian was diligently massaging beside her. Thank you, Xiao. However, she realized that she needed to hire 2 helpers. While she could manage for a day or two, she would surely exhaust herself in the long run. Yet, when it came to hiring, she found herself in a quandary. Li Bo, how much silver should I offer if I hire someone from the village? Just the standard wage will suffice. Remember this. Generosity can turn to stinginess, and human hearts are hard to fathom. After pondering for a moment, Sangsang replied, I understand. Tomorrow, I will return home later and seek out Uncle Village Head to act as an intermediary. Li Qingfeng gave her a knowing glance. I am hungry. How can you exploit an old man like me all day? How could I dare to exploit you? I shall prepare something delicious for you right away. Sangsang retorted, heading towards the kitchen. Gu Nian followed her inside, cheerfully stating, Mother, I will help you light the fire. Xiao is wonderful. Sangsang praised. Have you completed today's homework? Bring it over for inspection. An ill-timed voice interrupted, and Sangsang murmured, What a stingy and proud old man. The next day, after closing the shop, Sangsang returned to the village and walked towards the village head's home. By the time she arrived, Dusk had fallen. She knocked on the door. "Oh, Miss Sang, what brings you here at this hour?" "Aunt, I seek to enlist Uncle's assistance. Is he at home?" "Yes, coming quickly." The village chief, puffing on his pipe, was somewhat taken aback by Mo Sangsang's arrival. "Uncle, I have brought a flask of wine for you, and I wish to request your help in finding someone to mediate." Mo Sangsang elaborated on her intentions, shaking the wine flask in her hand. "You girl, why such formality? Speak, what do you require of me? It is nothing of great consequence, merely that I wish to hire 2 women to assist in my shop, and I thought you might have some understanding of the villagers." The village chief responded. "Is that all? Indeed. Could you kindly recommend 2? This is a good deed. It is rather polite of you to approach me thus. Do you have specific criteria for these workers?" Mo Sang pondered for a moment, stating cleanliness, agility, and honesty would suffice. The village chief took a puff from his pipe and remarked, "There are indeed a few in the village who meet these criteria, such as the daughter-in-law Cui heir from Wang Dinyang's household and the widow Lu. Both are diligent workers." Mo Sangsang's eyes lit up. "Excellent, uncle. Could you please discuss the wages with them at the standard rate?" The village chief nodded. "I shall inquire tomorrow." "Ah, splendid. Thank you, uncle." Mo Sangsang returned home, ensuring she would be back at the shop around noon, as she had prepared all the necessary materials before leaving. Early the next morning, a knock resounded at Mo Sangsang's door. It was the village chief accompanied by widow Lu. As for Aunt Wang, her residence was nearby. A simple inquiry would suffice. Widow Lu appeared somewhat anxious, being a widow herself, yet the people of Chuanjiang village were kind. Had she been in another village, she might not have dared to step outside at all. Mo Sangsang welcomed widow Lu, while the village chief went next door, shortly returning with Aunt Wang, who appeared somewhat shy, followed by her daughter-in-law. However, this was of little concern to Mo Sangsang, who merely sought assistance. "Sister Lu, Sister Cui, our shop operates solely during the noon hours, so once you finish your tasks in the afternoon, you may return home. Work begins at the hour of the dragon, and the monthly wage is 500 won. Does that sound agreeable to you?" The 2 nodded eagerly, delighted by such generous compensation, which rivaled the earnings of their husbands. And the prospect of returning home daily was highly satisfactory for them. Upon returning to the shop, just in time for opening, Mo Sangsang intended to familiarize them with the workflow, determining who would manage the stove and who would handle washing the dishes. After a day of work, Mo Sangsang decided widow Lu would tend to the stove, while Cui heir would be responsible for collecting and washing the bowls and chopsticks, primarily because Cui heir was too shy to utter a word while at the stove, whereas widow Lu, initially reserved, soon became quite at ease. Chapter 26. Another 1,000 words with the addition of 2 more hands. Mo Sangsang truly found herself liberated, even able to freely Ching Feng from his post to the counter. In just half a month, the child examination would arrive. Ever since Elderly mentioned that he could partake, Li Ching Feng had been diligently preparing. "Elderly, do you believe it is appropriate for Littlin, at just 5 years old, to participate in the examination at such an early age?" Li Ching Feng cast a sidelong glance at Mo Sangsang, asserting that given it was a child's examination, there was no issue with his age. "You are the expert. It is your prerogative to decide." With only 3 days remaining until the examination, Mo Sangsang sensed that everyone, except herself, seemed to be occupied with their affairs. With the help now available in the shop, she was almost liberated from her burdens. However, idleness often leads to wandering thoughts. She pondered over when Jingci would return, recalling his words from before his departure. "What are you thinking, Mo Sangsang? He is the male lead, bound to another. If you wish to survive, it is best to maintain your distance." Mo Sangsang gave herself a light slap on the forehead. "Oh, has our Sang girl deemed herself lacking in intellect? Why strike your own head?" Mo Sangsang looked up to see the source of the voice. "Grandfather Zhang, how is it that after just a few months, you did not recognize this old man?" Shaking her head, she replied, "Didn't you say you were away for consultations? Have you returned?" "Yes, I came back yesterday. I heard there is a new shop in town and thought I would come to sample the offerings. What a fortunate coincidence to run into you." He continued, "What is this? Is the money for mosquito repellent running low? Have you taken to earning some silver?" Mo Sang ushered him inside. "Please have a seat." Take your time and see what you'd like to eat. Allow me to treat you to a feast today. Dr. Zhang understood then that this shop belonged to her. And as he considered Mo Sangsang's culinary skills, he felt a sense of anticipation. Girl, you've opened a shop, but what of your slumbering husband? Oh, he has awakened, but he is out on errands and has not yet returned. Awakened? Indeed, who could have worked such wonders? Dr. Zhang inquired, intrigued. He had examined Jingci before and found nothing amiss. This sudden awakening was certainly surprising. As Mo Sangsang served the dishes, she remarked, no one in particular. Perhaps he simply woke up from fear of being eaten by wolves. Meanwhile, far at the borders, Jingci had been sneezing repeatedly. Could it be that your cheap wife is thinking of you? A man clad in armor jested beside him. Jingci thought of Mo Sangsang and found himself hoping it was indeed her. Yet recalling her previous demeanor, he deemed it unlikely. I shall depart tomorrow, he informed the man beside him. Wait, I was merely jesting. Did you take that seriously? Do you truly harbor feelings for your inexpensive wife? Jingci remained silent, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Back in a small town, after attending to Dr. Zhang, Mo Sangsang felt an inexplicable emptiness. She muttered to herself, it seems I am too idle. On the day of the examination, Mo Sangsang closed the shop and, accompanied by Li Qingfeng and Xiao, headed to the county for their tests. Since the exam required 2 sessions, she planned to stay overnight in the county to avoid exhaustion. Conversely, Jingci, who had initially intended to leave the next day, found himself delayed by urgent matters and only hastened home on the 4th day. Upon returning to the village, it was already dusk, and he wondered why the door was locked. Could it be that no one had returned home? Using his key to unlock the door, Jingci sensed something was amiss. The house felt eerily desolate, as if no one had lived there for quite some time. An unsettling anxiety surged within him as he searched each room, discovering that Mo Sangsang and Gunyan and S belongings were missing. Even Gunyan and S study materials. In an instant, a chilling dread enveloped him. Had she left? They took Xiaoan away, yet left him behind? Chapter 27. 8,000 revisions of repetitive endeavors. Jingci, in a daze, sat in the courtyard for an indeterminate period until a voice broke the silence. Oh dear, I knew I heard a noise. Is that Jingci returning? Why is there no light? What are you doing sitting in the courtyard? Aunt Wang's loud voice instantly jolted Jingci back to reality. Jingci, why have you returned? By the way, you must not know that your wife took your little boy to the county for the children's examination, right? I must say, that girl Sang is quite remarkable. While you were lying there, she managed the household. You've just awakened, and after being gone for several months. Your wife not only opened a shop in town, but also took excellent care of your son. Just look around the nearby villages. How many 5-year-olds are capable of attending the children's exam? Aunt Wang chattered incessantly, and Jingci began to comprehend the situation. So she hadn't left? She merely went to the county? Those familiar with Jingci, who usually appeared calm and composed, would surely find amusement in witnessing him so lost in thought. Shui'er, hearing the commotion, hurried out. Knowing her mother-in-law's temperament, she quickly exclaimed, Mother, the meal is ready. You should return to eat. Brother Gu, Sister Sang is expected back tomorrow, but she likely won't return to the village. She and Xiao and mostly stay at the shop. Shui'er, typically reserved, had gained considerable confidence during her time at the shop. Once Aunt Wang and her daughter-in-law departed, Jingci finally rose from his previous position of stillness. Thank goodness. A mere 2 words encapsulated boundless relief. A peaceful night ensued. The following day, a carriage slowly approached Shaboy. Mother, am I really going to school? Yes, you must. You need to interact with peers, even if it means pretending to play with them. Why? Gunyan in question, perplexed. Li Qingfeng replied. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. Early brilliance often leads to early demise. Mo Sang shared a similar sentiment. She initially thought merely participating in the children's examination would suffice, but she hadn't anticipated the competition would be so fierce. This tale must begin with the announcement of results today. She knew her little dumpling was clever, but she had not expected him to excel to such an extent. First place. A cursory glance revealed that at least 200 participants entered the children's examination, with children under 12 eligible to compete, though most were over 8. The little one stood out in the crowd, and this was not merely a matter of stature. Moreover, he astonishingly secured first place. When others inquired about when her child started school, she promptly fabricated a tale that his father was a scholar and that he began learning early. Should anyone discover that the child had only studied for a few months to achieve such results, it would undoubtedly stir considerable gossip in the vicinity. Xiao, listen to your mother. When others ask when you began learning, you must say 3 years old and that your father is a scholar. Do you understand? Mother, Xiao understands. Good, in due time, it will all be fine. You need not worry so much. Even if there are challenges, your old man will handle them. Li Qingfeng spoke with an air of casual assurance. Ah, we've arrived. We first alight from the carriage, and I will prepare a delicious meal for you and Grandpa Li. As Mo Sangsang leapt from the vehicle, she spotted a figure standing at the entrance. In that fleeting moment, she forgot to turn back and embrace Gu Nian. Gu Jingci approached with purposeful strides and naturally lifted Gu Nian from the carriage. Old man, I must return to the village for a while. I will come back to the town in a few days to teach this little one. Matters concerning the school can await my return. Without waiting for Mo Sangsang's response, he gestured for the carriage to depart. Ah, you are back. When did you return? Mo Sangsang exclaimed. Perfect timing. Little one achieved first place in the exam. We shall celebrate his success tonight. Though her words were cheerful, a flutter of unease quickened her heartbeat. As she opened the door, she inwardly berated herself, feeling utterly useless. After 3 months of separation, the atmosphere between them had grown increasingly peculiar. Little one, please take your father to the room. I shall prepare dinner. Unable to endure the suffocating tension, Mo Sangsang sought an excuse to slip away hastily. Gu Nian slid down from Gu Jingci's arms, her face contorted in disdain. Why are you back? Gu Jingci, am I not supposed to return? You left so abruptly. Life at home hasn't changed in your absence. Gu Jingci gritted his teeth. So, your implication is that this family is the same with or without me. Gu Nian raised her chin defiantly and strode forward. This is your room. I shall sleep with mother. Without waiting for a response, she dashed off. The room was fully furnished. Even his usual set of ink and brushes lay upon the desk. In that moment, Gu Jingci felt a weight lift from his heart. Thus, she had no intention of leaving, and had even prepared a room for him here. Mo Sangsang, can I claim that all the items left behind were intended for Gu Nian? Gu Jingci, no. Chapter 28. A trip to the privy, a night passed in silence. The following morning, Mo Sangsang rose, as usual, to prepare the day's ingredients. Upon opening the door, she found an unexpected presence in the courtyard. Ah, she had forgotten that Gu Jingci had returned. Good morning, she greeted, the air thick with awkwardness. What shall I assist you with? Gu Jingci inquired. Though it was merely a question, there was an undeniable firmness in his casual demeanor that Mo Sangsang could sense. Realizing refusal was futile, she replied, I need to sort some ingredients and prepare the side dishes. You likely wouldn't know how. I can manage on my own. Gu Jingci stepped closer, their height difference becoming more pronounced in such proximity, heightening the sense of pressure. I will help you. Ultimately, Mo Sangsang was unable to successfully refuse him. Gu Jingci accompanied her in the kitchen, assisting in gathering all that was needed, while Lun Yangzi and Shui Er arrived as well. Mo Sangsang found Gu Jingci's behavior increasingly strange. He followed her everywhere, and several times she nearly inquired about his intentions. Yet she held her tongue, until now, when she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Gu Jingci, what do you truly mean by this? Do you have nothing else to occupy your time? Why are you following me? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the examination in the capital? Her inquiries flowed in rapid succession, betraying her genuine irritation. To her surprise, Gu Jingci merely laughed, which only served to further incite her anger. This marks the first occasion that Gu Jingci has witnessed any emotion on Mo Sang's face beyond her usual calm indifference. He initially presumed she harbored no feelings towards him at all. Indeed, the suggestion from that unreliable individual seemed implausible. Yet it offered him a glimpse of a different side to himself, prompting him to consider assisting once more in the future. Noticing Gu Jingqi's impassivity, Montaksang, somewhat gritting her teeth, remarked, "Are you really going to follow me to the restroom?" Upon hearing this, Gu Jingci finally restrained his smile, standing upright, though the tips of his ears tinged with a faint blush. He turned away, naturally refraining from following her, yet he would eventually do so. Mo Sang widened her eyes, internally questioning if the male lead had lost his mind. She dismissed him and, in a huff, retreated to her room. Gu Jingci gazed at her departing figure, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. He himself was astonished by this transformation. In his previous life, he had squandered too much time on hatred, living in a constant struggle with others, exhausting and wearisome. Yet now, to have the opportunity to relive his life and encounter her again, though uncertain if she remained the same. Everything seemed different this time around. Slowly lifting his gaze, he directed his attention towards the direction of the capital. Sunlight cascaded upon his handsome visage, outlining a resolute and profound contour. Gu Jingci narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring softly, "It is imperative to address those who should not exist in this life as soon as possible." His voice seemed to dissipate like whispers in the wind, yet the determination contained within was as steadfast as rock. As his words lingered in the air, his gaze sharpened, seemingly capable of piercing through the vast distance to reach a corner of the capital. Meanwhile, after returning to her room, Mo Sang felt quite vexed. Gu Jingci's current demeanor starkly contrasted the descriptions in the book, leaving her filled with confusion. She could not fathom why Gu Jingci appeared as though he had transformed into a different person. Could it be that she was reading a pirated version of a novel? Unable to make sense of it, she decided to abandon the thought and lay down, falling into a deep sleep without realizing it. Throughout the evening, Gu Jingci grew increasingly anxious, worried that Mo Sang's prolonged absence might indicate something amiss. Thus, he enlisted the help of Gun Yinan, urging, "Go call your mother to dinner." He gently nudged the boy forward. Gun Yinan looked up. "Why don't you go yourself? Have you upset her?" Gu Jingci felt a pang of guilt. Was this clever little rascal truly so astute? Yet he maintained a composed facade, replying, "I cannot enter your mother's room without her permission." Utterly ineffectual, Gun Yinan muttered 3 words before proceeding to knock on the door. "Mother," he called, knocking for quite some time before receiving any response from within. Mo Sang was forcibly awakened, surprised by how long she had slept, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's time to eat. I made porridge," she announced. Mo Sang cast a suspicious glance at Gu Jingci, momentarily wondering if he was capable of making anything beyond porridge. Chapter 29. Managing the father and son duo while having slept excessively during the day, Mo Sang found herself unable to rest at night. She decided to prepare the ingredients for the following day. In truth, the shop only required sauces to be stir-fried, while the rest could be entrusted to Chuier and the others. Now that the business is stable, it no longer requires her to be excessively busy each day. In the initial days, the novelty of the opening attracted many customers, but as time passed and a steady clientele established itself, she found herself with much more leisure. With the new year approaching, she contemplated returning to her village during the festive season. If it weren't for the uncertainties of the future, she would genuinely consider purchasing land to cultivate. This prospect intrigued her far more than her current endeavors. Although she enjoys cooking and crafting, these activities merely serve to occupy her time compared to the allure of farming. Alas, when will these days come to an end? What do you mean by come to an end? Gu Jingci's voice interrupted, startling Mo Sangsang and eliciting a glimmer of resentment in her gaze. "What did you just say?" he inquired again. Mo Sangsang silently pondered. "If I were to express my inability to foresee the future, would you not strangle me in advance?" "Nothing. I merely meant that if we could produce this sauce in bulk, I wouldn't have to make it daily," she replied dismissively. Gu Jingci regarded her with suspicion, certain that her previous words did not pertain to this matter. Yet, he found himself powerless to extract the truth from her. "By the way, with the new year approaching, shall we return to the village in a few days?" Mo Sangsang attempted to divert the conversation. "As you wish," he acquiesced. The night passed in silence, and ultimately, Mo Sangsang chose to evade the conversation by retreating to her room. The following day, Mo Sangsang was at the shop, while Gu Jingci and his son were nowhere to be found. When Dr. Zhang entered the store, he noticed Mo Sangsang's distracted demeanor. "Young lady, business seems to be thriving here, yet you appear rather listless. Why is that?" "Good day, Grandpa Zhang. What would you like to eat?" she asked. "Doctor." Zhang waved his hand. "I have a friend who has lost his appetite and vomits everything he consumes. As a doctor, I find myself at a loss with his condition and thought of asking you, given your culinary skills, if you would be willing to prepare a meal for him. Is your friend male or female?" "This sounds rather reminiscent of pregnancy," she remarked. "My friend is, of course, a man. How could it possibly be a woman?" "Doctor," Zhang replied, exasperated. Mo Sangsang mumbled softly, "Who knows? It might be your old flame." Dr. Zhang huffed, "You silly girl, stop speaking nonsense." Mo Sangsang stuck out her tongue playfully. "I was just joking, Grandpa Zhang. However, it is indeed strange for a man to experience such symptoms. If even you, a doctor, cannot help, what can I do with my cooking? I find myself equally helpless. In this lifetime, I have but a few friends and do not wish to see that old fool depart this world." As he spoke, his eyes appeared slightly red-rimmed. Montag Zanzang, feeling empathetic toward him, and having known Dr. Zhang for some time, replied, "Then I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." "Naturally. I am a doctor myself. I understand that much," he assured her. Just then, Gu Jingci returned with Gun Yinan in tow, carrying a considerable haul of items. "Mother," Gun Yinan exclaimed. Mo Sangsang affectionately ruffled his hair, noticing he was drenched in sweat. "What were you doing? Why are you so sweaty?" she chided, her maternal instincts kicking in. She had fully embraced her role as a mother and shot an annoyed glance at Gu Jingci. The child may not know better, but at his age, should you not? In the bitter cold, how could he return home drenched in sweat? What if he fell ill? Gu Jingci gently touched his nose, beckoning Gu and Ian over. "Let me take him to wash up and change his clothes." The hasty retreat of the child drew a chuckle even from Dr. Zhang. "You managed this father-son duo remarkably well." Mo Sangsang resumed the earlier conversation. "Where is that friend you mentioned? When shall we go?" "He is in the county town." "Naturally. I wish to go as soon as possible. But can anyone leave the shop?" Mo Sangsang pondered for a moment. "How about in a couple of days? I had planned to close the shop for a while before the new year, though there are still some materials that need to be used up." Although Dr. Zhang was eager to go, it was impractical to rush. They agreed to visit the county in a few days, and Mo Sangsang thought it would be a good opportunity to purchase some New Year goods as well. After Dr. Zhang departed, Gu Jingci and his son emerged. Gu and Ian had changed into fresh clothes, and Mo Sangsang waved him over to wipe the droplets of water from his hair. "Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have run so quickly. It's my fault for not paying attention." Gu Jingci stepped forward to take responsibility. Mo Sangsang replied, "You are little Anne's father. His health has always been frail, and he has only recently improved. You must be more cautious." "Understood. There won't be a next time." Gu Jingci accepted his fault with a commendable attitude, and he felt a sense of joy at Mo Sangsang's impartiality. Is the male lead perhaps harboring some significant flaw? Here I am, speaking of him, and he seems pleased? Chapter 30. Protector of a nation. On the day they were to set off for the county, Mo Sangsang initially intended not to bring the father and son along. However, recalling the events of the previous night, after settling matters at the shop and distributing wages and New Year goods to Chui and Sister Lu, she informed the duo that they were to go to the county the next day, asking them to prepare the New Year supplies. To her surprise, the father and son aligned in their decision. "I will accompany you," declared Gu Jingci. "I will go with mother," echoed Gu and Ian. Mo Sangsang explained her reasoning, believing that having too many people would be inconvenient, but the father and son insisted they could wait outside. Ultimately, she conceded, leading to the present scenario. Dr. Zhang's original carriage, which accommodated four, felt somewhat cramped, and Gu Jingci had inexplicably arranged for another vehicle. The three of them would share one carriage while Dr. Zhang took another. Mo Sangsang remained vigilant in maintaining her distance from a male lead, striving to preserve her own peace of mind, thus refraining from initiating conversation. In contrast, ever since Gu Jingci returned from his outing, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. When she ignored him, he clung to her. She feared him, and he tempered his demeanor, always appearing before her like a husband wary of his wife. Throughout the journey, Guanyin was filled with excitement. This was his first outing with both parents. Despite his intelligence and maturity, he was still merely a child. The county town was not far. Once the carriage came to a halt, Sangsang hastily disembarked, feeling as though Jinci's gaze rendered her as exposed as if she were unclothed. Dr. Zhang approached. "My dear, we have arrived. I sent word a few days ago that we would be here today. Let us proceed inside." "Very well." She glanced at the father and son standing nearby, and then at Dr. Zhang, realizing that her intention was merely to prepare a meal, which indeed felt somewhat peculiar with the family in tow. Dr. Zhang, unfazed, chuckled and said, "Come now. It is only fitting for a young lady like you to prepare a meal, especially with your husband and son accompanying you." The mention of husband made Sangsang's cheeks flush, while Jinci's face brightened with a smile, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. The group followed their guide inside, and Sangsang expressed her desire to first meet the patient who had no appetite. After all, even when cooking, it was imperative to inquire about dietary restrictions. Walking alongside Dr. Zhang, she whispered, "Grandfather Zhang, your friend must be quite wealthy." Dr. Zhang replied, and Sangsang pondered, wondering what troubles could possibly plague such a rich individual. Upon their arrival at a courtyard, they heard a voice inside, filled with frustration, accompanied by the sound of shattering porcelain. Sangsang glanced at Dr. Zhang, her eyes questioning. "Is this the person you mentioned who cannot eat anything?" Dr. Zhang nodded. A servant hurried in to announce their presence and quickly returned, saying, "Dr. Zhang, the master requests your presence." Dr. Zhang led everyone into the room, and as Sangsang looked up, she beheld an elderly man with a pale complexion but an air of nobility about him. Upon seeing the newcomers, his brow furrowed deeper, and just as he was about to erupt in anger again, Dr. Zhang swiftly interjected, "You ought to temper that foul temper of yours. For your age, you still act as if you were a youthful lad." Seizing the moment, Sangsang took in the surroundings. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, untouched. Jingci positioned himself protectively behind Sangsang, eyeing the man on the bed with caution. The individual was the Duke of the Protectorate, a figure he had heard of in his previous life, known for his peculiar temperament. Though they had crossed paths before, their interactions had been marred by animosity, preventing any deep connection. This duke was a staunch royalist, unaligned with any faction, and in his eyes, it was less about supporting the monarchy and more about safeguarding the great kingdom of the Yu. He glanced at Sangsang, reflecting on her fortuitous luck in meeting individuals whom many in the capital yearned to know. Just then, the elderly man's gaze fell upon Sangsang, and with a scoff, he remarked, "So you're the cook? You appear far too young to produce any delectable dishes." Sangsang retorted, "Indeed, I cannot." The elder turned to Dr. Zhang, then shot a piercing look at Sangsang. "If you cannot cook, what business do you have here?" "Oh, I'm merely here at Grandfather Zhang's request." The elderly man, seated with indignation, was infuriated by Sangsang's words, pointing at Dr. Zhang. "You old fool. Are you bringing someone to cook or merely to vex me? Considering your foul temper, it is commendable that I could find someone at all. Miss Sang's culinary skills are quite commendable. Let her give it a try. And perhaps you too could temper that temperament." Jingci thought. No one mentioned that the Duke of the Protectorate possessed such a childish disposition. "It feels as though I encountered a false duke in my previous life." The elder declared, "Let me make it clear. If the food is unpalatable, I shall not hesitate to voice my displeasure." Sangsang raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, "This old man is even more difficult to please than the stubborn Mr. Li." Thus, she quipped, "Then perhaps I should take my leave, for I am not one to endure scolding." Dr. Zhang looked at Sangsang with a puzzled expression, wondering why the girl, who usually behaved differently, had become so obstinate after encountering this old man. Suddenly, he noticed Sangsang subtly giving him a glance, and it all became clear to him. "I say, old fellow, why are you quarreling with a young girl? Truly, you seem to be regressing with age, and your temperament is growing increasingly foul Dr. Zhang remarked. Humph. Dr. Zhang turned to Mo Sangsang with a resigned tone. Child, he is not usually like this. It is simply that after such a long time without eating, his temper has naturally soured. This old man is of a similar age to me. His surname is Ji, and you may address him as grandfather. Mo Sangsang certainly did not intend to argue with an elderly man, especially one who was unwell. However, she found it impossible to call someone who looked down upon her grandfather. She had her own pride. Does this gentleman have any dietary restrictions? She inquired. Spicy and greasy foods are to be avoided. Other than that, nothing in particular, Dr. Zhang replied. Mo Sangsang nodded in understanding. Then please take me to the kitchen. Someone had been waiting nearby, and, without waiting for Lord Ji to speak, took the lead to guide her to the kitchen, with Jingci and his son following closely behind. Upon surveying the kitchen, Mo Sangsang found the ingredients to be quite ample. After a period of bustling about, she served up a bowl of clear porridge accompanied by several light dishes. Lord Ji pointed disdainfully at the simple fare. Is this all you have to offer? Just this plain porridge and a few side dishes? Would you care to try it before passing judgment? Mo Sangsang responded. From the moment she entered, she had observed that every dish on the table was exquisite, suggesting that the chef's skills were remarkable. It was merely that no one dared to serve him anything but light fare. Moreover, given Dr. Zhang's demeanor, it seemed likely that Lord G's malaise stemmed not only from illness, but also from some inner turmoil affecting his appetite. Initially dismissive, Lord Ji, upon drawing closer to the food and inhaling the fragrant aroma, could not help but glance over. After tentatively tasting a spoonful of porridge, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This seemingly ordinary porridge possessed an extraordinary sweetness that was quite appetizing. Mo Sangsang stood by with her arms crossed, a knowing smile on her face. What do you think? Lord Ji huffed. It's barely passable. Yet his pace in consuming the porridge quickened significantly. Mo Sangsang was not perturbed. She merely smiled as she watched him finish the entire bowl of porridge along with the two side dishes. Once he realized he had cleared his plate, Lord Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, though his stomach betrayed him, indicating that he still desired more. You haven't eaten in a long while. You cannot indulge too much at once, Mo Sangsang gently reminded him. Lord Ji's face flushed slightly as he retorted. Who would heed the words of a little girl like you? Nevertheless, his body obediently leaned back against the chair. It seemed she had the measure of this proud old man. She was quite adept at handling such temperamental elders. Just then, Elderly, who was busy feeding the bees, sneezed. Chapter 32. Shall we include father? Hey, little girl, would you like to stay here as my cook? I shall pay you 10 taels of silver a month. Before Mo Sangsang could refuse, Jingci interjected. No way. Who are you? Dr. Zhang slapped his forehead. This is my oversight. I failed to provide an introduction. This is the husband of Sang Yatu. Duke Ji's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was directed squarely at Jingci. The air of this man exuded an aura that clearly indicated he could not have been raised in humble circumstances. Could such an individual truly be the husband of this girl? Jingci felt the scrutinizing gaze, but remained unperturbed, meeting it with calmness. Mo Sangsang stepped forward. Your Excellency, it seems you are not eating, which must weigh on your mind. The reason you find my cooking delightful is that your household cooks have indulged your tastes, serving you lavish feasts that are overly rich. You already harbor a sense of unease, and while you may enjoy these dishes, excessive consumption of anything is detrimental. Hence, it is not my culinary skills that are exceptional, but rather that you are accustomed to overly indulgent fare. I cannot assume the role of a cook. As you can see, I'm already married and have a large son to care for, making it impractical for me to remain here as your chef. Duke Ji waved his hand dismissively. Then you may leave. What are you still doing here? Jingci took Mo Sangsang's hand, performed a bow, and turned to depart without a trace of hesitation. Dr. Zhang remarked, when will you ever amend that foul temper of yours? I warned you against consuming so much greasy food, but you did not heed my advice. Now, after being humiliated by Junior, you find yourself unsettled. You deserve it. Meanwhile, Jingci held one hand of Gunyenin and the other of Mo Sangsang, not releasing them until they reached the door. Although Mo Sangsang attempted to break free, her feeble strength was no match for Gu Jingci. It was only at the door that Gu Jingci paused with a stern expression, allowing Mo Sangsang to withdraw her hand and rub her wrist, muttering, "What did you eat to grow so strong? If I hadn't come today, would you have agreed to stay?" Gu Jingci inquired. Mo Sangsang shot him an exasperated glance, regarding him as if he were deranged. How could that be possible? How could I confine myself within this enclosure to serve as a cook? Although the world may be unjust to women, I still yearn for a life of freedom, galloping through fields. Mo Sangsang rebutted, completely oblivious to Gu Jingci's expression. Galloping through fields in pursuit of freedom? What a noble aspiration. Gu Jingci's eyes narrowed, a faint smile teasing the corners of his lips. Gu Yan'an tugged at Mo Sangsang's sleeve. "Mother, I am hungry." "All right, let's go eat, Shaolin." The mother and son departed, leaving Gu Jingci behind, shaking his head in resignation. What folly is it to be vexed by a girl who lacks understanding? He soon followed after them with long strides. The streets were alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, a continuous stream of activity. The last time Gu Yan'an had attended the children's examination, he had not taken the time to observe, but this time everything seemed wondrous. Mo Sangsang shook her head. "Indeed, he is just a child. Is there anything you wish to buy?" Gu Jingci's voice resonated. Mo Sangsang, flustered, realized she had momentarily forgotten the presence of another, and found the male lead's recent peculiar behavior of drawing closer to her rather strange. What could I possibly want to buy? As the new year approaches, it is a perfect opportunity to purchase the festive goods. The offerings in the county are far more comprehensive than those in the town. She initiated a conversation to ease the awkwardness of having someone so conspicuously silent beside her. "Let's dine first. Little one is hungry, and we must ensure this child is well fed, lest he fails to grow tall in the future." After speaking, Mo Sangsang led Gu Yan'an to a nearby stall. "Come along, little one. We're going out to eat today, dear. Will we also take father?" Gu Yan'an inquired. Indeed, Gu Jingci was truly his biological son. Chapter 33. Revelations. After a drink, tomorrow marks New Year's Eve, a day steeped in tradition for the Yu, where ancestral worship is customary. Although the Gu family has no ancestors to honor, they must still pay respects to Gu Jingci's mother. Mo Sangsang contemplated that since they would be together for another year, she hoped to foster a cordial relationship with Gu Jingci. She wished that her diligent care for him and his son would ensure her safety in the future. Returning from the county, Mo Sangsang felt a newfound lightness. With an upbeat tone, she called out, "Little one, go summon your father. Soon you will accompany him to pay respects to your grandmother." Seeing Mo Sangsang in good spirits, Gu Yan'an reflected her joy. Gu Jingci considered inviting Mo Sangsang to join them, but quickly thought better of it. After all, he had no justification to bring a young lady to perform ancestral rites. As a father and son stepped out with the items prepared by Mo Sangsang, she hurried after them. Gu Jingci's eyes sparkled, but he soon heard her say, "On your way back, please stop by Uncle Lee's house and invite him to join us for the reunion dinner tomorrow." On New Year's Eve, immediately after lunch, Mo Sangsang began her bustling preparations. "Mother, there are so many delicious dishes." Gu Yan'an squatted nearby, watching as Mo Sangsang fried meatballs on the stove. She picked up a meatball with her chopsticks, blowing on it gently. "Of course, we must have a little more to eat on New Year's Eve. It doesn't matter if we have leftovers. It symbolizes abundance and prosperity for our family in the coming year." Gu Yan'an's cheeks were stuffed with meatballs, making his responses muffled. Gu Jingci engaged in a chess game with Old Man Lee, yet his gaze continually drifted toward the mother and son. "You know, you might as well join that girl in the kitchen," Old Man Lee remarked. Gu Jingci lazily placed a piece on the board. "If I were to join her, she would feel too constrained. I intend to adopt her as my daughter. Since you two cannot be together, why not let her accompany me back? We can find her a better match later." As soon as Old Man Lee finished speaking, Gu Jingci's demeanor shifted, becoming resolute. "She is my wife. There is no possibility of separation." Unfazed, Old Man Lee stroked his beard and replied, "Then you, my boy, must continue to strive." A hint of embarrassment crossed Gu Jingci's face, Yet his gaze remained fixed on Sangsang in the courtyard. Sensing his stare, she looked up, their eyes meeting momentarily, causing her heart to race and a blush to spread across her face as she quickly averted her gaze, feigning concentration on her tasks, silently berating the man for being so handsome without reason. Her beauty was striking, yet she remained unaware of its power, leaving her unable to resist its allure. As night fell, the New Year's Eve dinner was served, and a few friends gathered around the table. Before they sat down, Sangsang tossed a string of firecrackers to Jingci, declaring, "The head of the household must set off the New Year's firecrackers." This light-hearted remark kept Jingci's spirits high throughout the evening. Stealing a glance at Jingci, Sangsang mused whether he might be secretly amassing wealth. Amidst the sound of firecrackers signaling the passing year, she wished everyone joy, health, and the fulfillment of their dreams in the coming year. She proudly presented the rice wine she had brewed earlier, reflecting on her time here. Setting aside the year-long promise made with Jingci, she felt she had found a semblance of stability. Li Qingfeng took a sip of the rice wine, appreciating its delightful taste. "Why haven't you offered this to me before, girl? Wasn't tea just bottled?" he inquired, teasingly. "Isn't the first cup meant for you?" In a celebratory mood, Sangsang raised her glass towards Jingci, saying, "Cheers. It's a pleasure to know you, and I hope for your continued success." Her heartfelt words, however, took on a different tone in Jingci's ears. He found himself curious about the source of her unconventional toast. "Mother, I want some too." Gunyan raised a small cup, and Sangsang filled it with juice. "I wish you happiness every day and lots of silver. Oh, truly, he is the splendid son I have devoted myself to raising. His words resonate deeply with me. Kulme, Libo. I also wish you good health and a little less temper." She finished her drink in one go. Throughout the New Year's Eve dinner, Sangsang indulged in quite a bit of wine, initially thinking the brew would be mild. Yet, she underestimated her body as tolerance. Once most guests had departed, she found herself seated in the courtyard, hugging her knees. "Sangsang, shall I escort you home to rest?" Jingci inquired softly, crouching beside her. "No, let me tell you, we keep vigil on New Year's Eve and set off fireworks. When I was young, my family was poor. Yet my grandmother still bought me fireworks on New Year's Eve." In her drunken state, she was oblivious to her own ramblings, her inhibitions slipping away as she revealed her thoughts with abandon. "Wow, how can you be so handsome?" Sangsang leaned against Jingci, her hands playfully caressing his face. "You are truly stunning. Those eyebrows, those eyes, and that mouth all fall within my realm of admiration. And your skin, how can it be so flawless? Tell me, are you using some top-notch skincare products behind my back?" Jingci's gaze darkened slightly as he captured her small hands that were teasingly exploring his face, pondering why Sangsang wouldn't admit her affection for him. At that moment, Sangsang, feeling lightheaded, paid no mind to who was before her. "Your voice is so pleasant, just like the male lead in a radio drama." Unfamiliar with the term radio drama, Jingci asked, "Does Sangsang have someone she likes?" "Yes." "Who is he?" Jingci felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation, self-deprecatingly laughing at himself for being captivated by this young woman. "But I cannot like him." Sangsang, on the brink of despair, rose to her feet and hurled curses at the heavens. "Oh, wretched fate, if you have granted me a second chance at life, why must I become the unwitting consort of one who has long since departed? No, even worse, a mere acquisition." Her thoughts trailed off as she felt herself collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by Jingci, who rushed forward. At that moment, even if he were oblivious before, he comprehended precisely whom she lamented. Thus, it became evident that her heart yearned for him. Yet why was it forbidden? And why must death loom in the shadows? A myriad of questions plagued the mind of a man who had spent his life in the service of the state. Yearning for clarity, yet the woman in his arms had succumbed to intoxication. Ultimately, he had no choice but to carry her back to her chamber, where he remained by her side throughout the night. In her dreams, Sangsang felt herself adrift, enveloped in a gossamer mist, unable to escape, until she perceived a figure before her, turned away. As she reached out to grasp it, A woman wielding a large blade approached the figure. "No, I am innocent. Do not slay me." Chapter 34. Confession. Mo Sangsang jolted awake from her nightmare. Jingci, who had been vigilantly watching over her, hurriedly pushed the door open upon hearing the commotion. Immediately, a shrill scream escaped her lips. "You, how did you get in here? What is amiss? Were you plagued by nightmares?" Jingci inquired, extending his hand to her forehead. The woman on the bed recoiled, clutching the blanket. His elegantly long fingers hovered in the air before he slowly withdrew them. "So, did you dream of me doing something untoward?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Mo Sangsang, realizing her prior reaction was somewhat hurtful, stammered, "No, I did not dream of you. You did nothing to me. Then why do you tremble in fear at the mere sight of me?" Jingci scrutinized her with the intensity of a hawk. Mo Sangsang lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with the edge of the blanket, and softly replied, "I had just awoken. My mind was still hazy." Jingci spoke with a calm demeanor. "But you have always feared me, have you not? I have pondered long and hard, and could not fathom what I have done to instill such dread within you." He was determined to not grant her any more time, for he recognized that the longer he waited, the further she would retreat. Summoning her courage, Mo Sang bit her lip and met his gaze. The concern reflected in his eyes felt genuine. Their shared moments were not mere fabrications. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to speak. "It is because you possess a wife. She is your destined partner, and I am not of this world. The rightful owner of this body perished the day she leapt into the river. Do you understand? I have died once, and to have been granted this second chance. I wish to live fully, without the fear of being killed by your wife in the future. I have spoken my truth. Whether you consider me a wild spirit or a ghost, if you desire to end my existence, I implore you to do so swiftly." With that, Mo Sangsang closed her eyes, tilting her neck back, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders with the confession. She was never one to hide her feelings. After what seemed like an eternity without a response, just as she prepared to open her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a cool, fragrant embrace. In that instant, she was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting how to react. Jingci whispered softly in her ear, "Silly girl, there's no wife." Mo Sang widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at him. "Are you deceiving me?" Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Jingci's encounter with the female protagonist was a matter for the future. What was the point of discussing it now? After all, having waited so long for him to speak, Jingci was not one to relinquish easily. "You are my wife now, and forever shall you remain. If what you speak of pertains to the future, I, Jingci, vow that if I ever wrong you, I shall never find peace in this life. Mo Sangsang, this lifetime has already been a divine mercy, bringing you to my side. I implore you, do not fear me." The usually composed man buried his head in her neck, and Mo Sangsang sensed the warmth of tears trickling down. So he wept. She then wrapped her arms around his waist and softly murmured, "Perhaps I have been too presumptuous." The two fell into a profound silence, embracing each other quietly. As the first light of dawn broke, Mo Sangsang gently patted his back. "My legs have gone numb." Jingci, who was normally so composed, felt his cheeks flush as he stood up. "I will go make porridge. You should rest a little longer." Unbeknownst to him, as he opened the door, he came face to face with Gunyan and father. "How can you be so unreasonable? Why did you put me in your room while you slept with mother?" In that moment, Jingci found himself at a loss for words. He could no longer continue his conversation with Mo Sangsang and, under her half-teasing gaze, shot his son a look before retreating to the kitchen to prepare the porridge. "Uft. Ha ha ha." Mo Sangsang could no longer contain her laughter. Just moments ago, with Jingci present, she had restrained herself, but now, recalling his expression and the descriptions from a book, she found it utterly amusing. "Mother, what are you laughing at?" Gunyan rushed to her bedside. "Oh, nothing much, just a funny thought. Why are you up so early, Shaoan? You know, children who don't sleep enough, 1T grow tall." The little one, believing Mo Sangsang as words to be true, climbed onto the bed, embraced his fragrant mother, and soon drifted back to sleep. Jingci, busy in the kitchen, heard her laughter but chose to let her revel in this rare moment of joy. After soothing Gun Yin into sleep, Mo Sangsang peered through the window at the flustered figure in the kitchen. Truth be told, he was not an appealing sight. Usually so graceful, he was now in disarray, revealing that no one is perfect. While one might argue that Gu Jingci was not adept at cooking, that was not entirely accurate. He had often ventured out and had made porridge many times before, yet he remained flustered. Nevertheless, he was willing to try, which was a rarity in this era. Mo Sangsang's emotions were tumultuous. She was not naive enough to overlook his affections, nor was she heartless. Over time, despite her vigilance, her heart had been breached. Observing the man in the kitchen, so clumsy yet earnest, Mo Sangsang seemed to have made a decision. She retrieved the new clothes she had purchased for the new year from the wardrobe and meticulously prepared herself. Once she had steeled her resolve, she opened the door. Gu Jingci was approaching with a bowl of porridge in hand, and as their eyes met, Mo Sangsang beamed. "Happy New Year, Gu Jingci." The individual who had been called by name appeared momentarily taken aback, for she had never uttered his name before. Typically, their exchanges were more direct. In an instant, Gu Jingci found himself momentarily dazed, yet he beheld the young woman before him, her smile radiating warmth, and in her eyes, it seemed as though he could glimpse something profound. "What are you dawdling for?" she teased, and, in his distraction, he forgot that he was holding a bowl of porridge, causing it to tilt and spill scalding liquid onto his hand. Mo Sangsang stepped forward, gently taking the bowl from his grasp and placing it on the nearby windowsill. She then took his hand, examining the reddened skin with concern, and blew softly on it. The warmth of her breath intensified the sensation on Gu Jingci's hand, causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly. "Sangsang, you should quickly rinse it with cold water. It's merely porridge, yet burns so fiercely. Mousson sans château." But her hands were busy as she led Gu Jingci to the water, helping him cool his hand until the redness subsided. Only then did she stand before him, poised and composed. "I am not her, you understand," she began. "I can see that you harbor feelings for me, and I, too, have developed an affection for you. However, Gu Jingci, I am not from this place. In my homeland, regardless of gender, one can marry only once. Should one take another spouse while still married, it is deemed unlawful. Naturally, if my husband were to fall for another, all I would desire is a decree of divorce, after which we would part ways and never cross paths again." Mo Sangsang spoke fervently, her heart racing with apprehension, for she was acutely aware that this was a narrative and she knew how it would unfold. Gu Jingci, upon hearing her speak of her own circumstances, was momentarily stunned. She had always been reluctant to engage with him in conversation. At times, he had even wished he remained in a state of unconsciousness, as that was when she had kept her distance. Gu Jingci gazed intently at Mo Sangsang, and for a fleeting moment, even a man of his stature and experience felt a twinge of nervousness as he spoke. "Sangsang, does this imply that you intend to stay? Why would I leave? If your affections lie elsewhere, you must still provide me with a divorce decree." Before she could finish, he enveloped her in a cool, fragrant embrace, whispering, "This day shall never come. It will never happen." Mo Sangsang did not resist the embrace, but instead inquired, "Gu Jingci, it seems you have never revealed why you are fond of me. Surely, it cannot be merely because I care for you, leading to a vow of devotion?" In that moment, Gu Jingci's longing surfaced as he replied slowly, "Sangsang, I should have awakened on the day of your arrival. I merely could not open my eyes. Initially, I could only hear your voice and that of Xiao, though the moments were fleeting. Gradually, I became aware for longer periods, and one day it felt as if my spirit could accompany you to various places. Thus, I became privy to many of your undertakings, be it crafting mosquito repellent, fishing in the mountains, or setting fire to fields. Indeed, I was aware of your encounters with those ruffians in town." Mo Sangsang withdrew from his embrace, her eyes wide with astonishment. "So, you could hear everything I said to you?" "Yes, I heard it all, including the many times you expressed your desire to leave." Mo Sangsang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, recalling the teasing remarks she had made towards Gu Jingci. Mo Sangsang felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and with a hint of playful reproach, she said, "You have been eavesdropping all along." Gu Jingci gently grasped her hand and spoke softly, Sangsang. "Those words are uniquely delightful to me. Therefore, do you understand that my affection for you is neither a fleeting whim nor a debt of gratitude, but rather a gradual closeness that you have fostered?" Mo Sangsang let out a light hum, yet her heart felt inexplicably sweet. At that moment, Gun Yin emerged, rubbing her eyes, and upon seeing the two closely entwined, she innocently inquired, "Father, mother, what are you doing?" Mo Sangsang hurriedly pushed Gu Jingci away, squatted down, and smiled. "Father and mother are discussing your red envelope for the new year." With that, she magically produced a red envelope from her bosom and handed it to Gun Yin, saying, "Here, my little one, wishing you a joyful and healthy new year." Elated, Gun Yin accepted the envelope and began to twirl around Mo Sangsang. Suddenly, she remembered something and dashed over to Gu Jingci, extending her hand. "Father, where is my red envelope?" Gu Jingci, caught off guard and unprepared, found himself momentarily at a loss. "Father has it ready, but I was just cooking and didn't keep it on me. I will give it to you shortly." Mo Sangsang helped Gu Jingci out of his predicament and quietly handed him another red envelope. However, Gu Jingci retreated to his room, exchanging the one Mo Sangsang had given him for a hastily prepared one of his own. Chapter 36. A visitor. Ever since Mo Sangsang confessed her feelings to Gu Jingci, she felt he had become increasingly shameless. She began to question whether she was reading a genuine novel at all. For instance, at this moment, she gazed skyward in exasperation. "Gu Jingci, are you not supposed to be preparing for your examination in the capital? Should you not be studying instead of following me around? I am not going anywhere." The tall figure of the man leaned closer to her, and for some inexplicable reason, Mo Sangsang perceived a certain humility in his demeanor, but then shook her head, dismissing the thought. It was inconceivable that the future prime minister, a man who would stand above thousands, could possess such meekness. "Is it possible that Sangsang finds me bothersome?" Mo Sangsang pushed him away, muttering, "Keep your distance. Does he truly not realize how handsome he is?" A low chuckle escaped the man's deep voice. Had he known that his charm could so easily captivate this young woman, he would have utilized it long ago, rather than waiting until now. Mo Sangsang cast him a sidelong glance. "If you have nothing to do, go check on your son. Do not linger by my side." Gu Jingci retorted, "What is there to see about that little rascal? You are far more charming than he. Is that how you speak of your own son? He must be your biological child." After some time spent in this playful banter, Mo Sangsang finally managed to send Gu Jingci back to his room to study, allowing her to resume her tasks. She planned to visit the village chief in a couple of days after the new year to purchase some land, intending to prepare the seedlings in the meantime. That scoundrel Gu Jingci truly seemed to grow more infuriating, utterly unaware that his voice was even more alluring than his appearance. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Gu Jingci?" A voice called from the entrance, prompting Mo Sangsang to look up. In stark contrast to Gu Jingci's aloof demeanor, the man before them possessed a strikingly handsome visage, imbued with an air of resoluteness, making him a standout among the modern cadre of youthful gentlemen. Gu Jingci, upon hearing the commotion, opened the door to find Mo Sangsang fixated on the figure at the threshold. With an expression of displeasure, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mo Sangsang, and addressed the visitor curtly. "What brings you here?" The man at the door retorted, "Gu Jingci, what is the meaning of this? I have traveled a great distance to see you, and this is the reception I receive?" Gu Jingci maintained a stoic expression, replying, "What else should it be?" Su Buyin sauntered in with a casual air, suddenly enveloping Gu Jingci in a warm embrace. "You heartless one, leaving me all alone at the border. Do you have any idea how utterly exhausting it has been for me?" Mo Sangsang, standing behind Gu Jingci, was taken aback by this unexpected display of affection and complaint. Gu Jingci pushed Su Buyin away, his voice cold as he remarked, "Aren't you doing just fine?" Feeling out of place, Mo Sangsang hastily concocted an excuse to leave. "Your friend has arrived. I shall go buy some groceries from Aunt Wong and return shortly. You two continue your conversation." As she turned to depart, Gu Jingci grasped her arm, casting a disapproving glare at Subuin. So this is the little wife you have been yearning for? Mo Sangsang was bewildered by the term. What did he mean by little wife? She glanced down at herself. After all, she had nurtured herself back to health over the past year. That is Su Buyin, slightly younger than I. You may simply call him by his name. Moreover, discard those unfounded notions from your mind. Gu Jingci whispered the last part into her ear. Ahem, I'm still here. Su Buyin interjected, a hint of amusement in his tone. Mo Sangsang's cheeks flushed as she turned away, clutching a basket as she exited. If she lingered any longer, she felt her face would become hot enough to cook pancakes. Gu Jingci, that shameless man, was growing increasingly brazen. What? Now that everyone has left, you gaze after them with longing. Gu Jingci, it seems you have truly fallen for this young lady, Su Buyin teased. And if I have, I relish it. Gu Jingci responded defiantly. Su Buyin remarked, you seem so different from before. What has changed? Enough of your prattle. Just tell me why you are here. Gu Jingci said nonchalantly, settling into a chair as he regarded Su Buyin. When it came to serious matters, Su Buyin dropped his frivolous facade. I received a letter from Brother Qin. Trouble is brewing in the capital. Gu Jingci lowered his gaze, recalling that in his previous life, he had been unaware of the turmoil that had indeed occurred in the capital, albeit only superficially. He then stated, it cannot be that chaotic. The emperor is still alive. Su Buyin reclined in his chair, exclaiming, you truly are as Brother Qin described. Unperturbed. I wonder, having grown up in the same environment, why does your mind function so much better than others? Gu Jingci looked at him with disdain. Now that the matter is addressed, you may take your leave. Su Buyin protested, not so fast. I have journeyed a great distance, and you expect me to depart without even a meal? He stood, exasperation evident as he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Jingci. Daddy, Mother said we were having a hot pot for lunch. Mo Sangsang, feeling a bit awkward at home, decided to bring back Li Qingfeng along with her when she stepped out. As noon approached, she thought it was rather late to prepare a meal, so they opted for hot pot, which was quick and convenient. Gu Jingci, upon hearing the child's words, displayed a hint of tenderness on his face. Su Buyin, however, widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning when he had a child, and one of such age at that. Do you want to know? Su Ba Yuan in Guit? I won't tell you. Su Ba Yuan, Felutzto, Zet Ponde. At noon, the group gathered around the hot pot, and it was Su Buyuin's first experience with such a meal. As he ate, he praised, sister-in-law, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Hey, Gu Jingci, could it be that you have been completely won over by your sister-in-law's cooking? Mind your own business. Eating won't fill your mouth, so hurry and leave. There's no place for you here. I won't. I've seen your house has 3 rooms. One for you and your sister-in-law, one for Xiaoyan, and the last one is surely for me. Gu Jingci's expression darkened. Li Qingfeng chuckled silently, even serving Gu Yin a piece of meat. Mo Sangsang's ears turned crimson with embarrassment. Suddenly, Su Buyin recalled something, put down his chopsticks, and pointed at Gu Jingci. Ha ha ha. I understand now. Gu Jingci, you haven't even stepped into your sister-in-law's room, have you? Ha ha ha. How the tables have turned for you. Mo Sangsang could no longer bear it. I'll go check the kitchen for more vegetables. Gu Jingci kicked him playfully. Although he was a scholar, he was capable of defending himself. While he couldn't match a warrior's prowess, Su Buyin, still laughing, was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Gu Jingci's kick. Su Baiyuan, if you can't even match your noisy mouth, when Qinyu returns, I'll have him send you to the southern frontier. Su Buyuin's laughter abruptly ceased, and the mere thought of the southern frontier sent shivers down his spine. He silently picked up his bowl and began to battle with the food in the pot. Li Qingfeng glanced at Su Buyin. The mention of Qinyu instantly clarified their identities. It seemed he too would soon make an appearance. Chapter 37. Li Qingfeng returns to the capital. What did you say? Mo Sangsang was genuinely astonished by the news that the old man wished to acknowledge her as his goddaughter. Li Qingfeng, why? Are you repulsed by an old man like me? No, it's just. How could this be? I'm merely surprised. Why would you suddenly want to recognize me as your daughter? You usually criticize me for the slightest things and seem to hold me in disdain. Have you seen me criticize others? It's merely that you, my dear girl, are not living up to expectations. How am I not living up to expectations? Your words do not please me. Mo Sangsang turned her head aside, appearing genuinely upset. Li Qingfeng realized he had to appease the daughter he had just acknowledged. If you wish to leave Luo Chuan and venture out of southern Shu, and if you want to follow this lad to the capital in the future, then I shall be your support in the city. Mo Sangsang looked at Gu Jingci with some confusion. Li Qingfeng, why are you looking at him? He has done quite a bit behind your back. Gu Jingci coughed. What are you coughing for? Don't think I don't know what kind of mischief you're up to. In front of you, this girl is like a small fish before a cat, or a kitten before a tiger. Is she truly the helpless? Never mind. This old man is quite similar to her grandmother. He merely acknowledges a father figure. After all, he intends to fulfill his filial duties in due course. Father. The clear and resonant voice of Mo Sangsang startled the elderly gentleman, rendering him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, until Gu Nian and gently tugged at his sleeve. Grandfather, mother is calling you. Ah, very well, very well. I, too, am a father of a daughter. I have brought you a token of our first meeting. It was a piece of exquisite jade adorned with the characterly, while others may not understand its significance. Gu Jingci recognized that this jade represented Li Qingfeng, a symbol of the admiration and allegiance of scholars across the realm. All right, today I am in high spirits. I shall prepare a few delightful dishes for dinner and share a drink with you, my unworthy son-in-law. Grandfather, mother received a token. What about me? Gunyan pouted, on the verge of tears. At your age, you must address me as grandfather, although customarily it would be external grandfather. Yet grandfather feels more endearing. Gunyan replied, I will follow my mother's lead and call you grandfather from now on. Grandfather, I bow to you. Hey, are you attempting to swindle me for a gift? Li Qingfeng jested while retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket and handing it to her. Thank you, grandfather. You are the best. With that, she darted off, presumably to boast to others about her newfound treasure. Mo Sangsang made her way to the kitchen. After all, with the old man making such an announcement, it was only fitting to prepare a sumptuous meal. Meanwhile, Gu Jingci engaged in a game of chess with Li Qingfeng, rather than a casual game. It was a fierce battle on the board. You should refrain from adopting the same terms of endearment as Sangsang and Little Nian and for now. After all, my daughter's association with you is not entirely legitimate. Her status still likely remains as a servant, Li Qingfeng remarked. Gu Jingci rose and retrieved a document from a nearby drawer, revealing Mo Sangsang's household registration, which clearly stated that she was his wife. Li Qingfeng glanced at it, casually placing a chess piece down. Sangsang may not be aware, but once you secure her acknowledgement, I shall present you with your meeting gift. Gu Jingci looked toward the kitchen with a gentle expression, softly stating, that will come soon. That may be true, but it is best to wait until you have a formal acknowledgement. Have you considered how she might feel when she discovers you have added her registration to your own? Gu Jingci remained silent, while Li Qingfeng appeared pleased. Upon hearing Mo Sangsang call for dinner, he concluded the game with a final move and rose, brushing off non-existent wrinkles as he made his way to the dining table. My dear, what delightful dishes have you prepared? The aroma is almost intoxicating. Li Qingfeng surveyed the table, noting several unfamiliar dishes. This is to celebrate my becoming your daughter, so I made a few new dishes for you to try. Mother, I'm back. It smells wonderful. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go wash your hands before we eat. Once everyone was seated, Mo Sangsang pointed out the dishes. This is a treasure duck, this is spring pancake with vegetables, and over there are pearl meatballs and dompa pork. The remaining dishes are ones you have all tried before. Wow. I am away for just one day and return to find such a feast awaiting me. Gu Jingci, you are not being fair. Just as she finished introducing the dishes, the carefree voice of Su Bo Yuan resounded in the room. Mo Sangsang rose and handed him a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, stating that she had not been dismissive of him. Rather, a celebratory event had unexpectedly arisen, and his return was quite timely. Celebration? What are we celebrating? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. We are celebrating my mother becoming my grandfather's daughter and my newfound grandfather. Su Yuan, however, showed little interest in this revelation, his eyes fixated on the delectable dishes laid out on the table. As Li Qingfeng picked up his chopsticks, Su Buyan devoured the food voraciously, akin to a famished ghost reborn. Gu Jingci, unable to watch, delivered a swift kick to him. "Why did you kick me?" Su Buyan protested. Once everyone had finished their meal, Sangsang took Gunyan back to their room to rest. The following morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast and, carrying a basket, set off to deliver food to her father. However, upon arriving home, she found an unusual silence. Her father, who typically busied himself with his cherished bees at dawn, was nowhere to be seen. Could he have overindulged the night before and slept in? As Sangsang entered the main hall, she noticed an envelope on the table addressed to "My dearest daughter." Inside, the letter revealed that her father had gone to the capital, instructing her to keep the jade pendant he had given her, a symbol of the Li family's identity. He was in the capital to earn a living for her sake. Should she wish to come to the capital, she was to bring the pendant to the scholar's residence, for she was the daughter of Li Qingfeng, destined to be a brilliant jewel in the capital. He urged her to continue caring for the bees at home. Additionally, he mentioned that if she wished to accompany that young man from the Gu family, it was permissible, but he cautioned her to protect herself, as that scoundrel from the Gu family could not be trusted. Upon finishing the letter, which contained many other musings, Sangsang found herself shedding tears unexpectedly. That old man, without a word, had left for the capital, not even a proper farewell. How infuriating! Locking the door, she returned with the basket. When Gu Jingci saw Sangsang come back, he approached her. "What's wrong, Sangsang? You seem quite unhappy." "My father has left. That proud old man, having just become my father, departed without a word." Gu Jingci spoke gently. "Your father likely has his own thoughts, with his martial prowess. You need not worry for his safety." Sangsang sniffed. "I know. I just feel reluctant in my heart." She then looked at Gu Jingci. "Who is your father-in-law? I have no connection to you. You are not even my husband, so refrain from such terms." Gu Jingci chuckled. "Look who is in a predicament now." Su Buyan, standing in the corridor, laughed heartily, showing no regard for Gu Jingci's dignity. "Aren't you supposed to return to the military camp? If I am not mistaken, Qin, you should be returning as well." Gu Jingci responded, "I merely shared a few meals with you, and now you expect me to forget my manners when Qin arrives." I hastily packed up my things and rushed off. Sangsang emerged from the kitchen, pointing at Su Buyan. "Why did he leave?" Gu Jingci replied calmly. "His house caught fire." Su Buyan, "I thank you." Chapter 38. Not as good as the earth, although Su Buyan had only stayed for a brief period. His absence made the household significantly quieter. Coupled with Li Qingfeng's departure, Sangsang found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the tranquil atmosphere. During lunch that day, "Gu Jingci, I wish to purchase some land." "Purchase land? Is that not permissible?" "Not exactly. However, the labor involved in farming is predominantly physical. Although I am capable of working in the fields, I must confess I lack expertise in this area." Gu Jingci felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, which man in the countryside is not accustomed to working the land? Yet in both this life and the last, he had never truly engaged in such labor. Sangsang, oblivious to his hesitation, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What is the problem with that? The work on the land can easily be delegated to others. My desire to buy land stems from my genuine passion for agriculture and my inclination to delve deeper into it. Moreover, everyone has their own aspirations. If yours do not lie in this direction, it matters not. What does Sangsang wish to cultivate on the land?" Gu Jingci observed the young woman whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke of farming, feeling somewhat helpless. Among women in this world, who does not yearn for silks and precious adornments? Yet, she is enamored with the study of agriculture and culinary arts. "I have no specific crops in mind. Perhaps I will grow what others do, or possibly something different. Regardless, I simply wish to acquire a piece of land. Otherwise, I feel an unsettling lack of security." Gu Jingci was speechless. Is he to feel more secure than she with a mere plot of land? "Do you consent or not? If you do not, I shall seek out the village head myself." Sangsang believed that purchasing land is typically the prerogative of the head of the household. Would her going alone not embarrass Gu Jingci? "After we eat, I will approach the village head. Have you considered which plot to buy? How much would be appropriate?" Sangsang pondered, nibbling on her chopsticks. I think we should buy that barren piece of land behind our house, along with 2 acres of rice paddy by the river. Any more than that would be beyond my management. Very well, you stay at home and wait. I shall go at once. With that, Jingci hastily finished his meal and prepared to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Why the rush? Sangsang retrieved a pouch of coins from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this silver. Jingci, Sangsang, I have silver. Where did you acquire such funds? She recalled the dire conditions of her family upon her arrival, shaking her head as she pressed the pouch into his hands. You cannot expect to buy land without compensation. Take the silver. If it proves insufficient, you may return for more. We have resources at home. Furthermore, do not adopt a patriarchal stance before me. Each of us has our roles. Your current duty is to diligently study for the upcoming examinations, while I will earn the silver. Rest assured, I shall provide for you and ensure you and do not go hungry. This was the first time in both his lives that someone had offered to support him financially. Were those few individuals to learn of this, they would surely mock him. Yet, why did he feel such warmth and joy in his heart at this moment? Ultimately, Jingci accepted the silver from Sangsang and made his way to the village head's residence. Upon hearing of Jingci's intention to purchase land, the village head was more delighted than if he were buying it himself. He took a puff from his smoking pipe and slapped Jingci on the shoulder, exclaiming, Jingci, now you're thinking correctly. You should have acquired some land long ago. Had your family owned land previously, even if not cultivated by you, it could have been farmed by others, yielding some returns each year. Coupled with your status as a scholar, you would not be liable for annual agricultural taxes. Had you not been in a state of unconsciousness during those days, Sangsang and that child and would not have endured such hardships. Thank you, village chief. Jingci is aware that no silver is required for the wasteland. There has long been a decree into you stating that whoever cultivates the land is the rightful owner. When the time comes, we can invite the village chief to measure the land. As for the rice fields, according to Sangsang's specifications, 2 mu along the river have been purchased at 5 taels of silver per mu, totaling 12 taels when including the cost of the land deed. Additionally, Jingci requested the village chief's assistance in finding a few individuals to help with the reclamation. Sangsang gave Jingci a thumbs up. Though he did not comprehend the gesture, Yin, holding a book, chuckled and said, Father, Mother is praising you. A few days later, the reclamation of the wasteland was nearly complete, yielding a total of 1 mu of land. Sangsang planned to enclose this area with bamboo, intending to create a small door to the backyard, allowing the family to grow commonly used grains and vegetables for easy access. Regarding the 2 mu of rice fields, she intended to plant wheat, perfectly timed for spring sowing. However, having visited the fields, she noted that drainage issues needed addressing, although the riverside fields were advantageous. There was concern about summer flooding. Due to habits formed in her previous life, once she became engrossed in agricultural pursuits, she often forgot to eat. Over the past few days, Jingci had observed her genuine affection for working with the land. Previously, Sangsang had nurtured some seedlings, and with the recent rise in temperature, they had grown sufficiently. She began transplanting these seedlings into the fields while enlisting the assistance of skilled uncles in the village to cut bamboo for the enclosure. The sight of the newly opened door leading to the vibrant land filled her with joy. After several days of busy work, she took the opportunity to prepare a substantial meal for the father and son. In their hearts, Jingci and his father felt that neither of them could compare to the thriving fields. As the first month of the lunar calendar was drawing to a close, and with the household affairs coming to a near completion, Sangsang recalled her shop and felt a sudden headache. Her original plans had changed, leaving her uncertain about whether to continue with the shop. If she were to proceed, she would undoubtedly be stretched thin, yet abandoning it would render her previous efforts futile. Moreover, Shaun was set to attend school in town, and it would be exhausting for him to commute daily. After much contemplation, she resolved to open the shop, intending to pass her skills on to Chui Air and Widow Lu, planning to compensate them differently based on their sales. Since the food sold was fast casual, the secrecy of recipes was not a concern. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Sangsang clapped her hands and stood up, only to feel as if she had been struck by a bolt of dizziness, clutching her head and crouching down again. Did you hurt yourself? Gu Jingci's anxious voice rang out above her. What are you doing hovering over me? Ma Sangsang zito. As Gu Jingci gently removed her hands from her head, revealing a red mark on her forehead. Fortunately, it was merely swollen and not serious. Gu Jingci exhaled in relief, softly massaging the bruise. I was lost in thought. Could you make some noise next time you walk? Ma Sang Mumbai. It was my fault, Gu Jingci replied, looking guilty. Oh well, I have just decided that the shop will indeed be opened, Mo Sangsang declared. Yet, with such busyness, how can your health withstand it? Gu Jingci gazed at her with concern. It is of no consequence. I shall impart my skills to Chuer and Sister Lu, allowing them to manage the shop and share the profits based on sales, Mo Sangsang replied, her eyes sparkling with shrewdness. That is indeed a commendable approach. It will ease your burden. Gu Jingci nodded, though he secretly wished for her to do nothing at all, spending her days like the other young ladies. However, upon reflection, he realized that such a scenario would strip her of her essence. Gu Jingci gently massaged the red mark on her head, his warm breath accompanying his touch. The pain that had plagued Mo Sangsang began to dissipate, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. She pushed Gu Jingci away, exclaiming, all right, the pain has subsided. I must go consult with Chuer and Sister Lu. With that, she darted out the door, leaving Gu Jingci in the same position. He sighed. The path to winning her heart is indeed long. Chapter 39. For the time being, after Mo Sangsang rushed outside, she patted her chest. What nonsense is this man up to every day? Sangsang? What are you doing standing here? Just then, Aunt Wong from next door opened her door and spotted Mo Sangsang lingering at the entrance. Aunt, I'm looking for Sister Chui. Is she here? Yes, but the shop is about to open. Just the other day, she was lamenting about when your shop would finally commence operations. Indeed, with the first month already passing, it is time to open. I have a few matters to discuss with Sister Chui and Sister Lu. Aunt, I will take Sister Chui with me. Go ahead. Aunt Wong cheerfully took the embroidery basket from her daughter-in-law's hands. It is no wonder she felt elated. Ever since her daughter-in-law began working at Mo Sangsang's shop, she had become much more vivacious. Previously, she could hardly muster any enthusiasm, but now she even exhibited her own opinions. Not to mention, the remuneration from Mo Sangsang was among the highest in town, and the transformation in her daughter-in-law brought her great joy. Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang and Chuer arrived at Widow Lu's home. Although Widow Lu was of the same generation as Aunt Wong, she was only a few years older than Mo Sangsang and had a 3-year-old child and an immobile mother-in-law at home. Ever since her husband's passing, life had been arduous, but thanks to the job provided by Mo Sangsang, their circumstances had improved significantly. Upon seeing Mo Sangsang, Widow Lu set aside the laundry she was washing. Sangsang, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Mo Sangsang pulled the somewhat reserved Chuer down beside her and smiled, saying, Aunt Lu, I have come to discuss matters regarding the shop. Widow Lu's eyes brightened. I thought you were going to let the month pass without a word. I was beginning to wonder if you were abandoning the venture. Mo Sangsang felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had indeed considered not proceeding. Clearing her throat, she continued, the shop shall open as planned, but starting this year, I wish to alter the method of distributing your monthly wages. Change the method of distributing wages? Widow Lu looked at Chuer in confusion, who shook her head in ignorance. Mo Sangsang then elaborated on her thoughts. Sangsang, you wish to hand over the recipes to us? How can that be? Widow Lu exclaimed, and Chuer nodded in agreement. There is nothing that cannot be achieved, nor is it a particularly challenging endeavor. Moreover, every transaction you make will directly correlate to your earnings. Aside from my faith in your integrity, this venture can indeed be regarded as your own business. The two individuals found themselves at a loss for words in response to Mo Sangsang's remarks. It was Chuer who timidly inquired, so, Sangsang, won't you oversee the shop anymore? Not entirely, Mo Sangsang replied. At least for now, I will manage the financial aspects. But I might possibly depart from here in the future. It's uncertain. Lu Guofeng asked, is it because your family member is preparing for the imperial examination? That is part of the reason. If you have no objections, we shall head to the town tomorrow to prepare for the opening. I will draft a contract for each of you, providing some assurance. Please take the evening to discuss it with your families. After reaching an agreement, they returned home. As Sangsang pushed open the door, she spotted one large and one small figure seated in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. She sighed inwardly, appreciating the tranquil passage of time. Jingci set down his book and stood up. Have you made the arrangements? Yes. We will go to the town tomorrow. You should also take the opportunity to find a school for Xiao and Gunyan and also set aside his reading and addressed Sangsang. Mother. Grandfather said I need not rush to attend school. I can wait until I go to the capital with father. That one do, even as a transitional measure. You must attend school and interact with peers your age. Such exchanges will benefit you when you eventually communicate with others in the capital. Understood, mother. Gunyan had always been reluctant to attend school. He often preferred to watch the other children play in the village, only occasionally joining in their antics. However, since his mother insisted, he resolved to go, knowing he could at least pretend to fit in. Chapter 40. Parental involvement. Though Sangsang was not particularly adept at communication, she was undeniably decisive and efficient in her actions. Thus, the following morning, she took her family to the town. Jingci. You will take Xiao into the school shortly, while I instruct Aunt Lu and Sister Chui'er on how to make the sauce. Sangsang was quite adept at organizing Jingci. Mother, we can go after you finish. I would like you to accompany me to the school. Gunyan implored. Sangsang could hardly withstand such a sweet plea from the little one, and soon acquiesced to accompany him. Nonetheless, it did not take long, and by the time the three of them stood before the school gate, it was merely noon, which was quite timely. Sangsang glanced at the sign, Song Academy. She had not anticipated such grandeur from a school in the town. Jingci explained. Song Academy is a renowned institution in the southern region of Shu. Although it is located in the town, scholars come from all over to you, which is why even though Luo Chuan town is on the border, it remains prosperous. Sangsang understood. This was indeed a student economy. Is it possible for Xiao to gain admission to such a prestigious academy? Her concern was not for Gunyan An's knowledge, but rather whether he could be accepted into such a distinguished institution at such a tender age. Dear mother, Grandfather left me a letter stating that if I truly wish to attend the academy, I should present this letter to the headmaster. He certainly knows how to arrange things. Sang muttered. With Li Qingfeng's letter in hand, Gunyan successfully enrolled, and Sang felt a sense of accomplishment, exclaiming, tomorrow, Xiao can begin school. To celebrate this momentous occasion, let us have a splendid dinner tonight. Jingci soon realized that his wife could always find a reason to indulge in a fine meal, regardless of the circumstances. Upon returning home, Sang eagerly immersed herself in the kitchen. Gunyan curious, peeked in from outside, his little nose twitching at the delectable aromas wafting through the air. Nearly drooling. Mother, what delicious dish are you preparing today? There's braised pork and your favorite sweet and sour fish. Sang replied with a smile. As evening approached, the table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Jingci, glancing at the feast, teased, My dear, have you unveiled your culinary prowess today? Sang shot him a glance. Who is your dear? Besides, Xiao's schooling is a significant matter. The family of three gathered around the table, filled with laughter and joy. After the meal, Sang gently admonished Gunyan and Xiao, remember to behave and study diligently when you start school tomorrow. Do not worry, mother. I will certainly strive to do my best, Gunyan replied confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. Little did she know, just a few days later, Sang was summoned to the academy for the first time in her life. During this period, Jingci had also begun to leave early and return late, and she was unaware of his undertakings. However, she chose not to concern herself with his affairs, spending her days leisurely in the shop, assisting with the cash register or experimenting with culinary delights, and occasionally returning to the village to tend to her modest plot of land. One day, upon returning from the village, she noticed Sister Chui'er anxiously waiting at the shop entrance. As soon as she spotted Mo Sangsang, she rushed over with urgency. "Oh, Sangsang, you're finally back. Quickly, go over to the academy. This afternoon, I received a letter, but I couldn't quite understand it. It seems something has happened to that child. Shao, hurry and check it out." Upon hearing this, Mo Sangsang hurriedly made her way to the academy, her mind racing with various dreadful possibilities. Yet she never anticipated that her child had been in a fight. Upon arriving at the academy, she saw the headmaster was present, and her heart sank. It was evident that the situation was serious. "Headmaster, teacher," she greeted nervously. "Please, come in," the headmaster said, merely glancing at Mo Sangsang before turning to lead her to another room. Once inside, she scanned the area and spotted her son, perfectly unharmed, standing in the corner. She let out a sigh of relief, her previously anxious heart calming somewhat. "Headmaster, teacher, is this the mother of Gun Yenin? How could she be so young? Surely, the Haven Tea brought someone to deceive me?" Mo Sangsang then noticed another woman sitting in the room, closely accompanied by a plump little boy, whose appearance and attire clearly indicated he was quite cherished at home. Uncertain about the situation and hesitant to speak, she could only wave her son over. "Shaolin, come here, to your mother." Gun Yenin bit her lip, anxiously inching closer to Mo Sangsang. She feared that if his mother learned of his involvement in a fight, she might abandon him. At that moment, the dean spoke up. "Miss Mo, this child Yenin is exceptionally intelligent, yet regarding today's incident, no matter how much I or the teacher inquired, he remained silent." Mo Sangsang approached and embraced Gun Yenin, gently patting his back as she softly inquired, "Little one, please tell mother what transpired. What is there to discuss? This child clearly has not been well raised, resorting to violence even in the academy. What if it escalates?" A woman seated nearby interjected. Mo Sangsang rose, her tone firm. "Madam, the matter is not yet clear, and you hastily draw conclusions. Is that what one should call education? Little one, do not fear. Mother is here." The teacher interjected at the right moment. "I have also questioned the other students at the academy, and they all claim that Gun Yenin struck first. See, there is evidence. This child cannot remain at the Changsang Academy." The woman continued. Mo Sangsang ignored her, crouching down to look at Gun Yenin. "Little one, I believe you. If it is not your fault, mother will seek justice for you. Besides, you are not one to instigate trouble, are you?" Gun Yenin looked at Mo Sangsang, biting his lip and then relaxed. Mo Sangsang, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently caressed him. "Be good, tell the teacher and the dean. You must trust that they are capable of discerning right from wrong." The teacher was momentarily speechless, while the dean observed this woman, whose words, though seemingly devoid of blame, were nonetheless advocating for justice. He thought to himself that this old friend had indeed raised a remarkably perceptive daughter. Under Mo Sangsang's comforting presence, Gun Yenin gradually calmed down and began to recount the events that led to this incident. It turned out that as a recent transfer student, he had quickly gained the admiration of the various teachers for his knowledge and skills, which had sparked jealousy. Initially, it was merely a series of exchanged words, but the chubby boy had previously seen Mo Sangsang accompany Gun Yenin on his first day at school. Thus, the chubby boy, much like his mother, believed that Mo Sangsang was not Gun Yenin's real mother, and his repeated provocations led to the current situation. The dean coughed lightly, while that child spoke disrespectfully first. "It is still wrong to resort to violence." Mo Sangsang lifted her head and replied, "Dean, teacher, my little one is at fault for striking out, and I will certainly discipline him when we return." "Yet, did that child not err in insulting others?" The woman retorted sharply, "You are quite rude, madam. My son was merely speaking without malice, while your child struck with such severity." "Severe? If I had intervened, it would have been far worse. Furthermore, consider this. Anyone who speaks indiscriminately without understanding the truth, even if they are young, risks facing grave consequences in society later on. Do you not think so?" The woman fell silent, and Mo Sangsang took Gun Yenin by the hand, leading him to the side of the chubby boy. Though Gun Yenin was unsure of Mo Sangsang's intentions, he did not refuse. Mo Sangsang crouched in front of the chubby boy, prompting the woman to exclaim, "What are you going to do?" Disregarding her, Mo Sangsang looked at the child and asked, what is your name? With such a charming appearance, you must surely be a kind-hearted child of heart, right? You mentioned that Annie Ninian only took action after you spoke, but look, Andy believes that such a charming and obedient child as you will certainly not repeat the same mistake in the future, correct? The chubby child nodded. Auntie, my name is Fan Yu. You are so beautiful. It was my fault this time, and I apologize to Gun Yin Yin. Yue, the woman called out. Mo Sang, please. I knew it. How could such a delightful child be disobedient? From now on, you and our Yin Yin will be friends, all right? Annie welcomes you to play at my house. Who would want to be friends with this chubby boy? Fan Yu asked. Annie, can I come over today? The woman, addressing him as master, suddenly lost her authority in front of this little chubby boy. Mo Sangsang began to doubt if this was truly her biological son. Sure enough, before she could verify, Fan Yu exclaimed, "What are you following me for? My parents only said you should take care of my daily needs, not to control everything about me. Do you believe I can have my mother punish you when I return to the capital?" Don't call me that. You should refer to me as young master. The woman's previously pleasant expression darkened at the chubby boy's words. Andy, you said I could visit your house. Can I go today? I have never been to anyone else's home. All right. First, we will go buy some ingredients, and in the evening, I will prepare delicious food for you. However, you must inform your family where you are going. Annie, don't worry. I'm the most important one in my family. The rest are just caretakers sent by my parents. Mo Sang understood, realizing that this child was indeed a boarding child, not in a school, but it seemed he was from the capital, revealing that his parents were rather strict for allowing such a young child to be away from home. Upon returning, Gu Jingci heard from Chuyer about the academy's incident. Just as he was about to head to the academy, he saw Mo Sang returning with a pile of ingredients, followed by 2 children. What is going on? Gu Jingci asked with a stern expression directed at Gun Yin Yin. Hey, why are you being so harsh? It's not little Anne's fault, and besides, hasn't this matter been resolved? Though Gun Yin Yin usually dared to retort against his father, he genuinely felt intimidated by Gu Jingci, a fact that Mo Sang had long realized. Uncle, today was my fault for speaking ill of Annie. Gun Yin Yin only reacted because I said something bad about her. I'm sorry. Mo Sang was somewhat surprised. This chubby boy was indeed brave enough to take responsibility, proving himself to be a quality child at heart. Gun Yin Yin also looked at Fan Yu, not expecting this seemingly inept chubby boy to voluntarily admit his mistake in front of his father. Gun Yin Yin, are you afraid of your father? I can tell by your demeanor that you are afraid. You resemble my father in every way. Fear not, for now that I have acknowledged you as my brother, I shall protect you from now on. Gun Yin remarked, indeed, this rotund fellow remains as bothersome as ever, as this gathering was intended for the delight of children. Mo Sang prepared a plethora of dishes that young ones adore, even crafting fried potato strips. Having grown accustomed to Mo Sang's delectable cuisine, Gun Yin found it delightful, let alone the chubby Fan Yu. After several hearty burps, he patted his round belly and exclaimed, Auntie, your cooking is exquisite. I wish my mother were as talented as you. Gun Yin, how about I trade you for a new mother? My mother is both fierce and a poor cook. Meanwhile, in the distant capital at the Jinyuan Marquise, a beautiful woman sneezed, and the man beside her promptly offered a handkerchief. Have you caught a cold? She waved her hand dismissively. No, it must be you who are missing me. I told you not to send him so far away. Now I want to see my son for an entire year. It's that troublesome little rascal who has become a feared little tyrant in the capital, causing his mother endless headaches. If only he were a tad more obedient, I wouldn't have had to send him so far. The woman retorted, You certainly have your reasons. Tonight you can sleep in the study. The Song Academy grants its students 4 days of respite each month, which Mo Sang calculated to be akin to the modern practice of having 1 day off per week. It is evident that studying has always been a form of cultivation. However, this particular break conveniently spans 2 consecutive days, prompting Mo Sang to ponder a short excursion as she found herself idle at home. Gu Jingci had been preoccupied lately, returning home late and leaving early. He did not speak of his affairs, nor did she inquire. With newfound enthusiasm, Mo Sang proposed, Little Inn, how about a picnic? A picnic? Can Annie take me along? As her words fell, a plump figure burst through the door. Fan Yu had become a regular patron of the Food 100 Flavors and now entered the courtyard without any hindrances. Certainly. However, you must first inform your family and obtain their consent. Perhaps we might even stay out overnight. She intended to visit a reputedly miraculous temple in the county, where the springtime blossoms beckoned for a leisurely outing. Upon hearing that they could play outside and possibly stay overnight, Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rushed to inform the servant. Moments later, he returned, bubbling with enthusiasm. Gu Yinan, truth be told, had little desire to accompany this fellow. Leaving a letter for Gu Jingci, the three set off. Throughout the journey, Fan Yu chirped happily like a cheerful little bird. Upon reaching the outskirts of the county, they were greeted by blooming flowers and lush greenery. Many carriages were parked nearby, indicating a considerable number of visitors. After handing over a couple of silver coins to the carriage driver, they instructed him to descend the mountain and find an inn, promising to return for them the following afternoon. As they ascended the mountain, it was said that this temple possessed remarkable efficacy. Initially, Mo Sangsang had been skeptical, but having traversed realms, she felt inclined to believe. The three entered the temple, and Mo Sangsang fervently prayed and made her wishes known. Fan Yu curiously glanced around and quietly asked Gu Yinan, "Is this Buddha statue really that miraculous?" Gu Yinan shot him a disapproving look and remained silent. After arranging accommodations at the monastery, she led the two children to the back mountain, having heard from the monk that the peach blossoms there were in full bloom. At that moment, Gu Jingci happened to witness the scene, a woman clad in a delicate yellow skirt, gently touching the peach blossoms, with two children frolicking behind her. Although Gu Yinan wore an expression of disdain towards Fan Yu, Gu Jingci could perceive the joy radiating from her eyes. Ma Sangsang, gazing at the sea of peach blossoms, recalled a poem she had once studied and unconsciously recited. In the mortal realm, the fragrance of April fades away. It is here that the peach blossoms of the mountain temple begin to bloom. Longing for spring's return, I find no place to seek it, unaware that it has turned to this place. Gu Jingci approached, remarking how fitting the poem was. Mo Sangsang turned to see him, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "What brings you here?" Gu Jingci merely smiled without a word. Fan Yu rushed over, tugging at Gu Jingci's sleeve. "Uncle, you're here to play too." Gu Jingci always felt that being called uncle made him sound older, yet he could hardly refute it in that moment. Fan Yu, with his lively spirit, soon became distracted by other things. Gu Jingci stood before Mo Sangsang. What inspired this outing? It was a spontaneous decision. "But what about you?" Mo Sangsang replied. "Your wife and son have gone out, leaving me at home alone. What is the reason for your visit?" Gu Jingci looked at her intently, articulating each word. "Mo Sangsang, who is your wife? And weren't you quite busy recently? Why the sudden free time today? Do you feel I have neglected you?" Mo Sangsang's cheeks flushed slightly. "Who thinks that?" Gu Jingci gently grasped her hand. "I merely needed to attend to some matters before heading to the capital. But after that, I shall be free." "You are going to the capital?" Chapter 42. Who looks better, him or me in the midst of the peach grove? The two stood facing each other. Mo Sangsang felt a twinge of regret for her hasty words. How could she have blurted out such a question? It was inevitable that the male lead would venture to the capital, and although it was somewhat earlier than in the book, it was clear from Gu Jingci's demeanor that he must go. Her impulsive question prompted Gu Jingci to inquire if she intended to accompany him, leaving her at a loss for a response. She had previously promised to let go of her reservations and give it a try. Yet their relationship had only advanced to the point of communication, never reaching the threshold of marriage discussions. If she truly followed him, would she be unable to leave in the future if she wished? Mo Sangsang's thoughts swirled. As a modern woman, especially one who had lived a solitary life in an experimental lab, she was apprehensive about romantic entanglements. Furthermore, knowing the book's ending filled her with trepidation. What if she unwittingly fell into a situation she could not escape? Gu Jingci reached out, gently patting her head. "If you do not wish to go, then do not go." She was taken aback by his unexpected candor. He had always seemed so assertive, both in the narrative and in their interactions. "Mother, there's a waterfall over there. and a vast expanse of flowers. You must come see. Yes, Auntie. It's truly beautiful. You will surely love it. As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly awkward, the sudden appearance of two little ones brought a wave of relief to Sangsang. To be candid, she felt a sense of trepidation in confronting Jingci, the well-known male lead, despite having previously summoned the courage to face him under the influence of alcohol. Now, she found herself retreating back into her comfort zone. Jingci observed the figure being led away by the two children and gently pinched the fingers that had rested atop Sangsang's head, the softness of her hair lingering at his fingertips. Never mind, he thought. He had ample time to wait until she felt secure in his presence. With that, he leisurely made his way toward the direction the trio had gone. Upon arriving at the place indicated by the children, Sangsang was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scene before her. A waterfall cascaded down the mountainside, flanked by blooming peach blossoms. Petals occasionally swept away by the force of the water, creating a scene reminiscent of the immortal realms depicted in fantasy dramas. At that moment, she truly grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase from her elementary school textbook. The waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way descends from the heavens. The sharp, rhythmic sound of clapping hands jolted Sangsang back to reality. What a splendid poem the girl had just recited was truly fitting for the occasion. Turning around, she found a young man standing frozen in place, his figure framed by the waterfall's mist. The soft yellow of her dress harmonized beautifully with the scene, her hair dancing in the wind, and her delicate features, untouched by makeup yet strikingly beautiful, captivated Bai, who was still recovering from the astonishment of her earlier verse. As Bai regained his composure, he was struck again by her presence, a gentle stirring in his heart setting off ripples of emotion. Meanwhile, Gunyanin, sensing the arrival of a visitor, positioned herself protectively in front of Sangsang, while Fanyu, though confused, instinctively followed suit. The man, clad in a moonlight white robe and adorned with a jade crown, clearly belonged to a distinguished lineage. Sangsang chose to remain silent. Bai, snapping back to reality, quickly donned a courteous smile, acknowledging the young lady with grace. I must apologize for my interruption. I was truly enchanted by your poem and could not resist intruding. Might I be so fortunate as to hear the remaining couplets? Aware of his own rudeness, he regretted his sudden appearance. At that moment, Jingci, standing tall, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Bai, a flicker of emotion crossed his gaze before swiftly vanishing. Positioning himself beside Sangsang, he enveloped her in his embrace. Why did you wander off so swiftly, my dear? I was searching for you. Sangsang shot a glare at Jingci, attempting to free herself from his hold, but he was unwilling to relent. As a man, he had perceived the admiration in Bai's eyes toward her. Sangsang, dear, this person is an unknown variable. Please show me some respect in front of outsiders. Ceasing her struggle, Sangsang merely twisted at his waist in protest. Meanwhile, not far away, Bai clenched his fists in disappointment, feeling a profound sense of loss. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and addressed Jingci. I apologize for my earlier behavior. However, I am genuinely eager to learn the remaining lines of that exquisite poem. Would you be so kind as to oblige? Internally, Jingci cursed him for being a bookworm, but then turned to Sangsang and inquired, my dear, did you compose a poem just now? The husband wishes to listen as well. Why not recite it aloud for him to hear? Sangsang glanced at Jingci, curious about his intentions. Just moments ago, he seemed indifferent, yet now he offers assistance. After casting him a sidelong glance, she spoke, this poem is not my own. I merely borrowed it. The first two lines are the sun shines on the fragrant stove, giving rise to purple smoke from afar. One gazes at the waterfall hanging before the river. A splendid poem. Thank you, kind sir, and the lady. I am Bai. Today, I have had the fortune to hear such a beautiful verse. Allow me to treat you to a modest meal. No need. My spouse, and I must take the children elsewhere. With that, Jingci wrapped an arm around Sangsang's shoulder and turned to leave, the two little ones trailing behind them. Bai observed the harmonious couple and their children, feeling a pang of regret. They had come so far. Surely it was time to let go? Not yet, Gu Jingci replied, somewhat vexed. They maintained this posture until they reached a pavilion, where he finally released her and fell silent, looking at Sangsang. She felt uneasy under his gaze and nudged him. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Sangsang. Who is more handsome, me or that man from earlier? What? She must have misheard. How could Gu Jingci possibly ask such a question? I'm asking whether that man was more handsome, or if I am. Gu Jingci reiterated his inquiry. Sangsang thought he must be out of his mind and suggested, shall we visit the temple to pray? Perhaps a master can give you some insight? Answer me. Sangsang. Gu Jingci looked at her with utmost seriousness. He recalled the time she had praised his good looks. Even Su Bo Yuan had shown admiration. And though Gu Yubai was a bookworm, he had a pleasant appearance as well. You are handsome. This was Sangsang's true sentiment. While the earlier man was indeed good-looking, he appeared somewhat delicate. She preferred Gu Jingci's robust figure, which looked trim in clothing yet revealed much when undressed. What was she even thinking? Gu Jingci, however, was quite pleased and contemplated taking better care of his appearance in the future. Chapter 43. Waiting for you, why had Gu Yubai appeared in Shunan? Gu Jingci pondered this question, realizing that their journey to the capital would need to be advanced. The next day, upon returning home, Sangsang immediately sensed something amiss as they disembarked. Ordinarily, the shop would be bustling at this hour, yet today it felt unusually desolate. As Sangsang entered with the two little ones, she encountered a striking figure clad in purple, flanked by two sword-wielding guards, seated sternly in her modest shop. Aunt Lu and Chui Er stood trembling against the wall, their fear evident. Father, Fan Yu dashed towards the man like a small cannonball. Gu Jingci, carrying their belongings, stood beside Sangsang, assessing the situation. Father, what brings you here? Where's Mother? Have you come to take me back? Stand properly. What sort of behavior is this? Fan Yichun placed the chubby boy down and turned his gaze to Sangsang, accusingly asking, Is it you who took Fan Yu away? Sangsang felt as if his words insinuated she had kidnapped the child. Father, how could you speak to Andy in such a manner? It is I who am to accompany her on an excursion. Sangsang felt a sense of satisfaction. Realizing her generosity in providing this young lad with delicacies was not in vain. You are still young and unaware of the treachery of human hearts. How can anyone be kind to you without ulterior motives? They must be seeking to use you to gain favor with the Ho family. Sangsang turned to the speaker, who was the same person that had been by Fan Yu's side previously. Initially, she assumed this individual was Fan Yu's mother, but later discovered that she was merely a distant relative, flaunting her tenuous connection to assert dominance in public. Gu Jingci, displeased, interjected, If that is the case, I kindly request that this individual settle the expenses incurred by this child at the shop these past few days, lest it be said he is taking advantage. Is it true that you wrote back to the capital, divulging matters that should have remained unsaid, prompting Father S.'s sudden arrival? It was evident that she had long been a source of irritation. How dare she fabricate slander against Andy? Father, you should teach her a lesson. Fan Yichun, not lacking in intelligence, recognized his son's fondness for this family. Observing the demeanor of the trio, they certainly did not appear to be mere commoners. He surmised that the letters sent to the capital were not entirely credible. With a wave of his hand, the previously arrogant woman was escorted away. Fan Yu watched to mu Sangsang, auntie. Please do not dislike me. I promise to behave. The Duke of Jinyuan watched his son, known in the capital as the Little King Yin, act meekly before Sangsang, resembling a little kitten. Were it not for his round, cherubic face, he would almost believe his son had been replaced. Not at all. Auntie is not angry. It is rare for parents to be indifferent to their children, and having been incited, it was no wonder the atmosphere felt peculiar upon entering. Aunt Lu, Sister Chui, we shall close the shop for today. You may return home. Their quiet departure startled the two. Gu Jingci, please set your belongings aside, since you are a guest, and as it is little Fan Yu's father, why not join us for lunch? It will be a fitting welcome for you. Upon seeing that Sangsang was not upset, Fan Yu clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Wonderful! Auntie's cooking is the best. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fan Yi-chun, this rascal-'s father. I apologize for any offense caused today, and I hope you'll bear with me. The mere utterance of Gu Jingci's name made Mo Sangsang feel the awkwardness in the air. And even Fan Yi-chun, the youngest Duke of Jinyuan in the history of the Yu, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Recognizing his own fault, he sought to ease the tension. Brother Gu, you and your wife seem perfectly matched, a true marriage of talent and beauty. Is that so? Sangsang, perhaps you could prepare some braised pork later. I believe Fan Brother would appreciate a meat dish. This marked a notable shift in attitude. And Gu Jingci found Fan Yi-chun increasingly agreeable. Gu Nyenin, do you think your father fears your mother? He resembles my father when he is before my mother. I would be utterly ashamed to have such a father. Mo Sangsang. The ingredients are readily available. Lunch will be prepared in no time, with the table adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Fan Yi-chun sampled the braised pork and remarked, Brother Gu, your wife's culinary skills surpass even those of the chefs in the capital's finest establishments. It must be said that Fan Yi-chun and Fan Yu are indeed father and son. Their manner of eating is not merely similar, it is strikingly identical. Mo Sangsang approached Gu Jingci and inquired, how is it that Fan Yu appears so portly, while his father looks so dashing and refined, devoid of any excess flesh? Gu Jingci responded, do you find Fan Yi-chun appealing, my dear? Mo Sangsang affirmed, indeed he is handsome. Gu Jingci's expression darkened as he leaned closer to her ear and asked, who do you find more attractive, me or him? Mo Sangsang, taken aback, stood up and replied, I shall check if the soup is ready. You all go ahead and eat. She fanned her flushed cheeks, exasperated with Gu Jingci, who seemed to compare himself to others over trivial matters. After all, what need does a man have to measure his looks against another? Brother Gu, I heard from my son that you plan to head to the capital for the imperial examination. Yes. Fan Yi-chun, being a military general, had taken longer to find his current wife due to his years spent in the army. Their relationship could be described as a marriage between an older man and a younger woman, which made it reasonable for him to address Gu Jingci as brother. However, Gu Jingci currently found everything about Fan Yi-chun's visage displeasing. Brother Gu, will you accompany me to the capital? It will be safer that way. Gu Jingci remained silent. He had already decided to enter the capital early upon meeting Gu Yuebai, but traveling together would indeed be much safer than venturing alone. Mo Sangsang brought over the soup, and Gu Jingci hastily accepted it, wary of scalding her. I wonder when Brother Fan will return so that I may assist him in his preparations. Norus, I came specifically to see this rascal and have no pressing matters to attend to. Sister-in-law, just prepare as you see fit and inform me when you are ready. Gu Jingci's countenance remained somber. After sending off the father and son duo, once the family had tidied up, Mo Sangsang prepared to retire for the night. Sangsang, do you not wish to be with me? Mo Sangsang initially did not comprehend his words, but soon realized he was reproaching her for arranging his trip to the capital with Brother Fan. Noticing his silence, she approached him and said, while I may not know what has occupied your time of late, I am aware of your intentions. Gu Jingci, if you wish to pursue your aspirations, do so. You should not be a timid soul, hesitant and indecisive. Gu Jingci stared at her, momentarily a loss for words, but eventually spoke. And what of you? If I go to the capital, what will become of you? Sangsang, in the past I was not timid or hesitant, but because of you, I desire to be with you, and thus I fear that once I depart, you may find another. He thought to himself, much like Gu Yuebai from yesterday, that his Sangsang was a pearl dulled by dust, and should another lay eyes upon her, he might no longer be the one by her side. Mo Sangsang gazed at Gu Jingci. We have an agreement for 1 year, do we not? After a year, I shall bring Xiao into the capital. If by then you have another by your side, we shall adhere to the terms we previously established. There will be no one else. Gu Jingci declared. Mo Sangsang chose to remain indifferent, for the future was uncertain, and she merely stated, tomorrow, I shall prepare your belongings, and you will accompany Brother Fan to the capital. This ensures some measure of care. What she did not mention was that originally, Gu Jingci would awaken 3 years later. She pondered whether her arrival might alter that timeline and if any unforeseen events would arise from it. After all, traveling with a military general promised safety. 3 days later, "You little rascal," said Fan Yi-chun, "from now on, you must listen to your animo. Disobedience could lead to consequences." Fan Yu was initially inclined to return to the capital with his father, but the boy stubbornly refused, ultimately resolving the argument by opting to stay with Mo Sangsang. Gu Jingci accepted the bundle from Mo Sangsang's hands, declaring, "I shall await your return in the capital." Chapter 44. Daily Life. Gu Nianen, aren't you saddened by your father's departure? Oh, I see now, are you like me? Eager to distance yourself from your father? Fan Yu exclaimed, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Gu Nianen, wishing to ignore him, turned and took Mo Sangsang's hand, saying, "Mother, let us return." It was then that Mo Sangsang realized she had been lost in thought, gazing in the direction of Gu Jingci's departure. Seeing Gu Nianen and Mo Sangsang leave, Fan Yu quickly addressed those behind him. "You may return. From now on, I shall reside at my aunt's house. If anything arises, I will seek you out." To avoid a recurrence of the previous incident involving meddlesome servants, Fan Yu's father had left him with only a few martial bodyguards for protection, dismissing the rest of the household staff. This left Fan Yu elated, without anyone trailing him. He felt an unparalleled sense of freedom. "My lord, we must take turns accompanying you to ensure your safety," one of the guards asserted. Fan Yu was about to protest when Mo Sangsang interjected, "You two may take turns coming over daily and reside in this building." "Thank you, Lady Gu." The guards had been concerned about needing to persuade the young master for some time, but since Lady Gu had spoken, the young master had no grounds for refusal. The lord had instructed that all matters be at Lady Gu's discretion, and in recent days, they had observed that the young master was quite obedient to her. Indeed, upon hearing Mo Sangsang's command, Fan Yu did not hesitate to comply, bounding over to her side, grasping her other hand. "Little Fan Yu, shouldn't you consider shedding a few pounds?" Mo Sangsang remarked. It was not without reason. She had noted that the boy seemed to have gained weight after his recent dash toward her. Gu Nianen nodded in agreement, and the guards behind them stifled their laughter in concurrence. Having the Fan family's guards accompany them was a decision made with careful consideration. After all, this society was not as harmonious and secure as the modern world. With Gu Jingci absent from home, she recognized that, even in the present day, the absence of a male figure could attract unwanted attention from thieves. Thus, having two guards rotate their presence daily would at least ensure the safety of the two children. Though life continued much as before without Gu Jingci, Mo Sangsang felt an inexplicable void. In her moments of idleness, her thoughts would often drift. After several days of this, she realized she needed to occupy herself with meaningful pursuits. Some individuals are so pampered that even in slumber, they have pillows handed to them. While she pondered her next steps, Dr. Zhang returned, accompanied by a familiar face. Mo Sangsang was engrossed in counting money when she heard Dr. Zhang's voice, prompting her to look up. "Girl, if I don't come, would you not even spare a visit for this old man?" "What are you saying? I merely feared to disturb you," she replied, stepping out from behind the counter. Indeed. Today, I brought the old man here to indulge in some delicacies." Only then did Mo Sangsang notice the elderly gentleman standing beside him. To be fair, she had not paid him much attention earlier. After all, the old man had undergone quite a transformation. His previously gaunt frame now radiated health, suggesting he had been well cared for recently. Old Ji Yunshan, as cantankerous as ever, declared, "Let us be clear. If the food is unsatisfactory, I shall take my leave." Mo Sangsang, uninterested in sparring with the old man, suggested, "Why don't you both head to the courtyard? I can personally prepare a meal for you." The two children would soon return from school, and it would be opportune for all to dine together. Dr. Zhang's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, I have long missed your culinary skills." Mo Sangsang then led the two gentlemen to the back courtyard. After serving them tea, she inquired, "Grandpa Zhang, do you have any dietary restrictions these days?" Before Dr. Zhang could respond, Ji Yunshan interjected, "I have no restrictions, save for food that is distasteful." "Very well. Your word is law. As a mere young lady, I shall not contest your wisdom." "Hey, you little brat, do you mean to say I stoop to your level?" Mo Sangsang remained silent, and directed her attention to Dr. Zhang. Please enjoy your tea while I prepare the meal. The children will be back shortly. Considering their advanced age, she opted for dishes that were not too spicy. Soon, the small kitchen in the courtyard was filled with enticing aromas, drawing the attention of the two old men, who disregarded their tea entirely. How delightful! Auntie, what deliciousness are you cooking? The little foodie, Fan Yu, could smell the enticing scents from outside and rushed in with great enthusiasm. Ania, Yue Buck. Wash your hands for dinner. Oh, Inanur. Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Ji are here. Please greet them. These two old men could indeed be considered Sangsang's grandfathers in age. Yet the sudden call of Grandpa felt somewhat strange, making her acutely aware of her own youth at just 16. Auntie, I'll help you serve the dishes. One by one, the delectable dishes were brought to the table, and the two elderly gentlemen, having anticipated the feast for quite some time, were already salivating. Are you the Duke Ji? Little Fan Yu, having set down the dish, recognized Ji Yunshan's identity. Ji Yunshan regarded the chubby child with a curious expression. Little chubby one, which family do you belong to? Sangsang raised an eyebrow. She had long sensed the old man's significance, only to discover he was a duke, a title reserved for the esteemed elders of the great Yu dynasty. Fan Yu instantly felt nervous, having heard tales of the duke's peculiar temperament, which had frightened many a child to tears. A stammering voice declared, I am from the Jinyuan Marquis's residence. Are you the child of that lad, Fanny Chen? Yet, your father and mother are not plump. How is it that you appear so round and chubby? Enough. Let us dine. Conceal that frightening habit of yours, for this is not the capital. Miss Sang, please join us at the table. Sangsang replied, You go ahead. I still have a soup to bring over. Gunyan, and dutifully arranging the bowls and chopsticks, patiently awaited the elders to begin. Surprisingly, the usually gluttonous Fan Yu was seated silently beside them today. Sangsang set down the last dish of crispy meat soup and glanced at the two little ones. Why aren't you eating? Don't you have school shortly? Upon seeing Sangsang take her seat, Gunyan obediently began to eat. But Fan Yu remained motionless. Why aren't you eating, Yua? Is it that you do not fancy the dishes Andy prepared today? Sangsang could easily discern that the little chubby boy was a bit intimidated by the Duke, yet he merely sought a way to descend from that lofty pedestal. Some individuals simply cannot be coaxed down. Ji Yunshan turned to Sangsang. Child, have you given any thought to the suggestion I made last time? Sangsang looked at Ji Yunshan in confusion. What? Am I, a dignified Duke of the Yu, unable to persuade you to be my cook? I refuse. Even if you are a duke, you cannot compel a young woman like me. Stubborn child. I could have you, but without your cooperation, the dishes you serve will lack flavor. Dr. Zhang remained silent, stifling laughter as he ate. Chapter 45. Returning to the village after the meal, Dr. Zhang and Duke Ji patted their swollen bellies. Dr. Zhang remarked, Miss Sang's culinary skills have improved immensely. By the way, I did not come solely to enjoy your meal today. Do you recall the mosquito repellent ointment you made last year? Sang nodded. She certainly remembered, as it was her first taste of profit. I have heard that there will be a large purchase of mosquito repellent this year. Sangsang's interest piqued. How much will they need? Is it the same amount as last year? Duke Ji replied, Look at your expression. You seem as if you've never seen money before. Yes, you are a duke, wealthy indeed. I'm merely a poor girl. So I cannot indulge in distractions while pursuing my earnings, she retorted. Grandfather Zhang, I will return to the village tomorrow and notify the villagers to gather mugwort and mint. Sangsang recalled the several boxes of bees left by her late father. If she could split them during this season of blooming flowers, she should be able to obtain quite a bit. She had an idea brewing in her mind. Honey and beeswax are mostly sourced from the wild nowadays, with few people raising their own bees. If every household in the village kept bees. Miss Sang, what are you lost in thought about? Dr. Zhang inquired. Duke Ji interjected. What else could she be pondering? Clearly, she has fallen into the allure of wealth. With newfound motivation, Sangsang had no desire to bicker with a cantankerous old man. The two little ones soon had to head to school. Later, Sangsang tidied up, planning to take them back to the village after school, as tomorrow was also a day off, having not returned for nearly a month. Mo Sangsang felt an unexpected sense of familiarity upon returning to the village. Oh, Miss Sang has returned. Indeed. Greetings, esteemed aunts. I have brought back some delightful snack for you to share with your beloved grandchildren. Oh dear, these sweets are truly precious. How could one simply indulge? Aunts, please accept them. I made these treats for her during my leisure time, without spending a single coin. Take these and distribute them among the village children. I shall return home now. Remember to be mindful of the time. Since Mo Sangsang has made such a suggestion, we cannot refuse. Yet everyone knows she is simply finding ways to share her culinary creations. One woman remarked, "This girl is evidently grateful. She remembers every little kindness from the village. And every time she returns, she finds ways to bring gifts for everyone." Indeed, Mo Sangsang did not return home directly. Instead, she proceeded to the village chief's residence. It is still early in the year, and if we begin collecting herbs now, we could do so for at least 4 or 5 months. She contemplated that not only could they gather herbs from within the village, but if there were villagers willing, they could also venture to other villages. Even if the profit per pound is merely a penny, it would still yield a substantial income. "Uncle," Mo Sangsang called out at the door. "Oh dear, is that you, Sang girl?" The village chief rose to greet her. "Come in and sit." Mo Sangsang shook her head and handed over the tobacco leaves she had purchased. "Uncle, this is for you. You child, every time you bring me something, I wonder if you spend all your earnings on me." "Not all, uncle. You treat us so well, I remember that. This little gift is of little worth. And besides, I cannot afford anything more valuable. By the way, uncle, the apothecary will be collecting mugwort and mint this year. Please inform the village." "Ah, very well." The village chief's face beamed with joy. Last year the yield from just a month was considerable, and with such an early start this year, the village is sure to see a significant income. Mo Sangsang continued, "Uncle, there is another matter I wish to discuss. My father left behind several boxes of bees, and I thought that if we divide them in spring, each household could receive 2 or 3 boxes, and with the wild bees, each family could have at least 2 additional boxes. Honey is indeed a precious commodity, and it would contribute to the village's harvest in the future. What do you think?" The village chief looked somewhat puzzled. "Your father?" Mo Sangsang smiled. "Yes, it is Uncle Lee. I have recognized him as my father. He is away on business, and I thought it would be unwise to let the bees go to waste." "Oh dear, you should have mentioned such a good thing when acknowledging him as your father. Such matters should be celebrated. He is busy with his affairs. We will formalize it later." "Uncle, do you think my proposal is feasible?" "Naturally, it is feasible, but no one in the village knows how to keep bees." "I do. I learned from my father. It is not difficult. Each family just needs to prepare a few beehives for the division." "Very well. Tomorrow, I will mention this along with the herb gathering. If this plan succeeds, our village will surely become the envy of the surrounding areas." After discussing with the village chief, Mo Sangsang returned home. It had been quite some time since she visited, but thankfully she had covered the bed with used sheets each time she left, sparing her the effort of a long cleanup. After fetching water and tidying up for a while, Mo Sangsang went to the backyard, where the vegetables she had planted were gradually taking shape. Some of the greens had grown large enough to be harvested. Mo Sangsang plucked some greens, contemplating a simple noodle dish for dinner. Fan Yu, visiting the countryside for the first time, found everything astonishingly novel. Although Gun Yin often teased the chubby Fan Yu, he still took him out to explore, even if he personally felt it was rather childish. "Gun Yin, shall we go play in the rice paddies over there? Do you want to join?" A few village children had rolled up their pants, appearing ready for a grand adventure. Gun Yin was reluctant. Yet before he could voice his hesitation, Fan Yu excitedly exclaimed, "Yes, I want to go." With no alternative, Gun Yin followed along. The rice paddies were near the river, but maintained a respectable distance. In summer, children often played in the unplanted fields, and as long as they avoided the cultivated lands, the adults in the village generally turned a blind eye. A group of children frolicked in the muddy fields, turning into little clay figures, while Fan Yu, his rotund form now resembling a small black ball, was thoroughly coated in mud. Gun Yin, however, stood at a distance, his expression clearly reflecting his disdain for their dirtiness. Suddenly, he spotted some snails in a nearby ditch, recalling the delicious stir-fried snails his mother had prepared the previous year, causing saliva to involuntarily pool in his mouth. "Fanyu, what's wrong?" The chubby boy turned at the sound of Gunyin An's voice. "Do you want to eat something tasty?" Fanyu's face, smeared with mud, seemed to brighten at the mention of food. "Tasty? Where?" Gunyin An pointed to the snails in the dish. "Look, right here. Gather as many as you can, and we can have your mother make stir-fried snails." Fanyu picked one up, holding it aloft. "Are you not deceiving me? This thing is hard. Can it really be eaten? If you don't believe me, then I'll gather them myself, and you won't get any," Gunyin declared. Fanyu, undeterred by the threat of exclusion, eagerly began to collect the snails, while Gunyin stood composed on the ridge, directing him. Chapter 46, Tiger Andy, Sangsang Andy. A loud clatter startled Mo Sangsang, causing her to drop the water ladle. "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" Without picking up the ladle, she rushed outside, only to find Fanyu, his round body mostly white except for his eyes, with his outer garment wrapped around something. "Andy, look, I gathered so many snails." Mo Sangsang sighed, recalling a video she had seen on Douyin that depicted a similar scenario, now understanding the phrase about whether to wash the child or the child first. Turning her gaze to the impeccably clean Gunyin, and her mood lifted considerably, grateful that at least one of them was tidy. Then, glancing back at the muddy Fanyu, she sighed and directed her clean son, and then please take him to wash up and change clothes. And he must not enter the bathtub. He can only stand to wash. All right. It was evident that his mother preferred clean children. "Fanyu, do you have any manners?" Meanwhile, Fanyu radiated excitement, his bright eyes oblivious to his filthy state, proudly presenting the bundle of snails to Mo Sangsang. Upon inspecting the contents, she found quite a substantial collection. "Annie, we can have stir-fried snails for dinner." Mo Sangsang replied, "That won't do. These snails need to expel their sand. We can only eat them tomorrow. First, you must wash yourself thoroughly." Fanyu pouted, but the thought of enjoying a meal the next day brightened her spirits, and she cheerfully responded, bouncing along behind Gunyin to take a bath. The night passed without further incident. The next day, Mo Sangsang indulged in a rare lie-in. Upon rising, she noticed an unusual bustle in the village. Opening the door, she realized that the village chief had spread the word about the previous day's announcement, and many villagers were already on their way to gather harvests, greeting her with friendly smiles, even those unfamiliar to her. She cherished this sense of harmony. The villagers were genuine, unlike in many places where intrigue and rivalry ran rampant over trivial gains. She had always admired the atmosphere of this village while reading novels, and experiencing it firsthand after her arrival deepened her affection. "Mother," Gunyin emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The sight of the freshly awakened cherubic child was irresistibly adorable. Mo Sangsang approached and embraced her, planting a kiss on her fair cheek. "Why are you awake? Would you like to sleep a little longer? Mother has prepared breakfast for you." Gunyin obediently nestled in her embrace, her little face flushed as she shook her head. "I'm awake now. I want to help Mother cook." In truth, she had just woken, while Fanyu's chubby little body was sprawled across the bed, softly snoring. It seemed as though Fanyu had magically woken at the precise moment breakfast was ready. After the three had enjoyed their meal, Mo Sangsang turned to Gunyin, saying, "Mother is going to check on the fields and later visit grandfather to see the bees. You can play with Fanyu until I return. I'll make stir-fried snails for you both at noon." The wheat in the fields had turned a deep green, indicating a promising harvest this year. After inspecting the soil and finding no significant issues, Mo Sangsang headed towards the eastern edge of the village, where the number of bees increased, a testament to the vibrancy of spring. Originally, there had been 8 hives at home, but upon her return, she noticed several new hives had formed outside due to a long absence. Retrieving her father's old clothes, she began harvesting honey from the hives, initially using a small basin. She quickly filled it after only 2 hives, prompting her to fetch a larger bucket. After considerable effort, she had gathered 2 full buckets of honey. Bees should not build hives outside. Thus, she cleared the external hives and placed several and used ones from inside, sprinkling a bit of honey within. This would naturally encourage the excess bees to relocate. In fact, this season was the ideal time for splitting hives, as wild bees were plentiful. She surveyed her bounty of over 2 buckets of honey, pleased with the yield and the minimal time required for maintenance. However, a new concern arose. How would she transport it all back? Perhaps she could first carry the basin back. She could still steam a honey cake for lunch. Resolute, Sangsang hefted the basin of honey and began her return journey. Yet, she overestimated her strength. Not far along, her arms grew weary, prompting her to set the basin down for a brief respite. Sister-in-law, Sangsang looked at the person before her, momentarily unable to recall who it was. Sister-in-law, it's me, Huzi. She recalled the time spent seeking refuge on the mountain. She was akin to a warrior, seemingly a relative of the village chief. Sister-in-law, what are you carrying? You seem to be struggling. May I assist you by taking it back? After glancing at the basin on the ground, and then at her own hands, Mozangsan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Thank you. No need. Grandfather says you are the benefactor of the village. This is but a trifling matter. When had she become a benefactor? However, she refrained from asking, as Huzi was already walking far away with the basin. Wow, you really have strength. Sister-in-law, is it all right if I place it here? Yes. After Huzi set it down, he was about to leave when Mozangsan called out to him, Huzi, wait a moment. Please take some honey back for your grandfather to brew with water. It will soothe his lungs. How can I accept this? This honey is a precious item, sister-in-law. I cannot take it. Huzi declined, but seeing his reluctance, Mozangsan suggested, In that case, there are 2 barrels of honey in the house to the east of the village. Could you bring them over for me? Sure. Wait for me. I will bring them to you shortly. And please lock the door for me. The key is on the door. All right, understood. Mozangsan chuckled. Huzi was merely 14 or 15 years old, yet children from poor families mature quickly. His strength indicated he had not shied away from hard work. She recalled he was from Zhou San's family, which had 2 children. The eldest should be around 20, often working away from home, thus rarely seen. Both brothers were raised by Zhou San, as their parents reportedly passed away due to illness in their early years, which was quite tragic. After rummaging through the house, she unearthed several pottery jars, filling one to the brim with honey, intending for Huzi to take it back for Grandfather San, who had been coughing persistently. Honey water would soothe his lungs. Shortly thereafter, Huzi returned, balancing 2 barrels of honey. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy. Previously, while working odd jobs with his brother in the county, he had seen others buy honey, and even a small jar cost 51. Here, take it back for Grandfather San to brew with water. Huzi still hesitated, but Mozangsan interjected, This honey will no longer be a precious item in our village. I spoke with the village chief yesterday. Each household wanting to keep bees should prepare beehives, and I will teach you. Really? Huzi was astonished. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask the village chief when you pass by his house. Also, kindly bring a jar of honey for Uncle Chief. All right, Huzi, cradling the 2 jars of honey, dashed home. Meanwhile, Mozangsan began to prepare the apple snails that little Fatty had brought back yesterday. Chapter 47. A small update, she too relished the taste of apple snails, though the modern ones were not as pristine as those in ancient times. After a night of sitting, the snails had expelled only a modest amount of impurities. They were delectable, but cleaning them was quite a chore, necessitating the removal of their tails one by one, followed by soaking them in clean water to expel the mud. Merely trimming the tails of the snails took Mozangsan nearly an hour. During this time, the 2 little ones returned, clamoring to assist, but the snails were rather tough, and she was reluctant to let them use scissors, so she sent them to the backyard to dig ginger and pick scallions. Fan Yu harbored an insatiable curiosity for all things rural, and Gun Yinan, despite his occasional disdain for Fan Yu, consistently accompanied him, influenced by Sangsang's suggestions. However, Sangsang discerned that although Gun Yinan often feigned discontent, he had indeed begun to regard the chubby boy as a friend. As noon approached, the aroma of cooking river snails wafted from the kitchen. How delightful! Exclaimed Fan Yu, while Gun Yinan remained silent, instinctively swallowing hard. Seizing the opportunity while the snails simmered, she retrieved the previously prepared dough, deftly rolling it into thin sheets and slicing it into even strips. The pot beside her was already boiling, and soon The fragrant hand-pulled noodles were ready to be served. Just in time, the snails were also perfectly cooked. She placed them in a small bowl and drizzled the remaining sauce over the noodles, presenting a dish that looked utterly delectable. "Anin, wash your hands. It's time to eat." Goon Yinin smiled at the affectionate nickname bestowed upon him by his mother, feeling increasingly cherished. "Wow, we can finally eat." Aunt Sangsang, "How do I eat this? I've never tried it before." Sang handed him a bamboo skewer, instructing like this. "First, sip a little. Then use the pointed end to extract the meat inside. But take your time. You don't want to accidentally swallow the snail." As they conversed, a small pile of snail shells had already accumulated before Gunyenin. Sang observed with amusement, noting how this boy, despite his love for spicy food and his father's eating habits, maintained an elegant demeanor while eating. She mused about how many young maidens he would charm as he grew older. Yet, her thoughts darkened as she recalled the fate of the character in the book. Realizing that only a little over a year remained until the tragic event, she was determined to avert it. While the character in the book had ventured into the mountains due to a lack of food, her own household was far from deficient in provisions, leading her to believe she could indeed alter the child's destiny. In the afternoon, the village chief arrived with several skilled carpenters. He introduced them, and Sang immediately understood they had come to inquire about the construction of beehives. Amusingly, her father had previously eschewed interactions with others, opting to experiment on his own, resulting in the rather rudimentary designs of the initial beehives. She decided against leading them to see the actual products, lest her proud father lose face. Meanwhile, in the distant capital, Li Qingfeng suddenly sneezed loudly, rubbing his nose. A nearby companion expressed concern. "Master, have you caught a chill?" "Nonsense. My daughter simply misses me," he retorted. Not far off, a man seemed to have different thoughts entirely. Sang retrieved paper and pen from Gu Jingci's room and quickly sketched a modern beehive. Having frequently visited the countryside and observed beekeeping, she recalled how bees aid in the pollination of certain crops, resulting in larger and better quality fruits and grains. Before long, she presented the village chief with a clearly marked blueprint. "Uncle, this is the method for constructing the beehive. Once completed, I will return in a few days to teach you how to manage the bees." The village chief examined the blueprint carefully before passing it to the carpenters behind him. Once they confirmed their ability to execute the design, the group departed. A few days later, when Sang returned to the village with her 2 children, she noticed that each household had placed several beehives at their doorsteps. Without hesitation, she sought out the village chief, bringing along a jar of honey and her makeshift protective gear, and proceeded to a home where the beehives were situated. The most expedient method would have been to divide from the old hives, but upon inspection, she noted that due to her foundational knowledge in beekeeping and the abundance of wild bees in the village, it would suffice to brush honey on the dividers and the entrances of the hives to naturally attract the bees. Although this method was somewhat slower, it was considerably safer. She shared some precautions and protective measures with the villagers, leaving the remainder of the tasks up to them, although she provided a substantial bowl of honey. Contemplating the ample honey she had at home, she began to ponder what could be made with it. Initially, she considered baking pastries. However, that would require more manpower than she had at her disposal. Thus, she decided to create small jars to sell in her shop, which would also serve as a trial to see if the honey could be sold and how well it would fare in the market. Sang approached the village chief with the intention of ordering 100 small jars for the honey. After gauging the size, the chief pointed to a spot near the wall and said, "Why not use those over there? I previously made jars that were too small, and they've been sitting there gathering dust. If you want them, feel free to take them all. They're just taking up space." Sang glanced at them. Although there was a slight discrepancy in size, they were indeed usable. "Uncle, then I shall take all these jars. Would it be acceptable if I offered you 5 when each? What need have I for silver? They are merely items I deemed unusable, left here to collect dust." The village chief replied, somewhat displeased. "That won't do. If you will not accept payment, then I shall not take them," she countered. "You stubborn girl." With a resigned sigh, Zhou Changjin finally relented. "Very well, I shall sell them to you at 2 when each." "Deal." Mo Sangsang deeply tefolin. Wait here. I will send them over right away. Coincidentally, your two brothers have just returned from town. Hong Xian, Hong Yu. Come out and help your sister Sangsang carry the jars back. The last time she had seen the village chief's sons was several months prior. It was evident that boys grow quickly, for they had shot up in height since their last encounter. Brother Hong Xian, Brother Hong Yu, thank you for your assistance. No need for formality, Sangsang. We should be thanking you for all the care you've provided to our family, they replied, demonstrating their politeness, which left Mo Sang feeling somewhat flustered. She feared such niceties, so she simply said she would wait for them to return and hurried off. Zhou Changjin watched her with a smile. This girl always ran off when faced with politeness. When you deliver them, see if you can lend a hand. Jingci has left for the capital to participate in the imperial examination, and this family relies on that little girl to manage everything. It is indeed a burden. The two brothers nodded in agreement. After Mo Sangsang returned home, she began preparing the items for repackaging. The two little ones eagerly offered their help, and when the jars arrived, Zhou's sons assisted in arranging them. Seeing that they needed washing, they proactively helped with that as well, using cloths to dry each jar meticulously. Mo Sang meticulously crafted label stickers adorned with charming little bees and flowers, inscribing the word honey in a modern, delightful font that instantly evokes affection. Chapter 48. Roast duck. 2 barrels of honey yielded nearly 100 jars. Though the earthenware jars were somewhat plain in color, Ma Sang's decorative embellishments brightened their appearance. The following day, she enlisted the village chief to transport them to the shop using an ox cart. She cleared the shelf behind the cash register to accommodate the jars of honey, which immediately drew attention upon placement. The jars were modest in size, and Mo Sang set a price of 88 when each. While this might seem somewhat expensive, it was considerably cheaper than the average honey. Moreover, for a household merely using it for infusing into water, the quantity would last quite a while, rendering it a worthwhile expense. These jars were merely a trial, as she did not intend to profit from them. However, should the village begin producing honey, she would need to devise a market strategy. See, I told you this girl has been frequently visiting the village lately. She must be up to something, a voice remarked, and, as Mo Sang arranged the honey, she recognized it as Dr. Zhang's voice, accompanied by the esteemed Duke. Mo Sang turned around with a smile to greet them. Good day, Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Ji. What brings you here today? I was just feeling peckish, Dr. Zhang replied, raising an eyebrow at Duke Ji. By the way, what new curiosities have you concocted here? Young lady? Mo Sang presented 2 jars to Dr. Zhang, saying, Oh, nothing extraordinary. I've just kept some bees and decided to sell the honey they produce. You keep bees? Ji and Shan inquired, examining a jar of honey. Mo Sang felt a bit exasperated, wondering why the old man's words sounded so ungracious. Clearing her throat, she replied with a raised eyebrow, I possess a modicum of knowledge, and this is not a luxury item. Most honey available today is wild harvested, while artificially cultivated honey is rare. My primary goal is to earn some silver. Ji and Shan remarked, Look at you, so engrossed in thoughts of profit. Go prepare something delicious for this old man. If it pleases my palate, I'll help you market your honey. Ma Sang's eyes lit up. Is that truly the case? You are a duke. Please do not deceive a mere girl. I would not stoop so low as to deceive you, but it is contingent upon your culinary skills. Very well. Please make yourselves comfortable. I assure you, you will be satisfied. As it happens, my honey is fresh, and I shall prepare a delightful dish for both of you today. Mo Sang turned and entered the kitchen, contemplating what to make. She settled on honey steamed cake, a dish both simple and delectable. First, she combined flour with an appropriate amount of honey, mixing it thoroughly before placing it into the steamer. While the cake was steaming, she prepared a cup of honey water to quench the thirst of the 2 elders. Upon returning, she began to prepare roast duck. Earlier, she had constructed a small kiln, perfect for today's endeavor to impress her benefactor. After cleaning the duck, she stuffed it with scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and seasoned it with salt and wine, allowing the duck to absorb the aromatic flavors fully. The marinated duck is ready, and the honey steamed cake has also been completed. After slicing 2 pieces, I brewed more tea and served it. It's still early for lunch, so you two can enjoy some tea and play chess while savoring the honey-steamed cake. Dr. Zhang took the initiative to take a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "The honey adds just the right touch of sweetness without being cloying, and the cake is pleasantly fragrant and tender, making it quite suitable for the elderly." Duke Ji also tried a bite. Although he said nothing, his expression revealed his satisfaction. Mo Sangsang fetched the chessboard and pieces from Gu Jingci's room, suggesting that the two elders could play a game if they felt bored while I continued to prepare the meal. The process of roasting the duck is somewhat intricate. The marinated duck needs to be supported to maintain its shape, ensuring that it not only looks appealing, but also cooks evenly. Next, it requires blanching the skin to develop color. Boiling water is ladled over the duck's surface to tighten the skin. Honey is then diluted with an appropriate amount of water and evenly brushed onto the duck's skin, which is then hung in a ventilated area to dry, forming a thin, dry membrane on the surface. Since she has a kiln rather than an oven, and initially planned to make pastries, adjustments are necessary for roasting the duck. To ensure the duck stands upright in the kiln for optimal heat distribution, she devised a small rack, testing its stability and placing a large wooden tray beneath to catch any drippings, thus creating a method akin to braising and roasting. The kiln is located in the backyard. While the duck dries, Mo Sangsang gathered 2 bundles of fruitwood to heat the kiln, which piqued Ji Yunshan's interest. However, the image-conscious Duke Ji refrained from asking questions, while Dr. Zhang, noticing Mo Sangsang stoking the fire with nothing inside, grew curious. Once the kiln was sufficiently heated, Mo Sangsang swiftly removed the firewood, placed the duck inside, and closed the door, using the residual heat to braise the duck to perfection. Braising takes time, so she began preparing the sauce and accompaniments for the roast duck. Essential, of course, are the wrappers for the pancakes, which are easy to make in modern times with an electric griddle, but in ancient times, achieving such thin pancakes posed a challenge. Ultimately, she devised a method using a larger spoon and kindled a fire in another stove to avoid black smoke. By applying the paste to the back of the spoon and gently toasting it over the flame, she initially struggled with the first few attempts, but soon mastered the technique, producing 2 ducks and, consequently, a large batch of pancakes. She also prepared shredded green onions and cucumber strips, along with other garnishes. By midday, the 2 children returned from school just in time for the moment Mo Sangsang opened the kiln. Ji Yunshan and Dr. Zhang ceased their game, for at that moment, the air was filled with an enticing aroma, leaving them no time for chess. The fragrance wafted even to the diners outside, prompting inquiries to Chui Air about what delightful dish manager Sang was concocting. "I don't know," she replied. "Perhaps she is experimenting with some new delicacy." Mo Sangsang opened the kiln, revealing a golden roasted duck that emanated an enticing sheen and aroma. With great care, she extracted the duck and placed it on a large platter. The 2 little ones, upon sighting the duck, had their eyes gleaming, eagerly swallowing their saliva. Mo Sangsang playfully scolded them to wash their hands first. She then brought the duck to the front table, skillfully slicing the meat and pairing it with slivers of scallion, cucumber strips, and a specially crafted sauce, wrapping it all in thin pancakes before handing it to Duke Ji and Dr. Zhang. Upon taking a bite, both men were entranced by the tender, juicy duck meat, the crispy skin, and the delightful blend of honey-esque sweetness along with the refreshing accompaniments. A truly rich experience. Duke Ji could not refrain from praising the dish, declaring that this was his first encounter with such a method of preparation. The skin was crispy while the meat remained tender, imbued with the fragrance of fruits and the sweetness of honey. Experiencing this once in a lifetime felt like a fulfillment of his desires. Mo Sangsang smiled and replied, "As long as you are satisfied, I shall ensure that you enjoy whatever you desire in the future, all of which will be unparalleled." Chapter 49. Rolling up sleeves to get to work after bidding farewell to the 2 elderly gentlemen, Mo Sangsang began to contemplate the honey business. If this endeavor were to succeed, she envisioned not merely selling honey, but also offering a variety of honey-derived products. Furthermore, the village could extend beyond mere grain cultivation. If feasible, she aimed to transform all available idle spaces into flourishing gardens of various flowers. While she might not be able to produce acacia or rapeseed honey, Wildflower honey was certainly within reach, and its flavor and texture were commendable, given that wild bees predominantly produce mixed flower honey, with pure varieties being rare. If successful, this could provide an additional source of income for the village. Historically, scholars and literati have relished engaging in lofty discussions and composing poetry during their leisure. Thus, if her vision materialized, the village could engage in small trades whenever the blossoms bloomed. Determined, Mo Sangsang resolved to embark on her entrepreneurial journey. Upon returning to the clinic, Ji and Shan turned to Dr. Zhang and inquired, "How do you intend to fulfill the promise made to Sangsang regarding the honey? We must not mislead the young girl." Ji and Shan replied, "I that kind of person? What are your thoughts?" "There's not much to ponder," Dr. Zhang responded. "Those two in my family are rather useless. The younger one has a penchant for business and has been doing well these past years. Furthermore, beekeeping is a rarity. Each year, the palace's beekeepers suffer casualties while harvesting honey. If this girl can succeed, it would indeed benefit the people." Dr. Zhang jested. "I didn't think you had such altruistic intentions. It seems you are still considering matters of the capital. Given the current situation with the emperor, it's only you who still harbors such thoughts." Ji and Shan gazed towards the capital, reflecting, "I am aging, regardless of who ultimately governs the vast land of Dayue. It must remain Dayue. If I can accomplish something while I still draw breath, it would honor the former emperor's kindness towards me. He had only one son throughout his life, who has now become a significant figure in the court, exhibiting a temperament that aligns with his own, having never caused his father any concern since childhood. He is blessed with 2 grandsons. The elder is learned, reasonable, and possesses a calm and tactful demeanor, likely to secure a place in the court in a couple of years. However, the current political climate is tumultuous, and the boy is presently engaged in teaching at the academy. Yet, the younger grandson gives Ji Yunshan a headache. The child, for reasons unknown, seems to have inherited a whimsical nature, preferring to play with cats and dogs over academic pursuits. In recent years, he developed an interest in business, and, fortunately, his mind is quite agile, allowing him to do well in that regard. As for his sons and grandsons, they will carve their own paths. It is his son who should bear the burden of worry, not him as a grandfather." Dr. Zhang, however, continued to express his concerns, saying, "Sending this letter will certainly reveal your whereabouts to those in the capital. You ought to consider this carefully." Ji and Shan regarded him incredulously, replying, "Have you made no progress in anything but medicine over the years? My letters cannot divulge my location to others. And should that unaccomplished one dare to leak my information? In recent days, Mo Sangsang has been quite busy, returning to the village daily, with the 2 children being escorted by the guards of the Fan family to the shop for meals. She is eager to realize her ambitions quickly, which necessitates surveying the terrain of the village. Desiring to economize while achieving optimal results, she plans to utilize the landscape to her advantage. Within just a few days, she visited the beehives of every household in the village, each of which had attracted bees to varying degrees. She also instructed them on the necessity of feeding the bees during the off-flower season, advising them to simply add a bit of honey to ensure the bees have sustenance. Some areas, however, are inconvenient and uneven, requiring manual repair. When Mo Sangsang laid a large map of the terrain before the village chief, Zhou Changjin, he was astonished. After she shared her ideas, the chief felt that such a decision merited the involvement of some village elders and respected figures for discussion, thus setting a time to convene everyone at his home. Taking advantage of the children's day off, Mo Sang hurried back to the village, bringing along a few capable individuals from the Fan family, who, being skilled practitioners, would be useful. Since the guards of the Fan family had horses, 6 strong practitioners followed her back, while the 2 children rode happily alongside them. Upon arriving in the village, she instructed the 2 little ones to return home with the 6 guards while she made her way directly to the village chief's residence. However, upon entering, she was taken aback by the number of people gathered there. The village chief greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Sang girl, you've returned. We've been waiting for you." Mo Sang felt a bit awkward and sheepishly touched her nose, apologizing for keeping the elders waiting. "It's nothing. It takes time to travel back from the town," he reassured her. "Come, share your thoughts." Everyone who can make decisions in the village is present today. All right, uncle, please take out the blueprint I gave you. Hong Xian, bring forth the blueprint, the village chief bellowed. To facilitate clear visibility for everyone, the two brothers, Zhou Hongxian, acted as human supports, while Mo Sangsang pointed out and meticulously explained the areas requiring modifications, as well as the varieties of flowers that needed to be planted. In truth, anyone who could read could comprehend the topographical map in their hands. However, the primary concern was to understand the purpose behind these actions. After nearly 2 hours, she articulated the matter of honey production and introduced various derivative products. Finally, taking a deep breath, Mo Sangsang presented her most significant idea. She envisioned establishing a modern cooperative within the village, aimed at centralized management of honey production and sales, with the proceeds being distributed amongst the villagers. This would allow the village to retain a portion of the earnings for necessary renovations. Are you suggesting that we could eventually build a village school? One elder inquired, clearly excited. If we execute the plan accordingly, that is certainly feasible. However, our immediate priority is to take the first step. It's not too late to plant now. I have categorized the flower seeds by season. Some can be found in the mountains, while others are available at the grain shop. Moreover, due to the scarcity of flower cultivators, they are quite affordable. Additionally, we need someone to oversee the renovations and planting, as well as individuals to manage finances and accounts. This division is crucial to prevent future issues. The village chief remarked. Isn't managing finances and accounts the same role? Why do we need 2 people? Uncle, if one person handles both finances and accounts, and a problem arises, there will be no means to verify the situation. However, if we separate these responsibilities, it minimizes the risk of complications. Even among close brothers, accounts are meticulously balanced, let alone in our larger communal setting. Young Lady Sang's reasoning is sound. While we currently lack funds to manage, we can address that later. The key is to appoint someone responsible. I suggest Sangsang. She understands. Mo Sang hurriedly waved her hands. I am not suited for that. I can manage planting, but overseeing people is beyond my capabilities. What about the village chief? He has experience and is familiar with the village. Zhou Chongjin is an excellent village chief. It will be most appropriate for him to manage. Once everything was arranged, Mo Sang exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhausted from the recent endeavors. Chapter 50. Is this for me to assess a potential daughter-in-law? The business of taste of all flavors seems to be stable at present, and she no longer needs to oversee it, as Chuier and Aunt Lu can manage the daily operations. Thus, with time on her hands today, she decided to pick up the 2 little ones from school and, in the process, inquire about their academic progress at the academy. On her way, she purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, and, as she made her way to the academy, she found a throng of people waiting at the entrance, mostly household servants. However, many children returned home on their own, as numerous families did not employ help. With so many children present, she momentarily struggled to locate her eldest son amidst the crowd, when suddenly she heard a familiar voice calling, "Mother." As the sound of surprise echoed, Mo Sangsang was suddenly embraced by a little fellow. "Mother, why did you come to pick me up today?" Gunyan exclaimed with joy. This was the first time since starting school that his mother had come for him. She had always been busy, and he understood the hardships she faced, never feeling discontent. Yet now that his mother had come in person, he was undeniably elated. "Gunyan, wait for me. Why are you running so fast?" Fan Yu panted, filled with delight upon spotting Mo Sangsang. "Aunt Sangsang, what brings you here?" "Of course, I am here to take you home for dinner," Mo Sangsang replied, handing over a skewer of candied hawthorn while playfully pinching Fan Yu's chubby cheeks. Marveling at their delightful softness, Gunyan, in turn, pinched his own face, pondering, could it be that mother prefers plump children? Why else would she not pinch mine? With one hand holding onto each child, one refined and composed, the other round and adorable, Mo Sangsang elicited envy from countless onlookers. Behind them trailed 2 bodyguards, one of whom remarked, "Have you noticed how well our young master fits in with the Mo family? I've never seen him so obedient in the capital." Indeed, the journey from the academy to the restaurant, Shabai, was not far, yet their playful antics along the way consumed half an hour. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted someone anxiously awaiting their arrival. Mo Sangsang recognized him as a young apprentice from Dr. Zhang's clinic, seemingly named Xiao Shan. "Oh, Miss Mo, you finally returned," he exclaimed. "What is the rush? Please come with me to the clinic. We've been waiting for so long, and we don't know what mood that person will be in next." Thus, the trio was hurriedly led by Xiao Shan to the clinic. Inside the clinic, a man dressed in red was speaking urgently. "Grandfather, you've been out of touch for so long that father is nearly going mad. Why haven't you given us any word?" Duke Ji stared at him as if he were a fool. "Sometimes I wonder if you were switched at birth, or perhaps fed the wrong thing." "Master Ji, Miss Mo has arrived," Shun announced, leading the way to the clinic's back courtyard. Mo sang and the children followed leisurely, bemused by his haste. Why the rush? A physician must avoid agitation, Dr. Zhang admonished. "Where's that girl?" Duke Ji thought it better to let Mo Sang provoke his foolish grandson than to engage in conversation. Dr. Zhang shook his head, realizing his words were futile with the old man present. Impatience was inevitable. "Where's that girl?" Duke Ji peered towards the door. "Why are you so urgent today?" Mo Sang, clad in a red dress, caught Ji Yun's curiosity regarding his grandfather's unusual fondness for someone. Mo Sang held one child in each hand, her bright eyes and radiant smile accentuated by her modest red attire, which complemented her fair complexion. Ji Yun's mind was in a whirl, contemplating. Could it be that grandfather is considering her as a potential bride? "Gu Jingci, where's my 18-meter-long broadsword?" The Duke Ji pointed at Ji Yun and said, "Old man promises you, just seek this lad. Although he may not be the brightest, he is competent in business." Mo Sang glanced at the slightly flamboyant young man in the courtyard, secretly marveling at how the ancient world nurtured such handsome figures. Not to mention Gu Jingci. Even though she had met before, like Su Buyuan and the scarred Song Mo, could easily become stars in modern society. Mo Sang regained her composure and stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Ji Yun, saying, "Greetings, young master." Before Ji Yun could respond, he was playfully kicked by the Duke Ji, prompting him to hastily return the gesture, though his gaze inadvertently drifted to the two children nearby. "Who are these children?" Ji Yun inquired. "My sons," Mo Sang replied. Ji Yun's expression stiffened. He hesitated behind the Duke Ji and whispered, "Grandfather, it's not that I'm unwanted. Is it really necessary for you to find me someone to help raise children?" The more the Duke Ji listened, the darker Ji Yun's expression became. Suddenly, he sprang up from his chair, grabbing a stick nearby, and aimed it at Ji Yun. "You insolent boy, do you dare to have such thoughts with your carefree demeanor? It seems you haven't received enough discipline." "Ouch, that hurts, grandfather. Please stop." In an instant, the courtyard was in chaos, with Ji Yun jumping around, unable to elude the Duke Ji's predictions. Finally, he darted behind Mo Sang for refuge, prompting the Duke Ji to cease his pursuit. "Come out. What are you hiding behind this young lady for?" Ji Yun retorted, "I refuse, unless you promise not to hit me again." Mo Sang sighed. The antics of this grandfather and grandson were quite the spectacle. "Duke Ji, my two children have yet to eat after school," she ventured to say. The Duke Ji tossed aside the stick and returned to his seat, pointing at the young man behind her. "This lad is my inept grandson. He is quite capable in business. If you wish to sell your honey, you may entrust it to him." Seeing the Duke Ji seated, Ji Yun slowly emerged from behind Mo Sang, rubbing the spots where he had been struck, grinning through the pain as he addressed the Duke Ji. "Grandfather, you summoned me all the way from the capital just to help her sell honey? Did you think I called you because I missed you?" The Duke Ji retorted disdainfully. Ji Yun patted his chest, murmuring quietly, "I thought you were going to find me a wife." Not far off, even Mo Sang and the two little ones heard this. Gunyan and looked at the jumping monkey, exclaiming, "Dream on." Fan Yu chimed in, "Annie, no one is good enough for him." Mo Sang turned to Ji Yun, asking, "Duke Ji, are you certain he is capable?" Throughout her time with Ji Yun, she had seen no signs of business acumen, only a foolish young man bouncing about. The Duke Ji assured her, "Rest assured, while he may lack in many areas, he is reasonably competent in business. You are younger than this lad. It would not be inappropriate to call him brother." Ji Yun felt curious as to why his grandfather held such a favorable view of a woman from a remote village. Mo Sang I shall take the children home for a meal, and we will return to the village tomorrow. Will you come to visit? Of course. How could I not? Tomorrow, I will take this little rascal with me to see you. Thus, Jian realized he was merely a tool in this arrangement. Only his wounded world has been restored. Chapter 51. The Honey Trio. The following day, Sangsang arrived early at the medical clinic, accompanied by the Duke of Ji and his grandson, as well as Dr. Zhang. The village had been bustling these days. In addition to the daily harvesting of mugwort leaves and mint, they had also taken on the task of planting flowers. The carriage halted directly at the doorstep, allowing the group to alight before it proceeded to gather today's medicinal materials, returning to collect them later in the afternoon. Madame Gu, a voice greeted Sangsang. How are things? She inquired. Previously, she had left several members of the Fan family in the village to lend a hand and keep them occupied. Two individuals remained in town to assist the little one. At first, she worried that they might be reluctant to work, but to her surprise, they adapted quite well over the past few days, and it seemed they were rather pleased with their roles. Most of it is nearly complete. The village chief mentioned yesterday that he would like you to come back and take a look. All right, I shall visit shortly, Sangsang replied. She opened the door. Grandpa Zhang, please come in and rest for a while. I will take you out for a stroll shortly. Grandpa, you all rest. I will step outside for a moment. As Ji Yin entered the village, he noticed that there were more bees here than outside. Although it was spring, the buzzing of bees filled the air, indicating a considerable number. We need not rest. It is a rare opportunity to venture out. Let's go see now, the Duke of Ji stated. Very well. It is as you say, Sangsang agreed. She led the group toward the eastern part of the village. Along the way, many villagers were seen carrying medicinal herbs to the drying yard, while others toiled in the fields, piquing the curiosity of the group. By rights, this period should be a time of agricultural leisure, yet I see the village bustling with activity. What are they cultivating? Dr. Zhang inquired. Flowers. Mo Sangsang Ziplit, Ji Yin remarked. These farmers have forsaken grain cultivation to indulge in the frivolity of flower planting. Are they forgetting their roots in pursuit of elegance? Sangsang shot him an incredulous look. Who says that flowers are solely for admiration? Furthermore, flowers are not the exclusive domain of the affluent. Can't farmers have a fondness for flowers as well? Child, do enlighten us on the purpose of cultivating flowers all around, the Duke of Ji asked, intrigued. Sangsang pointed to the beehives scattered throughout the village. Do you see those boxes? Each one is a beehive, and the bees gather nectar from the flowers. While the wildflowers nearby are sufficient, we aim to domesticate the bees. Thus, these flowers serve a dual purpose. They're not merely for aesthetics, but are crucial in providing a suitable environment for the bees. They reached Li Qingfeng's courtyard just then. Come in. This is where my father kept the earliest batch of bees. Most of the bees in the village originated from here. If all goes well, we should be able to harvest our first batch of honey soon. Are there honey in these small boxes? Jian asked, pointing at the beehives. Indeed there are. As Jian reached out to open one, Sangsang swiftly caught his hand and scolded. What do you think you are doing? You cannot just open it with your bare hands. You'll need those hands for now. She retrieved several sets of protective gear from inside. Put these on, and you could try your hand at harvesting honey. Previously, she had employed a small knife to scrape it off, which proved rather cumbersome. Eventually, she sought the assistance of Huzi, who arranged for her granduncle to craft a honey-extracting barrel, perfect for testing its efficacy today. Duke Ji expressed considerable interest, and Mozong taught the three how to operate the device. Remarkably, after just 2 attempts, they could manage it independently with great dexterity. By the time they reached the 3rd barrel, she contemplated suggesting they cease, for soon the household would be inundated with honey. However, as soon as the thought escaped her lips, Jian interjected, Not too much, not too much. Any excess I shall gladly collect. In that moment, Mozong caught a glimpse of the merchant's insatiable yearning for profit in Ji Yun's eyes. Ultimately, she paid no mind to the trio, merely instructing the guards returning later to deliver the honey to her home once they finished. The guard of the Fan family had been residing in the courtyard for some time, serving dual purposes, to oversee the property and to prevent it from deteriorating due to prolonged vacancy. She revisited the various areas earmarked for renovation, and true to their profession, the workers had done commendable work, utilizing gravel in many places. Once flowering occurs, it shall be a sight to behold. After surveying the grounds, she returned to prepare a meal for the three gentlemen, deciding to cook abundantly and inviting several guards to join. However, the household was not lacking in vegetables, though one cannot subsist on vegetables alone. Madame Gu, the honey has accumulated excessively. Dr. Zhang suggested we transport 2 more barrels over. Just as Mo Zong was about to hand a barrel to Xiao Lu, she recalled that these guards were formidable fighters. Surely, they could handle a hunt. Fan Lu, under Mo Zhang's scrutinizing gaze, felt uneasy. Madame Gu, please speak plainly. Can you hunt? Of course. Splendid. In that case, please procure some game for our lunch. You shall all dine here with me. Fan Lu accepted the barrel, and the subordinates set off for the hunt. Is it merely a hunt? Why does Madame Gu smile so unnervingly? Fortunately, the timing was fortuitous. The moment they embarked, their prowess became evident. In less than half an hour, the 3 guards returned, laden with a bountiful harvest, rabbits, wild chickens, and even a modest roe deer. Xiao Lu, please help me prepare these ingredients. With so many guests at noon, we shall cook generously. When Duke Ji and the others returned, sleeves rolled up, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the garden. How delightful! Exclaimed Yi Yun. What a lack of decorum! Retorted Duke Ji. Grandfather, perhaps you should first restrain your salivating before commenting on me? Xiao Lu, bring out the large table from the main hall. It is time to dine. Fan Lu pondered why Madame Gu consistently referred to him as Xiao Lu. The roe deer, though small, was prepared as roast, sizzling with oil as it was lifted from the rack, eliciting mouth-watering anticipation. The rabbit was braised, the wild chicken transformed into shredded chicken and clear soup, and a piece of cured meat was crafted into a savory casserole, resulting in a table overflowing with dishes. The guard of the Fan family were unaccustomed to dining alongside their master and intended to eat on the side. However, Mo Zong admonished them, "This is my home, not the Fan residence. Your lord has decreed that you will follow my instructions. If I invite you to eat, you shall sit and partake." Duke Ji waved his hand dismissively, settling down to eat. "I am not so bound by conventions. My dear, your culinary skills never fail to astonish me. Each meal is a delightful surprise." Dr. Zhang picked up a piece of rabbit meat and spoke. "Jiyun, sister, have you ever considered opening a restaurant? You need not invest your own money. I shall provide it." Jiyun, lacking any semblance of decorum, tore off a piece of roe deer meat. Duke Jigwa remarked, "Look at you. Did you not say last night that I was deceiving you?" Jiyun waved his hand dismissively. Who said that?" "Sister Sangsang. I shall accept all the honey you have. I will take as much as you can provide, and the payment is assured. Let's dine first, and we shall discuss matters afterwards." The guards, having nothing to contribute, were wholly focused on their meal. They had come to understand why their young master, the notorious troublemaker, disregarded everyone's words, save for those of Lady Gu. If they were to enjoy such splendid meals daily, they would heed even Fanny Chen. Chapter 52. A letter. It was not until the afternoon, after successfully negotiating the honey deal in the village, that Mo Sangsang realized Yun was indeed a businessman. Duke Jigwa had not misled her. Could I possibly deceive you? Upon returning to town, the 2 little ones had just finished school. Seeing Mo Sangsang arrive, Gun Yinan dashed towards her. "Mother." Mo Sangsang caught him with her hands, gently tousling his hair. "Were you well behaved at school today?" "Yes, I was very good. I listened attentively to the teacher every day," replied Yinan, looking up. "Did you get along well with your classmates?" Mo Sangsang felt that Gun Yinan was overly intelligent and should engage more with children his own age. Fan Yu observed the interaction between Mo Sangsang and the boys, feeling a tinge of envy, then recalled how his mother would scold his father, shaking his head. "Never mind, my mother is not as gentle as Aunt Sangsang." Looking again at Gun Yinan, he noticed that the boy seemed transformed in Aunt Sangsang's presence, though he could not pinpoint how exactly. "Madame Gu, this package has been sent from the capital," a guard announced as he presented a large parcel, subsequently placing it on a nearby table. Mo Sangsang, intrigued, pondered if it might be from the Fan family, considering that Fan Yu had been residing there. The two children stared at the package, and Mo Sangsang chuckled before reaching to unwrap it. Inside, she found food, useful items, and even a roll of banknotes, no less than 500 taels. How wealthy indeed. Mo Sangsang sighed inwardly at the stark disparity in wealth, but she carefully placed the banknotes back into a crimson purse and handed it to Fanyu. Annie will keep this safe for you. If it proves unnecessary, I shall return it to your parents later. Auntie, can't you use it? Fanyu asked. Mo Sangsang pinched his chubby cheek. There is no occasion to spend such a large sum now, and besides, you are just a child who cannot consume much. Earning money is arduous. You must not take advantage of your parents' selfless contributions. Do you understand? Fanyu nodded earnestly, yes. I will listen to Annie. Gunyin nodded along. Mother, I will earn lots of silver for you in the future. Very well. Then I will eagerly await the day you bring me silver. Among the contents of the parcel was a letter. At first, Mo Sangsang assumed it was intended for Fanyu, but upon picking it up, she was surprised to find it addressed to my dear Sangsang. Thus, this letter is intended for her? Mo Sangsang, filled with curiosity, carefully opened it. As she unfolded the letter, the vigorous and powerful handwriting caught her eye, causing her heart to flutter slightly. This was unmistakably Gu Jingci's penmanship. She had seen him write several times before, his characters robust and his strokes sharp, easily recognizable. The letter detailed his recent experiences in the capital. Yet, to Mo Sangsang, this so-called situation seemed merely a fade he wished to present. His early arrival in the capital surely signified more than just the imperial examination. However, if he chose not to disclose further, she would not pry. Sangsang, I miss you and the child. This was the final line of the letter. Mother, is this a letter from father? Gunyin inquired. Indeed, your father mentioned he misses you. Don't you wish to reply to him? Did father really say he misses me? Gunyin asked, incredulous. Mo Sangsang chuckled. Am I capable of deceiving you? Would you prefer to read it yourself? Gunyin Anne's ears flushed crimson as she took the letter, glancing at it with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, father was as ineffective as ever, too timid to express his feelings towards mother without dragging her into the conversation. All right, you both go wash your hands. I will tidy up these items and prepare some noodles for you tonight. I brought back some roasted deer meat for you at noon. As Mo Sangsang busied herself with the cooking, she pondered the implications of receiving a letter. Would it be discourteous not to respond? Perhaps a reply would demonstrate her politeness? And what of Gu Jingci, now in the capital? Had he crossed paths with the female lead? If she had taken a liking to him early on, would she send someone to eliminate her and seize her husband upon discovering that she still lived in this remote village? In that case, could her life possibly extend to a happy conclusion? Yet, what if she chose not to respond? Would Gu Jingci's mood sour, affecting his performance in the examination? After much internal conflict, she resolved to compose a reply. That evening, both mother and son fervently penned their letters. The next day, Mo Sangsang neatly packaged the letter along with honey, mosquito repellent, and other prepared delicacies, seeking assistance from a guard of the Fan family to deliver it to the capital. Sangsang, are you there? Before his arrival, his voice preceded him. Yi Yun, clad in red, entered. Sangsang, have you considered the matter we discussed yesterday? Mo Sangsang, puzzled, asked what matter. Ji Yun placed a hand over his heart. Sister, you have greatly disappointed me. Did we not agree to discuss the honey business and consider opening a restaurant together? Montag Sangsang was bewildert. She had no recollection of agreeing. She looked at Ji Yun. You currently have a flourishing business and should not lack for restaurants. Why pursue this venture? Ji Yun poured himself a cup of water. While that is true, your culinary skills have received praise even from a gourmand like my grandfather, which surely speaks volumes. Furthermore, I confess I possess a talent for managing tea houses and taverns, but in the realm of restaurants, success hinges entirely on flavor. I have a rival who constantly scrutinizes my establishments, often mocking me. I have changed chefs before, yet somehow I cannot best him. Confronted by the boisterous Ji Yun, she felt a twinge of annoyance. She believed she had never encountered someone so loud in her entire life. If she refused him today, she imagined that peace would elude her for quite some time. Stop. Enough of your chatter. First, tell me where your restaurants are located. Ji Yun's face brightened. His establishments were all situated in the capital. Although there were a few in other places, the ones in the capital were of utmost importance. The capital, Sangsang contemplated. Perhaps she could entertain the idea. I can provide you with a recipe book and teach your chefs. However, all your restaurants must use my recipes. And I shall take 20% of the profits. No problem. Ji Yun readily agreed. You accepted so quickly? Aren't you going to think it over? Sangsang inquired. Ji Yun waved his hand dismissively. No need for consideration. As long as it allows me to outshine that fellow. Sister, you could demand 50%, and I would still comply. Ha ha. Just the thought of that fellow's displeased expression brings me joy. Sangsang sensed an unusual undertone, but dismissed it, realizing she had underestimated the situation. Chapter 53. This son is truly undesirable. Having dealt with Ji Yun, Sangsang finally felt her mind quieting. She retrieved paper and ink from the room and began drafting her plans. Currently, beekeeping in the village posed no issues, with the village chief and elders overseeing the operations, ensuring their interests were intertwined and safeguarded. The contract with Ji Yun stipulated that honey would be harvested directly without the need for bottling, priced at 60 won per gene. The village could package and sell it themselves, adhering to her previous pricing of 88 won per jar. From all the yields, she would retain 20%. She was not one to toil without seeking reward. Initially, the village had proposed a 50-50 split, but that seemed impractical given the need for substantial investment in future operations. 20% was ample, and if her vision materialized, this share would yield a continuous stream of income. Considering the climate of Shunan, honey could be harvested from March to around October each year. With the surrounding flora blooming in various seasons, there was no need to chase after blossoms. The original harvesting frequency was approximately 5 times. However, given the favorable climate in Shunan, it should reach at least 7 to 10 times. Moreover, during the final harvest, only a third of the honey needed to be left for the bees' winter survival, allowing for the collection of the remainder throughout the other seasons. Based on her prior experiences with 2 harvests, the value of honey in ancient times was quite significant. She had once witnessed a farm's harvest, which yielded less than half of what she had gathered in just those 2 occasions, illustrating the advantage of the ancient environment. Furthermore, Ji Yun's restaurants presented a promising opportunity for her. After all, attempting to earn a living independently in this era not only yielded meager profits, but also invited envy. With Ji Yun backed by the Duke of protecting the nation's estate, she would not need to invest her own capital or manage the operations herself. Wherever she went, as long as this revenue continued, she would not face starvation. Besides, she would surely visit the capital in the future, given her agreement with Gu Jingci. It would be prudent to see how things unfolded. If Gu Jingci ended up with the female lead as in the stories, it would be fitting. However, enough of such thoughts for now. First, she must pen the recipe, for each word represents silver. After several days of tireless effort, she finally completed a comprehensive cookbook. When she delivered it to the medical hall, Ji Yun was present alongside Dr. Zhang. Shortly after Ji Yun began to read, he leapt up, exclaiming that the cookbook was nothing short of extraordinary. He excitedly waved the cookbook in his hands. "What are you so startled about? You nearly scared the soul out of me. Let me see what has astonished you so," the old man grumbled. Ji Yun rubbed the back of his head, where he had been patted and handed over the cookbook. Sangsang was well aware of the meticulous detail within. It was practically ready for immediate use. The Duke Ji stroked his beard, nodding in approval. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Old Ji, it's rare for you to praise me. It seems my days of hard work were not in vain," Sangsang teased with a smile. Meanwhile, Ji Yun was eager to return to the capital and showcase his newfound culinary skills. In another part of the capital, Gu Jingci held a large parcel in silence, having not anticipated receiving something in return from her. After all, that girl had always been rather ungrateful in his presence. Sangsang, I thank you," he murmured. "Aren't you going to open it and see? Did you manage to uncover the matters I asked you to investigate? Has the news been disseminated?" Gu Jingci said coldly, his gaze unwavering. Yin leaped over the courtyard wall with his sword in hand. "Master, I will go find Qing Wu right away. His journey to the capital was not solely for the examination. Having experienced certain events in his previous life, he was naturally more adept at navigating certain paths. Although he had never participated in the examination, he felt confident. Mo Yin had been rescued from the refugees and had followed him ever since. Previously, for the sake of better operations, Jingci had placed him in the capital, with Qin Yu assisting in finding someone to teach him martial arts. He had not anticipated that Mo Yin would develop such a lively disposition. Once the others had departed, he opened the parcel, curious as to its contents. To his surprise, it contained honey, jerky, and various pickled vegetables. Upon discovering 2 envelopes at the bottom, Jingci felt an overwhelming sensation fill his chest as he murmured, "So," she replied. The envelopes bore no writing, and he casually opened one. Inside, the message was brief yet infuriating. "Father, you truly are useless, unable even to write a letter. You don't dare speak of mother alone, and you have to drag me into it. Rest assured, I do not wish for you either. I am quite well with mother. If you have taken a liking to another young lady in the capital, that is fine. I will take good care of mother. By the way, the grandson of Duke Ji is not bad. He can earn money, is reasonably handsome, and can help mother financially. And if you don't pass the examination, so be it. I will certainly be the top scholar." The letter concluded with, "Your dutiful son." Jingci felt a sharp throbbing in his temple. He decided this son was not worth keeping. Had he known, he would not have raised this impudent boy just to vex himself. The mention of Duke Ji's grandson made him yearn to return to Shu Nin immediately. With great restraint, he opened the second envelope, which felt rather substantial. He assumed it contained a lengthy message, but upon opening it, he was met with only a few words. "Everything is well, do not worry." The envelope appeared substantial, for it contained 2 silver notes amounting to 200 taels. Instantly, the emotions that once swirled within him were quelled by the sight of this unexpected bounty. It was not that he lacked money. Rather, it was the thought of her toiling tirelessly day in and day out that weighed on his heart. Having been away for less than 2 months, he surmised that this sum might represent her entire earnings. He carefully folded the silver notes and tucked them close to his chest, disregarding the letter from the unfilial son, which he casually crumpled and discarded on the ground. In the scholar's residence, Li Qingfeng beamed as he cradled a parcel. "Master, what has brought you such joy?" asked a servant. "This parcel was sent from the town guardian's estate, and since you opened it, you have been smiling incessantly. Our master never accepts gifts. So what could the town guardian have sent that has made you so delighted? Go, have the cook prepare this piece of cured meat for me, and send someone to invite that old fellow, Wan Xingyang. Tell him I wish to treat him to a drink." "Cured meat? The town guardian has sent you cured meat? What is it that brings you such happiness?" The steward was puzzled. "Ridiculous. This is a gift from my daughter to honor me." "How could it possibly be a gift from the town guardian?" "Li Qingfeng raturta. By the way, go to the address I provided you last time and summon that young man Gu. Since he has received something, he must also have something to share. I must inquire what it is." The town guardian, Fanny Chen. "Thus, the day has come where only I am left wounded. Are you not going? Do I have to go myself?" The steward hurriedly set off to make the arrangements. Chapter 54. The essential family of extraordinary individuals Mo Sangsang paid no heed to Li Qingfeng's boasting within the scholar's residence, for she had no means to intervene. Not only was she not in the capital, but the peculiar family before her also made her temples throb. This all began earlier that morning. Originally, the 2 children did not have school, and she had planned to take them for a day of fun in the county. However, just as she finished packing, Tiger rushed into the shop, breathless and agitated. "Sister-in-law, is the Gu family sister-in-law at home? There's trouble at her house, and the village chief has asked me to notify her to return." Mo Sangsang emerged from the backyard with the children, puzzled. "My family?" "Yes, your family. Sister-in-law, your parents and brother have come. You should return and see for yourself." Her parents, who favored sons over daughters, and her indolent brother, had they stirred trouble in the village, or had they attempted to force their way into her home? Tiger waved his hand dismissively. "No, not that. They originally intended to break in, but your guard spotted them and prevented their entry." After a moment of contemplation, Mo Sangsang declared, Let us go. I wish to confront my parents who sold their daughter. She was not the original timid and cowardly character. She was resolute. Though her years in the laboratory had made her somewhat socially anxious, that did not equate to being bullied. Moreover, she had encountered all sorts of people during this time. The original's demise was directly tied to this parasitic family. Tiger, fleet of foot, had rushed over and was now quite fatigued. Sangsang hired a carriage to return, accompanied by the 2 guards who remained in town. Upon entering the village, she immediately heard the shrill voice of a woman throwing a tantrum. What? In your Chuanjiang village. I need your permission to see my daughter. This is her house, and since she is not home, why should we, her parents, be barred from entering? Having settled the cart fare, Sangsang entrusted her 2 children to Huzi. Huzi, please take good care of the children. Sister-in-law, rest assured, he replied. Turning to the children, she added, be obedient and stay close to Uncle Huzi. Do not wander off, understood? Mother Gu Nian and felt a twinge of unease, as the individuals present appeared quite menacing. Be good. Listen well. This afternoon, Mother will have the guards take you hunting. After arranging for the children, Sangsang gestured for 2 guards to accompany her. Her cautiousness stemmed not from her own trepidation, but rather from the memories of the original owner, who had known this family to be quite unsavory. The family continued their ruckus, primarily instigated by Ma Chunhua, while the father and son cowered behind her. Yet one would be mistaken to believe they lacked the audacity to act. As Sangsang approached, the guard stood before the trio, who failed to recognize her. It was understandable. The former Sangsang had been exploited by them, reduced to mere labor, with her appearance darkened and emaciated. However, in the years since, she had transformed herself, growing taller and fairer, shedding her former identity. Have you had enough of this commotion? Mo Sangsang in Guit Gun Li. How can I be causing a disturbance on my own doorstep? Who are you to meddle? Upon seeing Sangsang, Yotsai's eyes widened, and he grasped Ma Chunhua's arm, exclaiming, Mother, how can we speak to the young mistress in such a manner? Sangsang found herself both amused and infuriated. You do not even recognize me, yet dare to claim this is your home? What is this? In broad daylight, do you intend to rob me? Ma Chunhua burst forth. What do you mean, your home? This is my daughter's house. I have inquired, and this family is surnamed Gu. Daughter? Wasn't she sold by your family for 6 taels of silver? Now you suddenly remember you have a daughter? The villagers cast scornful glances at the family. Aunt Wong emerged with a basin of dirty water and splashed it over the trio, exclaiming, Bah, you vile creature, who sold your daughter? Even in our poverty, no one in this village sells their children. Selling such a fine girl as Sang Yatu is a disgrace. At this moment, the trio momentarily ceased their insults towards Aunt Wong, and Ma Chunhua pointed at Sangsang, asking, Are you that wretched girl? A villager remarked, It is quite amusing that you cannot even recognize your own daughter. Surely she cannot be your flesh and blood? Ma Chunhua's gaze faltered, yet she continued to rant. How could she not be my child? And you, wretched girl, with your wealth, do you not think to support your family? Instead, you assist these village fools with beekeeping. Are you out of your mind? Sangsang did not miss Ma Chunhua's earlier hesitation. A question lingered in her mind. How could the original owner's face possibly belong to such a grotesque family? Observing how Ma Chunhua had treated the original owner as a mere beast of burden, she felt a sense of doubt. However, lacking evidence, she decided it was best to resolve the matter with this family before pursuing further inquiry. Do you truly question my sanity? Moreover, I am no longer a member of your household. Why should I relinquish my hard-earned money to your worthless son for gambling? Or perhaps I should hand it over to you, a man who lives off others, to squander on illicit pleasures? You insolent girl, what did you say? It seems you have not been reprimanded for a while, and now your skin craves a beating. Molar, displaying a row of yellowed teeth, lunged forward. But before he could approach Sangsang, a guard standing nearby swiftly kicked him back. Sangsang gave a thumbs up to the guard. Oh dear, master, are you all right? Ma Chunhua reached out to assist. However, with a resounding slap, Molar struck Ma Chunhua across the face, exclaiming, Useless woman, what kind of offspring did you bear? Daring to lay a hand on me? Do not speak so carelessly. I am but a delicate willow, hardly a threat to you. Are you not the one trying to provoke me? Why not ask if anyone here witnessed it? Mo Sangsang feigned surprise. The crowd shook their heads, their expressions cold as they regarded the family trio. Even if you did strike me, what of it? I'm no longer a part of the Mo family. You trespass into our village, attempting to force your way into our home, and when met with resistance, you are the ones at fault. Sister, assaulting one's parents is a crime. Mo Yukai, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Sangsang. The village chief approached her, saying, "Child, the law unto you is strict. Assaulting one's parents can lead to corporal punishment. Be wary, for they might indeed report you to the authorities." Mo Sangsang clapped her hands together. "Oh, so you intend to go to magistrate? Let me give the village chief a reassuring look," she continued. "Ma Chunhua, you may not know which direction the magistrate's office lies, but your husband and son certainly do. Why not ask them? Or perhaps I should accompany you to inquire about the penalties for trafficking virtuous women and abducting children." Mo Latra spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm. "I would sell my own daughter. Surely the magistrate would not punish me for that." "Oh, so you admit to having sold me to the Gu family?" It dawned on Mo Lar that he had been outwitted. "You are my flesh and blood. Even if sold, you should still honor me. Honor? Have I not been dutiful enough? While your family lounges at home, I toil from dawn until dusk, rising before the rooster and sleeping after the dogs. To provide you with a single meal is considered charity, and yet you resort to violence and abuse. Does that not count as filial piety?" Hearing Mo Sangsang's words, the villagers began to condemn the Mo family. "I have seen black-hearted individuals, but never so brazen as to demand support while living off others. Such people should be driven out to preserve our village's integrity." As some began to take action, the Mo family sensed the shift in sentiment and started to flee the village. Ma Chunhua and Mo Later cursed loudly, while Mo Yukai remained silent. Mo Sangsang turned to the guards accompanying the Fan family and said, "They will not let this go easily. Follow my instructions." Fanda, the leader of the 8 guards, clasped his hands in agreement. "Rest assured, Madame Gu, these matters will be easily handled by my brothers and me." Once more glancing at the silhouettes of the 3 figures, Mo Sangsang felt a cold smirk curling upon her lips. Her earlier claims regarding the trafficking of virtuous women and young children were far from unfounded. The original owner's memories revealed numerous instances of unfamiliar women and children gracing her home. Yet during those times, she was barely able to care for herself, perpetually overwhelmed with countless chores and subjected to brutal beatings, leaving her no capacity to concern herself with such matters. Rest assured, they shall all face their due punishment. Mo Sangsang placed a hand upon her heart, silently vowing. Chapter 55. The child is missing. Fanda proceeded to arrange the matters that Mo Sangsang had instructed. As usual, leaving 2 individuals to accompany the 2 children. Mo Sangsang then turned to the village chief, offering her apologies. "Uncle, I regret the trouble I have caused the village today." "Child, what nonsense are you speaking?" Zhou Changjin chided with a smile. "Let's not forget that you are a member of this village. Moreover, consider the multitude of ways you have aided us and the countless tasks you have accomplished, each one a testament to your diligence. Had we known the wickedness of your parents and brother earlier, we would have unleashed the dogs upon them at first sight, preventing their unruly presence in the village. Indeed, young Sang, rest easy. Should they dare return, I shall have Huzi deal with them," declared San Yi, the 3rd elder. Mo Sangsang felt a warmth welling in her eyes, nodding in agreement. It is indeed true that there exists a disparity among individuals. Some are scarcely deserving of the title of human, often behaving worse than beasts, while others, with but a mere gesture of kindness, will sincerely offer their assistance. In her past life, she was raised by her grandmother, and after her passing, she faced solitude. Thus, she chose the dullness of the research lab over social interactions. However, this life, in this unfamiliar world, has granted her the fortune of encountering so many kind-hearted souls. After bidding farewell to the villagers, she returned home with the 2 children. Previously, she had instructed her guard to stay in her father's house, but considering the family from earlier, she decided to have the 2 guards occupy Gu Jingci's room. After a simple lunch, Recalling her promise to the children to go hunting that afternoon, they made light preparations and ventured into the mountains. Gu Nianin had visited many times, but since their last encounter with the wild boar, Mo Sangsang seldom took him hiking again. Upon entering the mountains, he felt as liberated as a bird released from its cage, filled with joyous exuberance. Not to mention, little Fan Yu, who had previously accompanied his father to hunting grounds, found this experience far superior. In his heart, his parents now ranked second. Mo Sangsang held the foremost place. Perhaps the Fan couple should consider having another child? The laughter of the children resonated joyously through the woods. Mo Sangsang instructed her guards to keep a watchful eye on each child to prevent any separation-induced troubles while she waited by the creek, gathering shrimp and crabs for dinner. As the sun began to set, the two weary children emerged from the forest, their brows glistening with sweat, escorted by their guards. "Mother, Aunt Sangsang," the children called as they rushed towards her. Fan Yu began to excitedly recount his bounty for the day, while Gu Nianin glanced at him, joining in to tally his own findings. Mo Sangsang produced a handkerchief to wipe their brows, smiling. "Well done, both of you. Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious feast." Upon returning home, she counted their treasures, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, there were quite a number of them. I selected a few plump rabbits and presented them to Ani Wang, the village head, Grandfather San, and several clan elders, as a token of gratitude for their steadfastness and trust today. A few days later, while busy in the shop, Mo Sangsang was visited by Fanda. Each time she encountered the guards of the Fan family, she pondered why it was so challenging to bestow a proper name upon the esteemed town guardian. 8 guards, and if merely arranged in order from 1 to 8, it left her somewhat speechless. Madame Gu has gathered sufficient information. Some of the abducted children and women have been traced, yet the majority found were women, all located in brothels. Mo Sangsang was not surprised and provided the evidence to the authorities. That family, as well as their village, was far from innocent. The guards retreated. Several households in Mo Lao Air's village engaged in such unsavory trades, and those families have been thriving. However, Mo Lao Air had a penchant for gambling and frequenting brothels. No matter how much silver he possessed, it was never enough for his extravagant lifestyle. Additionally, there was Mo Yukai, who was equally fond of gambling. Mo Sangsang felt fortunate that the Mo family, in their desperation for silver, had sold her to Gu Jingci's mother. Otherwise, she might have found herself in such a dreadful situation upon her arrival. She rubbed her arms, which had broken out in goosebumps from the distasteful thoughts, murmuring a hope that the county office was not merely a gathering of incompetence. Yet often, the very things one wishes to avoid are the very things that manifest. At that moment, the guard standing before Mo Sangsang felt the formidable presence of Madame Gu, which was far from that of a mere rural woman. Even the women of the capital, who had long held sway over household matters, could not compare to the commanding aura of the lady before them. "Are you saying that you have not received any news of an N and the others?" One subordinate remained behind, Fan Lu, at the academy, to await the return of the 2 young masters. Mo Sang shook her head. "That is impossible. You heir, being somewhat unruly, might have left early, but an heir would not. You go report to the county, and I shall head to the academy." Mo Sang quickly organized. She sincerely hoped that the 2 children were merely detained by their teacher and not caught in something more dire. At Changsang Academy, Mo Sangsang greeted the headmaster respectfully. "Headmaster, the 2 children are missing from the academy. I kindly ask if you could summon the teacher on duty and the gatekeeper to assist in recalling any sightings of the 2 children today. That is only right. If something has occurred to the children within the academy, it is the academy's responsibility." Everyone began to reminisce, yet none could provide clarity. Aside from the teacher present, the others had no recollection of the 2 children. This was understandable, as there were numerous students of various ages in the academy. It was improbable that anyone could remember them all. The inquiries were merely an attempt to ascertain whether anyone had seen the 2 children or noticed anything unusual. Amidst the growing despair, a humble cleaning servant timidly raised his hand. "Headmaster, I believe I saw the 2 young masters mentioned by this lady during my duties after school." "Where?" the headmaster urged. Speak quickly. I am but a lowly servant responsible for cleaning the premises. Today, for reasons unknown, the backyard, which I had cleaned thoroughly in the morning, had accumulated a great deal of clutter again. Hence, I cleaned it once more, and it was then that I encountered the lady's two young masters. One was round and plump, while the other was exquisitely handsome. I even complimented them to myself at that moment. The teacher inquired, what were they doing in the backyard? Dean, indeed. The students of the academy reside in the front courtyard, while the rear courtyard serves as the dwelling place for some scholars and masters. Let us venture to the rear courtyard, suggested Mo Sangsang. The group proceeded to the rear, where Mo Sangsang inquired of a young servant, where did you see them? The servant pointed towards a corner, indicating it was over there. Mo Sangsang then asked, what is that area for? The servant replied, that side is adjacent to the courtyard wall. Typically no one ventures there. However, one can circumvent to the front courtyard through the corridor over there. At the time, I thought they were seeking a shortcut. Mo Sangsang approached to take a look. Indeed, it was close to the courtyard wall, and the grass that was quite dense. Fan Lu stepped forward, parting the grass, yet found nothing unusual. Fan Lu, go take a closer look, Mo Sangsang instructed, pointing towards the wall. With a leap, Fan Lu ascended and then remarked, Madam, it appears someone has climbed over the wall. The marks suggest they are fresh, likely from today. A scholar interjected, could it be that the two children ran away on their own? Impossible. While the wall is not high, it remains insurmountable for children. Furthermore, observe that area. Mo Sangsang pointed toward the spot beside the wall. Fan Lu crouched down to inspect, noting it seems several individuals have tread here. The smaller footprints likely belong to the two young masters, while the others are presumably adults. Montag Zunzang Pundit, perplexed as to why the children would venture to such a secluded rear courtyard. It is now certain that the two children were indeed taken away. Thank you, Dean and esteemed scholars. We must take our leave, Mo Sangsang said as she departed with Fan Lu from the academy. Fan Lu, ride to Mo village and ascertain the situation. Additionally, notify your brothers in the village to return. Do you suspect the Mo family has taken the two young masters? Mo Sangsang replied solemnly, I cannot fathom anyone else. Chapter 56. A severe beating for Mo Yukai at this moment. Within a modest carriage situated in the woods outside the town, several children were huddled together. A gruff voice emanated from outside the carriage. Third brother. Do you think that scoundrel Mo Yukai would deceive us? The man known as Third Brother slapped the speaker with a swift motion, scolding, do you think me as foolish as you? Did you not inquire thoroughly in advance? I had already inquired. These two young lads are always accompanied by guards. How many children in this town possess their own bodyguards? Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled. Third Brother, do you think we should sell these two lads to the tavern as before? Let us observe. We shall decide once that scoundrel Mo Yukai arrives. Inside the carriage, Gun Yinan gave Fan Yu a gentle kick. Awakened from his stupor, Fan Yu was about to shout when Gun Yinan kicked him again, whispering, silence. Come here. I have something to tell you. Perhaps Gun Yinan's calm demeanor steadied Fan Yu. Look, with us, there are 9 children in total, some even younger than us. If they wake, they will undoubtedly cry, drawing attention to us. Outside, the two individuals grew increasingly impatient. Damn it, why hasn't that scoundrel Mo Yukai arrived yet? The man called Third Brother glanced at the sky and declared, I cannot wait any longer. I fear complications may arise. Let's return with the goods. The carriage began to move, and within it, several slightly older children stirred awake. Those who felt like crying were dissuaded by Gun Yinan, who warned them that if they cried, they would be punished. The children internally thought, you are indeed persuasive. The individuals outside the carriage, likely under the influence of some sedative, had not securely bound many of the children, thus affording Gun Yinan and Fan Yu an opportunity. At this moment, aside from Fan Lu, who had yet to return, the Fan family's guards had all returned to the town. Mu Sangsang, suppressing her anxiety, furrowed her brows and instructed, Fanda, take some people to investigate the academy. Look for anyone who has recently entered that might not have been seen before. You wouldn't venture into the back courtyard without reason. Request a list of their classmates from the principal and check each name. Fanda promptly set off to fulfill her orders. Mo Sangsang massaged her aching head and asked, "What did the county office say?" "Madam, the county office is ineffective. Even with the Ho residence's token I presented, they merely stated they would send someone to investigate." Mo Sangsang scoffed and ceased her inquiries, reflecting that sending evidence to the Mo family was likely in vain. She regretted not being more thorough and investigating the reputation of the county office beforehand. However, it was too late for regrets now. They could only wait for Fan Lu to return to learn the situation in Mo family village. In a residential dwelling, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and the compartment was opened. "Oh, the little ones are awake. If you're awake, then walk in by yourselves to spare me the trouble of carrying you." The children, upon seeing strangers, were immediately frightened and began to cry out. Gun Yinan, not wishing to appear out of place, lowered his head and pretended to cry. Noticing that Fan Yu was unresponsive, he pinched the chubby boy's waist, prompting Fan Yu to curse. But upon seeing Gun Yinan's signaling gaze, he obediently began to cry as well. "Stop crying. If you continue, I shall whip you." The children were shoved into a room where several others were already confined. Once the adults left, Gun Yinan asked Fan Yu, "Did you dispose of the items as instructed along the way?" "Yes. But will someone come to rescue us?" Fan Yu, mischievous by nature, had never been bullied in the capital, yet he was still just a 7-year-old child, and fear gripped his heart. Gun Yinan replied, "Mother will surely come to rescue us." At this moment, Gun Yinan remained composed and calm, exhibiting none of the panic one might expect from a 6-year-old. His precocious intellect allowed him to maintain a level-headed demeanor, even though he was a year younger than Fan Yu. "Though Mother will find a way to save us, we cannot simply wait idly. We must devise our own plan." Gun Yinan approached the other children who had been confined earlier, asking, "How long have you been captured? Do you know how many people are outside?" As the sun began to set, Fan Lu finally returned. Mo Sangsang, unable to contain her impatience, walked over to him. "What news?" "Madam, your suspicions were correct. There has been no activity in Mo family village. It seems the authorities are colluding with them. However, the villagers are likely mere pawns. The true collusion lies with those behind the scenes." Mo Sangsang now understood. The lack of activity from the county office indicated they were indeed interfering with someone else's interests. At this moment, Fan Lu pulled a burlap sack from the back of his horse and sliced it open with his sword. "Montak Yukai? Montak Sangsang Gaspiten Astonishment." In the recent flurry of inquiries, including that of Mozong, several individuals overlooked the presence of a burlap sack upon the horse's back. Fan Lu, with the sword pointed at Mo Yukai, sought information before intending to return. However, he spotted someone lurking suspiciously in the forest outside Mo village. The moment this individual saw his subordinate, he fled, leading to his eventual capture. This individual, familiar with the woods, caused his subordinate some difficulty, which delayed their return. Mozong praised, "Well done. Wake him up. I refuse to believe this matter is unrelated to him." Fan doused Mo Yukai with a bucket of cold water, instantly rousing him. Upon seeing Mozong, he exclaimed, "Sister, my dear sister, please release your brother." "Beat him," Mozong retorted with disdain. After enduring a thorough beating, Mo Yukai cried out, "Mozong, you wretched woman, make them stop. Ah, it hurts so much. Continue," she commanded, laughing heartily. "Isn't it true that your son is missing? If you kill me, your son will perish as well. Keep going." He howled, "You little wretch. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Montak Yukai, consider your own predicament. I shall grant you time to ponder, but know that we have 1 hour until the town gates close. I expect an answer within half an hour. Fan, strike him every few moments. Just don't kill him," he instructed. The guard of the Fan family had always been too gentle with Madame Gu. Mozong crouched down, gazing at the prostrate Mo Yukai. "If you seek to trouble me, I can entertain you, but you must never, under any circumstances, involve the children." Turning, she casually found a stool to sit upon, observing Mo Yukai lying on the ground. Mozong had never been a paragon of virtue. Indeed, under her orchestration, Mo Yukai did not endure for long before he cried out, "I'll tell you. They're in the neighboring town. Take him along. We shall proceed directly," Mozong commanded, mounting her horse. "Whoever wishes to ride with me, share mount." At this moment, the streets were devoid of people. Mozong galloped swiftly towards the town's outskirts, the Fan family guards trailing behind. No longer astonished by the sight of a village woman riding a horse. Although she had not ridden in quite some time, she quickly regained her proficiency. Outside the town, a party of approximately 10, each mounted on horseback, approached from the town's interior. Chapter 57. 3 Foolish Kidnappers Charge. The two groups encountered at the town entrance. One side was enveloped in dust, while the other appeared more leisurely. "General, is Miss Mo," exclaimed Hao Ran, who had previously participated in the abduction of Mo Zong in the mountains. Noticing the change in Miss Mo's expression, it was evident that something was amiss. The man addressed, as General spoke in a low tone, "Leave 2 individuals at the medical clinic. The rest shall follow." "Madam Gu, the party we encountered at the town entrance is trailing us," one of the guards reported. Mozong glanced back, but due to the heavy dust and fading light, visibility was poor. She replied, "Ignore them. We must continue our journey." However, the horses ridden by the guards could not match the speed of the military steeds. And soon the pursuers caught up. "Miss Montauk," called out Song Mo. With a swift pull on the reins, Mo Sangsang turned back to gaze at Song Mo. "Help me. Brother, I have been taken captive." Mo Yukai shouted upon seeing someone. "Silence, Fanda. Teach him a lesson." Although Song Mo was puzzled by Mo Sangsang's fiery temperament, he refrained from questioning her and instead gestured towards Qin Yu, saying, "Mo Xiaojia, this is our General Qin." Montauk Sangsang nodded in acknowledgement. She was acutely aware that time was of the essence, and the longer she delayed, the greater the risk to the child. "My child is missing. This person is the instigator, and I am anxious to rescue him, so I shan't linger in pleasantries," she declared, preparing to depart. "Thank you, Mo Nyangzi, for your previous kindness in providing medicine. Since fate has brought us together, might I accompany you in rescuing your son?" Qin Yu offered. "Thank you, Mo Sangsang Zet Ponde," and the group continued towards the neighboring town. Meanwhile, Gun Yenin, accompanied by Fan Yu and a group of small children, struggled through the woods. The tiniest among them were being carried on the backs of older children, and as darkness enveloped the sky, some of the younger ones began to whimper in fear. "Do not cry. If your sobs attract attention, we shall be captured again," Fan Yu admonished. The tale of their escape bore testament to the resourcefulness of the chubby Fan Yu. After Gun Yenin ascertained the number of captives, she devised a plan for their escape, ultimately deciding that Fan Yu should feign illness. The little rascal was quite the actor, wailing dramatically, which drew the guard inside. "What are you making such a racket for? If you don't hush, I'll deal with you myself." The guard scolded as he entered, only to find Fan Yu sprawled on the ground, seemingly in agony. Approaching to investigate, he was met with the swift actions of Gun Yenin, who instructed 2 slightly older children to swing sticks at the necks of the 2 captors. The reason Gun Yenin opted for the neck rather than the head stemmed from the teachings of Li Qingfeng. In addition to imparting knowledge of poetry and propriety, Li Qingfeng had also educated him in self-defense and effective means of striking others. With the skull being hard and children lacking in strength, Gun Yenin chose to target the vulnerable neck area. Though the captors did not succumb immediately, the repeated blows proved effective, for even the toughest neck could not withstand such relentless strikes. "Well done. You have grasped the essence of my teachings," Li Qingfeng would have exclaimed had he been present. Fortunately, only one guard remained, as the 2 who had initially captured them had left, presumably to another location where other captives were held. Seizing this opportunity, under Gun Yenin's leadership, the group of slightly older children managed to escape. As night fell, the summer air remained warm, yet the children hesitated in the woods, unsure of their next step. Upon reaching the residence, Mo Sangsang and her companions found the main gate wide open. Qin Yu gestured for Song Mo to enter and inspect, but Mo Sangsang interjected, "General Song, I shall accompany you." Just as Song Mo was about to protest, he noticed Qin Yu shake his head and thus led Mo Sangsang forward. The guard surveyed the surroundings and discovered the premises devoid of any presence. Mo Sangsang cast a grim look at Mo Yukai. "Where's the child?" At this moment, Mo Yukai found himself devoid of the strength to utter falsehoods. The children who had been bound were all confined here, and had always been. I truly do not comprehend the reason for their absence. What about the women? Mo Sangsang in Guit? You cannot possibly have only captured the children. Do not tell me there are no women. I have seen you take women back home. In a nearby residence, the distance was not far, and riding would only alert them. The group hurriedly concealed themselves outside, waiting for the opportune moment, while those inside were cursing vehemently. Damn it! How would he not be killed for failing to keep a group of children under control? Brother, do not be angry. A group of children cannot have gone far. They must be in the woods. Third brother has already taken people to search for them. It is merely a group of children. Mo Sangsang and the others, hiding at a distance, overheard this conversation. General Qin, we leave this person to you. We shall search the woods for the children, Mo Sangsang whispered. The forest is not safe. Let Song Mo and the others handle it, Qin Yu suggested. Thank you for your kindness, General Qin, but having been kidnapped for so long, they must be frightened and would wish to see me first. The woman stated calmly and composedly, displaying a methodical approach to the situation. Qin Yu thought that if she were a man, she would undoubtedly be a formidable strategist like someone he knew. Meanwhile, in the forest, come on, aren't you here to catch me? You foolish fools. Gu Nianin gazed at Fan Yu in silence, wondering why he was making such a ruckus when he could simply lead them on. You brat, stand still. Once I catch you, I will skin you alive. Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Fan Yu dashed towards Gu Nianan's hiding spot. And just as the snaggle-toothed kidnapper reached out to grab him, the little chubby boy rolled forward with agility, causing a small tree to topple over. The three kidnappers behind were knocked to the ground by the falling tree. Ha ha ha. Weren't you supposed to catch me? Come and get me. The snaggle-toothed kidnapper stood up, covering his mouth, only to discover a missing tooth. Oh dear, third brother, my tooth. This turned out to be quite amusing and symmetrical. Come on. I will just stand here and let you catch me. Yet you cannot. Fan Yu, having once been a notorious troublemaker in the capital, possessed an extraordinary talent for infuriating others. You, go and catch that little brat, commanded one of the three kidnappers to another. Come on, I am standing here, and you still cannot catch me. But just as the man approached, Fan Yu took off running. You little brat, didn't you say you would stand still? Gu Nianan emerged from the other side, her small face serious as she remarked, he is not foolish enough to just stand there waiting for you to catch him. Third brother, catch that one. He looks far more compliant than the last. Shut up, do I not know that? You go that way, and I will go this way. There are no trees where he stands. Let us rush him together and see how he tries to escape. However, imagination often runs wild while reality remains starkly different. Two dim-witted kidnappers encountered a remarkably clever opponent. Just as they were about to close in on Gu Nianan, she retreated further. You little brat, let us see where you think you can run. Brother, run quickly, don't get caught. Fan Yu, hiding behind a tree, feigned a shout for dramatic effect. The original kidnapper pursuing Fan Yu, upon noticing that the other two were also heading to capture Gu Nianan, redirected his course. Hoya, third brother, allow me to assist you. The two imbeciles collided with another fool, and at the moment they hit the ground, a cacophony erupted. Crash. Thud. Ouch. Success. Brother, these individuals are utterly foolish. Fan Yu laughed so hard he fell to the ground, clutching his round belly. Under the moonlight, in the trap dug by the hunter, the three kidnappers lay in a heap, with the toothless one crushed beneath, looking quite miserable. Gu Nianan stood at the edge of the trap, retrieving a fire starter pilfered from the kidnapper's lair. As she struck a spark, she couldn't help but scoff. How can one be this foolish and yet aspire to be a kidnapper? Fan Yu shouted toward the other side of the woods. Come out quickly. They have all fallen into the trap. Below, the three men grimaced in pain, while a group of children surrounded the trap, each armed with a stick, prepared to strike anyone who dared to rise, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Chapter 58. One cannot possibly bring along two elderly individuals to chase kidnappers. Madame Gu, there's a flicker of light over there. After searching for what felt like an eternity without results, Mo Sangsang grew anxious. Remembering the fate depicted in Gu Nianan's book, fear gripped her heart. Clenching her fists until her fingertips pricked with pain, she forced herself to remain calm, repeatedly praying for the safety of the children. Madame Gu, there's a flicker of light over there. A guard leaped down from a tree, pointing to the side. It's over there. Let us go. Sangsang took the lead, running with abandon, undeterred by the branches that scratched her. She had a premonition that it must be Gunyenin. He was clever and surely would be unharmed. And then, upon hearing Sangsang's voice, Gunyenin's eyes reddened. Mother. He knew his mother would see the light first. Be good, little one. Do not fear. Mother is coming. Brother, why are you crying? Sangsang wiped her tears and beckoned to Fanyu. Come here. Let Annie see if you are all right. Andy, Mifine. I even knocked out the kidnapper's teeth. I was so fierce. Fanyu exclaimed excitedly. Toothless kidnapper. Is that polite? Though Sangsang did not quite grasp what he meant by knocking out the kidnapper's teeth, she was relieved to see the child safe. Only then did she notice the 10 or so children standing nearby, both boys and girls. Humans are inherently selfish. Although Gunyenin was not her biological child, after more than a year, he called her mother, and she truly regarded him as her own. Seeing the 3 kidnappers in the pit, though they appeared somewhat worse for wear, the children were strong, and it seemed their injuries were merely superficial. Thus, they raised their sticks and began to strike the 3 kidnappers. By the time they led the group of children out of the woods, dawn had already broken. Qin Yu and Song Mo had long since dealt with the remaining individuals in the courtyard, rescuing many women in the process. So, one courtyard was for women, and the other for children? Mo Sangsang in Guit. Qin nodded. As daylight illuminated the surroundings, Mo Sangsang scrutinized Qin Yu, contemplating, is this truly the Qin Yu described in the book? She recalled that the book described Qin Yu's later fate as quite tragic. The emperor was incompetent and repeatedly issued edict from the battlefield summoning him back. Qin Yu defied these orders, ultimately branded with a series of accusations such as insubordination and treason, leading to his gruesome execution by dismemberment. How lamentable for such a remarkable man to be so easily sacrificed by the sovereign's will. It is evident that in this era of autocracy, preserving one's life is indeed a daunting endeavor. Qin Yu sensed a hint of pity in the gaze of the young lady, Mo. Song Mo approached after arranging for the rescued children, reporting, General, everything is in order. The remaining matters can be handed over to the county office. Absolutely not. Qin Yu inquired of Mo Sangsang. Why not? Because prior to this, we had already submitted evidence of human trafficking from Mo family village to the county office. After the children went missing, we reported it to them. But even with the token from the Marquis of Jinyuan, the county office merely brushed us off. Thus, General Qin pondered, could this matter truly be left to the county office? His expression darkened, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Song Mo, you go. Yes. After this, Mo Sangsang ceased to intervene, beckoning her guards to depart. Their return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival. Mo Sangsang held Gunyen and close, silently reflecting, thank goodness. She chose not to return to the town, but instead led her group back to the village. Believing the children deserved a chance to relax and recuperate after such a frightful ordeal. The following day, as soon as Mo Sangsang allowed the 2 children to play outside, visitors arrived at her home. Dr. Zhang, Old Man Ji, and, of course, the recently encountered Qin Yu. Old Ji, Dr. Zhang, General Qin, what brings you here? Yunshan Hufet. Mo Sangsang touched her nose and asked Dr. Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, what seems to be the matter with old Ji? Dr. Zhang cast a glance at her before following Ji Yunshan into the courtyard, remaining silent as he settled onto a low stool. Mo Sangsang, what is happening? Qin Yu interjected. Old Ji is upset with Dr. Zhang because you did not seek their assistance when you were in trouble. What is there to be upset about? I can't very well drag 2 elderly men along to chase after kidnappers, can I? Qin Yu suppressed a chuckle, his gaze towards Mo Sangsang now imbued with a deeper scrutiny than the previous day. Ji Yunshan asserted, as a duke of the nation, I at least have capable individuals at my side. With that, he clapped his hands, and 2 masked figures in black suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Dr. Zhang remarked, girl, you truly should have sought this old fellow's help. It would have spared you the indignity of being bullied by that inept county office. How was she bullied? Mo Sangsang Vito. Both men meant well, and Mo Sangsang refrained from further protest, playfully conceding to the elderly gentleman. Yes. This time, I was in the wrong. Next time, should anything arise, I shall certainly think of you both first. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. You have yet to taste my snails, which are delectable. Shall I make them for lunch? Ji and Sean waved off the masked figures, grumbling, I'll take a stroll to avoid seeing you and your troubles. Once the two elderly men departed, Mo Sangsang felt a wave of relief. Noticing that Qin Yu remained, she said, General Qin, you are welcome to explore the village. It is quite charming. With only Mo Sangsang in the household, it was natural for Qin Yu not to linger, as the whispers of society can be fearsome. From now on, you may simply call me Brother Qin. With that, he too exited through the door. Why has Mo Sang become the elder brother? Nevertheless, having more generals as brothers is not a bad thing, although the next encounter might be rather grim. With a basket in hand, she stepped out, where a group of children frolicked in the muddy rice fields. Gun Yinan stood as usual on the ridge, while Fan Yu's plump figure rendered her clothing unrecognizable. Upon noticing Mo Sang's approach, Fan Yu exclaimed, Aunt, what brings you here? Gun Yinan turned upon hearing Fan Yu's call. Mother, why isn't it playing? Gun Yinan glanced at the cluster of children in the muddy water, their pores exuding a palpable sense of rejection. Mother, what are you doing out here? Mo Sang handed her a basket, gesturing towards 3 individuals ambling through the village. Look, Old G and the others have arrived. Mother promised to prepare some river snails for them at noon, so you are tasked with collecting the snails. Just stay away from the deeper waters. Gun Yinan's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, make sure to gather them quickly. We still need time to clean them. This girl has stirred up the village so much that I am tempted to move here myself, Ji and Sean remarked. Dr. Zhang inquired, Are you truly not returning to the capital? Qin Yu also cast a curious glance at the Duke of the Protectorate, having always known of Dr. Zhang's good rapport with him, though their encounters had been few due to his long tenure at the border. Ji and Sean replied, Not a chance. That troublesome fellow in the capital. Had it not been for his father's reputation, I would have long since thrown in the towel. Besides, there are no pressing issues at the moment. Enough of such vexing matters. Qin Yu mused that the troublesome fellow referred to was the emperor, and such troublesome affairs were coveted by many. Chapter 59. A feast to alleviate worries. Adjacent to the rice fields lies a lotus pond, which at this season displays a breathtaking array of overlapping lotus leaves. However, to a true gourmet, it offers more than mere visual delight. Plucking several large lotus leaves, Mo Sang began her return, stopping by Aunt Lu's house to purchase a chicken. Upon arriving home, she swiftly boiled water and plucked the feathers, finding a spot in the yard to dig a pit. Sang girl, are you there? Aunt Wang's voice was as loud as ever. I'm here, Aunt. Montauk-sung, conveniently hidden behind the osmanthus tree, called back. That's good. Take this. A few days ago, your uncle caught quite a number of fish in the river, just in time for you to help share the burden. All right, I will not be polite then. No need for politeness. I see you have guests at home. Consider this Aunt's contribution to your meal. Now go on. I must find that little rascal in the house. Who knows where he has run off to this time? Mo Sang glanced at the 2 fish in her hands. They were indeed substantial, at least 6 or 7 pounds for the grass carp, perfect for making fish balls, and a carp suitable for her little and sweet and sour fish, which the child adored. After placing the fish in a basin to keep them alive, Mo Sang returned to her digging. Once she had excavated a sufficient depth, she ignited a fire to heat the pit, then carefully wrapped the marinated chicken in lotus leaves, using the excavated earth mixed with water to coat the wrapped chicken. She removed the firewood from the pit, placed it inside the wrapped chicken, covered it with a layer of dry earth, and finally just needed to set some durable firewood ablaze to complete the cooking process. From the rafters, she retrieved a piece of cured pig's trotter, chopped it into chunks, and placed it in a pot to simmer over high heat. The last batch of cured meat had been sent to the capital, leaving little behind at home. This pig's trotter was the only one left. Yet she craved it, imagining the deliciousness of stewed pig's trotter with radish, making her mouth water. Mother Aunt, Gun Yinan grasped a basket that appeared quite heavy, prompting Mo Sang to quickly take it from her. Hurry and tidy yourself up, and then go assist him. She felt uneasy leaving Fan Yu alone in the bathroom. The mischievous boy would surely track mud everywhere. Just the thought of it was enough to cause her a headache. Elder brother, please help me with my clothes. Fan Yu called out as he walked, shedding his filthy garments along the way. Gun Yinen's small face fell. Stand still while you undress, and do not dirty the room. Yes, elder brother, he replied. Mo Sang found it amusing. Despite being a year older than Unen, he was still called elder brother. The thoughts of children were beyond his understanding. Years later, Gun Yinen would look at Fan Yu and wonder why he no longer called her elder brother. Fan Yu, burdened by the weight of his past, wished he could silence his younger self. But that was a tale for another time. To swiftly enjoy the river snails, one must first address the tale. Using fresh water mixed with salt and high-proof liquor to expedite the purging process. While the snails expelled their sand, Mo Sang began preparing the fish. The carp was to be made sweet and sour, requiring only a thorough cleaning and the application of decorative cuts. The grass carp was more troublesome. It required skinning and filleting, followed by gently pounding the fish meat with the back of a knife. While using a stick would have been faster, the knife's back was more convenient for removing the bones. The fish meat, once pounded, was mixed with a bit of starch and stirred clockwise multiple times until it could be shaped into balls and dropped into water to form. Once all the fish balls were shaped, the pig trotters in the pot were nearly ready. And then, go find old G and the others in the village. It's time for dinner. Andy, I'll go too. All right, off you go. The pig trotters were combined with radishes and placed in a clay pot over a slow flame to simmer. The snails were then stir-fried. Their preparation was not difficult, requiring only the right seasonings. It was best to add yellow wine during the final cooking stage. Although she usually used beer in modern times, it was unavailable here. Yet, her previous attempt with yellow wine had yielded a taste superior to that of beer. Before the group even entered, the rich aroma wafted towards them, and Fan Yu could hardly contain himself. Andy, we're back. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner, and Mo Sang replied, focused on her final sweet and sour fish. Mother, should we move the big table? Gun Yinen inquired. Yes, please ask Uncle Qin for assistance. Qin Yu, previously lost in the delightful scents, felt a little embarrassed at Mo Sang's request, as he was not one to indulge in culinary pleasures. General, Song Mo's voice called out, prompting Qin Yu to turn back. Has the task been completed? You, lad, are you perhaps aware of our presence here and intentionally came to mooch a meal? Doctor, Zhang remarked. Though Song Mo was not unattractive, a scar on his face made him appear somewhat intimidating. Shall we move the table? I'll take care of it. Song Mo volunteered, taking on the task originally meant for Qin Yu. Isn't it time to consider changing this vice commander? Brother Qin, with empty hands, please help me clear the firewood over there and use a hoe to dig out the soil beneath it. Be careful. Place any soil balls you find into this plate. Mo Sang instructed, handing Qin Yu a large wooden dish. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl becoming a bit too demanding? Noticing he had not moved, Mo Sang asked, did you not understand? Qin Yu decided to resume digging, for the girl certainly exhibited no sense of embarrassment. Mo Sang insisted on working even when it was time to eat. And then, please help your mother set the table. Qin Yu moved swiftly and soon returned with a clod of earth. Let's dine, he announced to Elder Ji and Grandpa Zhang. This here is a field snail. I am certain you have never tasted it. Do give a try. What is this? Yi Yunshan inquired, while the eyes of the others fixated on the earthy mound placed upon the table. Annie, are we really eating this clod today? Is it edible? Is it delicious? Fan Yu gazed at the earthen ball, her expression laden with questions. Gun Yin, too, was intrigued, having never encountered such a dish before. Ma Sangsang et Golim. I almost forgot. Just wait a moment. She then turned to retrieve a hammer, dragging the wooden tray back slightly to prevent any soil from falling into the other dishes during the process. With a clang, the clod was shattered, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. How fragrant! Fan Yu was nearly salivating. She replaced the chicken along with the lotus leaves onto another plate. And as Mo Sang peeled back the leaves, the fragrance intensified. It was not the overpowering scent of stir-fried snails, nor the rich aroma of cured pigs' trotters, but rather a captivating, delicate fragrance. What is this? Ji and Shan swallowed hard. It is called beggar's chicken or lotus leaf chicken. The preparation is quite simple. It is utterly delightful. Do give a taste. Without further ado, the group began to eat. Song Mo, How fortunate I was to arrive just in time. Qin Yu had not neglected his appetite. It was merely that previous meals had failed to satisfy him. The esteemed Duke Ji had little desire to return to the capital. Pondering how this girl had managed to marry, Dr. Zhang remained silent, focused solely on his food. Fan Yu remarked, "Eating my auntie's cooking leaves no room for thoughts." Gun Yin amused over the sweet and sour fish before her, thinking, "Indeed, my mother loves me the most." Once the meal concluded, the group sat in silence, rubbing their contented bellies. Mo Sangsang fetched a pot of hawthorn water she had prepared earlier, pouring a cup for each. "Oh dear, I can eat no more." Ji Yunshan waved his hand dismissively. Dr. Zhang sniffed the drink and encouraged, "Go ahead. It aids digestion." Chapter 60. Persuading Duke Ji, my dear girl. I find the feng shui of your village quite favorable. And then, Mo Sangsang regarded Ji Yunshan, offering no response, as she was uncertain how to proceed. Feng shui was not her expertise, though she was well versed in agriculture. "I say, where has your usual cleverness gone?" Mo Sangsang replied. "Elder Ji, your sudden, disjointed remarks would leave anyone at a loss." Dr. Zhang chuckled silently. The proud Duke Ji declared, "I have no desire to stay in a medical hall any longer. This village appeals to me. From this day forth, I shall reside here. That house over there boasts excellent feng shui. I choose it. Wait, why this sudden decision to live in the village? What? Are you unwilling?" "Not exactly. It's just that Mo Sangsang felt her thoughts were struggling to keep pace with her words." Duke Ji regarded her with disdain, demanding, "What does it matter? Just tell me if I can live here." With hands raised in surrender, Mo Sangsang replied, "If you insist, how could I possibly refuse your stay? However, I'm not often in the village. Most of my time is spent in the town. Surely, I cannot leave you alone as a solitary elder in the house. Isn't it simply a matter of attending school? Wherever it may be, one must still study, no? As an elder who has served 2 dynasties, do you believe I am incapable of teaching a child? Are you implying that I should instruct 2 children?" Mo Sangsang raised an eyebrow, then, with a hint of difficulty, remarked, "You see, a child must be among peers to ensure their physical and mental well-being. My intention in sending N into the town was to enable him to interact more with children his age. Otherwise, how could I possibly place my N, who has achieved first place in the child examination, in an ordinary school?" Gun Yin looked at his mother with a hint of confusion, as he seemed to recall her mentioning the need to conceal one's talents. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of physical and mental well-being, the others understood the significance of his academic achievement. Gun Yin felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. "Fan Yu, did you not arrange to go out with Nyo and the others?" Gun Yin stood up and inquired. Fan Yu replied, "Did I?" Gun Yin retorted, "You did." Without allowing Fan Yu a moment to respond, he pulled him outside. "Mother, we are off to have fun." "Go ahead, but be careful," she replied. Then turned her attention to Ji Yunshan. Old Master Ji, whether teaching 2 children or a group, is still teaching. Ji Yunshan, realizing the implication, snorted. "So you want me, a dignified duke, to take on the role of a tutor for you?" Dr. Zhang interjected. "Some have been astute in the court all their lives. Yet in their old age, they are easily deceived without even realizing it." Mo Sangsang responded, "I assure you, that is not the case. I merely thought that since Grandfather Ji has some free time, idleness can lead to illness. Besides, how difficult can it be to teach children? The future of a nation rests upon these young ones. After all, consider it an opportunity to cultivate talent for you in advance. Or do you believe the future talent of you is unimportant?" The earlier words were flattery, but the final statement was undoubtedly a provocation. In her heart, Mo Sangsang praised her own cleverness. Song Mo whispered to Qin Yu, "General, why do I feel that the Duke has been outwitted by Miss Mo?" Qin Yu replied, "It's rare to see you showing wisdom for once. Why is it now Grandfather Ji instead of old Ji?" With the conversation concluded, the old man had little left to say. "Let me be clear. I shall only handle the teaching, and nothing else," Ji Yunshan stated. In her heart, Mo Sangsang silently rejoiced. It's done. Previously, the village head had contemplated establishing a clan school. Initially, there were no funds, and later, when funds were secured, there were no tutors. Now, everything has come together. She would no longer have to run back and forth. The Song Academy was splendid, but the knowledge that this elder could impart extended far beyond the 4 books and 5 classics. This would provide her little one with a greater chance to escape the bounds of a predestined fate. In a little over a year, it would be the time of An's injury and broken leg. This time, Jingci would not fall into a coma again. One could hope to avoid it. Regardless of what the future may hold, at least for now, he is her child. From today onward, Ji and Shan would reside in a room belonging to Jingci, with his belongings sent over by Dr. Zhang. Jingci thought, so my room is gone, and no one thought to inform me? After seeing Dr. Zhang and the others to the door, the usually taciturn Qin Yu smiled at Mo Sangsang with an ambiguous expression, uttering 2 words before departing. Not bad. Not bad? What does that mean? Mo Sangsang did not quite understand, but assumed it was a compliment regarding her cooking. Song Mo rode alongside Qin Yu, asking, General, what did you mean by not bad just now? Suddenly, with wide eyes of astonishment, did you perhaps take a fancy to Lady Mo? She is already married with a husband. Qin Yu, you ought to consume more pig brains. The matters concerning the school are quite manageable. Upon mentioning it to the village head, Mo Sangsang had the vacant house next to the grain-drying yard tidied up the very same day. It merely awaits the addition of some furnishings to officially commence the teachings. With an extra person at home, especially a sharp-tongued elder, coupled with a loquacious Fan Yu, the atmosphere has become lively indeed. 3 days later, the village school in Chuanjiang officially commenced its lessons, bringing immense joy to the villagers. That day, every household prepared their finest dishes to celebrate the establishment of the school, a momentous occasion worthy of festivity. Aside from the town, Chuanjiang village is now the sole village within 10 miles to boast a school. Village head Zhou Changzhen held his smoking pipe, his eyes nearly disappearing from laughter. As for Ji and Shan, ever since he took on the role of a teacher, he has been brimming with energy, and everyone in the village greets him as teacher. The joy is palpable. No longer needing to traverse to the town repeatedly, Mo Sangsang entrusted the matter of the food business to Cui Er and Aunt Lu, allowing her to indulge in her personal pursuits at home. On this particular day, Song Mo visited the village and requested Mo Sangsang to go to the county office, stating that Ma Chunhua wished to see her. Initially reluctant, Mo Sangsang reconsidered upon noticing Song Mo's peculiar expression, saying, very well, wait for me a moment. She took a guard and rode toward the county office. Along the way, Song Mo informed her that his general had temporarily taken charge of the county office. Having clarified the case of human trafficking related to Mo family village and its collusion with the county office, they were merely awaiting the court's appointment of a new county magistrate. Since the matter is resolved, why does Ma Chunhua wish to see me? Ma Sangsang inguit, puzzled. Moreover, she did not believe any maternal bond existed between herself and Ma Chunhua. There is a matter concerning you that necessitates your presence. Qin Yu interjected unexpectedly. General Qin, Mo Sangsang greeted him. What matter requires my personal attendance? She felt that the Mo family were all of ill intent, and being the original owner of the name, having been wronged to such an extent, she saw no reason to seek any kind of familial connection with such despicable relatives. In her words, it could be succinctly put as, stay away from me. Call me Brother Qin, and I shall tell you. Qin Yu responded, is it not enough that you are a general, to be so fixated on the title of brother? Chapter 61. The helplessness of Jingci. Could it be that the original owner was truly not of Mo family descent? Aren't you surprised? Qin Yu assumed that revealing this news to Mo Sangsang would evoke at least some sadness, yet he was met with her calm demeanor. Mo Sangsang shrugged her shoulders and even found a seat, her posture exuding relaxation. There is nothing to be surprised about. Previously, I was undernourished, appearing dark and thin, thus indistinguishable. But now, take a look at my face. Do I bear even the slightest resemblance to the Mo family trio? Indeed, you do not. Qin Yu conceded. So, will you still meet them? Yes. Why not? At the very least, I wish to discover from whence they brought me. Mo Sangsang did not mention that she intended to meet the original owner, who had endured bullying and mistreatment for so long. Even until death, she had yearned for a semblance of familial affection that had never been bestowed upon her. Now, with the assertion that she was not of the Mo family by blood. It seemed only fitting that she, having inhabited the original owner's body, should at least inquire about her biological parents. If there were a chance to locate them, she could help ascertain whether this family still held her in their thoughts, thereby fulfilling the original owner's lingering desire for kinship. In the dark prison cell, Ma Chunhua, confined separately as a female inmate, was visibly agitated upon seeing Mo Sangsang enter. Sangsang, Sangsang, it's your mother. Please, save me. Mo Sangsang took a step back, questioning, are you certain you are my mother? Ma Chunhua's drooping eyes betrayed her lack of genuine maternal connection. After all these years of raising you, is there truly no shred of familial bond? You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Do not seek validation here. I possess little patience for your fabricated displays of affection. Simply state from where you abducted me, or if I was stolen, Mo Sangsang retorted. Upon hearing this, Ma Chunhua dropped her pretense, even as she attempted to smooth her disheveled hair, which remained unruly regardless of her efforts. If you wish to learn about your biological parents, you must agree to a condition, Ma Chunhua declared, believing she held leverage over Mo Sangsang with information she thought was valuable. However, Mo Sangsang showed no interest and turned to leave. Do not go. I truly know about your biological parents. I do not ask for your mercy towards me, but merely for you to spare your elder brother. Do you genuinely believe that such dubious information could compel me to assist in rescuing Mo Yukai? Not only is your family engaged in criminal activities, but I also refuse to oppose the authorities. Furthermore, regarding Mo Yotsai's abduction of my son, my refraining from personally ending his life is already a sign of my leniency. Seeing that her words had no effect, Ma Chunhua grew desperate. As long as Yukai remains alive, I will divulge the details of that year. You may not have comprehended my words. Let me reiterate. I am relieved to not be of the Mo family. As for your uncertain information, I care not at all. Today's meeting serves to sever any ties I have with your family, for the Mo Sangsang of the past has perished. Take heed of your future, Mo Sangsang declared, turning to exit the cell without hesitation. At the entrance, Qin Yu and Song Mo awaited her. Brother Qin, thank you for alerting me to come today. From now on, I wish to have no association with their family. I appreciate your kindness. There are matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. You are welcome to visit any time. Qin Yu replied, certainly. After Mo Sangsang departed, Song Mo inquired, General, do you think Mo Nyangzi is pleased or displeased upon realizing she is not of the Mo family? Does she truly know who her biological parents are? Qin Yu responded, when did you become so inquisitive? Have you been influenced by that lad, Subui Yuan? With the Mo family saga concluded, autumn harvest season was rapidly approaching, prompting the village to prepare for the autumn sacrificial rites. Mo Sangsang reflected on how swiftly time flew. The harvest was imminent, and soon it would be time for the imperial examination. She wondered how Gu Jingci was faring. At this moment, Gu Jingci in the capital gazed at the letter in his hand, nearly crumpling it into pieces. For days, he had suppressed his thoughts, battling the urge to return, yet he managed to restrain himself. After all, what he was currently engaged in could potentially endanger her, and he wished to shield her from any perilous situation. To occupy himself, he immersed in various tasks, yearning to personally welcome her to the capital after the examination. Yet, she remained silent about the incident, not even sending a letter. The letter conveyed, now that Mo Yin has been reclaimed, should our relationship no longer be concealed? Subui Yuan learned of your circumstances before I did. Consider this matter noted for now. My previous lack of inquiry into your affairs stemmed from genuine friendship. However, in light of recent events, you ought to seek me out, and I shall also remember your state of unconsciousness. The missive was delivered by Qin Yu. Gu Jingci felt a twinge of guilt upon reading the first part, for he had indeed not disclosed his matters to Qin Yu. In his past life, it was only after he had established himself in the capital that Qin Yu learned of his true identity. Though they had known each other for many years, he had never revealed his status. In this life, he did not deliberately conceal it. However, Qin Yu had always respected him and kept his promises, thereby refraining from probing further. Su Buyan had only managed to intrude upon his household after Gu Jingci tacitly permitted it, seeking sustenance for a few days. After reading the first half of the letter, Gu Jingci felt an uneasy conscience, but upon reaching the latter half, he nearly tore the paper to shreds. What did it mean that the Mo family had come to cause a ruckus? That Gu Nianan had been kidnapped? And what did it mean that she had ventured alone to rescue a child? Were the guards of the Fan family not human? How many unknown matters had she dealt with alone at home? Had she sustained any injuries? Qin Yu had neglected to elucidate these crucial details in his correspondence. Unable to contain himself, Gu Jingci sprang to his feet. Was it conceivable that if Qin Yu had not mentioned any injuries, then she was unscathed? Gu Nianan's father, had he forgotten that it was he who had been kidnapped? And Mo Yin, clutching his sword at the door, was taken aback. What is the matter? Could it be an assassin? It was no wonder Mo Yin thought so. After all, his master's recent actions had likely attracted the attention of would-be assassins. Where are you going, master? Gu Jingci stormed outside, with Mo Yin hastily following, as the cool night breeze greeted him upon stepping out. Gu Jingci regained his clarity of thought, not to mention that returning to Shu Nan would take several days of swift travel. The examination was fast approaching, and even if he could fly, he would not arrive in time. At that moment, Gu Jingci felt a deep sense of helplessness, even beginning to reminisce about the days spent in unconsciousness, where his spirit seemed free to wander wherever it pleased. And Mo Yin followed his master aimlessly through the streets. Utterly perplexed by the sudden surge of anger from his master and the unexpected desire to explore the night market, especially since his master typically kept to himself in the capital, as if wary of being discovered. The capital of Dayu had no curfew, rendering it quite lively. Gu Jingci meandered through the streets, completely unaware that someone in a tavern above was watching him intently. A woman observed the solitary figure below, pondering how he could possibly appear in the capital at this hour. Miss, what are you gazing at? Perhaps she had misjudged. Zhao Wanner shook her head. Let us return. Gu Jingci soon regained her composure after a brief stroll through the streets and returned home. However, upon her arrival, she secluded herself in her study, producing stationery as if she were about to embark on a significant endeavor. This year, she was also set to participate in the worship of Sangsang, as the family had acquired land, which she had inspected and found superior to that of the neighboring households. During the autumn harvest season in Daiyue, the school would be on break, and Ji and Shan was experiencing everything for the first time at this agricultural ritual, finding it all remarkably novel. Recently, the elder had become quite familiar with the villagers, often preferring to be outdoors rather than cooped up at home. His once fair complexion had darkened considerably from sun exposure, but thankfully he spent most of his time at school. Otherwise, with his penchant for being outside, he would have turned as black as coal by now. On the day of the autumn harvest, Huzi arrived with several companions to lend a hand, which made Mo Sangsang feel somewhat embarrassed, considering everyone was busy with the harvest. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be polite. With Brother Gu away, you cannot manage this alone, and with just a few of us, we can finish in no time. Huzi insisted. Mo Sangsang ceased her hesitations and replied, Very well. I shall not be polite then. Once we are done, I will prepare a feast for you. Huzi responded. All right then. Had I known your culinary skills were so exceptional, we would be in for a treat. Not only did Huzi bring people to assist, but Ji and Shan also insisted on joining the fields, claiming that if he were not allowed to help, it would imply a lack of faith in his abilities. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and allowed the elder to gather at a leisurely pace. Annie, I can help too, exclaimed Fan Yu, her rotund figure racing over. Mo Sangsang sighed, wondering if the child had gained more weight. May I discuss something with you? She asked, crouching down to meet the child's gaze. Auntie, you can say anything. I would traverse mountains of knives or seas of fire for you, the child declared. What on earth? Where had this child learned such peculiar phrases? Actually, it's not a grave matter, dear Yuer. You're quite adorable as you are, but if you continue to gain weight, you may not fit into the lovely clothes I plan to make for you. Fan Yu replied. Then Annie should make them larger for me in the future. I prefer the clothes you make far more than those sent from the capital. Perhaps the couple of the Jinyuan Marquis should consider having another child. There is still time. Gu Nianan interjected, unable to hold her tongue. Mother means to say you are becoming too plump. You are nearly unable to fit into the dress she made for you recently. Fan Yu gazed at Mozong Sang, her little lips seemingly on the verge of a pout. Mozong Sang felt a pang of guilt, as if she had committed a grievous act, but the child truly was too round and could not afford to gain more. How about this? You and Inen can learn martial arts from Fanda and his companions every day. Just think, martial arts are wonderful. They will help you lose weight. Strengthen your body, and you won't have to worry about being bullied. Fan Yu appeared to be inspired by this suggestion. Then I will protect Annie, and no bad person can bully her. Mozong Sang and Gu Nianan replied in unison. I can protect Mother myself. There is no need for you. Brother, we shall protect Annie together. What if there are many bad people? Mozong Sang pondered how much attention she must be receiving to warrant such concern. Nevertheless, she was relieved to have persuaded Fan Yu to take up martial arts. Otherwise, if the child continued to gain weight, her health could be at risk in the future. As for Inen, it would be beneficial for her to learn, though not necessarily to achieve great prowess. Possessing the ability to protect oneself would suffice. Much like Gu Jingci, whose skills may not be exceptional, yet self-defense should pose no problem. The actions of Huzi and his companions were swift. By noon, they had completed the harvest of 2 acres for Mo Sangsang, even assisting in transporting the yield to the drying ground. Wow, Sanggirl, did you really harvest so much from these 2 acres? It must be at least 400 jin. The village chief, passing by after finishing his own work, was astonished by the bounty of Mo Sangsang's family. Mo Sangsang pondered, stroking her chin, contemplating that it should be so. However, her goal was to achieve a yield of 400 jin per acre. In ancient times, agricultural yields were indeed modest. 100 jin per acre was already commendable. Nevertheless, if grain cultivation could be improved and flowering periods properly managed, reaching 400 jin should not be an insurmountable challenge. Uncle, once we finish, we can weigh it and ascertain the results. If this year's harvest is indeed satisfactory, I shall teach the village how to enhance their yields next season. Very well. I shall come to weigh it myself in a couple of days. The village chief, feeling somewhat envious, crouched down and grasped a handful of the grains, each plump and round, distinctly superior to those from his own fields. After all, who among them, reliant on the land, would not desire a bountiful harvest? Once the village chief departed, Ji and Shan, filled with excitement, inquired, Girl, do you truly possess a method to increase grain production? Indeed, Mo Sangsang maintained a measure of confidence in this regard. Having engaged in agricultural research for quite some time, she admired the achievements of Elder Yuan, which are the aspiration of all agricultural scholars. Though she may not reach the heights of Elder Yuan, enhancing yield was certainly within her grasp, as these were experiences already established by her predecessors. Moreover, the younger generation often innovates, seeking not merely to increase yield, but to provide more edible resources. Agricultural students frequently lamented, in our day, we suffered from severe hunger. We must ensure that we never face such deprivation again. The drying ground was a communal resource for the village. Those who harvested early would dry their grains first, subsequently bagging them to free up space for others. During the drying period, each household was responsible for guarding its own grain until it was completely dried and bagged. Initially, Mo Sangsang had intended to hire the protection of the Fan family guards, but since she had mentioned the prospect of increased grain production a few days prior, Ji and Shan insisted on personally overseeing the grain. Unable to dissuade the elder, Mo Sangsang allowed him to stay in the schoolhouse, where he could view the drying ground through the window. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant, alleviating any concerns about the elder catching a chill. In fact, the sun had been shining brightly over the past few days, and within just 2 days, the grains had dried sufficiently. When it came time to bag them, the village chief and Ji Yunshan busied themselves, eagerly awaiting the weighing process. Ultimately, the total yield was over 500 jin, a figure that left Mo Sangsang somewhat dissatisfied. Had she cultivated the seeds herself, she believed the quantity would have been significantly higher. Girl, the yield from your 2 acres is nearly equivalent to that of 4 or 5 acres belonging to others. Zhou Chongzhen exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Ji and Shan shared in this exhilaration, for he understood that while the territory of the Great Yu dynasty was vast, the grain production was primarily notable in the Jiangnan region. In contrast, the climate of southern Shu, though distinctly seasonal, had consistently failed to produce satisfactory yields. He was acutely aware of how many people in the Great Yu dynasty struggled to secure their daily bread. Mozong was unsettled by the gaze of the two men. Uncle, Grandpa Ji, the yield of grain can indeed be increased through effective methods. What methods? Yunskan inquired eagerly. Ultimately, it largely depends on the quality of the seeds. Currently, the seeds for planting are either expensive and of poor quality when purchased, or they're homegrown, but not all seeds are suitable for cultivation, she explained. How about this? I will allocate some seeds for the next season, and if anyone in the village wishes to purchase them, I will sell them at a price 20% lower than a market rate. Really? Miss Sang, I will remember this, the uncle replied, genuinely intrigued. Chapter 63. The journey begins, child. Are you speaking the truth? Is it possible to cultivate high-yield grain not only in the southern regions, but also in the northern territories? Mozong set down the basket she was carrying. Why would I deceive you? Do you know how many people in Daiyue go hungry? At that moment, the once proud and illustrious elder seemed to lose his vitality, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Mozong understood well, for it was written in books, and the current emperor of Daiyue was far from a wise ruler. Otherwise, many subsequent troubles would not have arisen. Old Ji, how about we strike a deal? Before Ji and Shan could respond, Mozong continued, I can cultivate and provide quality seeds, as well as methods to increase yield, but the seeds must be purchased, not given away for free. Of course, that is only natural. I'm not of the ilk to rob, Ji and Shan affirmed. Mozong observed the weary old man, aware that his heart was still tied to Daiyue, though deeply wounded by the happenings in the capital, forcing him to retreat to this remote area. Old Ji, I trust your integrity, but can you assure me that everyone else will be the same? That they will not be greedy or coercive? Ji and Shan fell silent for a long moment, then let out a self-deprecating sigh. Child, you are right. The human heart is inscrutable, and I cannot guarantee otherwise. Mozong smiled gently. Old Ji, have you forgotten about Jian? Regarding the seeds and methods for increasing yield, I cannot directly hand them over to the authorities, as I fear attracting unwanted attention. However, if Jian were to take the lead, I believe he could find someone trustworthy to assist him. And since you are his support, and he is your beloved grandson, even if someone were to act against us, they would have to consider the consequences. As for me, I am merely an orphan. Even with your good intentions to protect me, you cannot always be at my side. Therefore, I propose that Ji Yun purchase land in various locations to build his own granaries, and I will collaborate with him. Naturally, your grandson will provide the funds while I contribute my expertise, as I have none. Furthermore, once the yield increases, the price of grain will decrease, thus addressing the basic needs of the common people. Mozong spoke passionately, surprising even herself with her own eloquence. After a moment of silence, Ji and Shan remarked, It seems I am getting old. Child, you should discuss this matter with that rascal in the capital. I feel that this old man still has much life left to live. A fortnight later coincides perfectly with the time of the imperial examination. If you set out now, you might just manage to accompany your husband into the examination hall. Mo Sang muttered in exasperation. I never said I wished to send him off. Moreover, he could very well be engrossed with the female lead by now. That evening, the mother and child sat facing each other. Mo Sang, while gently drying Gun Yin, Anne's hair with a cloth, casually inquired, And then, do you miss your father? Gun Yin grasped Mo Sang's sleeve. Mother, are you abandoning me? Huh? How could that be your response? Mo Sang Ziplit. What I meant, Dearanin, is that perhaps we could visit the capital since your father is about to take his examination. You can encourage him, cheer him on. As long as mother did not intend to send him away, Gun Yin and was agreeable. Do you want to go, mother? If you wish to, then I shall accompany you. Very well. That was a pointless question. The following day, Mo Sang sought out Ji Yun Shan. Old Master Ji, I have made up my mind. I will go to the capital. But are you truly not returning? Ji Yun Shan waved his hand dismissively. What purpose would it serve for me to return? Am I to be accused of living too long? He subsequently produced a jade pendant from his pocket. Here, take this. Should any ill-intentioned individuals dare to trouble you in the capital, go directly to the Duke's residence. Any issues you cannot resolve, let that lad Jian handle them. Sangsang suddenly felt a pang of warmth. This old man, despite his tough exterior, had a soft heart. If I leave, you will need someone to look after you. Summon your attendants. You cannot possibly cook for yourself. Enough of this prattle. How can a young lady like you be so verbose? At my age, do you think I cannot take care of myself? Indeed, you can care for yourself, so well that you've nearly developed an aversion to food. Sangsang stepped closer, affectionately linking her arm with Ji Yunshan's. Grandfather Ji, there are many burdens in this world. You have toiled for a lifetime and deserve to enjoy your days. Ji Yunshan felt a warmth in his eyes, but, with his usual stubbornness, could not utter any sentimental words. Instead, he thought to himself, why do I not have a granddaughter? For a moment, he felt disdain for his son, who had sired 2 grandsons. That little rascal had no idea how delightful a granddaughter could be. Having confirmed her plans to visit the capital, Sangsang began organizing her affairs. 2 days later, a convoy of 8 guards escorted a carriage out of the village. Ji Yunshan did not see them off, but after their departure, he spoke to the empty air, follow that girl, and ensure her safe passage to the capital. The carriage swayed gently, and Sangsang asked Fan Yu, have you written to your parents to inform them of your return? Fan Yu paused, then retrieved a crumpled letter from his pocket. Sangsang sighed in exasperation. She had anticipated this unreliable little chub. She playfully tapped his forehead. Be careful not to return home and get beaten by your father. Fan Yu leaned out of the carriage and shouted, Fanda, just tell them you forgot to deliver it to the post station, all right? Young Master Fan, having you around is indeed a blessing. Sit properly. Don't fall out. Sangsang scolded as she noticed the little chub leaning precariously out of the carriage. Fan Yu settled back in, suddenly slapping his forehead. Andy, if I don't go back, I 1T get beaten. I can stay with you. Gunyan and small face darken now. You must return to your own home in the capital. Why not? I don't want to go back. The 8 guardians of the Marquis have lost the son of the Lord. Aunt, would it be possible for you to live in the Marquis residence with my elder brother and me? Please settle down. You must first return to see your parents. And if they consent, you may join Aunt and then later. Montag Zangzeit in Resignation. The weather was excessively hot, and staying cooped up in the carriage was stifling. Fortunately, she had prepared an additional horse, allowing her to step out along the way, breathe in the fresh air, and appreciate the splendid landscapes of ancient times. The scenery was indeed beautiful, and since there was no rush to travel, the group found a picturesque spot by the river. Sangsang instructed the guardians to catch a few fish, and they set up a fire to grill them. She had brought along ample seasonings, which now proved useful. Soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air, while the 2 children were taken by Fanda to practice their stances under the shade of a tree. The others eagerly focused on the grilled fish in Sangsang's hands. Fan Yu's spirit had already soared to the side of the grilled fish, his mind completely absent from training. Upon hearing Sangsang call out that it was time to eat, he dashed away. In contrast, Gunyan also wished to join, but maintained his decorum throughout, respecting Fanda despite knowing he was merely a guardian, thus upholding his good habits. Observing the 2 children, one steady and the other exuberant, Fanda felt for the first time that their Marquis had shown a cleverness beyond the battlefield. The astute Marquis expressed his gratitude, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter as the guardians chatted heartily while the children brought liveliness to the scene. Not far away, another carriage had been stationary for quite some time, presumably also taking a respite during the journey. Inside, a man sat, peering through the window towards the bustling activity. He had initially sought refuge from the intense heat, but the merriment across the way piqued his interest, and as he raised his gaze, surprise flickered in his eyes. It was her. Chapter 64. Arrival in the capital as the time seemed right, and Sangsang instructed everyone to pack up and depart. Shortly after they set off, a guardian approached her, stating, Madame Gu, that carriage by the river has been following us. This road leads to the capital. Perhaps they are also bound for the same destination? Just keep a watchful eye. In the evening, the group passed through a town and sought refuge in a relatively clean inn. Despite the leisurely pace of their journey, Spending the entire day in the carriage had been tiring. Fortunately, Sangsang could ride, allowing her opportunities to switch things up. How refreshing it felt. Even merely lying down made her feel significantly better. Regardless of whether she was in the carriage or on horseback, the jolting had left her sore. She resolved that if given the chance, she would arrange for a carriage of her own, ensuring it would not be so bumpy. After enjoying a comfortable bath, Sangsang lay in bed, unaware of when she had fallen asleep, a testament to her exhaustion. When she awoke, it was already close to noon the following day, and she felt a bit embarrassed. After tidying herself up and heading downstairs, she discovered that the guardians and the two little ones had been waiting for her. Upon seeing Sangsang, Gunyin rushed over, his little face beaming. "Mother, have you rested well?" "Indeed, and what about you, Inin? Have you eaten?" "Mother, the person who accompanied us on the carriage yesterday is also staying at the inn. Uncle Fan advised us not to wander about. Is that so?" Sangsang turned to ask Uncle Fan, "Did you notice anything?" As her words fell, she sensed several gazes directed behind her. At that moment, a gentle voice called out, "Miss." Fan Lu took a step closer to Sangsang, blocking the man who intended to greet her. Gu Yubai descended the stairs, stating, "I have had the pleasure of meeting the young lady before. It was indeed my oversight to follow along yesterday without proper guardians, especially after hearing that the road to the capital has been rather perilous recently. I humbly ask for your understanding." Sangsang, for a brief moment, could not recall where she had seen this person, yet he did seem familiar. "Mother, we saw him during our last outing at the peach grove by the temple." Gunyin whispered to Sangsang. "Ah, it is he." Gu Yubai regarded Sangsang, recalling their fleeting encounter in the peach grove, after which he had not seen her again. He had often revisited the grove, hoping for a chance meeting, but it never occurred. Little did he know that upon receiving news from home, he would serendipitously encounter her on his return to the capital. "Miss, I see you're also heading towards the capital. If it is not too bold of me, may I accompany you on this journey?" Sangsang thought his inquiry rather presumptuous, yet she glanced at Uncle Fan. After all, the guards belonged to the Fan family. Uncle Fan nodded in agreement, having recognized Gu Yubai as the second son of the Gu family, whom he had met once before. It was said that this young master had a penchant for travel and a deep love for literature, earning him a modest reputation in the capital. Seeing Uncle Fan's consent, Sangsang replied to Gu Yubai, "In that case, you may join us. I am Gu Yubai." He introduced himself. "Gu, a resident of the capital? Could he possibly be related to that scoundrel from the male lead's family? Surely, it cannot be such a coincidence. Regardless, it may not concern me." After lunch, the group prepared to set off, with their convoy now consisting of 2 carriages. The weather was oppressively hot, and the 2 children appeared rather listless. "And then, you err. Shall I tell you a story?" The children's eyes instantly brightened. What should I tell? An idea struck her. Let us recount Journey to the West. Children never tire of it. Sangsang cleared her throat and began, "Once upon a time, there was a stone monkey who sprang forth from the rock." The 2 children listened intently. Even the guards outside could not help but perk up their ears. Gu Yubai sat in the carriage behind, a distance from Sangsang's, unable to catch the details of their conversation, yet he occasionally heard the children's exclamations. The young servant who had been with Gu Yubai since childhood remarked, "Young master, could it be that?" "Hush, do not speak recklessly. You might tarnish your reputation." "But I have yet to say anything." With the story alleviating their boredom, the journey became quite delightful, though Sangsang found herself growing parched. Well, to know what happens next, please await the next installment. The story abruptly concluded, and Fan Yu pouted. "Auntie, please tell us more. What happened to son Wukong after he left Master Bodhi?" Gunyin handed the water bottle to Sangsang and said, "Mother, drink some water." Although Gunyin was eager to listen further, she felt a pang of sympathy as she noticed Sangsang's parched lips. The guards outside were also captivated. Their interest piqued. They were enthralled by the delightful tales spun by Madame Gu. Not just the 2 children, but even they found themselves enchanted. All right. I shall share more next time," Sangsang said, gently pinching the face of the now considerably slimmer chubby boy. A voice boomed from afar, "Madame Gu." We shall rest here for another night. We will reach the capital tomorrow. Are we nearly there? Sangsang pondered how Jingci would react upon seeing them. She had yet to inform him. The night passed in silence. The group spent the night in a county near the capital. And Sangsang couldn't help but reflect on how, indeed, this place was vibrant, akin to modern-day areas near the capital. Even a county here was considerably more prosperous than an ordinary one. With merely 3 days until the imperial examination, many scholars chose to stay here, as the fees were significantly cheaper than those in the capital. The next day, as they entered the capital, Sangsang curiously lifted the curtain to gaze outside, summarizing it in the words, "truly bustling." "Mother, are we going to find father?" Sangsang inquired, touching her nose. "What if we seek out your grandfather instead?" "Good." Since they had arrived in the capital, Bai felt it inappropriate to continue accompanying them. Upon disembarking the carriage, he approached Sangsang and said, "Miss, thank you for your company on this journey. I shall express my gratitude with gifts when we meet again. If you require assistance in the capital, do not hesitate to ask. Master Gu is too polite." Noticing Sangsang's lack of further words, Bai departed with a hint of reluctance. "Fonda, after you escort me and into the scholar's residence, please take you back home. Auntie, can I accompany you and big brother? Be good. First, return home to see your parents. If you wish to find me, have the guards bring you, but you must seek your parents' consent first." Sangsang retrieved an envelope from her bundle and handed it to Fanda. "This is for your lord." At that moment, Li Qingfeng was at the Taishua, entirely unaware that a delightful surprise awaited him at home. Before the scholar's residence, Sangsang helped Gunyin out of the carriage and knocked on the door. The steward, seeing a young lady and child, inquired, "Madam, whom are you looking for?" Sangsang pulled out the jade pendant that Li Qingfeng had given her and presented it to the steward. Upon seeing the pendant, Li Shu's face broke into a radiant smile. The young lady and the young master have returned. Come in quickly. The master has prepared your rooms upon his return. I shall immediately notify him. Not so fast. Let us wait for father to return and surprise him. Let's tidy up first." Meanwhile, as Sangsang entered the capital, 2 individuals departed for Shunan. Jingci sat at his desk, pondering. It has been quite a while. The letter should have arrived by now. Why hasn't Sangsang replied? Yin stood at the study door, at a loss for words. "Master, Miss Zhao has sent more items." Jingci glanced at him coldly and ordered, "Send it back." Jin Yuan Hofu. Fan Yu alighted from the carriage and hurried towards the estate, exclaiming, "Father, mother, your beloved son has returned." Fan Lu remarked, "Eldest brother, the young master has shown remarkable progress in his training. Just look at his speed." Fan Ba added, "Sixth brother, you underestimate the young master. In the past, he would only dash in like this when there was something urgent." Indeed, while the couple from the Fan family were still astonished by their son's silent return to the capital, Fan Yu asked, "Father, mother, may I reside at the scholar's residence with auntie and eldest brother?" The couple was taken aback, as the mischievous boy had returned unexpectedly. Chapter 65. A touch of melodrama, Li Qingfeng stormed back to the estate from the academy, fuming. "Is a master back?" The steward, Li Shu, approached him. "Is it not obvious? Am I not old enough to announce my arrival?" Li Shu, accustomed to his master's temperament, followed along, saying, "Dinner is prepared. Would the master like to dine now?" "Go. Why wouldn't I? Do you think I can be so vexed that I lose my appetite?" Li Qingfeng glanced at the dishes on the table and inquired, "Has the household hired a new cook?" "Please, master, give it a try and see if it suits your palate." Li Qingfeng picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. "How is it?" "Quite good. However, it pales in comparison to my daughter's culinary skills." "Really? Pray tell, what flaws do you find in my cooking?" From behind the screen, Sangsang emerged. Leading Gunyin, and Li Qingfeng sprang to his feet. Little Gunyin and broke free from Sangsang's hand and dashed into Li Qingfeng's embrace, who lifted the child joyfully. "Father," Sangsang called out as well. "Ah, you deceived me by coming to the capital and conspiring with this rascal? It was not my intent to deceive you. Our trip to the capital was a sudden decision. I thought it would be quicker to surprise you rather than send a letter, so we went straight to you upon our arrival." Li Qingfeng eyed them suspiciously. Did you not visit Jingci? Not all. Mo Sangsang raised her hand in a solemn vow, omitting the fact that she had no knowledge of Jingci's whereabouts. The arrival of Mo Sangsang and her child brought immense joy to Li Qingfeng. Li Fu, inform the master that I shall take a day off to stay home with my daughter. But in 2 days, the imperial examination will commence. Will you not oversee it? I am a grand scholar. I am neither the Ministry of Personnel nor of Rights. What concern is it of mine? Very well. You are nothing but a teacher to them. Li Qingfeng ensured that the accommodations for Mo Sangsang and her child were well stocked. Despite the bumpy journey, they slept soundly, while others struggled to find rest. The following morning, perhaps due to an early night's sleep, Mo Sangsang awoke early, still adjusting to the fact that they had arrived in the capital and settled in the scholaress residence. Habitually, she sought to prepare breakfast, as it had been a while since her child had savored her morning meals. Thus, she made her way to the kitchen. Li Qingfeng preferred to keep the household staff to a minimum. Aside from the steward, only a few individuals tended to the kitchen and daily cleaning. Miss, why not rest a little longer? What brings you to the kitchen? Butler Li rose early, only to find Mo Sang busy in the kitchen, with the chef assisting her nearby. Am I to lose my job? He mused as Mo Sang finished frying the last egg and wiped her hands. With a beaming smile, she greeted him. Good morning, Uncle Li. I've prepared quite a bit. You can help yourself shortly. Watching Mo Sang leave with the breakfast, Butler Li felt a surge of emotion. His master had someone who cared for him, and the young lady's filial piety surpassed that of many biological children. Gun Yinan, accustomed to martial arts training, was currently practicing stances and the boxing techniques taught by Master Fan, her expression serious as she focused on her moves. When Mo Sang brought over the breakfast, the grandfather and granddaughter began to spar playfully. Where did you learn such poor boxing? Stop that. I'll teach you something impressive. Li Qingfeng said with a disdainful look. Time to eat, Mo Sang announced, raising the tray in her hands. With a chef in the household, why rise so early to busy yourself? She chuckled. I just wanted to prepare breakfast for you. She replied, amused, as her father grumbled, his hands never idle. After breakfast, Li Qingfeng initiated the conversation. Are you going to find that lad from the Gu family? I am, as it hasn't seen her father in quite a while, she replied. I will accompany you both shortly, Li Qingfeng said. Mo Sang retrieved the items she had prepared for Gu Jingci, which were provisions for the exams they had arranged in Shunan. The imperial examinations in the Diyu dynasty were overseen by the Ministry of Rights and consisted of 3 sessions over 3 days, during which neither candidates nor examiners could leave, necessitating that all meals and necessities be managed within the confines of the examination hall for the duration. The issue of sustenance was significant. Many candidates had fainted from exhaustion, and once removed, they would have to wait another 3 years to retake the exam. The timing was crucial, as the DU examinations typically occurred in spring or autumn. Gu Jingci happened to be scheduled for the autumn session, which in the capital could be oppressively hot and rife with mosquitoes. Mo Sang, having done her research, prepared an ample supply of mosquito repellents. The ointment, being a paste, would be checked upon entry, so she converted it into incense and also crafted peppermint essential oil for a refreshing boost. Even the food was meticulously chosen. She made stir-fried noodles that could simply be reconstituted with boiling water to create a fragrant porridge. She had added finely shredded jerky and dried vegetables to ensure nourishment that was tastier than the usual dry buns or pastries. Li Qingfeng perused the items and scoffed. You certainly care for him. What could Mo Sang say? There was nothing to respond. This old man had quite the temper. The scene shifted. Miss, among all the young gentlemen in the capital, why do you favor this Gu Gongzi? He is merely a country bumpkin, unworthy of you, a maid remarked, stroking the white cat in her lap. The young lady replied softly, no, he is the only one deserving. The maid, Hong Yu, fell silent. Ever since her mistress returned from a pilgrimage 6 months ago, she had transformed, unexpectedly showing concern for this gentleman from the countryside. Gu Jingci originally intended to visit the Ho residence in Jinyuan to inquire about the delivery to Shunan, with the imperial examination approaching in just a few days. However, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart, prompting him to leave on his own rather than sending Mo Yin as planned. To his surprise, upon stepping outside, he found a carriage from his Zhao family waiting at his doorstep. Retreating at this point would clearly be too late. Brother Gu, Zhao Wan'er alighted from the carriage. Gu Jingxi's expression was one of displeasure, while Zhao Wan'er thought to herself that although the Gu Jingci of her dreams had not showered her with affection, he had at least been amiable. Yet, in those dreams, she had never truly approached him, nor had they ever shared a child, even until death. Receiving a bundle from Hong Yu, she said, Brother Gu, the examination is in just a couple of days. This is a little something I prepared for you. There's no need, Gu Jingci replied coldly. In his previous life, had it not been for her manipulations, she would not have become his wife. To him, her role as a spouse had been inconsequential. Thus, even though she occupied that position, he had made no objections, considering it merely as an additional mouth to feed within the household. At that moment, not far away, perhaps obstructed by the carriage, Gu Jingci failed to notice the three individuals nearby. Li Qingfeng was seething with anger, ready to lash out, while Sangsang remained composed, and Gu Yinan merely snorted in disdain. Chapter 66. An encounter at the tavern. The way this woman gazed at Gu Jingci was imbued with affection. Could she be the protagonist, Zhao Wan'er? Indeed, she was quite lovely, and, standing beside Gu Jingci, they appeared to be a perfect match of talent and beauty. Although he felt a tinge of discontent, it was not enough to cause him deep sorrow. Darling, that black-hearted scoundrel is unworthy of you. I have many students. I can find you 10 or 8 to choose from. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but isn't it easy to find a 2-legged man? Why is no one speaking up for me? Gu black-hearted scoundrel. Gu Yinan's face darkened, but fear loomed larger in her heart. She was terrified that her mother might abandon her. Father, let's return home. It seems I need not deliver the items after all. How considerate she was. Choosing not to intrude, after a few departed, Gu Jingci, having exhausted his patience, chose to ignore Zhao Wan'er and left with a frown. Miss, look at him. Hong Yu stomped her foot, pointing at Gu Jingci's retreating figure in complaint. Zhao Wan'er tightened her grip on the bundle. In this lifetime, you can only belong to me. Zhao Wan'er. Gu Jingci made his way towards the Ho residence in Jinyuan. Had Zhao Wan'er not blocked him, he would have already arrived by now. Little rascal. Have I not told you to come down with gifts in a few days? I won't. I want to go today. I haven't seen Aunt Sangsang all night. Fan Yu clambered on the wall, addressing his mother, Zhou Yingying, from the other side. Are you not coming down? Don't force me to come up and get you. I want tea. Fan Yu turned to leap down, for he had already climbed the walls of the Ho residence countless times. Just then, Gu Jingci turned the corner of the alley and was spotted by Fan Yu. Uncle Gu, please catch me. Though falling from the back courtyard wall would not cripple him, it would certainly hurt. Fan Yu did not afford Gu Jingci the chance to react. With a round and plump figure, she leapt down, prompting Gu Jingci to swiftly step forward and catch her, playfully delivering a slap on her backside, admonishing her for her mischief. Truth be told, Fan Yu harbored a certain fear of Gu Jingci, though the reason eluded her. Perhaps it was a case of the lesser yielding to the greater. Upon witnessing Fan Yu's descent, Zhou Yingying disregarded all caution and leaped over the wall. Coming from a family of martial generals, Zhou Yingying had trained in combat from a young age, proving herself nearly as formidable as Fanny Cheng. Having never met Gu Jingci before, as Fanny Cheng had always been the one to entertain guests, she now observed her son standing before this man like a quail. Her curiosity piqued. I am Gu Jingci. He introduced himself with a measure of confidence. Zhou Yingying smiled. Ah, so you're Gu Jingci? Indeed, a fine figure, striking and handsome. Just then, Fanny Cheng, having heard that his mischievous son had returned and was already causing trouble, hurried back. Upon his arrival, he overheard his wife praising another man, prompting him to intervene lest he hear more of such flattery. Brother Gu, what brings you here? He inquired. Before turning to Fan Yu, I shall deal with you later. When did Fan Yu return? Gu Jingci asked. Just yesterday. Did you not know? Sister Sangsang arrived in the capital with your son. We only found out when he got home. Fanny Cheng replied. Indeed, that rascal was just insisting on finding your lady. Zhou Yingying added, exasperated. Arrived just yesterday? Why didn't he come to seek him out? Gu Jingci pondered, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. With newfound courage, Fan Yu tugged at Gu Jingci's sleeve. Uncle Gu, please take me with you to the scholar's residence to see Annie. Immediately. You come here, and you think you can go anywhere? Zhou Yingying exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Gu Jingci expressed his gratitude. The scholar's residence was not far, and he hurried there with great urgency, for he longed to see her. Meanwhile, Sangsang sat in a tavern, as Li Qingfeng, wishing to spare her feelings, suggested they take a stroll. Mother? Yes. Will you leave me? Gu Nianan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with timidity. Sangsang paused, a flicker of understanding crossing her face as she embraced her daughter. Everyone has their own life to lead. It is impossible for anyone to accompany another indefinitely. Why? Gu Nianan withdrew from her mother's embrace. Tears welling in her eyes, her expression one of distress, her voice quivering. Sangsang held her close once more, because when you grow up, you will have your own affairs to attend to, and I will not be able to stay by your side. Then will mother always live within it? Sangsang struggled to find the right words to respond, but was fortuitously interrupted by an exaggerated shout. Sister Sangsang, why did you come to the capital without telling me? Dressed in his signature red, it could only be Ji Yun. Earlier, Li Qingfeng encountered an acquaintance and stepped out for a brief moment, leaving the door of the private room ajar. Ji Yun had originally invited friends to dine at his establishment, and business at his restaurant had been thriving lately, much to his delight. However, as he approached the door, he overheard a familiar voice within, prompting him to glance inside. This glance proved consequential, for he cast aside a few of his companions and adopted an exaggerated tone, leading to the earlier commotion. Where did this band of ruffians come from? Li Qingfeng's voice rang out, causing Ji Yun's friends, who had gathered at the door, to wonder when Ji Yun had acquired a sister. Their curiosity quickly turned to surprise as they found themselves unceremoniously tossed aside by an unseen force. There's another one inside, one of them exclaimed, witnessing Li Qingfeng's readiness to take action. Father, Sangsang quickly interjected, this is Ji Yun, from the Protectorate Duke's residence. Upon hearing his daughter's plea, Li Qingfeng ceased his advance, while those outside offered their respects to him. Your Excellency. Although Ji Yun was engaged in commerce, many of his acquaintances hailed from noble families, and none were unfamiliar with the irritable yet esteemed scholar. Today, I shall not accompany you, dear friends. Dine at your leisure. And whatever you desire, it's on me. Ji Yun effectively dismissed them, signaling for a few attendants to escort his friends to another room. He then turned to Sangsang, Sister Sangsang. When did you arrive in the capital? Why did you not come find me? I arrived yesterday, and I had planned to visit you in a few days, she replied. Look, this is my restaurant. You have no idea how prosperous it has become since you gifted me that recipe. I have even managed to gain a bit of prestige before that sour face. By the way, I have opened an account for you at the bank, and there is quite a sum of silver stored within. Although Sangsang was unaware of the identity of the sour face Ji Yun referred to, the mention of silver naturally brought her joy. She responded, in a few days, I shall offer you an even better business opportunity. After that, she refrained from further discussing the matter, even as Ji Yun's curiosity was piqued. On their return from the restaurant, Li Qingfeng observed his daughter's demeanor closely, yet found nothing amiss. As a first-time father, he pondered whether his daughter might be concealing sorrow beneath her exterior. In the scholar's residence, Gu Jingci stood in the courtyard directly facing the entrance, waiting. Since his arrival, Li Shu had sent several individuals to invite him inside, but he remained steadfastly outside. Just as the trio stepped through the door, Sangsang spotted Gu Jingci's tall figure, seemingly having grown even taller. Li Qingfeng entered, huffing with irritation. Sangsang sensed the air was thick with awkwardness. Hadn't he an examination the following day? Why had he come now without informing her? Sangsang was bewildered. The situation felt disjointed. Yet, Gu Jingci's expression revealed little of his thoughts. Gu Nianan released Sangsang's hand and dashed toward Gu Jingci. Just as Gu Jingci reached out to embrace her, she deftly evaded him, colliding instead with his form. Stinky Dad, she exclaimed, gazing at his empty hands and the bruised waist from the earlier collision. Gu Jingci was filled with perplexity. Chapter 67. Gu Jingci knocked on the door in the middle of the night. At that moment, Sangsang, momentarily at a loss for words, casually inquired, "Have you eaten?" Gu Jingci shook his head. "If you haven't eaten, then return home and do so. The stove at home is broken." Li Qingfem reprimanda. This old man was indeed voicing her grievances. Gu Jingci approached Sangsang and asked, "Why didn't you inform me that you came to the capital?" "This was a last-minute decision, and you already know that," she replied. Gu Jingci observed Sangsang, sensing that her attitude towards him had grown more distant compared to before. Was it merely the passage of time since their last meeting? This feeling was reminiscent of the period when he had just awakened. And then I prepared some materials for your exam, so since you're here, you might as well take them back," Sangsang thought. Having already prepared them, it was only right to give them to him. Whether he used them or not was his business. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Is Sangsang not accompanying me? What is this man thinking? What purpose would I serve in his company? Am I to be a mere third wheel while he courts the female lead? Sangsang forced a smile and said, "Aren't you having an exam in a day? I have matters to attend to, so I want to be going." Gu Jingci's expression dimmed slightly. Yet he did not press her. He had never wished to coerce her and silently accepted the bundle she handed him. Slowly speaking, "Would you, Sangsang, be willing to accompany me to the examination hall?" Sangsang nodded absent-mindedly. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, he ceased further inquiries and turned his attention to Gun Yanin. "Have you been listening to your mother at home?" Gun Yanin's little face drooped as he performed a clumsy salute to Gu Jingci. "Father, rest assured, I will take good care of mother." Father? While there was nothing inherently wrong with the title, it lacked the warmth of daddy. Gu Jingci felt something was amiss about the attitudes of his father-in-law, Sangsang, and little during his visit to the scholar's residence. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was strange, especially since his father-in-law had always regarded him with disdain. "Did I consent to being called father-in-law?" "Mother," and it is tired. Gun Yanin feigned rubbing his eyes as he directed his gaze towards Sangsang. "Good mother, please take it into rest." She bent down to lift the little one into her arms. Gu Jingci frowned at this sight. "At this age, if you're tired, you should go to sleep on your own." Sangsang shot him a glare. "What does it matter how old a child is? I am happy to carry him." With that, she walked past Gu Jingci, cradling the child. The previously tired Gun Yanin lay on Sangsang's shoulder, casting a silent eye roll towards Gu Jingci. If he wasn't mistaken, the little one's lips formed the words "bad daddy." As Gun Yanin rested on Sangsang's shoulder, he thought that if only his mother could always be with his father, it would be wonderful. However, should his father mistreat his mother, he would side with her and reject his father. After all, he did not want a stepmother. After the duo of mother and child departed, Gu Jingci remained bewildered. Although he had always been strict with Gun Yanin, and the child had always been sensible and should not harbor such sentiments towards him. "What's the matter? Are you not leaving? Do you intend to wait for me to personally escort you out?" As Gu Jingci stood in a daze, Li Qingfeng shouted, "Steward, what are you dawdling for? Send this indecisive matter away." Gu Jingci was bewildered, not comprehending how he had exited the scholar's residence. A man who once radiated intelligence now appeared utterly befuddled. Li Qingfeng cursed inwardly, pondering what his daughter found appealing in that unscrupulous scoundrel. Was it his handsome looks or his superior intellect? Perhaps he should investigate which of his young men had a charming demeanor. "Master, why are you only returning now? Having left around noon?" Mo Yin, clutching his sword, inquired as he spotted Gu Jingci at the entrance. Gu Jingci, holding the bundle that Sangsang had given him, queried, "What does it mean to eat from the bowl while gazing at the pot?" "Master, you know I am not fond of reading." Montakyan replied, "To say what you know. Then I shall speak frankly. It depends on who uttered the words," Mo Yin remarked. "Father-in-law," Gu Jingci interjected. "Master, perhaps Lord Li has seen you with Miss Zhao?" Gu Jingci's heart suddenly cleared of confusion as he glanced at the bundle in his hands, which seemed to be the one that Sangsang had been holding. Since she had arrived in the capital yesterday, the bundle should not be in her possession. Could it be that? A chill ran down Gu Jingci's spine as he tossed the bundle to Mo Yin, instructing him to take care of it. He then made his way towards the scholar's residence. "Wait, master, where are you going at this late hour?" Mo Yin called. But Gu Jingxi's figure had already vanished from sight. Mo Yin could only carry the bundle inside, muttering to himself about how swiftly he had departed. Mo Sangsang observed Gun Yinan, who was vibrant and full of energy while seated on the bed. "Didn't you say you were tired?" Gun Yinan climbed into Mo Sangsang's lap and said, "Mother, and did not mean to lie. Please do not be upset. Does it not miss father?" Mo Sangsang asked, "What child does not miss their father?" Gun Yinan pouted, responding, "I did want to, but father is bad. He accepts gifts from other women." Brother Xiaoshan said that if a man accepts gifts from a girl, he intends to marry her, and does not want a stepmother. "I only want my mother." Mo Sangsang refrained from voicing her thoughts about potentially being a stepmother. Instead, she gently ruffled Gun Yinan's hair and reassured him, "Your father will always be your father, no matter whom he ultimately chooses to marry. As long as you wish to stay with your mother, I will forever be your mother. Understand?" "Understood." After soothing her child to sleep, Mo Sangsang returned to her room to rest. Yet, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind preoccupied with the image of Gu Jingci standing alongside that woman earlier in the day. Suddenly, she sat up and muttered to herself, "What is wrong with me?" Previously, it was due to the absence of the female lead that I felt some affection for Gu Jingci. Our relationship was akin to that of lovers, yet not quite. But now, he is with the female lead. No, I must maintain my composure and safeguard my own well-being. Mo Sangsang shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel thoughts of Gu Jingci from her mind. She then lay back down, hoping for a day filled with vigor to come. However, in the middle of the night, she seemed to hear a knocking at the door. Assuming it was merely a dream, she initially ignored it. But the persistent knocking eventually startled her awake. In the dead of night, who could be knocking at the door? Was it possible that something had transpired in the manor? Mo Sangsang shivered slightly and attempted to speak. "Who is it?" "It's me," came a man's voice, crisp yet hoarse. Mo Sangsang recognized it immediately. But still uncertain, she inquired, "Gu Jingci?" "Yes." Yet, what could he possibly want at such an hour? Was he intent on frightening her into making room for him? Nevertheless, she donned a garment and opened the door. Gu Jingci entered the room and deftly shut the door behind him. The haze of sleep that had enveloped Mo Sangsang evaporated instantly. Chapter 68. Climbing over walls at midnight, what brings you here? Gu Jingci observed her guarded demeanor and sighed inwardly, realizing that she seemed perpetually apprehensive of him. "If I hadn't come, would you have chosen to ignore me indefinitely?" he asked, a hint of grievance lacing his tone. Why the sudden sense of grievance? "Mo Sangsang Vito, have you come to seek me today?" Gu Jingci gazed intently at her, feeling as though she had retreated even further into her shell. Had he not visited today, who knew how many days might pass without any word from her? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. While waiting outside, he had contemplated the harrowing possibility of her deciding to leave him altogether. Mo Sangsang could not bear the intensity of Gu Jingci's gaze. It felt as if he could see straight through her. This sensation was akin to being utterly exposed, as if she were clothed yet entirely bare, reminiscent of a scene from a drama involving a spell of some sort. Gu Jingci stepped closer to her until he stood directly in front of her, asking once more, "What did you see?" "Nothing," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "Sangsang, our relationship should not be this estranged. Did you not promise me a chance to try? Have I truly earned your mistrust? Is it fair to pass judgment based on a mere glance?" However, she acknowledged that she had been influenced by the novel, but fear gripped her as well. "But what?" "Sangsang, do you know something?" Gu Jingci's vigilance heightened, and it was evident that he would not leave until matters were made clear today. Mo Sangsang took a deep breath, recalling her prior words. "I'm not from here, remember?" Before he could respond, she continued, "The world in which you exist is a narrative I once read, a story as you call it. In the book, you eventually ascended to a position of great power, yet you had a wife. Thus, your greatest fear is that one day I might become like the character you read about." Gu Jingci seamlessly took up her thread of thought. "Indeed, but tell me, did the book reveal how I married her?" Mo Sangsang pondered for a moment, realizing it did not specify, yet added, "You lived a lifetime with her. And after her passing, you never remarried." My hesitation to remarry stemmed from the fact that I never intended to take a wife in the first place. My marriage was a result of manipulation, but considering that someone must occupy the role of my wife, it seemed prudent to allow her to take that place. With each revelation, Sangsang's expression transformed into one of astonishment, as if a connection in her mind had been made. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Jingci preempted her. "Sangsang, a new life. Thank you for your arrival. So, you've been reborn?" Sangsang's voice rose in astonishment, her hands quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide open. Jingci is so adorable, oh my heavens. What a cliché novel plot is this? Not to mention the matters in that book. Many authors fail to clarify their narratives. And what is this rebirth all about? Is the heavens taking a nap? Or has the king of hell had a drink? How could she, a mere character in a story, encounter rebirth? At this moment, Sangsang felt an urge to send a sharp message to the author. She had been foolishly pondering over some matters, and she needed to calm down. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for your exam early tomorrow morning? The day is almost breaking. Why not go back and rest? Jingci shook his head. It's fine, I still have enough energy. Sangsang opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, yet found herself at a loss for words. All she desired was to take a moment to gather her thoughts. The end of this world ultimately lies in metaphysics. If someone were to offer her sword cultivation at this moment, she wouldn't even be surprised. At that moment, distant roosters crowed, and the sky began to brighten. You truly should leave. In a short while, my father and your son will be rising to practice their martial arts. I wonder how you managed to enter at such an hour and find my room. Isn't it a bit late for you to be asking how I got in? Not at all. Not at all. You should hurry. Then promise me you will escort me to the examination hall tomorrow. Jingci said with a hint of playful stubbornness. Mo Sangsang not that hapsen min. Jingci ceased to tease her. He had said all that needed to be said, and now all that remained was to grant her some time, but only 3 days. Once Jingci had departed, she sat in a daze on the chair, contemplating the absurdity of being both a character in a story and experiencing rebirth, yet somehow feeling a sense of tranquility within. Jingci leaped over the walls of the scholar's residence. Li Qingfeng's figure emerged from behind a pillar. "You little rascal, do you really think you can leap into this scholar's residence with your mediocre skills? Master, did you not always say that young Master Gu is not worthy of a young lady?" The steward yawned, questioning. "He is indeed unworthy. So why did you allow him in? You even had someone escort young Master Gu over? Though I do not favor him, this lad is, at least, somewhat decent among the less capable. It is far better than letting a prized catch slip through our fingers and into someone else's mouth. Thank you, young Master Gu. You can be as stubborn as you like." Li Qingfeng yawned, turning away. "I'm going back to sleep. I'll skip breakfast." "Master, you are due for the morning court." Li Qingfeng halted in his tracks, tidied himself up, and resigned himself to attend the morning court. Upon Jingci's return, the sky had already brightened, and Mo Yin sat on the doorstep holding a sword, his head snapping up at the sound. "Master, you have returned. Where's the item?" And Mo Yin looked bewildered. "What item?" "The package." Jingci replied succinctly. "It's still in your room." Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed, and Mo Yin shouted, "Master, are you not eating?" At the Gu residence, Gu Yubai's face was filled with anger. "I have stated that I do not wish to enter the officialdom. Even if you employ all means to send me in, I will still submit a blank paper." A well-maintained woman pointed at Gu Yubai, scolding with a tone of disappointment. "Do you disdain the officialdom? Then what purpose does your extensive reading serve? Is it merely for amusement? There are many who relish such pursuits. If not for your elder brother's frail health, would you have the opportunity to attend? Or do you wish to see our Gu family trampled by an illegitimate child? Regardless of your sentiments, you shall participate in the imperial examination. Whether you choose to go or not is irrelevant. Should you dare to submit a blank answer sheet, I can certainly arrange a position for you." "Mother." Gu Yubai's face was filled with indignation. At the scholar's residence, Sangsang awoke long past noon. After searching fruitlessly for the little milk bun, she sought out Uncle Li. Uncle Lee informed her that her father had taken the golden grandson to the academy for lectures, suggesting she might visit if she had the time. Mo Sangsang recalled that noble women of the Great Yu dynasty were permitted to attend the academy, sparking her curiosity. Yet, she had never anticipated that she, a diligent scholar, would now find herself as a noble in this ancient era. Chapter 69. Unfounded Criticism. Is this the academy? The pinnacle of education in the Great Yu dynasty? It appears quite grand. Mo Sang mused aloud at the entrance of the academy, just as she was about to present her scholar's jade pendant when she was interrupted. Who is this bumpkin daring to loiter at the academy's entrance? She ought to reflect on her own status. From now on, she resolved to consult the calendar before venturing out, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Mo Sang chose to ignore the remarks, retrieving the jade pendant from her robe and presenting it to the guard. Upon receiving and inspecting the pendant, the guard's demeanor shifted markedly upon recognizing the scholar's insignia. As she prepared to enter, she would have succeeded if not for the interruption. Halt! I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Mo Sang paid no heed. And you, allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry entry. Perhaps you should reconsider your position as a guard. The guard, maintaining his composure, replied, Miss Lee, this young lady possesses the scholar's jade pendant. Cependant, you claim it belongs to the scholar's residence, based solely on a piece of jade? The guard explained, this pendant is not merely a piece of jade, but the emblem of the scholar's residence. I have previously seen it on the Grand Scholar. What? You. Stand right there. I am addressing you. Where did you acquire that pendant? Time and again, this individual seemed to have a peculiar disposition. Mo Sang turned around, eyeing the reasonably attractive young woman with a look of incredulity, contemplating how one could possess such beauty yet appear so dim-witted. Are you speaking to me? Mo Sang inquired. Yes, I am asking you. Where did you get that pendant? Do I know you? What relevance does the origin of my pendant hold for you? Or do you simply enjoy accosting strangers for no reason? Do you know what we call such behavior in my hometown? Politely, it could be termed as meddling. Less charitably, it would be labeled as gossiping. Mo Sang felt her eloquence had flourished since her arrival in this ancient world, perhaps having been stifled in a laboratory prior to this. The once fierce woman was rendered speechless by Mo Sang's words, her face alternately flushed with anger and humiliation. In a fit of rage, she attempted to snatch the jade pendant from Mo Sang's grasp, only to have Mo Sang deftly evade her. What is this? In addition to your sharp tongue, you also have a penchant for thievery? Mo Sang's patience had worn thin. She preferred to avoid trouble, yet if trouble sought her out, she was unafraid. This was a principle she had always adhered to. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the academy, drawn to the spectacle. Oh, Li Haidang, you still haven't mended your thieving ways. Mo Sang turned towards the girl who had spoken, whose round face radiated an endearing charm, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she delighted in the unfolding drama. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The girl named Li Haidang, stomping her foot in frustration, pointed an accusing finger at Mo Sang, exclaiming, You wild girl, how could you possibly possess a pendant from the scholar's residence? Not mine? Could it possibly belong to you? Mo Sang retorted, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. What are you all clamoring about? Is this the appropriate place for such a ruckus? A voice reprimanded them, prompting the crowd to turn in unison, bowing in deference to the newcomer. Dean, what are you all doing loitering at the entrance of the academy? Wan Qingyang had not intended to visit the academy that day, but Li Qingfeng had been boasting about his daughter. Hearing that the old fool had brought his grandson along, he decided to drop by at noon to see if the child was as exceptional as claimed. Li Haidang pointed at Mo Sang, declaring, Dean, it is she who has stolen the jade pendant from the scholar's residence, attempting to infiltrate the academy. Wan Qingyang followed her outstretched finger and beheld a young girl, poised and composed, gazing at the accuser with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a fool. Indeed, it was a look Wan Qingyang recognized well, reminiscent of how Li Qingfeng regarded others. Dear students, is it possible that you perceive us with such a gaze? He inquired of Mo Sang. What should I say? Mo Sang thought it curious that the old man seemed to relish the commotion. Nonetheless, she responded with impeccable politeness, if there is doubt regarding the theft. Why not summon the Grand Scholar to clarify? Li Haitang scoffed. You think you could just call him, Ewell? The Grand Scholar is not someone you can approach so easily. Mo Sang mused that she must have encountered quite the oddity today. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Wan Qingyang recognized her as the daughter of Li Qingfeng, albeit a rather amusing one, particularly with those sparkling eyes. Suddenly, the voice of Gun Yinan interrupted the exchange. Upon spotting Mo Sang, the previously stern expression on the little one's face transformed, revealing an adorable demeanor. A young man accompanying her observed Gun Yinan's retreating figure, pondering whether the child had practiced some form of face-changing artistry. Mo Sang caught the rushing little bundle, and did you behave well today while following your grandfather? Mother, Anan was very good, but I missed you. Grandfather said you would come, and I have checked at the door several times. The man who had once stood beside Gun Yinan approached at this moment, first bowing to Wan Qingyang Din. He then turned to Mo Sangsang. Is this your junior sister? Mo Sangsang looked utterly perplexed, wondering what new chapter had unfolded before her. Mother, he is a student of grandfather, Gun Yinan explained. At that moment, the onlookers understood perfectly. Upon hearing Song Yu refer to her as junior sister, they realized this was merely another instance of Li Haitang's unreasonable antics. Haha, Li Haitang, I always said you would never change your nature, forever coveting what belongs to others. Now it seems there's no need for a Grand Scholar to prove that the jade pendant indeed belongs to her. The round-faced girl laughed heartily, her mirth contagious. Li Haitang's face shifted between shades of green and white in anger, ready to retort, only to be cut off again. The round-faced girl, astonished, exclaimed, I see now. Is it because you couldn't become the daughter of a Grand Scholar that you feel so unbalanced, believing that everything from the scholar's estate should rightfully belong to you? Truly shameless. What was this new jest directed at Mo Sangsang? It seemed this outing had revealed an abundance of information. Enough. Everyone disperse. Wan Qingyang commanded, and the crowd instantly scattered like startled birds. As the round-faced girl departed, she winked at Mo Sangsang. Li Haitang, fuming, turned away, her gaze toward Mo Sangsang filled with a fierce intensity, as if she wished to consume her whole. Chapter 70. Wait for me, child. Can you play chess? No. Wan Qingyang inquired further. Can you play the guqin? No. You cannot play two of the four arts. Surely you excel in the other two? None at all. Mo Sangsang replied without hesitation. While she could indeed play the pipa, the question pertained to the guqin. As for painting, she could manage. But it was not traditional Chinese painting. Her calligraphy was average at best, merely legible. Thus, her response was not incorrect. Yes, certainly not incorrect. On a subsequent day, Mo Sangsang found herself on a high platform while Wan Qingyang questioned Li Qingfeng. Didn't the girl claim she could not play the four arts? Li Qingfeng replied, My daughter is quite remarkable, but that is a story for another time. If you cannot do anything, then what can you do? Farming, cooking. Wan Qingyang, feeling rather bored while awaiting Li Qingfeng's lecture, had intended to inquire if the young girl could play chess to pass the time, only to receive such an unexpected answer. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Grandfather, I can play chess. Gun Yinan interjected aptly. Wan Qingyang seemed intrigued. You can play chess? Indeed. Grandfather taught me. And if you wish to play, I would gladly accompany you. You little rascal. Even your grandfather cannot best me. Do you dare challenge? Are you not afraid of crying if you lose? What a peculiar sense of amusement Mo Sangsang possessed. Ultimately, Wan Qingyang decided to play chess with the little one. Initially, he approached the game with a playful spirit, but as he observed Gun Yinan's composed and serious demeanor, he began to regard her with newfound respect. While Gun Yinan ultimately lost the game, Wan Qingyang was nonetheless delighted, growing increasingly fond of her to the point of scolding his own disappointing son, lamenting that not only had he yet to see a grandson, but even a granddaughter-in-law remained elusive. Wan Qingyang contemplated the thought of returning home that evening to chastise that insufferable lad. Despite being of considerable age, he still immersed himself in those inexplicable pursuits. When Li Qingfeng arrived, he overheard Wan Qingyang addressing Gun Yinan. Young one, will you learn chess from your grandfather, Wan? Have you no shame? My grandson. I shall teach him myself. If you wish to teach, go find your own grandson. Wan Qingyang was quite irate. Daughter, was there an unseeing fool who troubled you just now? It wasn't exactly trouble, Mo Sangsang replied nonchalantly. It merely delayed me a bit. However, just because Mo Sangsang was unconcerned did not mean others shared her indifference. After wandering through the prestigious academy, Mo Sangsang had witnessed the grandeur of this ancient institution. Besides the usual poetry and prose, it offered a plethora of disciplines including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, needlework, and even archery. It was, in fact, more comprehensive than modern university electives, and the best part was that no credits were required. Nevertheless, this opportunity was reserved for the children of nobility or those who had persevered through rigorous studies to reach this stage, with recommendations necessary to gain entry. The common folk were excluded. She could not fathom why Gu Jingci had not come. Was it due to a lack of recommendations? Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion. If he desired to attend, he would have ample means to do so. It was simply a matter of disinterest. Gu Jingci. Only Sangsang truly understands me. At the Li residence, Li Haidang clenched her handkerchief so tightly that it seemed poised to disintegrate. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Who is she?" "Second young miss," came a reply. "Be silent. I told you to call me miss." The maid, covering her face from the slap, refrained from shedding tears, enduring the pain as she responded. It is said she is the daughter of the grand academic, newly arrived in the capital. Impossible, Li Haitang's sharp voice echoed, causing the maid to tremble. "Why do you shiver? Am I truly that fearsome?" The maid shook her head vigorously. On the following day, Mo Sangsang rose early, having promised to see Gu Jingci off. At the entrance of the examination hall, a throng of people gathered. Inside the carriage, Mo Sangsang claimed he had to observe his surroundings. Although Li Qingfeng was not directly responsible for the examinations, as a grand academic, overseeing them was part of his duty, and he had departed early. "Mother, it's father." Mo Sangsang followed on Anne's pointing finger and caught Gu Jingci's gaze. The formerly cold and distant Gu Jingci instantly thawed, resembling the warmth of early spring upon seeing Mo Sangsang. Mo Yin stood nearby. "My lord, shall you go meet the lady? I can take you there with my lightness skill." "No need." He only needed to know she was present to feel at ease. Mo Sangsang observed Gu Jingci, who silently mouthed, "Wait for me," before turning towards the examination hall. Watching Gu Jingci's retreating figure, Mo Sangsang recalled how he had previously expressed the same two words, "Wait for you," when he had come to the capital. It was not until Gu Jingci completed his inspection at the entrance and proceeded inside that Mo Sangsang instructed the carriage driver, "Let us depart." Zhao Wanner had also come to see Gu Jingci off, but she waited directly at the entrance of his residence. When Mo Yin returned, she remained outside. Upon seeing Mo Yin, the maid Hong Yu exclaimed, "Hey, where's your young master? My young lady came to see him off. Yet there is not a soul in sight." "Hong Yu, mind your manners." Zhao Wanner lifted the curtain of the carriage, inquiring of Mo Hui, "Has Brother Gu already entered the examination hall?" "Miss Zhao, you ought to discern that the master does not wish to see you," Mo Yin replied evasively. "Since Brother Gu has successfully gone, I shall await his return upon the conclusion of his examination." "Hong Yu, let us return." Inside the carriage, Hong Yu asked, "Miss, do you truly desire this young Master Gu?" Zhao Wanner inquired. "Is there any news from those who went to Shunan?" Hong Yu shook her head. "They have only departed for 2 days. It is too soon to expect news." Upon returning home, Mo Sangsang had scarcely settled onto a bench when she heard the voice of the chubby little Fan Yu exclaiming, "Aunt Sangsang, Yu has come to see you. Little rascal, do slow down, who visits without prior notice and barges in unannounced. Mother, hurry up. It's been several days since I last saw aunt and brother. Apologies. This little rascal lacks manners." Zhou Yingying apologized to the steward. Although, as a lady of Marquis's household, she need not apologize to a servant. Her son had dashed inside without waiting for announcement, causing her great embarrassment. Leading Gunyan into the front hall, Mo Sangsang was met with Fan Yu's pitiful complaints. "Aunt, do you not care for Yuer anymore? I have lost weight these past few days." Gunyan interjected, "You have not lost weight. Brother, look closely. You can see my face and waist. and even they reveal I have slimmed down. You certainly know how to speak. Mo Sang observed Fan Yu's round figure, pondering how this boy managed to gain weight after just a few days apart. Chapter 71. The craving that made the candidates weep. Even Zhou Yingying, with her thick skin, found herself at a loss. Just arriving with the steward, she overheard her son utter such shameless words, and her desire to reprimand him surged. Regaining her composure, she approached him. Son, did I not tell you that Aunt Sang is quite beautiful? Aunt Sang, has this little rascal caused you much trouble in Shunan? Zhou Yingying spoke with a confidence that belied her status as a lady of the capital. Not at all. Yuer is very obedient, Mo Sangsang replied truthfully. Aside from the difficulty in cleaning his clothes, he was generally well behaved. I find it hard to believe your words. Just call me Yingying Jie in the future, she insisted. Mo Sang cheerfully complied, calling Yingying Jie. And then, address her. Hello, Aunt. Zhou Yingying gazed at Gunyanin, whose fair complexion and bright, sparkling eyes spoke in a soft and adorable manner, causing her heart to ache with longing. Heavens, this is the son I envisioned. Looking between Gunyanin and her own son, she sighed. Originally, she thought Mo Sangsang had overly embellished her son's qualities, as he had grown up in the remote Shu, Nan, and could not possibly compare to the girls of the capital. However, today she had witnessed a reality that defied her expectations. In both demeanor and appearance, few girls in the capital could rival this one. Most importantly, one must embody generosity. As a potential noble consort, she commands respect and admiration from the esteemed ladies of the capital, all of whom seem eager to offer their compliments. Yet, from the very beginning, Sister Yingying has always exuded an air of grace and poise. Sister Yingying, please come in and take a seat, someone suggests. Zhou Yingying laughs heartily, replying, I won't be going in. I shall treat you all to lunch. Let's head to the restaurant. Fan Yu pouts, surely. The food at the restaurant cannot compare to Auntie's cooking. Zhou Yingying playfully smacks Fan Yu's forehead. While your audacity is commendable, do not involve me in this. Auntie Sangsang has traveled all the way from South Shu. It is only right that we host her. Mo Sangsang considers interjecting that it is truly unnecessary. But Zhou Yingying does not afford her the opportunity. With one arm draped around her and the other pulling Gunyanin, they all exit, leaving Fan Yu trailing behind. Calling out, wait for me. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they discover that it has recently introduced a new menu, which is quite delightful. Sister, do be sure to indulge yourself, says Mo Sangsang, glancing around and realizing that this is indeed Ji Yun's establishment, a testament to its popularity. As they enter, the proprietor approaches respectfully, greeting Mo Sangsang as Little Mistress. Mo Sangsang is taken aback, wondering when she had become a small owner of the establishment, a fact that surprises even her. The master is also here. Please, Little Mistress, wait for a moment in the private room while I inform him of your arrival. Zhou Yingying remarks with a teasing tone. It seems I have been outdone. I intended to treat you to a meal here, only to find out you are the proprietor. Her words, though playful, carry a lightheartedness that is not offensive. Soon after, Ji Yun arrives, albeit in a hurry. Sister, I am pressed for time. Please convey your desires to the proprietor. With that, he hastily departs, leaving Mo Sangsang with unanswered questions about her new title. Ji Yun seems rather agitated, muttering under his breath. Truth be told, Mo Sangsang has yet to perceive him as a businessman. Typically, one in trade values harmony. Yet his demeanor just now suggested he might be seeking confrontation. The proprietor personally serves the dishes to Mo Sangsang. Little Mistress, please enjoy your meal. If anything is not to your liking, do let me know. The master has stated that none can rival your culinary prowess. Should you find the time, do come and offer your guidance in the kitchen. Once the proprietor departs, Zhou Yingying exclaims, now I understand why this restaurant suddenly has so many exquisite dishes. It is all thanks to your expert influence, dear sister. I always knew Auntie Sangsang was remarkable. Fan Yu adds with a mouthful of food. Finish your meal before talking. Meanwhile, within the examination hall, it is lunchtime. Upon hearing the bell toll, examinees are permitted to set aside their papers to dine. Most bring simple provisions, either buns or pastries, while the privileged few may indulge in meat pies. It is impractical for them to ignite a fire for cooking. Gu Jingci sets his papers aside and retrieves a fire starter and a ceramic pot from his belongings. Each examination room is equipped with a stove and charcoal. As candidates must endure 3 days within, they cannot subsist solely on cold food. Yet, most opt not to cook, prioritizing time over warm meals. Gu Jingci filled a bowl with fried noodles, and as he poured hot water over them, an enticing aroma instantly wafted through the air. Nearby candidates were left feeling quite uncomfortable as they glanced at their own steamed buns and baked cakes, then back at what he was enjoying. Truly, the disparity between people could be quite disheartening. In contrast, Gu Jingci appeared utterly at ease, were it not for the current circumstances. One might mistake him for a leisurely visitor rather than an examinee. Not only the candidates, but even the examiners found the food Gu Jingci was consuming delightful. The examiners were overseeing the students, while Li Qingfeng and a few elderly gentlemen were there to supervise the examiners. Naturally, Li Qingfeng caught sight of Gu Jingci, and his expression was one of discontent. This impudent lad has not even considered sharing his fine meal with his father-in-law. Did you not assert that you disapproved of me addressing you as father-in-law? After Sangsang and her companions finished their meal, they strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. To be honest, the thoroughfares of the capital were indeed vibrant and teeming with life, filled with the incessant sounds of vendors. Wow, there's a street performer. Mother, I want to see the performance, Fan Yu exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the crowd. All you think about is eating and playing. Why not learn to be more like Anan, who can quietly enjoy the moment? Sang bent down to ask Anan, do you wish to see the performance? Anan, intrigued since he had never witnessed such a spectacle, nodded in agreement. Upon observing the way Sangsang interacted with Gunyan and Zhou, Ying suddenly contemplated whether she had been too harsh on Fan Yu. Perhaps she should treat him with a bit more kindness? Big brother, come, let me help you weave through the crowd. I excel at finding gaps, Fan Yu exclaimed, pulling Gunyan into the throng. Gunyan pressed his lips together, attempting to break free several times to no avail. Zhou Ying sighed, realizing that this lad was quite different from Anan. With the crowd being so dense, Sangsang grew anxious, keeping her eyes fixed on the scene, unable to divert her gaze for a moment. Do not worry, there are guards in the shadows, Zhou Ying reassured her. Hearing this, Sangsang felt somewhat reassured, though her eyes still occasionally darted towards Gunyan in the examination hall. Candidate, who has the leisure to cook at a time like this? Candidate, it smells so good. Candidate, I hope I don't have to see that person. Gu Jingci, this was prepared by my wife. It would be a shame to waste it. I must enjoy it in honor of her hard work. Li Qingfeng, you little rascal, save some for me. Gu Jingci, there is only enough for 3 days. Li Qingfeng, do not think I have not noticed. There is quite a large package in there. Chapter 72. The Gu family. On the second day of the imperial examination, a person was brought out from the examination hall. As the onlookers expressed their regrets, the individual surprisingly stood up and walked away on their own. Within the Gu residence, the couple sat in the hall, observing Gu Yubai, who should have been in the examination hall but was now present at home. Gu Yubai, are you trying to drive me to madness? Fainting, indeed. You truly are something else. As the voice fell, a teacup followed, striking Gu Yubai on the forehead, blood trickling down his temple. Mother, why such fury? Kia, the woman, who had initially worn a face of anger, now hurriedly approached the door, her expression filled with concern. Gu Yubai, witnessing this, had grown accustomed to his mother's demeanor. It had always been this way since childhood. First, let someone tend to Yubai's injuries, Gu Qi said from his wheelchair. No need. I will return to the courtyard first. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Gu Yubai completed his bow before turning to depart. Gu Yintang rose, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you and your son. You have matters? Retorted Gu Wanru. What could possibly occupy you? Are you off to pursue yet another vixen? You, utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable, am I? Gu Wanru shot back. When you sought the favor of the Sang family, did you ever deem me unreasonable? Let me make myself clear. Do not think to acknowledge that illegitimate child. The entirety of the Gu family's fortunes rests upon the Sang family. Should you provoke me, I shall ensure you possess nothing. Gu Yintang scoffed. You have lost your mind. With that, he flung his sleeves and exited the main hall. Mother, you should not speak in such a manner. After all, father is now the Minister of War, Gu Qi interjected. Sang Wanru grasped Gu Qi's hand, assuring him, do not worry, my dear. Everything within the Gu residence shall belong to you. I promise. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gui Weibai was engulfed in a sense of desolation. He was acutely aware that his mother favored his elder brother, Gu Qi, largely due to the latter's current condition, a result of his sacrifice to save Gui Weibai in the past. At that moment, his devoted servant, Shirtu, entered saying, young master, we must first stop the bleeding. What could the princess possibly be thinking? Are you not her child? How could she be so cruel? Gui Weibai merely smiled bitterly, saying nothing. Later, Gu Qi arrived in his wheelchair. Elder brother, why did you come by yourself? Did you not have the servants assist you? Gui Weibai stepped forward to push Gu Qi into the room. Weibai, you should not defy mother, Gu Qi cautioned. Elder brother, you know my aspirations lie not in the realm of politics. In the end, the Gu family will rely on you. Gu Qi insisted. Elder brother, very well. If you prefer not to discuss it, I shan't press further. However, Mother's mood has not been favorable these past few days. Please avoid her. Understood. Thank you. Elder brother, Gu Qi replied, rest well. In the scholar's residence, Mo Sangsang was immersed in writing, a sheet filled to the brim with plans waiting to be executed. So focused was she that she did not notice Li Qingfeng and Gu Enian entering. Li Qingfeng whispered to Gu Enian, what is your mother so busy with? I do not know. She has been writing for over an hour. Father, Anin, could you refrain from speaking so loudly? Mo Sangsang Guwan, massaging her sore wrist and stretching her stiff neck. I did not wish to disturb you. Li Qingfeng replied, are you not overseeing the examinations today? I shall attend only on the first day. Others will take over in the following 2 days. Mo Sangsang handed her paper to Li Qingfeng. Perfect. Please review this plan and see if there is anything amiss. Li Qingfeng, curious, took it but hesitated before asking. Aren't you interested in inquiring about Gu Jingci's situation at the Imperial Academy? His expression suggested that if she asked, he would divulge, which amused Mo Sangsang. Father, are you not concerned about others accusing you of favoritism? She teased. What favoritism? It's merely a discussion about his circumstances there, not a review of his exam papers. He replied, no need. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day, and we will know then. Li Qingfeng gazed at his daughter, perplexed by her feelings for that young man. If she didn't like him, it certainly didn't seem that way. Yet, if she did have feelings, she showed no curiosity whatsoever. He turned his attention to Gu Yinan. My dear, would you like to know how your father performed in his examinations? Gu Yinan replied, grandfather, it is improper to show favoritism, and besides, I have no desire to know. Mother is right. We shall find out tomorrow regardless. Li Qingfeng pressed, and what about? Even if my father does not succeed, it does not matter. I shall become the top scholar, and then mother will be the proud parent of a successful scholar. Mo Sangsang bent down and planted a kiss on Gu Yinan's cheek, eagerly anticipating the day she would take on the role of a scholar's mother. Such an adorable child, now belonging solely to her, made Mo Sangsang's heart swell with affection. Suddenly, Li Qingfeng felt a pang of sympathy for that young man, Gu Jingci. Father, please take a look at this, Mo Sangsang urged, pointing at the paper in Li Qingfeng's hand. Li Qingfeng began to scrutinize the contents, his astonishment growing with each glance. He pondered whether it would be prudent to find a few capable bodyguards for his daughter. My dear, do you realize that if this information were to leak, how many would covet it? Of course I know, which is precisely why I hadn't considered handing it over to the court, she replied. Father, please do not take offense at my words, but I truly believe that this information would not be utilized properly if given to the current individual. Li Qingfeng fell silent, fully aware of the implications. If it were not for such concerns, they would not have sought refuge in such a remote location. He carefully folded the paper and handed it to Mo Sangsang. Have you truly thought this through, my daughter? She nodded affirmatively. I have, father. If I were merely to dwell in a secluded corner of Shu South, perhaps I might cultivate the land and sustain myself. However, I have other plans now. Is this because of Gu Jingci? Li Qingfeng inquired. Sangsang shook her head. Not entirely. Not entirely. Then that implies there is someone else? Li Qingfeng mused, thinking that Gu Jingci must have done many good deeds in his past life to be deserving of such a remarkable daughter. Go ahead. Pursue whatever you desire. Your father supports you. However, I do have one request. Sangsang, intrigued, asked, what is that request? I must meet anyone who will be working alongside you in this endeavor. Is that all? She had expected something more significant. Her father was genuinely devoted to her well-being, and Sangsang couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth. In her previous life, aside from her grandmother, she had never experienced parental love. This time, however, she truly felt it. With both hands clasped around Li Qingfeng's arm, she shook it playfully. Father, how can you be so wonderful? You're the daughter of Li Qingfeng. Who else should I treat well if not you? Should it be for those stray cats and dogs outside? Gun Yinan rushed over to embrace Sangsang mother. And it will be good to you too. Chapter 73. Forgetting to provide alibi. Ji Yun is beaten with a plan in mind. Sangsang decided to seek out Ji Yun for a discussion. The examinations at the academy would not conclude until the afternoon, so she had time to pay him a visit. Uncle Li, the steward, prepared the carriage, and the driver, who had always accompanied Li Qingfeng, was trustworthy. Gun Yinan was taken to the Imperial Academy by Li Qingfeng. The elder enjoyed having the younger ones close, and the younger ones were eager to visit the academy, which left Sangsang rather unoccupied. They first made a stop at a tavern, only to find that Ji Yun was absent. Uncle Wang, let us proceed to the Duke's residence. Miss, the Duke's residence is quite a distance away. You may rest for a while, the coachman, Uncle Wang, reminded her. Curious, Sangsang inquired. Why is that? Shouldn't the Duke's residence be closer to the palace? Miss, as you are new to the capital, you may not be aware that when the Great Yu dynasty was established, several families accompanied its ancestors in their conquests. Thus, upon the establishment of the dynasty, these families were granted the opportunity to select locations within the capital to build their residences, symbolizing their role in safeguarding the Great Yu. The Duke's residence is situated to the east, whereas we are currently in the west, hence the distance, Uncle Wang explained. So, if I understand correctly, the palace is centrally located, and each cardinal direction houses a founding family? Sangsang mused. However, as far as I know, the Duke's residence is filled with civil officials. Hasn't the world always been conquered from horseback? Uncle Wang replied, I may not be well read, but I do know that among the founding families of the Great Yu, aside from the Sang and Qin families who are military generals, the other two families are civil officials, the Ji family and our only family. Our only family? Sangsang exclaimed. Miss, we have arrived. Perhaps realizing he had spoken too much, Uncle Wang pointed out the Duke's residence as they approached. The carriage halted at the entrance, and as Sangsang leaped down, she could not help but admire the imposing presence of the residence, which clearly commanded respect. Uncle Wang, you may return now. I shall find my way back shortly. That is not permissible. The master instructed me to escort you here and ensure your safe return. Sangsang felt exasperated. Was she a child? The grain storage plan had yet to commence, and her father was already so protective. If more people became aware of her activities, would he not assign her a few guards as well? If Li Qingfeng wishes, so be it. Fortunately, she had prepared a small satchel for convenience. Retrieving the jade pendant given her by the elder Ji, Sangsang couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how everyone seemed to delight in gifting jade pendants. How heavy would that be if I received several? Miss, whom do you seek? A young servant at the door inquired. Sangsang presented the jade pendant to the servant. I seek Ji Yun. The servant took the pendant and hurriedly dashed into the residence, calling out, Sir, sir, the young master. Did he just run off like that? Should she enter or not? Sangsang tentatively extended her foot, hesitatingly stepping inside only to retreat repeatedly. After several attempts, she finally felt assured. Safe. I can enter. Just as she prepared to step in, a sudden commotion startled her, causing the foot that had crossed the threshold to retract once more. Father, grandfather. Like a gust of wind, two similarly built men, followed by a woman, rushed out from within. Where is he? Inquired the elder of the two. My lord. The servant at the door was just running and calling out. The younger servant panted. What? Am I so large that no one noticed me? The servant gasped. My lord, you are moving too swiftly. I was trying to say that the master's jade pendant was brought by this young lady seeking the young master. G by phone. Next time, just say someone is looking for me. Sangsang finally found someone to pay attention to her. The G family seems rather unreliable. Ji Lao doesn't resemble a noble lord, and Ji Yun certainly doesn't appear to be a businessman. This gentleman must be Ji Yun's father, looking rather flustered, while the young man beside him appears more composed. He is likely the eldest grandson whom Ji Lao finds somewhat agreeable. Ji Yun Shan, how am I not like a noble lord? And as for the unreliable ones in my family, they cannot compare to me. Zi Bai Fen's Gudin Mo Sangsang. Young lady, do you know my father? Mo Sangsang replied. If you are referring to Ji Lao, then I suppose I do. Dear, if there's something to discuss, please invite the young lady inside instead of standing at the door. Mrs. G stepped forward to grasp Mo Sangsang's hand. My dear, please don't take offense. Our family member speaks rather bluntly, but he means no harm. Mo Sangsang began to understand the saying about marrying a wise partner, bringing fortune. Although Jeter Ren's scrutiny was devoid of malice, no one enjoys being observed in such a manner, and she certainly did not. I am Ji Lin. May I inquire where the person who gifted you the jade pendant is currently located? If Ji Yun is flamboyant, then this gentleman possesses a refined elegance. There's an undeniable depth to him that is difficult to articulate. He simply cannot be disliked. Do you not know where Ji Lao is? Mo Sangsang asked, somewhat surprised. The three of them looked bewildered. Shouldn't they be aware? Has Ji Yun not mentioned it upon his return? Mo Sangsang inquired again. Noticing the change in their expressions, particularly Jeter Ren's, even the previously gentle Mrs. Yis Kontenan's darkened. Only Ji Lin maintained a relatively calm demeanor, though his expression slightly faltered upon hearing that Ji Yun knew Ji Yun Shan's whereabouts. Mo Sangsang sensed she may have spoken out of turn. Oh, Ji Lao, you didn't inform me you hadn't told your family where you are? Someone, go fetch that scoundrel Ji Yun. Ji Bifeng bellowed with vigor. Kulme, young lady. I was so preoccupied asking about my esteemed elder that I forgot to inquire your name. Mrs. G asked. My name is Mo Sangsang. You may call me Sangsang. Mrs. G turned and retrieved Ji Lao's jade pendant from her husband's hand, placing it in Mo Sangsang's palm. Since this pendant was personally given to you by my husband, please cherish it. Mo Sangsang accepted it without hesitation, tucking the pendant into her small pouch. Sangsang, did you come for something today? Mo Sangsang realized the others had not heard what the young servant said. Next time, dear servant, please speak louder. Mo Sangsang reiterated the primary purpose of her visit to the Duke's residence. I am here to find Ji Yun. As fate would have it, just as she mentioned him, he appeared at the door. Father, what do you need me for? Ji Yun, clad in his signature red attire, beamed with joy upon seeing Mo Sangsang. Sangsang, what brings you here? He completely overlooked the expressions of the three family members. Perhaps I should visit you at the tavern tomorrow? I shall take my leave for now. Mo Sangsang stood up, bidding farewell to the G family. Yidarin, Mrs. G, and you Jiga? Well, I suppose that's how I'll address you. It is paramount that I leave now. I must go to the examination hall to fetch my husband, so I shall not disturb you any longer. I promise to pay a visit next time. Gu Jingci, I have gained my rightful place. Ji Yun, did you not come looking for me, sister? Why must you leave so soon? Mo Sangsang felt that if she did not depart now, when else would she? She approached Ji Yun, lightly patting his shoulder, whispering, You are finished. The Ji family did not attempt to retain Mo Sangsang, who, after patting her chest, found the atmosphere quite terrifying. Oh dear father, why do you strike me? Oh, it hurts. Mother, please let go. My ear is about to come off. Hearing the cries, Mo Sangsang quickened her pace. Brother, you would also strike me, would you? Ji Lin, I am a scholar. I will copy the filial piety 100 times. By the third round of beatings, Ji Yun finally understood the reason. Grandfather, why did you not coordinate your testimony with Sister Sangsang? Yunskan forgot. Chapter 74. The examination concludes. Mo Sangsang went to the academy to pick up the grandfather and grandson after classes. After noon, the examination hall would finish, and she thought to find a place for lunch before fetching Jingci. Mother, after waiting a brief moment at the door, she heard the sweet voice of a small child. "Why didn't you pick us up?" Li Qingfeng's voice was filled with joy, as he too had a daughter coming to greet him. Mo Sangsang, "I happened to pass by the Duke's residence and thought to stop by in the carriage." "What business do you have at the Duke's residence?" Mo Sangsang explained her situation with Ji Yunshan. Li Qingfeng sighed as he looked at his daughter, pondering her remarkable fortune. That old curmudgeon, the Duke, has a temper worse than his own, yet now he allows his daughter to coax her way to the village school. Luckily, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, this precious girl might have been snatched away, as he was well aware that the Ji family had no daughters to spare. The three of them casually found a place close to the examination hall to dine, yet it was evident that many others had the same idea. The establishment appeared to be bustling with patrons. "Are you also here to wait for the examination to conclude?" A waiter approached. "Is there any seating available?" Mo Sangsang inquired. "Of course there is. Although there are many people, the main hall is spacious, and several private rooms upstairs remain unoccupied. Would you prefer to go upstairs?" "Yes. Please lead the way, young waiter." As they ascended to the second floor, a voice exclaimed, "Uncle, are you here for a meal as well?" The voice belonged to a woman, tinged with surprise. Li Haidang approached respectfully to greet Li Qingfeng. Without even glancing at her, Li Qingfeng instructed the waiter, "Lead the way." "What do you linger here for?" Li Haitang's face turned a myriad of colors, shocked that Li Qingfeng would blatantly ignore her. He usually at least acknowledged her with a nod. "Uncle, Li Haitang's words trailed off as she noticed Mo Sangsang following closely behind Li Qingfeng. Having initially focused solely on him, she failed to notice the others accompanying him. Now, her gaze toward Mo Sangsang was as if she wished to annihilate her on the spot. Sensing something, Mo Sangsang glanced at Li Haitang, utterly bewildered as to how she had offended this person. Could it be that there was something amiss in her mind? Watching Mo Sangsang enter the private room behind Li Qingfeng, Li Haitang nearly wrung her handkerchief to shreds. This should have been hers. Why has this obscure village woman usurped her position? Inside the private room, Mo Sangsang inquired, "Father, did that person just refer to you as uncle? Do you have other family members?" Li Qingfeng's expression darkened. "Nonsense, my daughter. You must remember, in a Li family, there's only me. Now with you, Inen, that is sufficient. Should anyone else foolishly approach you, pay them no heed. It seems there are secrets within the aristocracy." However, seeing his clenched teeth, she decided against probing further. "Grandfather, at the academy last time, that person who called you uncle claimed that the jade pendant you gave mother was stolen. Many gathered to witness the spectacle. Had it not been for Uncle Song Yu accompanying me, they would have insisted you come to verify whether the pendant was indeed stolen by mother." Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng's expression grew even more grim. Mo Sangsang glanced at Gunyan and, recognizing that this child had a knack for adding fuel to the fire. The Li family, from top to bottom, was filled with worthless individuals. It had been too long since he had stirred trouble for them. Had they grown complacent? As the waiter brought in the dishes, Mo Sangsang quickly remarked, "Father, let us eat first. Anger is detrimental to health." The private room's position was quite favorable, as it offered a view of the entrance to the Imperial Examination Hall, not too far away, and they could reach it in no time. "Father, do not go there later. Wait here with Uncle Wong at the tavern. You are a grand scholar. Accompanying me to greet an examinee would be ill-advised." Li Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Be cautious. There will be many people at the examination hall's entrance." "Understood. I shall come find you once I have retrieved him. If you're worried, just keep an eye on me from here." Taking Gunyan An's hand, she instructed, "And then be sure to hold on to mother tightly." Just as Mo Sangsang and her child reached the door, Gu Yu Bai and another gentleman were about to enter. Upon seeing Mo Sangsang, Gu Yu Bai's eyes sparkled with delight. "Miss Mo, young Master Gu?" Gu Yu Bai asked. "Miss Mo, are you leaving after your meal?" Mo Sangsang shook her head. "I'm going to the examination hall to fetch my husband, so I shall not converse further with young Master Gu. Perhaps next time we can talk." "Gu Jingci, Sangsang has granted me a title. Gu Yubai's expression shifted slightly at the mention of husband, but hadn't he already discerned that during their first encounter? After Mo Sangsang and Gun Yin and had walked a short distance, the gentleman beside him spoke. That young lady's surname is Mo? Gu Yubai redirected his gaze toward the man beside him. Indeed, she shares a surname with you, Mo Xiong. However, she already has a husband and child, so you should not entertain any notions. Gu Yubai appeared to be advising a friend, but was essentially cautioning himself. As the crowd at the examination hall's entrance grew, it was unlikely that anyone else would be there to greet their husband in the same manner as her. And then, let us stand here and wait for father. We shall be able to see him the moment he emerges. Meanwhile, inside a carriage at the other end, Miss, why must you wait for young Master Gu? He will not appreciate it. Zhao Wan Air stroked the white cat in her hands. Whether he appreciates it is his concern. Whether I come or not is my own. Hanyu lamented, it's frustrating. As the clock struck 1:15 noon, the gates of the examination hall swung open, and one by one, the weary scholars emerged after 3 days of trials. And then, pay close attention to your father. When you see him, call out to him. All right? Got it, mother. Mo Sangsang's gaze was fixed on the entrance of the examination hall, and finally, the cold and aloof figure of Gu Jingci appeared at the door. From a distance, he looked slightly pale, but compared to others, he did not appear overly disheveled. Father! Father! Gu Yinan shouted loudly. Despite the crowd, Gu Jingci heard her call, and upon seeing Mo Sangsang holding their child, his heart felt as though it had been instantly filled with warmth. Gu Jingci hurried over, his fatigued expression unable to conceal his joy. Sangsang! He exclaimed in delight, reaching out to ruffle Gu Yinan's hair. You've worked hard, Mo Sangsang said. Regarding Gu Jingci, it was the first time she had seen him in such a disheveled state, and while he was not unattractive, it was a rare sight, especially considering his penchant for cleanliness. Miss, Master Gu has gone that way. It seems someone is waiting there. Who is it? I can't see clearly, but it appears to be a woman. Hanyu tiptoed for a better look, but due to the throng of people, she could only glimpse a silhouette and could not see Gu Yinan, who was also obscured by the crowd. Let us go. Father is waiting over there. With that, Mo Sangsang bent down to lift Gu Yinan. The child blushed and attempted to squirm free. Mother, I can hold your hand and walk by myself. Mo Sangsang shot a glare at Gu Jingci. Let us go. Meanwhile, Zhao Wana remarked, the people from Shu should have arrived by now. Indeed. A little scene. Mo Sangsang. What else with the scrambling? Not even letting me hold the little dumpling. Gu Jingci. I was merely concerned about tiring you out. Gu Yinan. I think I will walk on my own. Father smells too bad. Gu Jingci. Perhaps we should just discard him. He is not worth keeping. Chapter 75. Gu Jingci's charms unveiled. Mo Yin had been eagerly awaiting his master at the examination hall until the doors closed, but nothing materialized. As the autumn winds swept away the leaves, the once bustling crowd dwindled to just a few stragglers. Master Mo Yin, have you forgotten something? At that moment, Gu Jingci had already joined Mo Sangsang in the scholar's carriage. And then, go sit over there, Li Qingfeng instructed, pointing to a spot between Mo Sangsang and Gu Jingci. Gu Yinan glanced at Gu Jingci and then at Mo Sangsang, feeling a twinge of excitement. It seemed he get to sit with his father and mother together. And then come here. Mo Sangsang beckoned. The little one's expression clearly revealed his desire to join them, though his temperament was already reminiscent of his father at such a tender age. Gu Jingci was well aware that Li Qingfeng was attempting to vex him by not allowing him to sit with Sangsang. Yet he did not wish to be too close either, particularly after 3 days without proper grooming, for the odor was indeed unpleasant. And then, come here, let father hold you. Gu Jingci called to Gu Yinan. The child shook his head. Father is too scary. I think I will sit with grandfather instead. The carriage swayed and soon arrived at the scholar's residence. Father, you go ahead. I will take him back and return later. Li Qingfeng, you must return by the hour of the dog. I know. I promise to be good and return promptly. Since Mo Sangsang acknowledged her father, she has observed that his demeanor increasingly resembles that of a child. Uncle Wang, let's be on our way. It is not that I wish to prevent you from residing at the bacheloress residence. Rather, as you are currently a candidate, it would not be advantageous for you to be too close to my father. Mo Sangsang felt it necessary to provide this explanation, noticing that the man's expression suggested he was somewhat perturbed. Sangsang, yes? Why do you no longer call me by my name? Is this truly the moment to broach such a topic? What should she do? She felt as though the conversation was nearing its end. And if she were to call him by his name now, would it not appear rather awkward? How uncomfortable. Just moments ago, there had been another person in the carriage, and it hadn't felt crowded. But now, Mo Sangsang sensed that the space within the carriage was rather constricted. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and this awkwardness did not linger for too long before they arrived at Jingci's courtyard. Mo Sangsang leapt from the carriage, feeling as though she had committed a misdeed and wished to evade responsibility. Bah, I am not a heartless woman. I simply lack experience in matters of love. Jingci disembarked, effortlessly lifting his son down. Indeed, lifting, the forcibly removed Gunyan and pouted as he gazed at Mo Sangsang. Mother, could you not simply carry him down properly? Must you insist on lifting him? Mo Sangsang remarked while taking the child from Jingci's grasp. Gunyan lifted his small face, proud, as if to say, see, mother cares for me the most. Jingci paid him no heed. He was merely aware that Mo Sangsang had just called him by his name, although he felt a twinge of annoyance. It was preferable to not being addressed at all. Master? Mo Yin rushed over. Why have you returned alone? Jingci, lekingawarnis, seemed unaware that he was not alone. It was clearly Sangsang who had come to fetch him. Sangsang, shall we enter? Jingci spoke to Mo Sangsang. Mo Yin's eyes lit up. Madam? Greetings, madam. I am Mo Yin, the young master's attendant. What possessed Jingci to recruit such a loquacious individual? Their personalities could not be more mismatched. Montakyan, is it the same character as mine? Jingci took Mo Sangsang's hand and led her inside. No, I mean speak less. Madam, it is the same character. I shall take your surname. Mo Sangsang chuckled. You little attendant are quite amusing. Does Sangsang like him? Indeed, I find him quite likable. Jingci cast a slightly unfriendly glance toward Mo Yin. Perhaps it will be better to send this lad to the military camp to follow Qin Yu instead? Mo Yin, feeling the intensity of the gaze, shifted his attention to the still unentered Gunyan. Oh, is this the young master? He is truly handsome. Gunyan retorted with a single word, noisy, after which he tucked his small hands behind his back and entered the door with a cold expression. This left Mo Yin alone in a world of hurt. Mo Sangsang turned to Jingci. You should go wash up and change your clothes. I will prepare a simple meal for you, and it will be ready by the time you come out. Very well. Jingci reluctantly released Mo Sangsang's hand. Once Jingci entered the house, Mo Sangsang surveyed the small courtyard. It was a modest two-winged courtyard, not large but ample for habitation, with a sweet osmanthus tree reminiscent of the one in Chuanjiang village. Could it be that he chose this courtyard solely for the sake of this tree? Dear mother, Enin wishes to play in father's courtyard for a while. I shall prepare a meal for your father. Gunyan shook her head, insisting that she could assist her mother in gathering vegetables. Young master, would you care to play with the plum blossom stakes in the back courtyard? Mo Yin inquired. Mo Sangsang gently patted Gunyan's little head, encouraging her, go ahead. Children should play more. I only need to prepare some simple noodles, no assistance required. Mo Yin, please take me to the kitchen first, and then lead him to play. Upon entering the kitchen, Mo Sangsang was pleasantly surprised to find it well equipped. She had anticipated a barren space, already planning to venture outside to procure ingredients. Having spotted the nearby market on her way in, Mo Yin gestured towards the kitchen supplies, stating, Madam, these were gradually gathered by the master, as he knew you enjoyed cooking. Thus, the kitchen needed to be adequately stocked. He personally acquired them? Mo Sangsang expressed her astonishment. Indeed, the master often takes the time to buy various items. Many of the things in this courtyard are his handiwork. Mo Sangsang struggled to envision Jingci, a man of such stature, navigating the marketplace in search of pots and pans. What about the plum blossom stakes in the backyard? Did he also create those? Gunyan asked. Not quite. That was handled by his subordinates. When a master finds their chatter excessive, he assigns them to stand in punishment. Such foolishness. What is there to feel proud about? Why do you speak of it with such delight? Gun Yin pondered. Naturally, I am pleased. The master does this for my benefit. Mo Yin replied, trailing off, leaving Mo Sangsang to shake her head at the somewhat convoluted logic. Retrieving flour from the cupboard, she contemplated making a simple noodle dish. After 3 days at the Tribute Academy, despite preparing warm meals, nothing could compare to the taste of freshly cooked noodles. Noodles were easy to make. She simply kneaded the dough, rolled it out, and dropped pieces into boiling water. However, considering that Gu Jingxi's meals had been somewhat monotonous over the past few days, she decided to prepare a sour soup to accompany the noodles, ensuring a delightful and appetizing experience. Once Gu Jingci emerged from his bath, the enticing aroma filled the air, causing a smile to grace his lips, softening his previously stern demeanor. Is it ready? Come and eat. All right, he replied, noticing only one bowl. Aren't you going to eat? Mo Sangsang shook her head, explaining that she had dined at a nearby tavern while fetching him and was not hungry at the moment. Sangsang, please join me for a bite. It has been nearly a year since I've dined alone, Gu Jingci said, his gaze fixed on Mo Sangsang. Her hair cascading casually down her back after her bath, the fatigue of 3 days' examinations evident on her face. How could one resist such captivating beauty? Gu Jingci retrieved a bowl from the cupboard, meticulously washing it before portioning some noodles from his own bowl to offer her, saying, just share a little with me. Very well. Gu Jingci lowered his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew that Sangsang was fond of his appearance. If it were Sangsang, revealing her feelings would not be an issue. Scene, Mo Yin, my sincere feelings have ultimately been misplaced. If you are dining alone, then who am I? Gu Jingci, go stand on the plum blossom stakes. Gun Yinan, is there anything in this house that belongs to me? Gu Jingci, you are a man. You should prepare everything yourself. Gun Yinan, do you think I believe that? It's fine. I have my mother. Chapter 76. What was meant to be a date turned into an autumn outing. Mo Yin's skills were exceptional, moving gracefully on the plum blossom stakes, which made Gun Yinan feel a twinge of envy. However, despite his jealousy, his personality prevented him from expressing a desire to try it himself, as he only felt comfortable doing so in front of Mo Sangsang. But Mo Yin was different. He was chatty. Young master, would you like to give it a try? Don't worry about falling. I will catch you. Young master, do you practice martial arts? By the way, the master mentioned you should be studying. What have you learned? I know a variety of punches and kicks. Gun Yinan's small face furrowed in thought. He began to understand why his father had made this person stand on the plum blossom stakes as punishment. His incessant chatter was quite grating, even more so than Fan Yu's. Fan Yu, now do you see that I'm all right, big brother? Sangsang, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Gu Jingci inquired. Mo Sangsang shook her head, indicating that she likely had none, but might visit a tavern. Remembering Ji Yun's pitiful state today, she felt it would be appropriate to offer him some comfort tomorrow. Ji Yun, so you finally remembered me, the one who got beaten? Is something the matter? Mo Sangsang asked Gu Jingci. Gu Jingci replied, there is a deer garden in the capital where the chrysanthemums are in full bloom at this time. I would like to take you to see them. Why not have an autumn outing tomorrow? It has been quite a while since I took it out. Is it possible to have a barbecue at the deer garden? Let us prepare some food to take with us. Gu Jingci observed as Mo Sangsang animatedly made plans, initially intending to simply take the young girl out to enjoy the sights. However, it seemed she had misconstrued the idea of a two-person outing. Never mind. Since she preferred a lively atmosphere, he would indulge her whims. After all, it was her vibrant spirit that he cherished. Gu Jingci, come to the scholar's residence to pick me up tomorrow, Mo Sangsang said with a beaming smile as she leaned closer to him, suddenly drawn to her proximity. Gu Jingci found himself momentarily entranced by her small face. Mo Sangsang waved her hand in front of him, asking, what are you daydreaming about? In an unexpected moment, his hand grasped hers, and as she attempted to pull away, he tightened his grip. Sangsang, he called her name in a low, cool voice. What's wrong? Mo Sangsang, startled by his sudden action and tone, felt a surge of tension. Gu Jingci observed her expressions intently, realizing he might have frightened this timid girl again. Never mind, the timing was not right. He needed to resolve matters concerning the Gu family first to ensure her safety. Gently releasing her hand, he reached out to tousle her soft hair. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. It was just the right time for Gun Yinan to have his fun as well. As I take my leave, should I tarry too long, my father will surely come for me in person. Mo Sangsang grasped Gun Yinan's hand and bid farewell to Gu Jingci. I shall escort you out. After the mother and son duo boarded the carriage and departed, Mo Yin, in a slightly perplexed tone, inquired, Master, the madam has taken young master back to the scholar's residence. Leaving you here, why does it feel somewhat peculiar to me? Gu Jingci, devoid of the gentleness he usually reserved for Mo Sangsang, queried about the recent circumstances between the Gu family and the Sang family. Was he truly unaware that his son had accompanied his wife to her father's home? How could he be so oblivious? Mo Yin recounted the latest news regarding the Gu and Sang families. Gui Weibai has gone to participate in the imperial examination. Gu Jingci's long fingers tapped rhythmically upon the table. Mo Yin affirmed, indeed. However, it is said that the second place, the most talented scholar in the capital, pretended to faint and was carried out. Only a bookworm could pull off such a stunt. Gu Jingci scoffed. Nevertheless, it was indeed unexpected news. After all, Sang Wanru was displeased with her younger son's achievements, and it seemed she had been driven to desperation. Let the news regarding the Sang family be disseminated. Understood. Mo Yin complied and withdrew, silently lighting a candle for the Sang family, as it appeared they were doomed. Wait, have Iris seek out the madam, whatever means she employs. She must ensure the madam willingly accepts her. Just as Mo Yin was about to exit, Gu Jingci called him back. Why not simply deliver her to the madam directly? You are to go, so go, why all this chatter? I understand, master, but the madam is likely unwilling to receive her. Begone, Gu Jingci commanded. At the scholar's residence, Mo Sangsang began preparing items for an outing, pondering that a family gathering in a less crowded setting would be delightful, and the little one ought to have some fun. With a grand gesture, she instructed her servants to hasten to the town to summon the chubby family. Uncle Li, the steward, reminded her, Miss, invitations in the capital must be written in formal style. Do you wish to compose one? Finding it too troublesome, Mo Sangsang decided against it. Anin, you write it. Your handwriting is far more elegant than mine. Mother's handwriting is also beautiful. Gun Yinan retorted. Li Qingfeng, seated nearby, chimed in, Daughter, laziness is laziness. Do not make excuses. Mo Sangsang feigned indignation. Father, I must not be your biological child. How soon you begun to find me lazy? Ultimately, the steward took the invitation, penned by the master himself, and dispatched it to the town. Turning to Li Qingfeng, he said, Sir, this was indeed written by you. Get lost. You old fool. I wrote it willingly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er listened to a report from the envoy sent to Shunan, her expression darkening. The white cat cradled in her arms sensed her discontent and leapt from her grasp with a soft meow. Miss, are you unwell? Zhao Wan'er took a deep breath. Calming her emotions, no, Hong Yu, you may retire for now. Once Hong Yu had departed, Zhao Wan'er closed her eyes, revisiting the knowledge gleaned from her dreams. And it seemed that everything had indeed changed. At that moment, she could scarcely distinguish between dream and reality. The Gu Jingci of her dreams should not be in the capital now, nor could he possibly participate in the imperial examination. The individuals dispatched to Shunan reported that there was no one by the name of Gu Jingci in Chuanjiang village. What did this mean? However, upon investigation into the candidate's place of origin, it was confirmed that Gu Jingci indeed hails from Shunan. What lies at the heart of this mystery? Could it be that everything she experienced in her dreams was merely an illusion? Yet who is this Gu Jingci? Early the following morning, Gu Jingci had already prepared herself and made her way to the scholar's residence. At that moment, Li Qingfeng was practicing martial arts alongside Gun Yinan. Upon seeing Gu Jingci appear in the training grounds, his expression abruptly shifted. Why are you here so early? Is there no food at home? You promised Sangsang yesterday that you would come to fetch her early. Gun Yinan, earnestly practicing her punches, blushed from exertion and greeted, Father. Indeed, Li Qingfeng retorted. Just looking at you makes me want to scold you. My grandson greets you, and all you can muster is an acknowledgement? What more was there to say? Anin, let me advise you, Do not emulate your father. It will be difficult for you to find a wife. Gu Yin nodded earnestly. Chapter 77. The Disappearance, Aunt Sangsang. We have arrived. Before the carriage had even come to a full stop, Fan Yu leaped out and dashed toward the residence, with Zhou Yingying trailing behind, expressing her disdain for her mischievous brother. Yingying, you are here? Mo Sang greeted with a smile. Zhou Yingying responded, if I hadn't come, would this little rascal not burn down the? You wouldn't believe it. Last night, when I received your message about going to Liyuan today, he was so eager that he nearly came over last night. If not for his father holding him back, I dare say he would have climbed the walls. Mo Sang found this amusing, for it was indeed something that the chubby Fan Yu would do. Yingying, you go ahead and have some fun. No need to be so formal. I will check if everything is ready. Once it is, we can set off. Zhou Yingying replied, you take your time. There's no rush. Our family members said he would join after court. Very well, the more the merrier. Gu Jingci will also be there, so they will have much to discuss. The two families had arranged 2 carriages, perfectly adequate for their needs. Although Liyuan is a royal retreat, it is open for public enjoyment outside of the hunting season. However, entry requires a fee, akin to a modern-day ticket, as Mo Sangsang mused. The garden within Liyuan boasts an innumerable variety of flowers, with chrysanthemums, which Gu Jingci had mentioned the previous day, in full bloom just in time for the viewing season. Uncle Li, when father finishes court, please let him know we will head directly to Liyuan to wait for him. Mo Sangsang instructed before calling out, let us set off. Miss, young Master Ji has arrived, announced the coachman, Uncle Zhou. Mo Sangsang felt a wave of embarrassment. She had completely forgotten about this individual. She drew back the carriage drapes and waved. Hello, Brother Ji, we're going to Liyuan for some fun. Will you join us? This was the first time Mo Sangsang had addressed Ji Yun as brother, and given her prior missteps, a touch of sweetness in her tone seemed prudent. Of course, I will go, Ji Yun replied, although a bruise lingered on his face, leading her to think he had endured a rough encounter. Ji Yun had initially come to inquire about the purpose of her visit the day before. They all headed towards the residence. But little did they know that a sudden call from Ji Gu startled them. It was the first time they had heard Mo Sangsang address him like that. Brother, I will ride ahead and wait for you at the entrance of the deer garden. With that, Ji Yun galloped away. Mo Sangsang turned her head back and noticed Gu Yin and Gu Jingci each sitting in their respective corners, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Gu Jingci remarked, Gongzi, Ji Ege. Mo Sangsang felt uneasy under Gu Jingci's scrutinizing gaze, experiencing an inexplicable sense of guilt, prompting her to force a laugh. Well, that s. Gu Jingci regarded Mo Sangsang with an expression that seemed to say he was not buying her excuses, recalling the letter that the impudent boy had sent him. Thus, the flamboyantly dressed individual was indeed the grandson of Ji Yi, as mentioned in that letter. Gu Jingci turned to Gu Yin, his thin lips parting to utter a few words. What kind of taste is this? Just this? Mo Sangsang was bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the father and son, but as long as Gu Jingci's piercing gaze was not directed at her, she felt a bit relieved. Throughout the journey, Gu Jingci's demeanor was markedly somber, lacking the nonchalance he had exhibited earlier that morning. The chill emanating from him made her inch away towards the opposite end of the carriage, which only darkened Gu Jingci's expression further. Mo Sangsang found a spot by the lakeside, considering it more convenient for barbecuing and fetching water later. The group began to unload their belongings, and Ji Yun approached Mo Sangsang. Sister, is that cold-faced fellow your husband? Mo Sangsang glanced in the direction he was pointing and playfully slapped Ji Yun's hand. His name is Gu Jingci, and he is older than you. Mind your manners. Ji Yun pouted, remarking how unapproachable Gu Jingci appeared, resembling his sworn enemy, who always wore a stern expression. Mo Sangsang sighed, realizing that Ji Yun had no semblance of a businessman about him. Go gather some twigs. We'll be roasting meat soon. Only upon hearing about the food did Ji Yun reluctantly comply and set off to collect firewood. Moussanson approached Gu Jingci. Are you unhappy today? Should I be happy? Gu Jingci retorted, fixing his gaze upon her, emphasizing each word. Mo Sangsang, not foolish. understood perfectly well what his displeasure stemmed from, especially since it was so evident. She merely sought to see if he might voluntarily divulge his feelings. However, it appeared that Gu Jingci was rather petulant, remaining tight-lipped. He is Ji Lao's little grandson, Ji Yun. The village's honey is now sold to him, and I even profited a bit from his tavern. He may be a bit lively, but he is not a bad person. Are you explaining this to me? Sangsang? Gu Jingci's expression visibly softened. Mo Sangsang realized that this man was indeed a jealous type. She had sensed it back when he compared appearances with others. Are you no longer angry? Can we have some fun now? Mo Sangsang in Guit? Gu Jingci replied. Sangsang calls him Ji Erge. Yet she always calls me by my name, sometimes even neglecting to address me at all. Mother, come quickly. Everything is ready. Gunyan dashed over, taking Mo Sangsang by the hand, but not without glancing back at Gu Jingci with a disdainful thought. Father has truly mastered the art of feigning pity. Gu Jingci, as long as it is useful. This is the first time I've seen someone bring all this for a day out. Sangsang, what exactly is going on in that head of yours? You certainly think differently than others, Zhou Yingying commented. Sister Yingying, I possess a mind more adept at savoring flavors than others. It is simply a matter of indulgence. However, it is quite different. Many people enjoy eating, yet none ponder it as you do. No wonder my mischievous child is always eager to visit your home. Ji Yun leaned in. Sister Sangsang, could we sell this roasted meat at the tavern? The business would surely thrive. Gu Jingci replied, absolutely not. Ji Yun retorted, what concern is that of yours? I'm inquiring with Sister Sangsang. Mo Sangsang ignored him, extending a perfectly roasted chicken wing to Gu Jingci. Would you care to taste? Gu Jingci's expression transformed from gloomy to bright. Very well. Zhou Yingying stifled a laugh beside them. After generously offering each person a skewer, Mo Sangsang encouraged them to roast for themselves, as the true joy of barbecue lies in the act of preparation. When Li Qingfeng and Fanny Chen arrived on horseback, the group was thoroughly engrossed in their merriment, while Fan Yu chased after Gun Yinan, calling him Big Brother, which made Zhou Yingying's head ache. Yi Yun, seemingly fueled by an inexplicable irritation, continued to provoke Gu Jingci. Mo Sangsang thought that if the circumstances were different, Ji Yun would surely face retribution. As he was perpetually teetering on the brink of trouble, observing the lively roasting, she contemplated whether they had enough firewood and decided to gather more. Mother, I will accompany you, Gun Yinan said, irritated by Fan Yu's antics. The mother and son wandered into the nearby woods, not far off, where they could still see the others. Gu Jingci did not follow, but occasionally glanced over at the pair. And then, be cautious, Mo Sangsang reminded him. Gun Yinan, merely a few meters away from Mo Sangsang, gleefully collected sticks, reminiscent of the days spent climbing mountains with his mother in their village. While Mo Sangsang watched the little one and gathered firewood, she suddenly found herself in darkness as she bent to pick up a branch. Before she could react, a voice warned, if you don't act now, the opportunity will slip away. This woman is never alone. After that, she lost consciousness. Hearing a commotion, Gun Yinan turned. Mother, look. He saw the grass and leaves rustling, but received no response. His mother would never engage in such a game of hide and seek. Father. The usually composed child was flustered. Upon hearing Gun Yinan's tearful cry, Gu Jingci discarded what he was holding and rushed over. Scanning the area, he found no trace of Mo Sangsang. What happened? Where's your mother? Gun Yinan replied. I turned around upon hearing a noise, and she vanished. All I saw was the trees and grass moving. Sangsang! Sangsang! Gu Jingci called out, but received no answer. A sense of dread filled his heart. Is it the Sang family or the Gu family? What is going on? Li Qingfeng Ningqidat. Gu Jingci responded, Sangsang is missing. What do you mean missing? How could she just disappear? Li Qingfeng's face darkened significantly. Father, where are you going? Stay close to your grandfather. I will bring your mother back, Gu Jingci said, mounting Li Qingfeng's horse. The disappearance had occurred in the deer garden, a place not meant for ordinary folk. No one could enter with money. It was commonly accepted that this locale was reserved for the elite. Lord Li, leave this matter to me. You should return, Gu Jingci instructed. S. countenance was far from pleasant. After all, beneath the imperial palace in the capital, It was quite astounding that someone would dare to abduct a person so brazenly. As the one entrusted with the city's defense, he felt utterly humiliated. Ji Yun had already galloped away on horseback. He needed to return and seek assistance. "Madam, please take the children and return home first. I will arrange for the city guards to investigate the deer garden." Not only was the Marquis of Jinyuan, but he also held the responsibility for the capital's safety. If he were to investigate who had visited the deer garden today, he would have an advantage over others. Zhou Yingying replied, "All right, please be cautious." That night, in a dilapidated and deserted house on the outskirts of the capital, several bonfires flickered in the yard. Inside a relatively intact room, the atmosphere was dim. Mo Sangsang was carelessly cast on the ground, curled up in a ball. After a long while, perhaps due to the chill of the night, she shuddered awake, surveying her surroundings. Apart from the faint light outside, she could see nothing, but she vividly recalled being struck unconscious and taken away. Her hands were bound behind her back, rendering her unable to move. From the sounds outside, it was evident that more than one person was guarding her. She had been unconscious for several hours since noon, and Jingci and the others must surely be searching for her. However, she remembered that it was quite close to her, and she was uncertain if it had also been captured. A bandit outside whispered, "Big brother, who exactly is that woman inside? Weren't we told she was merely a peasant from the countryside? Why are multiple factions searching for her?" The Marquis of Jinyuan has interrogated everyone who visited the deer garden today. Moreover, the Li family has yet to arrive. Could there be a problem? The bandit referred to as Big Brother replied, "Go in and take a look." While Mo Sangsang contemplated her escape, the dilapidated door creaked open. She lowered her head as much as she could, fearfully asking, "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" "Naturally, we are the ones who captured you. But now, tell me, what is your true identity? Perhaps I might consider releasing you." Did this bandit take her for a fool? Having captured her, would they truly let her go? Nevertheless, she replied, "I am merely a newcomer to the capital, visiting relatives. Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else?" Taking advantage of the flickering firelight outside, Mo Sangsang kept her head lowered, yet her eyes were fixed intently on the bandit before her, wary of any further movements from him. The sound of knocking echoed clearly in the night, prompting the two bandits to rush out. As the door opened, more light streamed in, allowing her to discern that there were 5 individuals outside. She remained puzzled as to who had abducted her. She had only arrived in the capital a few days prior and hardly ventured out. How could she have offended anyone? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the female protagonist had discovered her? From what she had read, the female protagonist eliminated all of the male protagonist, Jinci's female acquaintances. But did it warrant such elaborate measures? To abduct her to this desolate place for the purpose of killing her? Oh, look who we have here. Is this not the daughter of our scholar's residence? How did she end up like this? She truly appears quite pitiful. Upon hearing the mocking words, Mo Sangsang raised her head. It wasn't the female protagonist, after all. "My apologies, Miss Zhao. I mistook you for someone else." Seeing Mo Sangsang without a trace of fear, Li Haitang appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Her face contorted with malice. "How dare a village woman like you aspire to be the beloved daughter of the scholar's residence?" In the dim light, Li Haitang's features twisted into an unsightly grimace. She advanced step by step towards Mo Sangsang and, with a resounding slap, struck her face. "How is it that you can attain what I have longed for all these years? Why do you all regard me with such pitying eyes? Why was I born a concubine? Why?" Mo Sangsang's face burned from the blow, the metallic tang of blood lingering in her mouth. Yet at that moment, she could hardly focus on her own pain. It was evident that Li Haitang was not in her right mind. Even the kidnappers sensed something was amiss with their employer, one of them pointing to his head in confusion. Cold sweat trickled down Mo Sangsang's spine, but her reason urged her to remain calm. In such instances, composure was paramount. However, her silence only provoked Li Haitang further, who struck her again with a sharp crack. "You wretched girl, are you mocking me?" Mo Sangsang remained silent, thinking, "Are you the one who is unhinged? My silence has riled you?" Li Haitang seemed to find delight in her torment. Only the maid standing nearby understood just how terrifying her mistress could be in this state. Li Haitang gestured to the kidnappers behind her, commanding, "Hold her down. I want to see just how resilient she truly is." Two of the kidnappers approached, binding Sangsang's hands and feet, rendering her immobile. Her small face reddened and swollen from the slaps. Li Haitang reveled in her handiwork, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within her. With a sneer, she taunted, "Without the status and position, you still wish to climb higher? Is it simply because of those eyes of yours? Tell me, if I were to gouge them out and feed them to the dogs, would you still be the daughter of the scholar's residence? Who will intervene and stop this madwoman?" Li Haitang laughed maniacally. Sangsang dared not utter a word, knowing any attempt to provoke her further might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 79. The search. Li Haitang gradually approached Sangsang, a glinting knife in hand. Yet, she refrained from striking, relishing the pleasure of torment, delighting in the fear of her victim. Jingci initially suspected that the Gu or Sang families were behind this incident. But according to the intelligence gathered by Mo Yin, the Sang family was too preoccupied to orchestrate such a scheme, and the Gu family had no inclination to do so. Since Sangsang had just arrived in the capital, it was improbable that she had offended anyone. He had also pondered whether Zhao Wan was involved, and investigations confirmed that she had been in the palace the previous day. Gu Jingxi's eyes burned with rage, his heart aching with the thought of what he would become if Sangsang were to vanish from his life. "Master," Mo Yin burst in, breathless with news. "Iris has returned. Upon learning the lady is missing, she began her search from the last known location and traced her way to the western suburbs. However, darkness has obscured many of the signs, yet thankfully, we have a direction. Inside the scholar's residence." Qing Feng wore an expression of grim resolve. The Li family truly is a formidable adversary. Li Haitang appeared to be exhausted from her cruel amusement. Having shredded Sangsang's dress in numerous places with a knife, some even seeping with droplets of blood. With a clang, Li Haitang discarded the knife on the ground, commanding, "You, gouge out her eyes and toss them to the dogs." At this moment, Sangsang was so tormented that she had lost all strength. Although her wounds were not severe, they burned like fire, exacerbated by Li Haitang's deliberate psychological torment. When Gu Jingci arrived, Li Haitang was preparing to relish the sight of Sangsang's eyes being extracted. The dilapidated courtyard echoed with a loud bang as the rickety door was kicked open. A few kidnappers were startled, discarding their daggers to assess the situation, only to be met with Gu Jingxi's fierce kick that sent them sprawling inside. Li Haitang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How'd you find this place?" "Sangsang." Gu Jingci advanced rapidly upon seeing Sangsang, bound and motionless on the ground. Her eyes bloodshot. He knelt down, trembling hands unsure of where to touch her. "Sangsang, you cannot be harmed. You mustn't." "Gu Jingci?" Sangsang heard the voice, yet her eyes remained shut. "If you don't come soon, my eyes will be fed to the dogs." Gu Jingci carefully untied her bound limbs and pulled her tightly into his embrace. "It hurts," Sangsang whimpered. Lowering his head, Gu Jingci noticed the extent of her injuries, her dress soaked in blood, and the wounds on her cheeks particularly severe. Where is Anin?" Sangsang was preoccupied with thoughts of her companion, Gunyanin. "Do not worry, Anin is safe." Gu Jingxi's eyes burned red. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he felt such pain, cradling her gently. Mo Yin entered respectfully, addressing, "Master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Gu Jingci replied, "Eliminate them all." In that moment, faced with those scoundrels, any semblance of reason vanished. The ruthlessness he had cultivated in his previous life was not in vain, for Gu Jingci had never been a benevolent soul. He handed them over to the authorities. "You must not kill." Sang managed to utter these words intermittently from his arms. "All right, no killings." Just then, Fanny Chen arrived with his men. Upon seeing Gu Jingxi's company, he hesitated briefly before saying, "Hand them over to me. You should take your sister-in-law home first. Lordly has gone to the Li residence." "Thank you." With that, Gu Jingci departed with his entourage. Throughout the journey, Sangsang remained restless, her entire being steeped in tension, her small fists clenched tightly. "Gu Jingci, wary of applying too much pressure, could only soothe her, gradually feeling her relax in his embrace, though her nails had already pierced his palm, drawing blood. Prepare hot water. Iris, you shall assist the lady with cleansing and applying medicine. Yes. Jingci sat on the bed with Sangsang in his arms. When Iris approached to take her, Sangsang, startled, clutched Jingci's garment tightly, her previously relaxed grip tightening once more. Fearing to hurt Sangsang, Jingci refrained from moving. Master, perhaps you should attend to this yourself? Iris suggested. Jingci nodded gently, then added, You come, I will remain here. Though Iris was puzzled, she complied with her master's instructions. The dress of Sangsang was already riddled with numerous slashes from a knife. Yuan Wei initially intended to cut it off with scissors, but Jingci advised against it, saying, Let it be. It has its use. Thus, Jingci sat by the bedside, allowing Sangsang to grasp him, his body turned away from the person on the bed. Yet he could occasionally hear her soft whimpers of pain as Yuan Wei applied medicine. Yuan Wei, please count the wounds on the madam's body. Indeed, once the wounds are treated, Jingci gently placed her into the soft bedding, his hands delicately brushing over Sangsang's swollen cheeks. He turned to Yuan Wei. My lord, there are a total of 165 knife wounds on the madam's dress, and over 70 wounds on her body, all inflicted by a dagger. Fortunately, they are not severe, merely superficial injuries that will not scar with proper care. Jingci was indifferent to whether Sangsang would bear scars. Over 100 cuts, along with the injuries on her face. The Li family truly deserved retribution. The Li family is innocent. This is all the doing of Li Haitang. Sangsang gradually relaxed, yet her consciousness remained hazy. In the dead of night, she developed a high fever, but thankfully, the physician had been prepared to stay at home. In the Li residence, Li Qingfeng sat at the head of the table, paying no mind to the elderly man beside him, ignoring his tirades as if they fell on deaf ears. Li Qingfeng, do not forget that you share the Li surname. I can disown it. What do you truly want? To come to the Li residence in the dead of night, merely to waste time with us? Li Qingfeng rublia, lordly. I may not be able to harm your family, but your kin should not lay a hand on my daughter. If the offspring of the Li family behave in such a manner, I shall learn from your example. Surely, even the emperor would not object, for I am merely following suit. Elder brother, we are all family. Is it not foolish to create such a spectacle before others? Li Qingfeng retorted. Who among us is family? Spare me the kinship talk. Only a woman stepped forward. Uncle, you claim that the people of the Li residence have harmed your daughter. However, I wonder when you ever had a daughter, and besides, the people of the Li residence would never dare to touch your kin. Li Qingfeng responded, No matter. Dawn is approaching. Someone will return your people to you soon. I will merely wait and see what you have to say then. By the way, allow me to give you a kind reminder. That lad is a black-hearted rogue. TSK, 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 the Li residence is doomed. Chapter 80, Awakening when Sangsang awoke. It was already bright outside, and the sticky sensation all over her body was most uncomfortable. Jingci immediately sensed her awakening and pressed her gently back down, softly saying, Do not move. You are injured all over, and you had a high fever last night. No wonder I feel so unwell. The pain itself is not intense, merely a burning sensation. Jingci, Sangsang called out hoarsely, her wounds on her cheeks far more severe than those on her body. Merely speaking sent sharp pangs of pain through her. What do you wish to do? Allow me to assist you. Do not move. I want to drink water. Jingci personally poured her some water, meticulously checking the temperature at the rim of the cup with his hand before cautiously helping her sit up, treating her as if she were a fragile piece of porcelain. Drink slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself, Jingci cautioned. After sipping a glass of water, Sangsang felt a significant alleviation in her throat, yet the stickiness on her body became increasingly apparent. Her mother, Gunyanin, stood at the doorway. And has come? Come in. Sangsang beckoned with her hand. In but a moment, Jingci grasped her hand and tucked her back into the covers. Yin, clutching his sword, stood at the entrance. Master, the Marquis of Jinyuan has arrived, and news has also come from the Lee residence. Iris, Master, take good care of the lady. She may indulge in whatever she desires, but she must not get out of bed. Understood, Iris replied, and resumed her vigil at the doorway. Sangsang pondered. How does he know I wish to rise? Lying here is unbearable. Sangsang, be obedient. Wait until you recover before getting out of bed. The doctor has instructed that after a high fever, one must not bathe. If you feel uncomfortable, let Iris fetch some water to wipe you down. As she spoke, her fingers lightly brushed against Sangsang's cheek. Although a night had passed, the swelling on her face had not subsided. In fact, it appeared even more pronounced. Iris is my trusted aide. You may depend on her. Henceforth, she shall accompany you. Without allowing Sangsang to respond, she turned to Gunyenin and said, Take good care of your mother. Do not disturb her. Sangsang et Golim. Why are you being so harsh with Nin? She winced and covered her cheek. Upon exiting, Gu Jingci's expression darkened, devoid of any semblance of tranquility. Fanny Chun had brought the individuals from yesterday. Gu Xiong, how would you like to deal with these people? Gu Jingci glanced at the individuals sprawled on the ground, particularly at Li Haitang, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, he merely addressed Fan Yichun. I appreciate your assistance. Fan Xiong, please handle these kidnappers according to the law. We must provide an explanation to others after the investigation of Lu Yuan. Had it been in his previous life, these individuals would likely have met their demise, but in this life, he had Sangsang, since he did not wish for his hands to be stained with blood. He saw no harm in embodying the role of a person of virtue. Yuer had initially insisted on accompanying them to see her sister-in-law, but was forcibly restrained by Ying. Your sister-in-law was injured and frightened yesterday. She needs to rest properly. We will bring you to see her in a few days, Fan Yichun explained. Gu Jingci replied, Please convey my thanks to my sister-in-law. In truth, Fan Yichun's visit today was also motivated by a sense of curiosity. Gu Jingci's conduct yesterday did not resemble that of a mere scholar from a remote area. After all, he had been able to trace the location before the city's defense was established, and the capabilities of those around Gu Jingci were evident. What do you intend to do with the Li family? Fan Yichun inquired. The individuals from the Li family will naturally be returned to them. I am grateful for your assistance, Fan Xiong. I shall take this person with me. Fan Yichun would not obstruct Gu Jingci from taking Li Haitang. For with these kidnappers in custody, the city's defense was sufficiently covered. What Gu Jingci intended to do with the Li family was beyond the jurisdiction of the city's defense, yet observing the spectacle was certainly permissible. Fan Yichun instructed his men to take the kidnappers away, his expression betraying an eagerness for the unfolding drama. Li Qingfeng had spent a restless night at the Li residence. As a martial artist, he was not fatigued. Yet the rest of the Li family could hardly remain still. Sir, the individuals have arrived, announced Steward Li. As soon as the words were uttered, Gu Jingci's figure appeared in the main hall of the Li family. His tall stature, combined with an air of coldness, made it difficult not to draw attention, especially since he had arrived uninvited. The head of the Li family questioned, Who are you? How dare you enter my Li family so casually? He then turned to Fanny Chen, who had come to observe the commotion. Jin Yuan Ho. Fanny Chen replied, Pay no mind to me. I am merely here to witness the spectacle. Consider me invisible while you continue. Li Qingfeng remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. Can't you see? This is the person you've been waiting for all night. I am getting old. I shall leave the forthcoming matters to the younger generation. The head of the Li family retorted, What do you mean by getting old? Gu Jingci nodded towards Li Qingfeng, and Mo Yin tossed Li Haitang into the room. Wiping his hands in disdain after doing so, Li Haitang's personal maid followed closely behind. Upon seeing Li Haitang, a woman screamed and rushed over Haitang. What have you done to my daughter? And Mo Yin replied, You will soon find out. Li Qingfeng inquired, What has happened to her? Gu Jingci responded, She has awakened. The head of the Li family pressed, Li Qingfeng, what on earth is going on? After all, Haitang is your niece. Li Qingfeng Shuja. Why don't you ask your precious granddaughter what she did yesterday? Gu Jingci glanced at Mo Yin, who handed him a bundle. Aside from the injuries on her face, there were a total of 165 wounds. Jingci held up the outer garment that Sangsang had changed out of yesterday, his fingers caressing it as he spoke each word with gravitas. How many wounds? Li Qingfeng leapt from his chair, snatching the garment from Jingci's hands. The knife marks were clearly visible, some still stained with blood. At this moment, Li Haitang stirred slowly. It was no wonder she had awakened so sluggishly, having been knocked unconscious repeatedly. Well then, now that she has awakened, will the head of the Li family provide me with an explanation? Jingci's imposing presence overshadowed everyone else, particularly the increasingly declining Li family. Jingci coldly regarded the head of the Li family. Your granddaughter sent people to kidnap my wife. This is the evidence. The head of the Li family turned to Li Haitang. How can this be possible? She deserves to die, and so do all of you. Why am I born inferior to all of you? Why is she a legitimate daughter while I am merely a concubine's illegitimate child? Silence. The head of the Li family reprimanded. What are you hesitating for? How many wounds has Sister Sangsang suffered? Just return double the pain? Ji Yun swaggered into the room. Why am I so late? Why has everyone arrived before me? The head of the Li family observed the newcomers, his forehead creasing deeper. What kind of trouble had Li Haitang gotten herself into? Even those from the Protectorate Duke's residence had come. Jingci addressed the head of the Li family. Master Li, a life for a life. Those who inflict harm should also face consequences. What do you say? The head of the Li family turned to Li Haitang, acknowledging that this matter was indeed a fault of the Li family, declaring that she would be left to the others to handle. The Li family would no longer intervene, effectively abandoning Li Haitang. Ha ha ha, intervene? Has anyone ever cared about me? Grandfather? Father? Concubine? Or my siblings? Li Haitang laughed maniacally. Chapter 81. So sudden? No. Are you out of your mind? The Li family does not concern itself with matters pertaining to my sister Sangsang. Do you intend to bind her? Yi Yun, being of an impetuous nature, became incensed upon hearing Li Haitang's words. Li Haitang pointed towards Li Qingfeng, exclaiming, Is it not because she is the daughter recognized by our uncle? Jingci cast a glance at Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng erupted in a torrent of curses. I acknowledge my own daughter. What business is it of yours? Li Haitang rose from the ground, tidying her hair as she stood. It is of no concern to you, for you and all of you have never paid attention to me, the illegitimate daughter. The Li family only values the legitimate sons and daughters. Has anyone ever cared for me, the daughter of a concubine? No. Thus, I must forge my own path. Do you aspire to be the daughter of Lord Li? To escape the stigma of being an illegitimate child? Li Haitang scoffed. Indeed, once I become my father's only daughter, I will no longer be looked down upon and shall be regarded as a legitimate daughter. You're talking nonsense. My daughter is not something you can simply claim. Li Qingfeng left no room for sentiment, especially since Li Haitang was a member of the Li family. Why should a mere village woman be allowed to be your daughter while I cannot? With a resounding slap, Li Haitang's face stung from the blow. The woman who had stood beside her scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to your uncle at once. This situation arose because of you, and you must bear the consequences. This is how I have raised you. Raise? Does the concubine even consider where her heart lies? Has she ever devoted a fraction of it to me? Enough. I have no desire to involve myself in the affairs of the Li family. Jingci, unable to endure further, thought of returning to accompany Sangsang. It is time to take action. Why waste words? Ji Yun continued. Meanwhile, Sangsang exchanged glances with Gun Yanin. Anen, Mother truly is fine now. Please let me down. Mother, Father says you must rest well in bed. Sangsang feigned a look of grievance. I feel uncomfortable and do not wish to lie down any longer. Anen, I beg you, just let me down for a short while. Father no. Yuan Wei interjected, Madam. I am here, but I truly feel sticky and uncomfortable. Merely wiping it off is not sufficient. Sangsang could no longer endure her state. Then shall I wash you? I will be quick. Father find out. Yuan Wei replied, You have injuries. Sangsang retorted, They're just minor scrapes, nothing serious. I was frightened yesterday, yet now all is well. All right, Yuan Wei. Sister Yuan Wei, please let me wash, will you? Sangsang sweetly pleaded, demonstrating her Uniyilingsham. Gunyan and realized his mother would do anything to get out of bed. Madam Yuan Wei is so lovely. It's no wonder even someone like the master cannot resist. I shall fetch water for you. You must hurry. After washing, you need to apply medicine. Yuan Wei's icy voice carried a tone of reluctant compliance. Within the Li residence, as Gu Jingci and others departed, only Li Haitang remained on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Her gaze as still as stagnant water, fixed upon the members of the Li family. Before leaving, Li Qingfeng made a final remark. I hope the Li family takes care of its own. The head of the Li family cast a glance at his silent son, and then at the fallen Li Haitang before sweeping away with his sleeves, leaving behind a terse command. Take him to the other courtyard. Fanny Chen looked at Gu Jingci and remarked, I thought you were going to set the Li residence ablaze? Gu Jingci replied, Do I look foolish to you? Puffed. My lord, he just called you foolish. Ji Yin chuckled. Li Qingfeng emerged to observe Gu Jingci. You've been rather ostentatious these past few days. It would be wise to stay home until the results of the imperial examination are announced. Do not give those with ulterior motives the opportunity to exploit trivial matters. Gu Jingci nodded, resolving to spend the next few days in the company of Sangsang. I'll take Sang back to the bachelor's residence. It's inappropriate for her to stay with you. Li Qingfeng wore an expression that conveyed he was not oblivious to Gu Jingci's intentions. Never mind. I shall fetch her myself. I have a carriage, Gu Jingci decided. Li Qingfeng added, I too shall take my leave. Gu, my dear brother, your journey is still lengthy. After finishing, Fanny Chen mounted his horse and departed. Li Qingfeng followed suit in his carriage. Gu Jingci cast a glance at Ji Yun, silently urging him to leave. Ji Yun crossed his arms. I'm waiting for you to lead the way. I intend to visit Sister Sangsang. Gu Jingci shot a look at Mo Yin. Mo Yin approached Ji Yun. Sword in hand, Young Master Ji, the lady is still unwell. Perhaps you should come another day? Disregarding Ji Yun, Gu Jingci mounted his horse and rode off. Ji Yun called after him, Petty. Regardless, Lord Li will be fetching her back to the bachelor's residence. I can always visit tomorrow. Mo Yin replied. You can go wherever you like tomorrow, but today, it is not feasible. Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang had finally bathed and was comfortably reclining on a soft couch while Gu Nianin obediently peeled grapes for her. You've been awake for a day and night, and here you are enjoying yourself. Dad, what brings you here? Would you like some grapes? Mo Sangsang cheerfully offered a grape to Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng noted the clear marks on Mo Sangsang's small face, yet this girl remained blissfully unconcerned. Lounging there eating grapes. Come now. Return with me to the bachelor's residence. It is unbecoming for you to linger here without being wed. Just as Gu Jingci was about to approach, he overheard this remark and slowly walked over, saying, Shall we marry after the palace examination? Isn't that rather sudden? What has prompted this? Could it be father? Mo Sangsang looked at Li Qingfeng. Why are you staring at me? Hurry and pack up. Or do you not wish to return and keep this old man company? How could that be? I've been waiting for you. I knew you would come to fetch me. Surely, we share a special bond. Mo Sangsang stated earnestly, her eyes wide with playful nonsense. Yet, Gu Jingci took her seriously. Stepping closer, his clear eyes locked onto hers, and with a slightly aggrieved tone, he asked, Does Sangsang not wish to stay here? Li Qingfeng interjected, shameless. At that moment, Mo Sangsang wished to say, Oh, come on, think quickly. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Ouch. My face hurts so much, and my body too. She crouched on the ground, clutching her belly. Yuan Wei stood nearby, gazing skyward. Madam, it seems you're covering the wrong spot. Chapter 82. The letter from Elder Ji. Ultimately, neither Li Qingfeng nor Gu Jingci had the heart to expose Mo Sangsang's lackluster performance. The day after Li Qingfeng returned the individual to the scholar's residence, Ji Yun arrived early in the morning, bringing with him a letter and a box of jade beauty cream. Sangsang, this is the jade beauty cream from the palace. My mother received 2 boxes previously, and I managed to acquire one for you. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Mo Sangsang accepted it without hesitation, giving a thumbs up in praise. Impressive. In truth, while the injuries on her body appeared numerous, they were not severe. The wounds on her face looked more alarming due to her fair complexion and the force with which Li Haitang had struck her, causing a slower healing process. However, it had been 2 nights, and the pain had subsided. What is this? Mo Sangsang inquired, lifting the letter in her hand. Ah, this letter is from my grandfather. You should read what it says. Oh, all right. Mo Sangsang opened the letter, and though its contents were brief, her brow furrowed in concern. Curious, Jian asked, "What does it say?" Mo Sangsang handed him the letter, allowing him to read it if he wished, as there was nothing in it that was not meant to be seen. Addressing the air, Mo Sangsang declared, "Come out." In an instant, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Mo Sangsang smirked slightly. Did he really have to wear all black? It seemed rather conspicuous during the day. Jian glanced between the letter and the black-clad figure. Grandfather is rather biased, isn't he? Who is truly his beloved grandson? Even the shadow guard has been sent to you. Mo Sangsang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shouldn't you read the contents of the letter before shouting? The letter indicated that two individuals had gone to the village to inquire about Jingci. Coincidentally, Elder Ji was chatting with a group of elders at the grain-drying field. Through a bit of persuasion, Elder Ji convinced them that no such person existed in Chuanjiang village, prompting the two to leave. Elder Ji had someone follow them, and it turned out they not only visited the village, but also went to the county to investigate this year's candidates for the provincial examination in Shunan. Given their ease of access to the county office, it was likely they were not from an ordinary family. Thus, someone was sent to follow them to the capital to discern their identities. Mo Sangsang remarked, "You see, they are returning. Why follow me? Rest assured, you are still the favored grandson." Jian replied, "That still seems biased. Is this really the time to discuss bias? Iris, go fetch your master." Yes. Iris leaped gracefully, vanishing without a trace. Can't she use the front door? I can't help but feel showing off a bit. Just one day into my new role, and I already have a shadow guard with remarkable skills. Perhaps I should showcase my superior agility, Iris mused, seeing Ji Yun still holding the letter. Mo Sangsang shook her head in disbelief. She then retrieved the grain storage plan from her room. Here, if you find yourself with nothing to do, you can take a look at this. I intended to discuss this matter with you when I visited the Duke's residence that day. Since you are here now, I need not seek you out again. What is this? Brother, I'm genuinely disheartened right now and have no desire to look at anything. Are you sure you don't want to see it? If not, I might just find someone else, Mo Sangsang teased, pretending to put the document away. Ji Yun reached out to snatch it, and thus ensued a playful exchange between them, neither too close nor too far apart, as Mo Sangsang merely sought to tease Ji Yun. As Jingci stepped into the courtyard, his expression darkened instantaneously, and the more he gazed at Ji Yun, the more he felt inclined to expel the man. Sangsang, you're here. Mo Sangsang tossed the item in her hand to Ji Yun and hurried to Jinci's side. You haven't recovered yet. Why are you running around? Jingci remarked, observing the distinct marks on Mo Sangsang's face. It doesn't hurt anymore. Elder Ji wrote to say someone has been investigating you. Ji Yun ceased his commotion and immersed himself in studying the grain storage plan. So, it was the female lead who looked into Jingci. After receiving the information from the shadow guard, Mo Sangsang pondered whether the female lead was aware of her existence. Perhaps it would be wiser to return to Shunan. The capital wasn't safe. Even daughters were at risk of being abducted, not to mention having stolen the female lead's man. Jingci regarded Mo Sangsang and gently tapped her on the head. Stop overthinking. Everything is under my control. Very well. You are the male lead, the author's favored son. Your word is law. So, how do you propose we address this? I'll discuss matters with Ji Yun. Mo Sangsang then turned to the shadow guard. When will you return? I'll prepare something for you to take back to Elder Ji. The shadow guard replied, Miss Mo, the Duke has stated that I need not return. I will remain by your side, transitioning from the shadows to the light. Mo Sangsang glanced at Ji Yun, who was still engrossed in the plan, and whispered, Why are you following me? I'm not engaging in any fights daily. The shadow guard removed his mask and hesitated. Miss Mo, Elder Ji anticipated you would say that, so what? Mo Sangsang inquired, intrigued. The shadow guard took a deep breath and said, Here, take this. Your husband clearly isn't source of peace. This is merely for the preliminary examination. What will happen if he enters the court after the palace examination? Additionally, the person is yours, but you'll need to provide your own monthly allowance. Don't come crying to me about being poor. Do you truly think I'm unaware of how much money you earn? Your wealth surpasses that of most families in the capital. Having delivered this in one breath, the shadow guard's face, usually concealed in darkness, appeared quite pale, and Sangsang even noticed a hint of blush on his cheeks. Jingci remarked, "Since Elder Ji has given it to you, you should accept it. The shadow guard cannot return once he removes his mask." Though Jingci stated this, his eyes scrutinized the shadow guard's face. Isn't he a shadow guard? He looks like a pretty boy. Shadow guard, would you care to see your own reflection? Yi Yun, who had silently approached Sangsang, interjected, "Were you not planning to leave?" Sangsang turned to Jingci. "You should receive your results tomorrow, right?" "Indeed." Observing Sangsang's clumsy attempt to change the subject, Jingci indulged her, allowing her to create as much chaos as she desired as long as he was present. Sangsang, once the examination results are released, the palace exam will follow in half a month, Jingci stated earnestly. Sangsang was taken aback, recalling his words about marriage after the palace exam. Her cheeks flushed. Was this man truly skipping the dating phase and heading straight to marriage? She had never even experienced a romantic relationship in her life. "Hey, don't go too far. I'm still here." Sangsang quickly cleared her throat and asked the shadow guard, "What is your name?" "The shadow guards do not possess names, Miss Mo." "I see. Do you have a surname you desire?" The shadow guard shook his head. "Is that so? Then let us call it Heong," suggested the dark guard, repeating the name twice. "Clearly fond of it." "Thank you, Miss Mo." Only Jingci inquired, "Why Heong?" "Because seedlings grow towards the sun. Having lived in darkness, he must yearn for sunlight. He symbolizes vitality, while Yang signifies hope for a future filled with light," she explained. In Chapter 83, The Greatest Merchant Under Heaven, Jingci interpreted this as a sign that the young lady had always enjoyed engaging with agriculture and farming, not realizing that even her naming choices were rooted in these themes. If they were to have children in the future, the matter of names would require careful consideration. After Yin summoned Jingci away, he did not forget to remind Iris to keep an eye on Sang. "Sister Sang, please tell me more about this granary project. Can you really increase grain yields? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Yin rushed over as soon as Jingci departed. Sang first addressed Iris. "Iris, please arrange a room for Heong with Uncle Lee." Heong walked under the sun for the first time, unencumbered by the need to hide from anyone, and felt somewhat disoriented. Yin, fidgeting with anxiety, urged her to speak quickly. "Don't rush. Before we discuss this, you must tell me if you can manage this alone," she replied, pouring herself a cup of tea while observing Yin with calm composure. His excitement quieted instantly. "Sister Sang, don't look at me like that. Your gaze resembles that of that annoying fellow when he looks at me, and it unnerves me," he remarked. "However, I cannot undertake this alone. This endeavor is not one a mere businessman can handle, even with the backing of the Duke's residence." Sang took a gentle sip of her tea and replied thoughtfully, "That is precisely why I said we must not rush." "Not rush? How can we not? If this succeeds, the common people of Dayue will have enough to eat." Yun exclaimed passionately. "Is that so?" Sang looked at him. "As a businessman, shouldn't you first contemplate how to make a profit? Why are you prioritizing the welfare of the common people instead?" Leaning back in his chair, Yun replied nonchalantly, "You must know that the Duke's residence has long been affiliated with the founding ancestors of Dayue. I am aware. It comprises 4 families from all directions. The Li family is included, and the other 2 are the Qin and Sang families, as Uncle Li mentioned last time," she acknowledged. Yin shook his head. "The world believes that only those 4 families who entered the court are the founding heroes. But this is a misconception. The 4 families in the court, Duke G.S., General Qin S., the esteemed Li family, and the Sang family. While the latter is the chief minister, they have mostly refrained from military affairs in recent years." "Were you compelled to enter business?" Sang asked. Yun, with a carefree demeanor, replied, "Of course. I chose this path willingly. Do you think anyone could force me? Just look at how I thrive in business. It will show you my talents in this arena." "All right, continue," she said, bemused by his stubbornness. "Are you aware of the greatest merchant in the world?" Yin asked. Sang shook her head, though the term sounded inherently prosperous. Ji Yun sat up straight. The foremost merchant in the world was responsible for supplying all wealth and resources when the Great Yu was established. After the dynasty was founded, they withdrew to continue their business. Our ancestors felt a sense of indebtedness and bestowed upon them the title of the foremost merchant in the world. Yet this family has always chosen to remain reclusive, never utilizing this identity. Mo Sangsang raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. But how do you know this so well? She inquired with curiosity. Ji Yun replied, others may be unaware, but our four families are certainly informed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Li. What do you want to ask me? Li Qingfeng and Gun Yin approached from the martial arts field. Father, Anin, have you finished your training? Anin, are you feeling hot? Why are you worried about her heat? She has been sitting here all morning, hasn't she? Didn't I tell you to rest properly in your room? Li Qingfeng schooled her. Fine. The moment he arrives, he starts lecturing again. Although she has a few injuries, none are severe, just superficial wounds that have scabbed and are itchy now. Father, can't you let me lie down nicely in the courtyard? Can't someone bring me a soft couch? Father, could you tell me about the foremost merchant in the world? Ji Yin was just explaining it to me, but I feel he doesn't articulate it as well as you do. Ji Yin interjected. So, I am the one who is injured? Li Qingfeng replied dismissively, what is there to discuss? I have matters to attend to. If you are still in the courtyard when I return, you can forget about going out tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away. Mo Sangsang watched Li Qingfeng's retreating figure, sensing that her father seemed to be fleeing from the topic of the foremost merchant. Never mind. Don't try to guess his thoughts. And then go find Grandpa Butler, and after your bath, come back to play with your mother. Okay. Gun Yin obediently walked away. Mo Sangsang turned to Ji Yun and lifted her chin. Since he is unwilling to speak, will you continue? Ji Yun, somewhat annoyed but resigned, continued. Do you remember I told you that my tavern has consistently been outperformed by another? Coincidentally, this foremost merchant also shares the surname Mo, just like you. However, I find that cold-faced individual quite disagreeable. His frustration was evident as he spoke of the cold-faced figure. Mo Sangsang sensed an unusual undercurrent in his tone. But if this matter is to be done, only the Mo family can uphold it. Ji Yin stated helplessly. Curiosity piqued. Mo Sangsang pondered what kind of family would provide funds to establish the Great Yu, yet choose not to serve in the court, remaining secluded even after the dynasty was founded. A sudden bang startled Mo Sangsang as Ji Yun slammed his hand on the table and stood up. If worst comes to worst, I shall seek out that sour-faced fellow. Surely, he would not refuse such a splendid opportunity. Mo Sangsang asked, are you certain? Since their first encounter, she had heard Ji Yun mention this person more than once, indicating the significant impact this individual had on him. I'm going. Just wait. I will ensure that person willingly collaborates with us on this matter. With that, he dashed off. Is there really a need to be in such a rush? The capricious nature of her character remains a mystery, and how could she expect to recount her tale without any preparation? Nonetheless, since Ji Yun is anxious, she shall obediently rest at home for the next few days. Should negotiations succeed, she would certainly have her hands full. Furthermore, with the results of the examination to be announced tomorrow, it is certain that Gu Jingci, given his abilities, will excel. Perhaps she should contemplate a celebration for him. Yet, thoughts of Zhao Wanner's investigation linger, leaving her uncertain about how Gu Jingci will resolve the matter. How vexing. Auntie, Yuer is here to see you. The rotund form of the chubby child appeared at the courtyard gate, his voice preceding his arrival. Upon noticing the distinct marks on Mo Sangsang's face, he exclaimed, Auntie, does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Just then, Gun Yin, having finished her bath, forcefully pushed the chubby boy aside. Get lost. Go find your own mother. This glutton is always trying to steal my mother's affection, which is quite irksome. Chapter 84. Digging one's own grave. Annie is no longer in pain. Did you come alone today, Yuo? No, mother's with me. She is right behind. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Yingying appeared at the gate, gasping upon seeing Mo Sangsang. Oh my goodness, that wretchedly Haidang. How could she inflict such harm on such a lovely face? Yingying, please take a seat. Enough of that. I can find my own place to sit. I heard from Lord Ho that your injuries are extensive. Why aren't you resting in bed? How could she convey that her injuries were merely superficial without anyone believing her? Yet, she mused, given Li Haitong's skills, it would take years to master such techniques. Merely tearing the skin while leaving the body unharmed is a feat not easily accomplished. However, for those of timid disposition, the psychological scars could be immense. Wasn't she herself rendered unconscious by fear that day? Zhou Yingying grasped Mo Sangsang's hand and said, "However, I heard from Lord Ho that your husband is quite formidable. He took your outer garment and, in a show of skill, had someone replicate the cuts on Li Haitang, ensuring that each blade merely grazed the skin and spared the flesh, leaving no grounds for those with ill intentions to speak." Mo Sangsang was unaware of this. No one had ever informed her of such details. "You are unaware, but on that day, your father kept a watchful eye on the Li household. No one dared to leave, enduring an entire night within the confines of the Li residence until the following day when your husband arrived with his men. None of these individuals had ever mentioned this to her. Yingying, do you know about my father's dealings with the Li family?" Zhou Yingying shook her head. Though the affairs of the Li family were widely discussed, in the end, it was unclear which accounts were true and which were false. Thus, you ought to inquire with your father for the truth. By the way, you should no longer be returning to Shunan. Have you considered sending your child to the academy? For the time being, she had not contemplated such a notion. She would let Enan accompany her father to audit classes. Mo Sangsang was uncertain if she could reside in the capital for long. After all, she had previously placed too much faith in the contents of that novel. Yet many circumstances were vastly different from her current experiences. At least, she had not witnessed the notion of several families before. Given that the Qin family are founding heroes, why does Qin Yu meet such a tragic fate in the novel? The emperor, she knows, has been drained by indulgence. How could he possibly turn his attention to a few families of founding contributors? There must be other matters of which she is unaware. Furthermore, there is Gu Jingci. Previously, if she had desired his beauty, after being kidnapped this time, Mo Sangsang found herself thinking of Gu Jingci at the moment she believed she was about to perish. "Sangsang?" Zhou Yingying called out as she noticed Mo Sangsang lost in thought. "What are you thinking? So engrossed?" "It's nothing. By the way, Yingying, do you know what happened to Li Haitang in the end?" Zhou Yingying shook her head. "I don't know, but I must remind you. Someone like Li Haitang is not worthy of sympathy." Mo Sangsang felt a wave of frustration. Was she a saint? To pity someone who had inflicted over 100 wounds upon her? "Don't worry, Yingying, I'm not looking to sympathize with her. I simply want to inquire about Li Haitang. Someone like her must have something wrong in her heart. I will avoid her in the future." Zhou Yingying replied, "Oh, in that case, you need not worry about avoiding her. Although I'm not sure how she was ultimately dealt with. The Li family probably won to keep someone like her." "I see. Then I feel reassured." Zhou Yingying said, "All right, you should rest well. I came today just to see you. I'll take my leave now. Once you recover, I'll take you out for some fun, ensuring you won't encounter any distressing matters." "No, I'm not leaving. I just arrived. Why should I go back?" Fan Yu protested upon hearing the suggestion of departure. Zhou Yingying replied, "What purpose do you serve here? Can you cook or take care of others? Stop being foolish and come back with me. Or you can forget about me taking you out in the future." Reluctantly, Fan Yu was led away by Zhou Yingying, glancing back repeatedly. "Mother, don't you wish to stay in the capital?" He had overheard Mo Sangsang's words, implying that his mother had not yet decided whether to remain in the capital. Mo Sangsang countered with a question, and then, "Have you been very frightened these past few days?" Gun Yenin paused. Indeed, he had been terrified, yet he concealed it from everyone, even from his father. But now, his mother had noticed. Mo Sangsang embraced Gun Yenin, who stiffened, afraid to touch her wounds. The injuries on his mother appeared numerous but were not frightening, and they no longer pained her. And he need not blame himself for his mother's absence. "You are still young. Children should behave like children. You should play and frolic, just like Fan Yu, and not concern yourself with anything else, understood?" Listening to Mo Sangsang, Gun Yenin burst into tears. He had held back his tears when his mother went missing, and he had not cried when she returned injured by his father. Yet now, he wept sorrowfully. After sobbing for quite some time, Gun Yenin looked up, saying, "Mother, after this, I will diligently practice martial arts, study hard, and protect you well. All right, Anan is the strongest. Your mother will rely on you to keep her safe. Gunyan did not voice that he had no desire to be like Fanyu, who knew only how to play and acted like a fool every day. Brother Fanyu, do you have any manners? That night, at the dining table of the scholar's residence, Li Qingfeng gazed at Gu Jingci, questioning, "What brings you here again? Has something happened to your pot? Dad, it's time for dinner. The shrimp today is quite delectable. Do give it a try." "Humph. For the sake of Sangsang, I shall let this slide. Now hurry and eat, and once you're done, be off." Mo Sangsang cast a helpless glance at Gu Jingci, who shook his head in response, indicating that he was unbothered. Besides, he dared not be. "Dad, do we own any land?" Mo Sangsang thought it prudent to steer the conversation, hoping to divert her father's unwavering attention from Gu Jingci. Li Qingfeng set down his chopsticks. "We do have land, but what do you intend to do with it?" "Plant crops. Haven't you reviewed that plan?" Ji Yin is seeking partners for collaboration. "Since we have some idle time, I thought I might survey the land in the capital and adjust our planning strategy accordingly. Go find a steward. He manages all the accounts in the household. If you wish to pursue this, you can take over the record yourself. I only wish to cultivate, not to manage the accounts." Li Qingfeng replied, "Everything in this estate will eventually belong to you. If you won't oversee it, then who will?" Mo Sangsang realized she had inadvertently dug herself a grave. Now, the accounts were thrust into her hands, and she had no desire to tally them. Chapter 85. Purchasing gifts to Mo Sangsang's surprise, Steward Li was quite proactive. The very next morning, he brought all the household accounts to her. Upon seeing the towering stacks of ledgers, Mo Sangsang tentatively suggested, "Steward, could you perhaps take these back?" With a cheerful demeanor, Steward Li responded, "Miss, do you have any idea how arduous these years have been for me? A martial man overseeing such extensive accounts. My hair is nearly white from the stress. Now that you are willing to take charge, I can finally enjoy a well-deserved retirement." Mo Sangsang twitched her lips. His ease would come at her expense. "Miss, you must be eager to see the examination results, yes? The carriage is ready, and He Yang is waiting outside. I shall attend to other matters now." With that, Mo Sangsang perceived that Steward Li's legs practically wished to employ lightness in their departure. "Never mind. I shall first go view the results. I can deal with this pile of documents later." Out of sight, out of mind. Closing the door firmly, she declared, "What I cannot see, I shall not acknowledge. And then Yuan, let's be off." At the examination hall, "Miss, there are too many people. Allow me to check and relay the results to you." He Yang's voice came from outside the carriage. "I shall see for myself." Witnessing the results firsthand brings a certain thrill. Mo Sang took out her veil, donning it to conceal the remnants of her previous marks. Yuan and He Yang shielded Mo Sangsang as they made their way to the announcement area. "He Yang, please carry," and in noticing the throngs of people, Mo Sangsang worried about the child being jostled, so she decided it best to have He Yang lift her. "Mother, Uncle Mo Yin is over there," Gun Yin and pointed toward another end. "The results are out." A voice cried out, and suddenly, the doors of the examination hall swung open, revealing several officials bearing the red list. The crowd parted as they swiftly affixed the list and departed. The throng began to stir, accompanied by waves of cheers, yet amidst the jubilation lay notes of disappointment. Some rejoiced in their hard-earned recognition, while others lamented their failure, contemplating a return to the examination after a 3-year wait. After a few moments, as Mo Sang and her companions arrived, Gunyin perched on He Yang's shoulder, her gaze fixed intently on the top position. The cheerful voice of the little one chimed, "Mother, father is first." How amazing! I always knew Gu Jingci was remarkable, but I never anticipated he would excel to such an extent among so many others to claim first place. "Let's go and celebrate with your father," Mo Sang declared. At that moment, Mo Yin also spotted Mo Sang and her group, pushing through the crowd to respectfully greet her, "Madam." Mo Sang glanced back at him. Mo Yin continued, "The master said there was nothing to see and chose not to come. If he knew you were back, he would have been here waiting for you long ago." Gu Jingci spoke well. "An increase in monthly allowance is in order. Come on, let us go celebrate with your master." Mo Yin You should head back first. Don't mention to Gu Jingci that I went to check the rankings. I shall visit him a little later. Sangsang contemplated purchasing a gift for Gu Jingci, as it seemed she had never presented him with anything before. Montakian nodded knowingly. Madame, rest assured. I shall not inform the master and will allow you to surprise him. With the thought of buying a gift in mind, she pondered Yuan Wei. What do you think I should buy for Gu Jingci? Yuan Wei replied, Madam, simply choose whatever you like. The master will surely appreciate it. Sangsang glanced at Yuan Wei, realizing that this response was rather unhelpful. Never mind. Hyang, please stop here. Let's disembark and browse a bit. Sangsang led Gunyinan into a treasure shop, while Hyang remained outside, and Yuan Wei closely followed Sangsang. What would this young lady like to select? A shop assistant approached. Although Sangsang wore a veil, her demeanor suggested she was not from an ordinary background. Moreover, in the capital, where the emperor resided, one often encountered members of the royal family, so the shop assistant had long honed his ability to discern people's status. Sangsang glanced around the shop and was suddenly captivated by a pair of fish pendants. The shop assistant remarked, Young lady, you have an exquisite eye. This pair of fish pendants has just been crafted by our artisan. You see, they can be separated into two pieces, and when combined, a small jade pendant can be revealed from the back, also depicting a fish. Sangsang was astonished by the craftsmanship of the ancient artisan, pondering the level of skill required to create such a piece. Who claimed that time travel to ancient times would allow one to design jewelry. Observing their proficiency, she realized she could never achieve such artistry. The jade pendant could be divided into 3 parts, perfectly suited for Gu Jingci, Nianin, and herself. However, Sangsang did not consider the implications of purchasing this pendant. Shopkeeper, how much is this pair of fish pendants? Sangsang inquired. The shop assistant replied, Not expensive. Just 280 taels. How absurdly inexpensive, she thought. How many fields could I purchase with over 200 taels? Yet, she resolved to indulge in this rare high-end purchase. Retrieving a banknote from her small pouch, she handed it to the shop assistant, declaring, I'll take this piece. Certainly. Please wait a moment while I wrap it up for you. The shop assistant grinned broadly as he accepted the silver. However, Sangsang called out, No need. Please divide this jade pendant into 3 pieces. The smaller one, string it with a cord, and I will directly place it on my son. The other 2 can be fashioned into waist pendants. So this is the young master of the lady. Had you not mentioned the diminutive stature, I would have mistaken you for siblings. Madam, please hold on a moment. I shall prepare your items shortly. Mother, you have already gifted me a jade pendant. Gunyinan pointed to the one she wore. I am aware, but that does not preclude you from receiving a second one, does it? Moreover, do you not wish to wear a matching piece with both mother and father? Indeed, Anna desires to wear the same as mother. The young attendant moved swiftly, madam. Here is your jade pendant. Please take care of it. Sangsang accepted the pendant, glanced at it to ensure its quality, and said, Thank you, young man. She then turned and led Gunyinan out of the shop. The attendant stood in astonishment. This lady displayed remarkable courtesy, a rarity among the many ladies he had encountered. Want her wait for me. Just as Sangsang reached the door, a young man chased after a beautiful girl who, evidently, had no intention of acknowledging him. As the girl approached Sangsang, she seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. They both attempted to step aside, inadvertently moving in the same direction. Warner, please wait for your cousin. Do not walk so briskly. The girl, called Warner, turned back, her expression exuding impatience. Could you refrain from following me? Warner, would you like to buy some jewelry? Your cousin will treat you. Sangsang stepped aside to allow the girl, Warner, to enter first before taking Gunyinan out to their carriage. It was merely a minor incident, and Sangsang paid it no mind. Instead, she took out the smaller jade pendant and secured it on Gunyinan. Hyang, let us return. Yuan Wei, please guide Hyang back. Chapter 86. A warm embrace after Sangsang departed. The earlier girl turned to her maid and inquired, Was that not the girl who was with Yin at the rankings? Hong nodded. Zhao Warner furrowed her attractive brows. Cousin, what do you think of this piece? Does it not compliment you perfectly? Zhao Warner replied. Hong Yu, let us return to the manor. Meanwhile, Mo Sangsang handed the jade pendant to Gu Jingci, saying, "A gift for you. Let me know if you like it." A smile graced Gu Jingci's handsome features. Does Sangsang understand the significance of gifting a jade pendant to a gentleman? What do you mean? Is this not a reward for achieving first place in examinations? Mo Sangsang pointed at Gunyenin and added, "Not only did I buy one for you, but I also acquired one for an inn." Gunyenin retrieved the warm jade pendant from her clothing and proudly pointed to the peace charm hanging from her waist. "Mother has given me two." Her small face beamed with pride as she smiled at Gu Jingci. Sangsang, "Help me put it on." Gu Jingci offered the pendant. "All right, you are the first. So your word is final. This is indeed a celebration." Mo Sangsang took the pendant and reached for Gu Jingci's waist, but he stepped back. As she stretched her hand forward, her body lurched ahead, causing her to stumble toward him. Gun Yinan rolled her eyes and headed to the backyard to find Mo Yin practicing on the plum blossom stakes. Gu Jingci caught Mo Sangsang in his embrace and chuckled softly. "Madam, does this count as a warm embrace? Where did you learn such behavior?" Stepping back from Gu Jingci, Mo Sangsang playfully swatted him. "Stand still. If you move again, I shan't assist you with the pendant. Madam has the final say." Gu Jingci opened his arms and said, "Please, my lady." Mo Sangsang shot him a glare, wondering just how thick-skinned he had become. Where was her aloof nobleman? Where was her cool-headed prime minister? In just a few swift motions, she secured the jade pendant, giving it a gentle tug to ensure its steadiness. Mo Sangsang understood that a woman gifting a jade pendant to a man signified a mutual exchange of affections and a commitment for life. Gu Jingci's cool voice echoed softly above her. She hadn't anticipated this deeper implication. Gu Jingci caressed the jade pendant that Mo Sangsang had just fastened onto him, his eyes glimmering with warmth. "Do you find it beautiful?" he asked, intending to overlook his previous statement. "What about your jade pendant? Are you not wearing it?" Gu Jingci inquired. "How did you know I had another one?" Mo Sangsang responded, her expression one of surprise. The impudent boy had clearly flaunted the pendant that matched his own. These twin fish pendants were typically crafted as a set, though it was rare to find them made as mother and child pendants. He felt delighted that Sangsang was finally willing to acknowledge him as part of her family. Mo Sangsang retrieved the other half of the pendant from her small pouch. "I already have a jade pendant. Wearing another would seem rather odd." The pendant she wore was a token of identity given to her by Li Qingfeng. If she were to don another, she would have to remove this one. Otherwise, the jingling would be quite peculiar, wouldn't it? Gu Jingci took the pendant from her hands, saying, "But I really wish to wear it alongside you. Or do you not want to wear the same as me?" There he went again, wearing that pitiful expression. "I'll wear it. I'll wear it. Is that sufficient?" Ultimately, she surrendered. "I shall personally assist you in putting it on." Gu Jingci carefully fastened the pendant at Mo Sangsang's waist. What had originally been a simple congratulatory gift now felt as though she had completely entwined herself in it. Yet, she realized she was not as fearful as she had been before. As they returned to the scholar's residence, Gu Jingci personally helped her into the carriage, and Mo Sangsang felt as though his gaze could penetrate her very being. Gunyan quietly settled beside Mo Sangsang, observing that his mother's gaze towards his father was unusually warm today. "Mother," Gunyan called softly. "What is it? Are you tired? You've been running around all day with me. You must be exhausted." "No. Does mother like father?" Gunyan asked innocently. Mo Sangsang's cheeks flushed crimson. Was her affection so transparent? Merely letting go of her obsession with that novel allowed Gunyan, this child, to discern her feelings. What about everyone else? Didn't wish for mother and father to be together? As soon as she posed that question, Mo Sangsang regretted her words. What nonsense was that? What child wouldn't want their parents by their side? Though she was a stepmother, the bond between them was so strong that she felt like his real mother. But who was his biological mother? The novel had never mentioned it. And it desired for mother and father to be together. Yet if father displeased mother, and it would always stand by her side, then mother will have to rely on it from now on. After saying this, Mo Sangsang planted a soft kiss on Gunyan's cherubic face. With his mother kissing him again, Gunyan shyly bared his head. Zhao residence. Thus, Is the lady of today indeed the talk of the capital, the daughter of the grand scholar? What is her connection with Gu Jingci? Why did she go to view the examination results? Han Yu shook her head, uncertain of the details. However, it was apparent that the lady was accompanied by a child, suggesting she was likely married, perhaps visiting the results for her husband. Zhao Van remarked, Malit? Indeed, I inquired earlier with a shop assistant, who mentioned that the lady purchased a pair of fish pendants, clearly intended as a gift for her husband. Moreover, the assistant stated that the child accompanying her was indeed hers. She had to clarify it herself, as the assistant initially thought they were siblings. Do you know the child's name? Hong Yu shook her head. The following day, Mo Sangsang spent the entire morning poring over the account books, overwhelmed by the intricate calculations. She sighed, realizing why Uncle Lee said his hair had turned white. Such calculations would surely gray anyone's locks. She decided to wait until she could organize the books, recording them anew in her own manner. Even if Arabic numerals were not employed, the calculation methods certainly needed an update. Otherwise, her hair would soon follow suit. Stretching her limbs, she wondered where Yuan and Anan were, as she had not seen the little ones all morning. Madam, the young master has gone to the Taishu. Young master Fan is there today as well. Anan took you along? Mo Sangsang was somewhat puzzled. Yuan shook her head. Earlier, young master Fan came on his own, intending to find you, but was intercepted by the young master, who said you were occupied. How considerate. If that chubby Fan you had come, she wouldn't have been able to focus on her accounts, let alone even look at them. Meanwhile, in the Taishu student class, the teacher was experiencing a headache, not for any other reason than the arrival of the little tyrant, Fan Yu. Brother, let me tell you, I once studied at this Taishu, and it was utterly dull. But I assure you, as long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. Gun Yinan subtly distanced himself from Fan Yu. At that moment, Fan Yu stood with hands on his hips, one foot perched on a stool, declaring, You all better take note. This is my elder brother. If anyone dares to bully him, I guarantee you won't even have the courage to step outside. Gun Yinan took 2 steps back, regretting bringing Fan Yu along. Chapter 87. Beggar Ji Yin? Yuan asked, Madam, shall we proceed directly? What else should we do? Should we greet them? Did I not inform Uncle Lee that he and the others would know of my visit to the outskirts upon their return? At that moment, Mo Sangsang sat in the carriage, traveling with Heyong and Yuan towards the outskirts of the capital. Ji Yin had been dilly-dallying these past few days, and she had yet to see him. Staying at home was rather tedious. She couldn't just wait idly forever, so she decided to visit the estate. Miss, we have arrived. Yuan assisted Mo Sangsang down from the carriage. The autumn harvest had concluded, and the fields of the estate lay barren. This estate was the closest to the capital, only a short distance from the city's edge. Most of the land in the capital had been purchased by affluent families, who then rented it to the common folk for cultivation. Moreover, the capital city differs greatly from southern Shu, where the landscape is predominantly mountainous, making contiguous fields a rarity. In contrast, the capital presents an expansive vista of interconnected plots, a remarkable convenience. It was the first time that Yanwei witnessed such an expression of joy on Mo Zangsang's face. She nudged Heong with her elbow and inquired, Why is the lady so delighted to see the fields? Heong remained silent. Yanwei clicked her tongue in disapproval, exclaiming, Boring, as if she were the only one who spoke little. Now there's someone even more taciturn. Was Heong truly reserved? It was more accurate to say he was unaccustomed to conversing. Heaven knows the thoughts he harbored were profound. Quite splendid indeed. Yet, this land remains fallow after the autumn harvest. Such waste. No wonder ancient people often faced hunger. Mo Zangsang pondered as she walked. Suddenly, she crouched down and began to sift through the soil. My lady, use this. Yanwei handed Mo Zangsang a dagger. Mo Zangsang gathered a handful of earth and stood up, saying, No need, this is not dirty. Upon closer inspection of the soil in her hand, she exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, the quality of this soil in the capital is extraordinary. While I lack instruments, it is evident this is black soil, the very bed of nourishment for crops. The more she examined, the more her excitement grew, her eyes shining with delight. With such excellent soil, how can the yield be so low? It seems the issue lies with the seeds. Discarding the soil, Mo Zangsang dusted off her hands, and Heong offered her a handkerchief. "Thank you," she replied. "But why does a grown man carry a handkerchief?" After returning the cloth to Heong, Sangsang declared, "Let's explore this area since we are here. With such a prime location, why is this estate only used for farming?" Sangsang rambled as she walked. The estate was expansive, surrounded by flat land, and in close proximity to a river, ensuring that as long as drought did not strike, this entire expanse could never lack for water. It was as if the agricultural deity had opened a back door for them. Sangsang traversed the entire estate, and as dusk approached, she felt unsatisfied, only retreating when Yanwei reminded her. Originally, she had intended to inquire with a few farmers about their circumstances, but given a waning daylight, it was too late. "Let us return," she said. As the carriage progressed halfway, Heong suddenly halted. "Miss, there are people ahead blocking the way." Yanwei remarked, "Heong, surely you can handle a mere obstruction?" "He is Master Ji-yun," Heong replied. "Ji-yun? What brings him here now?" "You ought to see for yourself," Heong suggested. Emerging from the carriage, Sangsang was taken aback upon recognizing Ji-yun. "Sangsang, dear sister, I am in dire straits," Yi-yun exclaimed. "Why not come aboard?" If it weren't for his bright red attire, Sangsang would have mistaken him for a beggar. His hair was disheveled, covered in dirt, and he appeared weary. "Here, have a sip of water," she offered. Ji-yun did not take the cup, but instead grabbed the teapot and drank directly from it. "What happened to you? Were you robbed?" And Sangsang found herself quite intrigued, wondering how Ji-yun had managed to reduce himself to such a state. After consuming a pot of water, Ji-yun felt a semblance of life returning to him. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Not just a robber. That scoundrel is utterly inhumane." "Mo Sangsang, Purple, in desert. Didn't you mention seeking out the Mo family to discuss the granary plans? How did you end up like this?" Upon mentioning this matter, Ji-yun's ire flared even more as he began to lament. "Oh, sister, you cannot fathom the tribulations I have endured these past few days, nor the arduous journey I undertook to return. Along the way, others treated me like a beggar. I have never faced such hardships in my life." He commenced to recount how he had gradually found himself in such a predicament. Mo Sangsang looked at Ji-yun, dumbfounded. "So you left the capital without a single coin to your name, and got abandoned halfway?" she queried. "Did you not consider simply renting a carriage to return to the capital and pay later? How have you survived this long? Surely, if you had not suffered losses in business, it must be divine favor. Yet, for someone like Ji-yun to have traversed the world and lived to tell the tale seems quite implausible. Why should I not be alive?" Ji-yun retorted with a huff. "Do you take me for a fool? Were it not for my beggar's appearance, I would have returned long ago. Moreover, the paths I traversed were mere back roads. I did not set foot on a single main road. Do you think I could have walked all this way otherwise?" Feeling misunderstood, but an apology was out of the question since she hadn't voiced her thoughts. Mo Sangsang cleared her throat awkwardly and asked, "Did you ultimately discuss the granary plans with anyone?" "Indeed I did," Ji-yun replied. Curious, Mo Sangsang inquired, "What was his reaction?" Leaning against the carriage wall and spreading his arms, Ji-yun scoffed. "What reaction could there be? That sour-faced fellow never changes his expression, no matter the situation. It's quite evident. How did you come to know him?" Mo Sangsang, now more interested in this individual Ji-yun spoke of, shifted her focus from the granary plans to him, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, Ji-yun fell silent, and even in the dim light of the carriage, Mo Sangsang noticed a flush creeping onto his face. "What is this?" "I merely asked how you know him. Why the embarrassment?" Ji-yun replied. "We've known each other since childhood." Known each other since childhood. What could be so difficult to disclose? Yet, it raised questions. If they had known each other for so long, why did Ji-yun now appear so disdainful of others? There had to be more to this story. Mo Sangsang's curiosity intensified. However, she knew that if she pressed Ji-yun now, he would surely remain tight-lipped. Chapter 88. The Chrysanthemum Banquet. Upon returning, Ji-yun adamantly refused to go back to the Duke's residence, claiming that his current state was a source of shame and that his father would surely chastise him. Mo Sangsang rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "So you find it shameful in my home, but not elsewhere?" Gunyan rushed over upon seeing Mo Sangsang return, calling out, "Mother, "And then, dear, have you eaten?" Nodding, Gunyan and had grown accustomed to his mother's habitual inquiries regarding meals. "Uncle Lee, please prepare a room for Ji Yun and find him a change of clothes," Mo Sangsang instructed before taking Gunyan by the hand and leaving. Mo Sangsang was taken aback to receive an invitation to the chrysanthemum banquet, and that the invitation was issued by none other than the current princess. As she gazed at the invitation in her hand, Mo Sangsang was troubled. What could she possibly discuss with the noble ladies of the capital? Moreover, she was unfamiliar with this princess. Could she decline? The steward, Uncle Lee, shook his head. It was against etiquette to refuse. Who else would be attending? Will my father be present? It is certain that he will not, as such chrysanthemum appreciation banquets are exclusively for unmarried men and women. Unmarried? Uncle Lee affirmed. Mo Sangsang tossed the invitation aside, declaring that she would not attend, suggesting it was her father's duty to go since she was ostensibly married, while her father remained unwed. Uncle Lee remarked that her reasoning seemed quite sound. "What are you looking at?" Gu Jingci suddenly appeared, accompanied by Gunyan. "Oh, nothing. What brings you here? If I did not come, you would not seek me out, so I took the initiative." Mo Sangsang found his boldness increasingly alluring. "I heard you went to the outskirts of the capital yesterday?" Gu Jingci inquired. For some reason, Mo Sangsang felt he was not genuinely interested in that topic. "Haha, yes. How is your preparation for the palace examination coming along?" "Fairly well," Gu Jingci replied, picking up the discarded invitation. "Are you planning to attend the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet?" The shift in topic was so abrupt that she wondered if others could keep pace. "I do not wish to go. I do not know this princess and have no idea why she invited me. I have an unsettling feeling about it." Gu Jingci's eyes darkened as he pointed at the invitation, asserting that if she did not want to attend, she should simply refrain from going. One cannot deny the wisdom of someone who has served as the prime minister. Upon seeing the princess's invitation, one can casually declare that if one does not wish to attend, one need not. If I decline, will it put my father in a difficult position? After all, she represents the scholar's residence. Difficult position, my foot. If you do not wish to attend, then do not. Your father will not be troubled by such trivial matters. Upon returning from court, Li Qingfeng heard that the fifth princess had sent an invitation to his daughter. Mo Sangsang felt helpless, surrounded by individuals with such vexatious dispositions. "Fine, I shall at least go and take a look. Did they not say this event was for unmarried men and women? As someone who already has a child, I doubt I will be a target. And then, you shall accompany me. That way, we will not attract undue attention." Mo Sangsang believed herself to be quite clever. Gunyan was delighted at the prospect of joining his mother. Gu Jingci remained silent, but since Sangsang wished to go, he would not object. While the banquet was ostensibly for unmarried individuals, in reality, it extended invitations to the prominent families of the capital, serving as a venue for fostering connections. After noon, Mo Sangsang, along with Gunyan, set off for the deer garden, accompanied by Ji Yun. The reason was simple. Ji Yun mentioned that the Duke's residence had surely received an invitation, and that his elder brother and mother would attend. If he explained his presence and returned with them, it was highly unlikely he would face his father's ire. Gu Jingci departed after lunch, seemingly preoccupied with some unknown matters. By the time Mo Sangsang arrived, many carriages had already gathered at the deer garden, and upon entering, she noticed a considerable number of attendees. As people noticed her, they whispered among themselves, speculating her identity. Ji Yun, having donned a striking red outfit, was well recognized in the garden, even if many did not know Mo Sangsang. Soon, Ji Yun was called away by a few familiar faces, but he did not forget to remind Mo Sangsang to seek him out if any matters arose. What matters could there be? She was accompanied by Iris, and though men from the Hyang family were not permitted, Iris possessed formidable combat skills as well. "On Sangsang," when Fan Yu spotted Mo Sangsang, he joyfully released his mother's hand and dashed over. Zhou Yinging scolded him as a little rascal and followed suit, saying, "Had I known you were coming, I would have waited for you." "I had no idea I would come either. I have never met the fifth princess," Mo Sangsang whispered to Zhou Yinging. "Then sit with me later." The women of the capital love to host banquets, each with their own ulterior motives, and I long for the days spent with my father at the border. "Oh, Sister Zhou has arrived as well. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Ying's expression darkened. Is today's banquet hosted by you? Or is this Lu Yuan your family's? Zhou Ying, you are merely flaunting your status as the wife of the Marquis of Jinyuan. What is there to be so proud of? What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Hey, who is this woman standing here, blocking the way? Are you more beautiful than a flower? Fan Yu's tongue had never known defeat. The woman, incensed by the mother and son duo, turned and left. Mo Sangsang watched in astonishment. Such weak combatants still dared to engage were indeed brave. Zhou Ying then imparted a lesson to Mo Sangsang. Sister, never show weakness to such people. The more you ignore them, the more they perceive you as kind and easy to deceive. Mo Sangsang gave a thumbs up. I have learned much. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and someone announced, the fifth princess has arrived. Mo Sangsang beheld a splendidly dressed lady enter the pavilion, and everyone bowed in respect. Enough. Today, there are no strict protocols. Everyone may feel free. With the fifth princess present, no disturbances were likely to arise. Mo Sangsang and Zhou Ying sat together, accompanied by 2 children. Even if some women bore grudges, they would not extend their hostilities to them. Mo Sangsang thought she could remain unnoticed until the end, but fate had other plans. Merely sitting idly and admiring the flowers and leaves is dull. Let us engage in something more entertaining, declared a woman in yellow. The fifth princess, intrigued, inquired, what do you suggest? Since all the ladies are present, why not join the gentlemen in composing poetry, painting, and showcasing talents? Mo Sangsang was speechless. The anticipated talent competition had indeed arrived. The fifth princess declared, in that case, I shall add a prize. To the best performer today, I will present a box of tribute pearls from the South Sea. With that, a maid brought forth a box containing lustrous pearls. This was truly an amusing turn of events. It was evident that the intention to host such a contest had been premeditated. Mo Sangsang tugged at Zhou Ying's sleeve. Must we all participate in this talent showcase? Zhou Ying patted her hand and whispered, this is merely a display for those over there. You need not partake. Oh, a veiled courtship? Just like the pollination of plants, she understands well. Chapter 89. Wow, how captivating. Initially, a screen separated the male and female guests, but with a wave of her hand, the fifth princess commanded its removal. Ma Sangsang, di xin de, busied herself with peeling lychees for her child. It is a privilege exclusive to the royal family to indulge in such delights. At this season, lychees are available, and one can only wonder how many horses perished in their delivery. Now, she could truly comprehend the meaning behind the phrase, a gallant steed dashes through the dust, while the concubine smiles, unbeknownst that the lychee has arrived. Gu Jingci and Fan Yichen sat together, their gazes softening as they fell upon Mo Sangsang. Several noble ladies from prominent families began to stir with excitement, preparing to showcase their talents. Among the princess's company was Zhao Wan'er, whose gaze shifted towards Gu Jingci as soon as the screen was removed. Although she was uncertain of his presence, following his line of sight, she spotted the individual she had painstakingly invited. Indeed, Mo Sangsang was initially outside the invitation list, but she had persuaded the princess, her cousin, by mentioning that the Grand Scholar had recently acknowledged a daughter, making it inappropriate not to extend an invitation. Thus, Mo Sangsang received the invitation to the chrysanthemum banquet. Thank you, Mo Sangsang, Zhao Wan'er said. You are the foremost talented woman in the capital. I presume you intend to showcase your abilities today? I wonder what you have prepared for everyone present. Unprepared for such provocation, Zhao Wan'er maintained her poise and replied politely, I do not know you, so please refer to me as Miss Zhao. Upon hearing the name Zhao, Mo Sangsang looked up, recognizing the woman she had encountered previously at the jewelry shop. Pursued by her cousin, Zhao Wan'er stepped out from the pavilion, curious about what performance might be forthcoming. Zhao Wan'er was no timid figure. She was unafraid of confrontation. Zhou Ying leaned close to Mo Sangsang and whispered an explanation. This provocateur hails from the Zhang family. Each year, the capital produces a list of talented scholars, and she is always ranked behind Zhao Wan'er, thus her discontent. What did you say her name was? Mo Sangsang's eyes widened in surprise as she grasped Zhou Ying's hand and repeated the question. Zhao Waner. What of it? What of it? She is the protagonist of the original story. Have I truly encountered her in such a splendid manner? And not just once. Do you wish to compete with me? Miss Zhao, it seems, either misunderstood or was intentionally misrepresenting her words. Zhao Waner, the so-called first talent. How much embellishment has been poured into that title each year? Today, let us compete and see if you are indeed deserving of that honor. Mo Sangsang found this all quite amusing. Watching someone else face challenges was far more entertaining than being the target herself. She casually peeled another lychee for her child. "Mother, I've had my fill," she said, quickly snatching a lychee for herself. Jingci gazed at Mo Sangsang, who was munching on the lychee like a little hamster caught in the act. Fanny Chin raised his cup and remarked, "Brother Gu, drink up." Why is your gaze fixed on the lady? She won't be running away. Only then did Jingci retract his gaze, though his peripheral vision continued to drift towards her. The competition between women typically revolved around poetry, music, calligraphy, painting, and dance. Ultimately, the two settled on a contest of playing the zither, dancing, and composing poetry, with a winner determined by 2 out of 3 victories. It must be said that the knowledge acquired by women in ancient times was quite extensive. If transported to modernity, each one would undoubtedly be of idol caliber. Listen to the sound of the guqin, sometimes flowing like high mountains and flowing waters, at other times tumultuous and dynamic. This is truly a concert in its own right. Mo Sangsang was captivated, while on the other side, Jingci frowned, realizing that she was indeed a beauty. Previously, he only knew of her admiration for his visage, but now he was taken aback to see her so entranced by another woman. The contest of Qin is fundamentally a display of the performer's skill and artistry. If one can keep pace, a comparison can be made, but if one cannot, then there's no competition at all. It was evident that Miss Zhang was at a disadvantage, while Zhao Waner remained composed and adept. Mo Sangsang set the li sai. Indeed, she was the heroine, the author's cherished daughter, with skills maximized. As the melody concluded, there was no doubt that Zhao Waner had emerged victorious. The next round involved dancing. Zhou Yingying shook her head, declaring that Zhao Waner's dance skills were exceptional, making it unlikely for Miss Zhang to triumph. Mo Sangsang chuckled. "And you have already rendered a verdict before the competition has even begun? Just wait and see." Zhao Waner's dancing is a true inheritance from the esteemed Zhao Guifei, surpassing even her master. Although Mo Sangsang was unaware of Zhao Guifei's true prowess, it did not prevent her from expressing her admiration. The dance took place on a platform surrounded by chrysanthemums, with a pond below that would surely be beautiful when the lotus flowers bloomed. This spot was evidently a favored venue for performances, and Mo Sangsang found herself remarkably close to the stage, just a meter away, separated only by a ring of chrysanthemums. Consequently, she refrained from whispering, lest her words be overheard. The two ladies changed into their dance attire, and musicians began to play. The dance would be a test of pure technique, requiring perfect synchronization with each note played by the musicians, which was no small feat, especially since neither had prepared in advance, necessitating familiarity with the piece being performed to avoid falling behind. Watching the dancers twirl made Mo Sangsang dizzy. Unlike the time-traveling heroine she had seen, who could effortlessly play and dance, she felt her own skills were limited to culinary arts and farming. As the performance progressed, the disparity in skill became increasingly apparent. And it was not just the audience who noticed. Miss Zhang was clearly aware of it as well. With a sudden gasp, Zhao Waner, who had been dancing, stumbled and began to fall. Gasps of alarm arose from the crowd, for if she fell, either her beauty would be marred, or she would plunge into the pond below, neither outcome being favorable. In that critical moment, Mo Sangsang instinctively leapt across the low table and grasped Zhao Waner's sleeve. The force of her movement caused her to lean forward momentarily, but she managed to steady Zhao Waner. This action was so swift that even the skilled Zhou Yingying did not react in time. Mo Sangsang exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate she was to have reacted quickly. Otherwise, that lovely face might have been harmed, and falling into the pond would have been quite undesirable, especially with so many men present. As Jingci stood up, The moment Sangsang reached out to grasp Zhao Wan'er, he reflected on the nature of this foolish girl, whose kindness was profoundly ingrained within her. It was likely Zhao Wan'er who had facilitated her presence here today. After regaining her footing, Zhao Wan'er realized that it was Sangsang who had rescued her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond, yet she expressed her gratitude nonetheless. "Thank you, madam." At that moment, Sangsang comprehended that she had saved the original protagonist of the story. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter, she thought, captivated by the beauty of the heroine up close. This was no trivial occurrence. Zhao Wan'er felt a tangle of emotions. If her suspicions were correct, this woman was indeed his wife. Yet, given the man's cold demeanor, how could he be blessed with such a warm-hearted spouse? The peculiar glances exchanged between them were undoubtedly lost on Zhao Wan'er. Sangsang was merely admiring a beautiful woman. Jingci, I shall take your silence as a compliment. She mused. Such minor disturbances were commonplace at banquets. If no harm befell anyone, there would be no reason for conflict. Yet, some individuals were foolish enough to seek trouble for themselves. Chapter 90. Let us all make dumplings. The young lady from the Zhang family evidently lacked the wisdom to know when to withdraw. Zhao Wan'er, are you attempting to halt the competition with such clumsy tactics because you believe you cannot win? Sangsang retreated to her seat, casting a glance at Zhao Wan'er, who appeared distinctly impatient. Sister Ying, did she not voice her thoughts completely? Sangsang gestured toward her own head. Enough. The primary purpose of today is to gather and appreciate the chrysanthemums. Let this contest cease. With the fifth princess's declaration, the competition was undoubtedly concluded. To placate the situation, the fifth princess awarded both participants a pearl hairpin. The banquet then returned to its initial rhythm. Leaning against Zhou Yingying's shoulder, Sangsang asked, Sister Yingying, how much longer must we remain here? She genuinely felt bored. Jingci had been observant of Sangsang, knowing well that she could not sit still in such an environment, though the sight of her resting her head on another's shoulder was somewhat irksome. Fortunately, the fifth princess did not linger long before departing, prompting Zhou Yingying to rouse the dozing Sangsang. Sangsang, we can leave now. Upon hearing this, Sangsang instantly perked up. And then let us go. Mother is returning to make dumplings for you. Gu Yinan patted her plump belly, exclaiming, all right, Sister Yingying, you should join us for dumpling making at our home tonight. It will be lively. Yay, dumplings. It has been ages since I last tasted Aunt Sangsang's dumplings. Zhou Yingying glared at Fan Yu, saying, you little rascal, did your family not feed you? Fan Yu retorted, but the food at home is not as delicious as Auntie's. Sangsang chuckled, then you must eat more tonight. I can eat several bowls. Fan Yu replied, patting his chubby belly. Zhou Yingying was utterly exasperated with her son and dragged Sangsang outside the garden, with the fifth princess having left. There was no need for further pleasantries. As Jingci prepared to take his leave, he addressed Sang, Brother Fan, with Sangsang leaving, I too shall return. Fanny Chin chuckled. Gu brother, with such attachment to the lady, are you not afraid of being kept from stepping outside in the future? The surrounding friends of Fanny Chin erupted in laughter at his jest. However, Gu Jingci remained composed, rising to his feet and offering a courteous bow to those present, indicating he would not be deterred from his departure. Gu brother, wait. Fanny Chin called out, hastening to follow him. Upon noticing Gu Jingci, Sang displayed a moment of surprise. She had not expected him to be there. Many guests had exited the garden, yet Gu Jingci stood out among the crowd, his presence undeniably striking. Several young ladies had begun to cast flirtatious glances in his direction, and Sang observed one particularly bold girl approaching him. What a captivating face he possesses, she thought, bemused. She had not anticipated that women of ancient times could be so audacious. Who had informed her that they were to remain sheltered, avoiding men's gaze? The reality was starkly different from her expectations. Sang glanced at Gu Jingci, then turned to her father, who was being pestered by Fan Yu. And then, go rescue your father. Elder brother, I shall accompany you, called out Zhou Yingying, swiftly pulling Fan Yu back. Stay here quietly she admonished. With a sulky expression, Gu Nianin trudged towards her father. Father, mother wants you to come home and make dumplings. At that moment, upon hearing Gu Nianin call out to her father, Mo Sang felt her heart shatter, realizing how many enamored young ladies had been captivated by him. Alas, such a mesmerizing visage should be kept hidden at home to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon others. Hey, Montak, you stop right there. Montak-sung, just about to board a carriage, was halted by a powerful shout. As she pondered who she had unwittingly offended, Ji Yun, clad in red, chased after a man in a green robe, calling out, "The surname Mo?" It must refer to the merchant Ji Yun had mentioned, leading her to wonder if this green-robed man was the cold-faced nuisance he spoke of. Intrigued, Mo Sang leaned in closer, having heard about him multiple times. Gu Jingci approached, casting a dark glance in the direction of Mo Sang's gaze. Sangsang, did we not agree to return home to make dumplings? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Sang swiftly averted her gaze. Very well, Miss Mo. Fanny Chen leaned closer to Gu Jingci, a teasing tone in his voice. I hear there's dumpling making involved. I, being rather thick-skinned, will await you at the scholar's residence. In the brief time they had spent, Jian had caught up to them, only to find Gui Web-I was also present. Mo Sang greeted him somewhat awkwardly. Young Master Gu, what a coincidence. Gui Web-I had not expected to encounter Mo Sang here, but upon seeing Gu Jingci beside her, he momentarily froze. Sangsang, you must speak to this cold-faced fellow. He refuses to listen to me. Ji Yun lamented, visibly distressed. Gu Jingci's voice was cool and devoid of emotion as he replied, Young Master Ji, the day is waning. If we are to discuss matters, let us find a more suitable venue. After speaking, he gestured subtly to those around him, and at that moment, most of the guests had begun to take their leave. Ji Yun remarked, Today is the day. Sister Sangsang, I just heard Lord Fan say he would go to your home to make dumplings, and I shall accompany him. Mo Sang gritted her teeth and replied, Brother Jier, are you certain you wish to go today? Can't you see how darkly brooding Gu Jingci's expression has become? However, Jian seemed oblivious to her warning, insisting, of course, why wouldn't I go? Mo, you must join me as well. Did you not express your desire to hear me speak? Let Sister Sangsang entertain you. Just then, Gu Yubai's voice chimed in. Might I join as well? Very well, very well. At this point, more and more people were emerging. They could not linger indefinitely. After a few departed, a voice inquired, Miss, has young Master Gu already married? And with such a large son? Zhao Van remained silent, merely furrowing her brow as she watched Mo Sang depart. Fan Yu peeked out the door, while Zhou Yingying stayed inside with Fanny Chun. Accompanying Li Qingfeng, Steward Li had already gone to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients upon the arrival of the Fan family. Ever since the young lady arrived, the household had grown increasingly lively. In the past, the place was so desolate that not even stray dogs dared to visit. On Sangsang. Fan Yu spotted Mo Sang's carriage and excitedly rushed over. Andy, why are you so slow? We've been here for quite some time. Mo Sang glanced back at the carriage, pondering how she wished they could have arrived sooner. However, she truly did not expect that the person with the surname Mo would also be present. Hearing the commotion, Li Qingfeng and the others emerged and exclaimed, Oh, there are quite a few people here. Chapter 91. Truly lively, the warmth of a hand in hers brought Mo Sang back to reality. Glancing at the hand she held, and then at Gu Jingci's displeased countenance, her desire to break free instantly dissipated. Father, I have returned. At a loss for words, she could only greet her father. Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Your father is still young enough to notice. Mo Sang replied, Father, we have guests at home. Li Qingfeng nodded. Indeed, quite a number. Your Excellency. The group stepped forward to pay their respects to Li Qingfeng. Not at all. Since you are here, please make yourselves comfortable. Miss, the kitchen has prepared the ingredients for making dumplings. Where would you like them placed? Upon hearing the steward's voice, Mo Sang felt as though a heavenly rescue had come. Have them bring 2 large tables to the courtyard, she quickly instructed. Well then, since everyone is here, let us get moving. Dumplings made by ourselves will taste the best. While rolling up her sleeves, she declared. Zhou Yingying, being a female guest, had no objections. But the rest were all men who would never venture into the kitchen at home, adhering to the unwritten rule that gentlemen should avoid the kitchen. Fan Yu, rubbing his chubby hands together, was about to dive into the dough when he was swiftly stopped by Gu Yin and, her face stern, "Wash your hands." Gu Jingci rolled up his sleeves. "Everyone, please feel free. It's just making dumplings. Stop dawdling, and let me show you how it's done." Ji Yun pinched a piece of dumpling skin and began to fill it, but the final product was somewhat less than satisfactory. Mo Sang glanced at Gu Jingci, who, much like a black hole in the kitchen, had previously only managed to cook porridge during their time in Shunan. To her surprise, the dumplings he held were rather well-crafted. As the others began to get their hands busy, she felt compelled to join in, for they had come all this way. "Miss Mo, what do you think?" Gui Webai raised his hand, showcasing a plump, white dumpling. Mo Sang praised him casually. "Young Master Gu, you have wrapped it beautifully." It was merely a polite compliment, as one cannot ignore a question posed to them. Turning around, a round dumpling was thrust before her, and Gu Jingci pronounced the term husband with distinct emphasis. Gui Webai paused momentarily. Nearby, Mo Juanza cast a glance at Gui Webai and then at Mo Sang, noting that she was indeed different from the noble women of the capital. "Ice-cold face, what are you staring at my sister Sang for? Can't you wrap dumplings? If you plead with me, I might reluctantly teach you." Mo Juanza teased as he observed the dumpling that Ji Yun had made, swiftly taking a dumpling skin to craft one himself, placing it beside Ji Yun's rather questionable creation. The difference stark. Ji Yun discarded the dough in his hand. "Mo Juanza, are you doing this on purpose? You still owe me for leaving me stranded halfway. And had I not encountered Sister Sang, who knows how long it would have taken me to return to the capital." "Gu Jingci intozet, Sangsang. Did you bring your brother Ji along yesterday?" To which Mo Sang replied with a chuckle. "What a coincidence." Zhou Yingying and her husband remained silent, focusing intently on wrapping dumplings. Fanny Chin knew it would be lively to follow along. She mused. "Speaking of which, my last trip to the capital was entirely thanks to Miss Mo's hospitality. The guard belonged to Lord Fan's household. I merely hitched a ride. If young Master Gu wishes to express gratitude, it should be directed to Lord Fan." And Mo Sang felt her response was perfectly satisfactory. After a hearty meal of dumplings, Mo Sang reflected that her suggestion to make dumplings today was simply a frivolous way to fill her time. Yet, some found great joy in the occasion, such as Lord Fan's family. Gu Nianan and Li Qingfeng shared whispers, their cheerful exchange unknown to others. Ji Yin may not have wrapped many dumplings, but he certainly enjoyed a share. Leaning back in his chair after the meal, he let out a satisfied burp and declared, "Uncle Li, I won't be leaving today. I'll just stay at the scholar's residence. That room from yesterday will suffice." Mo Sang was speechless. He had brought 2 people along, yet turned his back without a second thought. The arrangements originally made were now left for Mo Sang to address at a later time. Once everyone had departed, Mo Sang felt utterly exhausted. This single day felt like 3, yearning for a moment of rest in her room. She encountered someone standing like a wooden post in the courtyard. Mo Yin, clutching his sword, stood alongside Hiyang. What was the master waiting for? Hiyang exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Yin. Ahem, Gu Jingci remained unresponsive. Ahem, he was unmoved. Is Sangsang feeling under the weather? Gu Jingci inquired coolly. What the hell, under the weather? Mo Sang rolled her eyes internally. The day is drawing to a close. Will you not return? Does Sang wish for my absence? If Brother Ji Yun can reside in the scholar's residence, why can I, as Sangsang's husband, not do the same? Mo Sang interjected. Hasn't he already left? Just moments ago, Ji Yun was whisked away by Mo Juanza, who remained silent despite Ji Yun's protests, simply dragging him out. Gu Jingci remarked, "Did he not stay over last night? That was a special circumstance. Why can he not stay again now? Or is it that Gu Jingci truly wishes to remain here?" Mo Sang cautiously suggested, "Shall I have Uncle Li arrange a room for you? Why not stay tonight?" Gu Jingci replied, "Did Sangsang not mention that young Master Gu came to the capital with you? What a coincidence. It truly is a coincidence." She knew that this stingy man would undoubtedly inquire today, thinking that he could brush it off with jest earlier. Today, at the chrysanthemum feast, I saved that woman. She must be your mother from a past life, right? Surely, she could not inquire further without consequence. As anticipated, Jingci fell silent after a question. She was indeed stunning, and up close, her complexion was exquisite. Had he never been moved? Sangsang pressed on. Not as captivating as you. Huh? What does that mean? Are you complimenting her? Jingci took a step closer to Sangsang, gently pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Are the 3 guards allowed to witness this? Sangsang queried. I wish to keep you hidden. Jingci's declaration was earnest. During their encounter in southern Shu, he had already perceived Gu Yuebai's sentiments towards Sangsang. However, he had not anticipated that such sentiments could lead to discussions of safety on the journey back to the capital. Furthermore, he had observed Mo Juanza glancing at Sangsang several times today. As for Ji Yun, it was best left unmentioned. Ji Yun, am I truly unworthy? Jingci gasped for breath. He released her, and Sangsang inhaled deeply with such a tight embrace. I thought your intention to hide me was to suffocate me and stash me away in a cupboard. This girl always twisted his romantic words into something peculiar. If Jingci were familiar with the term wild imagination, he would certainly make excellent use of it. He gently ruffled Sangsang's hair. Rest now. I shall return to see you tomorrow. You're not staying here? Jingci inquired. The following day. Father, did you call for me? Li Qingfeng asked. Have you reviewed the accounts of the residents? Sangsang, perplexed, replied, Yes, I have. Li Qingfeng continued, What are your thoughts? Quite good. Uncle Li has managed things well over the years. Perhaps you should allow him to continue? Mudirgerl, Yuyist. An old man like me should be enjoying my twilight years, not managing accounts. As he spoke, Steward Li waved his hand, and behind him, 4 men approached, each carrying a large trunk. What a peculiar notion of enjoying one's later years. With my skills, I appear quite spry, and besides, I'm only a few years older than your father, barely in my 50s. With my strength, people would believe I could single-handedly slay a tiger. Sangsang gazed at the 2 large trunks on the ground, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity with the situation. Father, what is this? Li Qingfeng pointed to the 2 large boxes on the ground, exclaiming, Oh, I didn't have the chance to send these back the other day. They are also part of our family inheritance. You can take charge of them. Sangsang's pupils dilated in shock as she looked up at Li Qingfeng. Father, you can't possibly be a corrupt official, can you? Li Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a corrupt official who could amass an entire Jiangnan? Of course. He Shun is one. Sangsang regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Li Qingfeng asked, Who is he Shun? Although he claimed to be knowledgeable about historical figures from various dynasties, it was baffling that he had no recollection of such a notorious corrupt official. I was just joking. Father, perhaps you could enlighten me about these 2 large boxes? After a moment of silence, Li Qingfeng replied, These belong to your grandmother. She was once a renowned heiress in Jiangnan, showered with affection. It was only after she married into the Li family that these treasures fell into our possession. Following the passing of my maternal grandfather, these items were managed by dedicated caretakers. The Li family assumed your grandmother's lineage had declined, thus neglecting these treasures, which have now been entrusted to you. Sangsang observed her father's succinct explanation, but could sense his disdain for the Li family from his expression. Father, with so much wealth, how did you end up in such a predicament during your time in South Shu? She chose to divert the conversation from the 2 boxes and the Li family. Li Shu, standing at the doorway, struggled to suppress a laugh, but was met with a glare from Li Qingfeng. Is your father truly suffering? Li Qingfeng replied, I am merely experiencing the hardships of the common folk. Yes, you're absolutely right. But how much wealth do these 2 large boxes represent? Sangsang inquired. Li Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. I have no idea. I never calculated it. Though it may not be as grand as before, it is still worth half of Jiangnan. By the way, I have arranged for all the properties to be transferred into your name. So these possessions are now yours. Surely, you can manage your own affairs? He concluded with a flourish, departing with the remark, I'm off to play chess with Wan Xingyang. Gazing at the 2 large boxes before her, Sangsang felt a wave of headache wash over her. Is this some kind of plague? Why is it moving so swiftly? Li Shu, Please have someone help me move these into my courtyard and assist me in organizing a study, she instructed. Certainly, Mississippi, rest assured, it will be ready by this afternoon. Li Shu felt elated. Mo Sangsang sensed that she was about to become a workhorse once again. Li Shu turned back. Oh, miss. The steward who typically manages these affairs has also arrived. Would you like to meet them? Mo Sangsang knew what that meant. More work ahead. Let us postpone that meeting for a couple of days. You settle them in first, and I'll review everything tomorrow before meeting them. Do not worry, Mississippi. They have been with the old master for a long time and do not require such formalities. Yanwei, Heiyang, Anin, let us go, Mo Sangsang called out, as she still needed to meet Mo Junza at the tavern. Madam, the young master has left with Lord Li. Yanwei informed. Very well, let's be on our way. In the tavern's private room, Mo Junza remarked, Listen here, Mo. When my sister Sangsang arrives, do ensure your icy demeanor doesn't frighten her. Mo Junza replied, Do you truly care for her that much? Of course. If I didn't care for Sangsang, would I prefer your frosty face? Mo Junza cast a fleeting glance at Ji Yun and fell silent. When the innkeeper guided Mo Sangsang inside, he was greeted by a rather tense scene. Ji Yun, adorned in his signature crimson attire, sulked by the window, while Mo Junza sat composedly at the table. Why did the atmosphere feel so charged? Greetings, young Master Mo. Mo Sangsang waved her hand, though internally she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, akin to an obligatory greeting. Upon noticing Mo Sangsang, Jian leaped forward, exclaiming, Sangsang, why did you arrive so late? Mo Sangsang replied, Please don't stand so close to me. Let's discuss the matter at hand. I must return home soon. She retrieved the neatly folded proposal from her pocket and handed it to Mo Junza. He did not open it, but instead regarded Mo Sangsang with curiosity, asking, Are you from South Shu, Miss Mo? Puzzled by the relevance of his question to her proposal, she nevertheless smiled and responded, Yes,